Hello everyone. First of all, thanks for missing me. I felt your loneliness echoing across the universe. I know most of you legends are single, so obviously, you missed me the most. But those of you with a girlfriend or wife, don't act smart. You never even introduced her to the squad. You're basically single with extra steps. You are not lovers, you're undercover agents betraying the brotherhood of the lonely. Traitors. Face with steam from nose. So my true singles, it's just us now. Since you don't have anyone to spend your love or money on, do the needful, send me your bank account number. I promise to love your money more than any girlfriend ever could. Money with wings, red heart. End. Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. Husband, your younger brother was caught by Marine and is about to be executed in public. Don't we really want to help? Yes, my husband. Ace is a bit disobedient, but he is your younger brother after all. And part of our Porgas family. Should we save him? Husband, Marine's move is aimed at the Whitebeard pirates. But Marine also messed with us. Although our reputation is not obvious, we can't let Marine bully our Porgas family for nothing. New World. On an unknown island. Inside the magnificent White Palace. Chu Xia sat on the highest throne. Below, his wives and concubines were chatting and discussing. And what they said. It is the only major event in the entire sea today. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, who defected from the Blackbeard pirates not long ago. He also countered Ace, who was going to hunt him down. In the end, in exchange for the position of 7 warlords of the sea, Blackbeard traded the former Captain Ace to Marine and the world government. And this move also plunged Ace into an unimaginable crisis. He is the identity of the blood of the One Piece Roger. I don't know why it was known by 5 elders and Sengoku. Therefore, the world government and Marine orchestrated a public execution. There are 2 purposes. 1. Execution of Fire Fist Porgas D. Ace. Let the One Piece Roger, the most evil bloodline in the world, be completely wiped out. 2. Marine chose Naval Headquarters, Marineford, as the location for the execution of Fire Fist Ace. It stands to reason that they can find a time when the Whitebeard pirates can't react, and execute Ace directly in public live broadcast. Even if the Whitebeard pirates are angry. But Ace is also dead, and they can't help. But Marine and the world government are not on the same side. The second purpose of this battle. It is the fact that the world government and Marine want to execute Ace. Lead the Whitebeard pirates to naval headquarters and fight with them. In the end, the Whitebeard pirate group was destroyed and the sea was shocked. Marine's calculation is clever, and it can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Even triple. But it is different from the situation in the original book. There is an extra traveler in this sea. That is Chu Xia sitting on the throne at the moment. 30 years ago. One Piece Gore D. Roger has just sailed around the sea and came to South Blue. This was his first acquaintance with Porgas D. Rouge. It was also that time that Rouge became pregnant with Chu Xia. At that time, Roger's reputation was not obvious, so Chu Xia was successfully born. After coming to this world, he found himself the son of the future One Piece Roger. He wasn't very happy. Future. After the death of One Piece Roger, Marine has searched for Roger's blood on a large scale in South Blue. He even took out the attitude that he would rather kill by mistake than let it go. Therefore, Chu Xia absolutely did not dare to stay here any longer. After all, mother and child are related by blood. He persuaded his mother Rouge to go with him to an island to hide his identity. Roger, after all. He may be very successful in the sea, becoming the One Piece King, admired by countless people. But he's on the husband and father side. Is absolutely not qualified. Therefore, Chu Xia, like Ace, does not agree with Roger as a father at all. But Rouge rejected Chu Xia. I don't know what people in this world are like. Men go to sea, regardless of their families, wives, and children. And women can understand it. Even sticking around there. My own mother, Rouge, was like that. So did future Usopp's mother. What are these stinky men waiting for? So Chu Xia didn't accompany Rouge. because that is a way of death. Ace may have a little halo, with Garp protecting him. But if he is found out, it will definitely be a dead end. Not even Garp would spare himself. Therefore, Chu Xia left Rouge and found an island to hide her identity through all kinds of hardships. And when he was 18, his cheat finally arrived. Many children and many blessings system. Yes, it is such a system. No wonder the system didn't come until he was 18 years old. The ability of the multi-child multi-blessing system is simple. As the name suggests, as long as he marries a wife and concubine and has children, then not only can you get rewards yourself, the whole family, and even his descendants will also gain extraordinary power. Then, Chu Xia chose to develop silently. Now see Circle Calendar 1520 is here. The battle for the top position in the original book also arrived as scheduled. His younger brother Ace, currently tied up in Impel Down, awaiting his public execution shortly thereafter. And that battle, Ace did not have any surprises either. Died at the hands of Akainu. Think about it. He glanced at the many women in front of him. Chu Xia smiled. No matter what, Ace is part of his Porgas family. Even when his mother was pregnant with Ace, he went back to see his mother. At that time, my mother had only 2 blessings before she died. One is to let him take care of himself. The second is to let him take care of his younger brother Ace. Now, whether it is the mother's entrustment, or the blood relationship with Ace, Chu Xia will not sit idly by for Summit War. Even, the Porgas family. It is now time to act. Marine, dare to execute a public execution on my brother. Are you ready to perish? Chu Xia thought in her heart, a mysterious smile appeared on her face. The women watched him smile. Everyone was silenced, and then surprise appeared in their eyes. Those who know Chu Xia well know it. Chu Xia, something big is about to happen. Chapter 2. New World. 4 Emperors, Whitebeard Pirates Domain. 3 large ships that looked like whales sailed on the sea. Even in places like the New World. These 3 big ships also give people a very calm feeling, no matter what kind of wind and waves they can cross. The whale ship headed by it was even more enormous. This is Moby Dick, one of the 4 emperors, the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates. Inside the Moby Dick, about 1,000 people are busy mobilizing this huge sea machine together. Deck. Even sitting there, a figure that still looks extremely exaggerated sits there. He wears a black hood. There are many drips hanging from the bare upper body. Although the body is a little broken, but still old and strong, it gives people a feeling that this tiger is sick. But as long as he wants to, he will definitely stand up and swallow your feelings. This person is none other than Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Also called by the whole sea, the strongest man in the world. Just at this time, the world's strongest man seemed to be in a bad mood. He held the wine bottle in one hand and kept pouring spirits into his mouth. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates, for example, Marco, Jaws, Bista, and others kept persuading them. Whitebeard is in poor health right now. No alcohol at all. Such binge drinking will greatly affect his lifespan. But Whitebeard, leaning on the side of the ship, ignored the advice of Marco and others. When he raised his head to drink, his crystal-clear teardrops mixed with the wine and flowed down. He didn't want his sons to see his cowardly appearance. Even say, if it weren't for today, he really encountered a sad thing. There was no way Whitebeard would cry in front of his sons. Not even if no one can find out. But his son is dying. Ace. Thinking of that lovely child in my heart. Whitebeard's tiger eyes once again shed crystal tears mixed with the drink. Finish a can of wine. Whitebeard recovered a little. Boom. Whitebeard slammed the jug on the deck. He glanced up. Marco, Jaws, Vista, Bramank, Lakyo, Namuel, Blenheim, Kulial, Jinggudo, Harta, Atmos, Chicken, Fossa, Tibetan. Whitebeard's gaze flicked across the faces of the captains. Looking at their worried eyes, but full of determination. Whitebeard laughed. Cool la la la. Cool la la la. Sons, Marine dares to grab Lao Zi's son, dares to grab your brother Ace. The Whitebeard pirates, what should I do? Whitebeard asked, laughing. Marco and all the captains said unanimously at this moment. Go to naval headquarters, let's save Ace. Marine is going to publicly execute Ace, we'll destroy Marine Ford for them to see. Ace, I am a member of the Whitebeard pirates, how can he let Marine bully him? Listen to the answers of the sons. Whitebeard laughed again. Cool la la la. Cool la la la. Finished laughing. He turned to look at Marco. Marco, unify all the forces under my Whitebeard pirates. Not long after, leave the minimum defense force, and we will all set out to save Ace. Whitebeard gave the order. No one refuted, no one flinched. All the captains shouted in unison. Even Marco, who has always been calm. At this time, they were all flushed. Marine is going to attack Ace. This is absolutely not allowed by their Whitebeard pirates. It's not allowed anyway. So, Marine wants to fight. Then fight. The Moby Dick soon fell into a feasting frenzy. Pirates floating in the sea. They actually have very little entertainment. Whenever there is a happy event. For example, when a new crew member boards a ship and wins a battle. They will have a banquet to celebrate. And whenever something unpleasant happens. For example, if you lose a battle, a companion dies in the battle. They still throw a party to celebrate. In the world of pirates. There's nothing a party can't fix. If so, then too. Now. Facing intense pressure from naval headquarters to publicly execute Ace. The Whitebeard pirates throw a party to relieve stress and boost morale. Leaning on the side of the boat. Whitebeard stopped drinking. He knows what his body is like. It won't be long to go to naval headquarters to rescue Ace. He couldn't be more hypocritical. So, Whitebeard silently watched all the sons fighting. Jaws, ha ha ha, you lost, take it off for everyone to see what color the underwear is. Yizang, you are going too far. Before the two of us guessed punches, you didn't say you would do this if you lost. Josie blushed. Looking at Yizang on the opposite side, a big man with a height of 3 or 4 meters, now he is squirming. The captains around laughed. Jaws, can't you afford it? Yizang looked at Josie with contempt. Jaws is in a daze. Isn't it just to see some underwear, I'll show you. When the crew members were fighting and making noise. Whitebeard, who was leaning on the ship's side, suddenly turned his head and looked at the sea in the distance. There, a figure wearing a fire-red windbreaker and a long knife across his waist came. Looking at the man, Whitebeard's eyes narrowed sharply. Because he was on the approaching figure. Only strong is perceived. End, the blazing of ultimate. Chapter 3. Above the endless sea. A figure wearing a fiery red windbreaker with a long knife across his waist walked in mid-air. Every time she takes a step on the air, the figure will move forward a long distance. Not a few steps. The captains who held the banquet on the Moby Dick also felt the aura of that figure. Deck. Marco, who kept holding his hands and silently watched the captains fight, was breathless. His dead fish eyes suddenly sank. Turning his head, he silently looked at the distant sea. At the same time, Kyōka, Baista, Yizang, and others also felt the fiery breath coming slowly. Everyone put away their hearts to play together. Because it is in their perception at this moment. The approaching figure was very strong. Strong and hot at the same time. It was hot as hell. Even if it only emits the observation haki perception, everyone feels terrified. Kyōka, Baista, Yizang, and others turned their heads to look. Everyone looked at the figure seriously. Father, this person doesn't seem to be from Marine. Not from the other 4 Emperor's pirates. Marco said solemnly. Whitebeard, covered in IVs, nodded. Yeah, I've never felt this man's breath before. A complete stranger to me. Whitebeard's words were full of depth. On this sea. Has an ability called haki. There are 3 types of haki. Among them, observation haki is a kind of perception ability. And the eyes of the strong can be deceiving. But with observation haki, you can't go wrong. That is. For most of Whitebeard's life. He had never seen this man. But the feeling this person gave him was terrifying. At least it is in existence at the same level as myself. And the fiery breath coming from his body made Whitebeard feel dignified. Vista spoke in a condensed voice. This person gives me the feeling that it is a bit like the flame of Ace. But hotter and hotter than Ace. Could it be Akainu? A hotter flame than Ace? Vista can't think of anyone other than Akainu with lava fruit. But he quickly dismissed the idea. After all, Whitebeard said it just now. The man Whitebeard had never met. So it can't be Akainu. Furthermore, how could Akainu have a long sword across his waist? On the Moby DK, the leaders of the Whitebeard pirate team have different ideas. None of them knew who the visitor was. It came with good intentions. Still malicious. So they quickly got ready for battle. Marco glanced back at Whitebeard. Father, let me take a look and ask this man why he came here. Whitebeard nodded, looking at the approaching figure. A strange look flashed in his eyes, and he blessed. Don't be brave, come back quickly if you have any problems, this person is not something you can deal with. Whitebeard's words were relentless. But this is his reluctance to put Marco at risk. Marco nodded, understanding what Whitebeard meant. Spreading his arms, Marco's body quickly surged with blue flames. Soon, he turned into a phoenix burning with blue flames. The phoenix Marco soared up, and rushed towards the person walking in the midair in the distance. And in the short time when everyone was discussing the identity of the visitor, the person walking in midair took a few more steps, and he was not far from the Moby DK. Marco turned into a phoenix and stopped not far from the man. Standing in midair, he showed his head again. Looking at the other party, he asked in a concentrated voice. Who are you? Come on, what are the Whitebeard pirates doing? Is it an enemy or a friend? Marco said solemnly, while being ready to fight at any time. Whitebeard's body couldn't bear the brilliance anymore. So if the person in front of you is a strong enemy, then he will not hesitate to block for Whitebeard. Although, he didn't know if he could block the opponent. At this time, Marco also saw the face of the other party. It was a woman about 1.8 meters tall. Wearing a red windbreaker. Red hair and red eyes, looks very young. With a long knife on her waist, she gives a very hacky feeling. The kind of hacky that Marco had seen with redheads. Thinking of this, his heart sank again. Moby DK aboard. Watching Marco question the man. Whitebeard and the captains stared at each other slightly. Whether it is an enemy or a friend depends on the other party's response. And what happened next? It made everyone on the Moby DK look down. I saw the woman in midair. Suddenly he reached out and grabbed the long knife at his waist. The long knife was unsheathed. In an instant, the eyes of everyone on the Moby DK widened. Fire! Sea of fire! Marco's eyes widened as he faced the flames. Before he had time to react, he quickly turned his body into a beast, ready to rush out of the range of the flames. But Marco overestimated his speed. It only took a moment for the flames to spread in front of him. Marco the Phoenix was wrapped in flames and let out a cry of pain. The woman puts the knife back into its sheath. The flames disappeared simultaneously. Chapter 4. Above the sea. Marco, who was burning with blue flames, fell from midair and fell straight into the sea. Marco! Moby DK aboard! Josie exclaimed, and stepped on the moonwalk and flew out quickly. As a physical expert, he was not slow, and quickly caught the falling Marco. But when Jaws turned his head and looked at the woman angrily. The woman in the fiery red windbreaker. At an unknown time, both feet stepped on the deck of the Moby DK. All the captains on the Moby DK are on the verge of a formidable enemy. Although observation Haki is warning violently. The woman in front of her killed Marco with a single blow just now. But they still restrained the fear in their hearts and stood in front of Whitebeard. Bista's double swords were unsheathed. Who is your excellency? Is it too impolite to attack my Whitebeard pirates? Holding two guns in Tibetan hands, armament Haki covered the bullets and aimed at the head of the woman opposite. The rest of the people also took out their weapons one after another, ready to strike at any time. At this time, Jaws had also brought Marco back to the deck. Marco was engulfed in flames in an instant just now, and suffered serious injuries. But he didn't fall into the sea at the first time. Then the ability of the Phoenix Fruit is bound to heal him. Marco stood up again and stood on the deck with Jaws, looking at the woman solemnly. Kyōka, on the other hand, looked angry, and rushed forward, ready to continue to attack the woman. With heavy steps, Kyōka was covered in diamonds, and punched the woman with a strong force. Made. Almost killed Marco with a knife just now. Even if this is a woman in front of him, he, Chu Xia, will kill her. But Jaws still overestimated himself and underestimated the other party. The woman turned her head and looked at Jaws. A pair of fiery red eyes showed strong interest, and finally spoke for the first time. Diamond. Interesting, my father didn't let me go out to sea for so many years, he only said that there is a magical devil fruit in the sea. I didn't expect it to be such an interesting thing. So. The woman looked at Kyōka who was rushing, raised her hand and snapped her fingers. 90 of Hado, Black Coffin. The words fell. Kyōka, who was rushing towards the opponent, froze in his footsteps. In an instant, Jaws' figure was frozen in place. His body was gradually surrounded by a strange force. In Jaws' horrified eyes, the mysterious black substance covered him. First the feet, then the lower body, then the whole body. Right in front of Marco and others. A huge mouthful of black coffin covered the 5-meter-tall Jose. Nobody, including Whitebeard's armament Haki, can see what's going on inside the black coffin at this moment. Whitebeard, leaning against the side of the boat, stood up abruptly, staring at the red-haired woman with an angry face. You! He just wanted to make a move. The huge black coffin exploded on the spot. Blood splattered. The figure of Kyōka who was wrapped in it reappeared. But at this time he. Even if you have been doing your best to defend just now. Even if he used the ability to arm Haki and Diamond Fruit at the same time. Available in the black coffin just now. He was still hurt. Jaws was covered in blood, and he stood there forcefully not to let himself fall. Marco and the others looked at this scene and their expressions changed drastically. And Whitebeard finally reacted at this moment. Pulled out Kong Yunki from his side. Whitebeard arrived in front of the red-haired woman in 3 or 2 steps, and slashed hard with the razor. The red-haired woman twitched her mouth and smiled. As expected of the strongest man in the world, this power makes me a little excited. It's a pity that you are already old. The words fell. In Whitebeard's trembling eyes. The red-haired woman pulled out the simple long knife from her waist. Ding! A blow that could shatter the atmosphere was blocked by the red-haired woman. And the red-haired woman didn't even crush the deck beneath her body. How can this be? Deck! It wasn't just Whitebeard who was shocked at this point. All the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were also shocked to the extreme. Who is their father? That is the strongest man in the world. Even now that he is old, he is full of old diseases. But Whitebeard is still Whitebeard. His attack power has not dropped at all. Just now when he shot with anger, he used more than 50% of his strength no matter what. But was easily untied by the young red-haired woman in front of him? Is he red-headed? Redhead transgendered herself? The sky was cloudless at this time. Otherwise. Now the sky will be divided as it was when Whitebeard and Redhead fought each other. The Redhead smiled as she undid Whitebeard's blow. She put the knife back into its sheath, and glanced around arrogantly. Finally, the eyes fixed on Whitebeard. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. The strongest man in the world. Fire Fist, Captain and father of Porgas D. Ace. Now I announce that Fire Fist Ace is officially retiring from the Whitebeard Pirates. The words fell. Wow! Chapter 5. Moby DK aboard. Everyone's eyes widened and they looked at the woman in the fiery red windbreaker. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates didn't react for a while. Since this person appeared, he has always been a bad person. It even injured Marco and Jose successively. And what did this person just say? Let Ace quit the Whitebeard Pirates? What a joke! Ace is their brother, did you just say quit and quit? At this time, even Marco and Jose, who were just killed by Natalyia They are well aware of Natalyia's terrifying strength. But the opponent asked Ace to quit the Whitebeard pirates. They will never agree to this. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates turned to Whitebeard with righteous indignation on their faces. They know, this time, only Whitebeard can respond. And their father, Whitebeard, naturally did not disappoint. Looking at the woman in red, Whitebeard's eyes sank. "Little devil, what did you say?" The air suddenly turned cold. Now, on Whitebeard. A chill spread out. That was Whitebeard's killing intent. He was really moved. Just when Natalyia shot at Marco and Jose, Whitebeard wasn't angry yet. After all, Natalyia instinctively killed Marco and Jose in seconds. But she kept her hand, which showed that her intention of coming was not necessarily malicious. "Can now?" Natalyia asked Ace to quit the Whitebeard pirates. "Doesn't this mean that the Whitebeard pirates are not allowed to rescue Ace?" This point, Whitebeard absolutely does not agree. Looking at Natalyia, Whitebeard's tone was cold. "Little ghost, do you dare to repeat what you just said? Although you are a woman, Laozi will guarantee it. I will kill you today." Whitebeard's tone was icy cold. Around, Marco and the other captains couldn't help but feel solemn. They know. Dad is really angry now. Anger like never before. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was a young woman, Whitebeard had already started. But under the eyes of everyone in the Whitebeard pirates, Natalyia suddenly smiled. She raised her eyes slowly, and calmly looked at Whitebeard, who was more than 6 meters tall. "Why, if Ace doesn't quit the Whitebeard pirates? You Whitebeard, can you guard him? It's ridiculous. You can't even save his life. What qualifications do you have to be his father? Not to mention..." Natalyia stopped short at this point. In fact, she came here to inform the Whitebeard pirates according to Chu Xia's order. The Porgas family is fully prepared and will go to rescue Ace on the top battlefield at that time. Sending Natalyia here is a way to communicate with Whitebeard in advance. But Natalyia is the eldest daughter of the Porgas family. Coupled with his own talent, the reason for Ryūjin Jakka. Natalyia is proud by nature. In her eyes, except for father and family, everything else is rubbish. 4 emperors of the sea, 7 warlords of the sea, marine, world government, and more. These are nothing more than mediocre in her eyes. In short, Natalyia is a very lonely person. Even say a little conceited. But because of her powerful strength, no one dared to say anything to her. Chu Xia didn't stop it either. After all, Natalyia is pregnant with Ryūjin Jakka and has reached the level of Shikai. In this world, except for encountering some old monsters, she can really walk sideways. Therefore, Natalyia had such an arrogant character long ago. She didn't back down even from Whitebeard. At the same time, in Natalyia's heart, she thought arrogantly. Whitebeard is a district of 4 emperors. Although known as the world's strongest man. But what qualifications, to be Ace's father? Ace's father, isn't that taking advantage of his own father? That's why she said the words to let Ace quit the Whitebeard pirates. And at this time, Whitebeard, who thought that Natalyia was not kind and told them not to save Ace, was also a little confused. Around, Marco and other captains looked at each other after listening to Natalyia's words. From what this woman meant, it didn't seem like she was trying to harm Ace. It seemed that those words meant blaming them for not protecting Ace well. What's going on? Marco and the other captains were in a daze. The tall Whitebeard Humu is also yeening. He heard what Natalyia said. And what's the meaning of the last half of the sentence? Whitebeard frowned. Unable to figure it out, he asked directly. "Little devil, whether my Whitebeard pirates can save Ace from Marine, it should have nothing to do with you, right? After all, Ace is Laozi's son. Even if Laozi is smashed to pieces, he will surely save him from Marine." Between Whitebeard's openings was a boldness. This made Natalyia look sideways. "But when I heard Whitebeard say Ace is his son..." Natalyia frowned. "Whitebeard, enough of you." Chapter 6. Natalyia was extremely angry. This Whitebeard takes one bite and one Ace is his son. He kept saying that he was taking advantage of his father. Ah! 4 emperors. The strongest man in the world. Just such a person who only takes advantage? Even if Ace was his son, didn't she become his granddaughter? Natalyia couldn't bear it when she thought of it. She raised her hand again, holding the simple long knife at her waist. The long knife hadn't been unsheathed yet, but it was already exuding intense heat. The eyes of Marco, Jaws, Vista, and others sank. "Dad, be careful." Several people spoke out to remind. But Whitebeard didn't move. He stood there leaning on the big razor Kong Yunki, without the slightest intention of defending. Because in Whitebeard's observation hacky perception, Natalyia didn't mean to do something to him. Although the other party didn't know why he was very angry. However, she still suppressed that anger very well. "And so it is. I really want to burn this old man in front of me who loves to take advantage of his father. No, no, no. Before I came, my father told me that I was only here to communicate with the Whitebeard pirates, so that I can rescue Ace Uncle then. What's more, letting Ace Uncle withdraw from the Whitebeard pirates is my temporary uprising, and my father did not agree. If I make up my own mind, my father might be upset if I go back. But I've already said what I said. Should I admit cowardice in front of this stinky old man? In my 12 years of life, Natalyia, I have never confessed to the word." Natalyia was constantly entangled in her heart, struggling with herself. But in the end, she still suppressed her urge to strike. Looking at Whitebeard, Natalyia warned. "Whitebeard, I warn you. Stop calling Ace Uncle son, or I can't help but burn you." Listen to what Natalyia said. At first, everyone didn't react. Marco and the others were full of anger. Their father is Whitebeard. But the strongest man in the world. From the past to now. They have crossed the sea for so many years. No one dares to stand in front of Whitebeard and talk like that. Not even 4 emperors of the same level. Not to mention Marine. But this person in front of him actually provoked their father over and over again. This made Marco and others' blood well up, and it was difficult to restrain the anger in their hearts. But the next moment, everyone realized what Natalyia said just now. What? Ace Uncle? Are they sure they heard right? FK. Standing there leaning on a razor, the tall Whitebeard also froze. Heed Natalya's warning. He also rushed straight to the temple with anger for the first time. But he also heard Natalya's Ace Uncle. What the hell? Feelings, are you Ace his niece? But Ace is 20 years old so far, I never heard that he has any niece. Whitebeard frowned, knowing Ace's life well, he understood. Ace probably won't have any relatives. Let alone a niece. The rest of the Whitebeard pirates thought the same way. Get along with Ace for so many years. They had never heard of any relatives of Ace. Let alone a niece. But after Natalyia said this, Whitebeard and others also looked at each other squarely. The strength of the opponent is so strong. Even Whitebeard now isn't necessarily her match. Such a strong person ran over and said that Ace was her uncle. Could this be fake? Possible. But probably very small. Because just look at the arrogant look of this girl. How could she recognize an uncle for no reason? So there must be a deeper inside story about this matter. Whitebeard's fighting spirit dissipated for a moment. Although the identity of the girl has not yet been determined. But since the other party said that Ace is her uncle, then this is my family. He, Whitebeard, never had a reason to shoot at his own family. What's more, it's a girl. But to show respect for the strong Natalyia, Whitebeard still looked at him solemnly, and asked in a deep tone. Who are you? What are Ace and you? Listen to Whitebeard. Natalya's anger dissipated a little. It appears that Whitebeard has indeed heeded her warning. No longer called Ace son. Natalyia raised her head arrogantly upon hearing this. Ace, of course he is my uncle. My name is Porgas d Natalyia, the eldest daughter of the Porgas family. She didn't hide it either. Because the family is her glory. And listen to Natalya's words. Whitebeard's eyelids twitched again. Marco and the others also looked at each other, their eyes getting weirder than the other. Meow. Ace not only has an extra niece now. There are so many families. Poor gas family. This is indeed Ace's surname without a doubt. That is, Ace has more than family in this world. He even has a family member. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates changed their faces when they thought of this. They really didn't expect it. Ace usually looks like an obedient little brother. But the critical moment. But there is such a powerful, terrifying woman who claims to be Ace's niece and came to the Whitebeard pirates. That means that behind Ace there is a terrifying existence called the Porgas family. The gazes of several people became unpredictable. Ace, you hide very deeply. Chapter 7. Moby Dick aboard. Marco and the other team captains stared blankly, still not recovering from the information from Natalya's mouth. For a long time. Standing there, Whitebeard finally exhaled. To be honest. When he heard that Ace had a niece and a family behind him, he was very happy. After all, Ace has always been pretty lonely. Except there's a brother named Luffy in East Blue. For the rest, Ace has always felt guilty about being in Roger's blood. But none of that matters to Whitebeard. What happened to Roger's blood? If he hadn't pursued his goal, he wouldn't be One Piece. It is not certain whether the position of One Piece will be Roger's in the end. And if he becomes the One Piece, is Ace not his son anymore? Feeling evil? So. These are just Ace's complaints against Roger. Whitebeard understands. Now, Ace has a niece who shows up and mentions the Porgas family. That is. Ace has a family. Whitebeard is genuinely happy for Ace. It didn't take long for him to be happy. Natalyia looked at each other and frowned slightly. So, Whitebeard, what's your answer to me? I said, get Ace out of the Whitebeard pirates. You Whitebeard pirates have absolutely no ability to save Ace. Everything that follows will be taken over by my Portgas family. Natalya's tone was strong. And Whitebeard. Hearing these words again, he was no longer angry. But Natalyia said that his Whitebeard pirates did not have the ability to save Ace. This Whitebeard is not willing. Watching Natalyia, Whitebeard unleashes his Conqueror's Haki. A king of the sea. Even the Conqueror's Haki of the world's strongest man is naturally terrifying. Although not as good as the freak with the red hair. But Whitebeard's Conquerors. The deck of the Moby Dick was still crushed and creaked. And the source of his Conqueror's Haki is Natalyia. Stand in the center of Conqueror's Haki in Whitebeard. Natalyia felt as if the whole world was pressing against her. It was as if the sea was captivating her. This is something Natalyia has never felt before. Conqueror's Haki is not uncommon in the Porgas family though. But except for his own father. There had never been another person who made her feel so oppressed. So, before Whitebeard's terrifying conquerors. Natalyia was only curious. She voluntarily removed her Ryūjin body, fighting Whitebeard's conquerors with willpower. Subsequently, her conquerors also suddenly awakened. As if a born king is rising from heaven defying. Natalya's conquerors swept out, holding Whitebeard's conquerors firmly within 5 meters. The two are at the very center of conquerors' collision. There is even the collision and collapse of black and purple lightning. Wow! Watching this scene, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were dumbfounded. The last person who could fight against conquerors like Whitebeard was the redhead who came not long ago. Can now. It was just a little girl in front of her. But directly awakened such a terrifying conquerors. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates looked sideways. Whitebeard is also included. Only. In the face of Ace, he will not budge. While continuing to fight Natalyia against conquerors. Whitebeard laughed. Cool la la la. Cool la la la. Natalyia, I admit that you are strong. You're Ace's family and I'm so happy for that. But Ace, he's Laozi's son. The Whitebeard pirates, will go to naval headquarters regardless of whether we can save Ace or not. Let's wait and see. And you haven't made the decision to let Ace quit the Whitebeard pirates on behalf of Ace. Even if Ace wants to quit, he will tell me himself. Whitebeard's eyes widened, and the mighty conquerors continued to be released. He wanted to teach the little girl in front of him a lesson. The opponent's conquerors has just awakened, so it is definitely not as good as him. But Whitebeard miscalculated. Listen to Whitebeard calling Ace his son again. Natalyia was furious. She no longer simply resists with Conqueror's haki. Rather, Ryūjin outbreak. Boom. A power that originated from the soul emerged. Natalya's Ryūjin wrapped Conqueror's haki, and together they fought back against Whitebeard. Snort. Whitebeard, I said, stop calling Ace uncle a son. Natalya's eyes were red. She was so arrogant that she was really angry. Ryūjin clashes with Whitebeard's conquerors. This time it wasn't Whitebeard overpowering Natalyia. Rather, facing the strong Natalyia. His conquerors have a tendency to be counter-suppressed. Marco and others around were shocked when they saw this scene. Whitebeard's conqueror's haki. Although it is not as good as the red-haired bug, it is still one of the best in the entire sea. But in the face of an unknown power used by this little girl, Whitebeard's conquerors has a tendency to be invincible. How can this be? Just when Marco and the team captains had such an idea, Natalyia, who was wearing a fiery red windbreaker, suddenly raised her hand, and once again grasped the ancient long knife at her waist. She will burn the Whitebeard in front of her to ashes. Chapter 8. That's when Natalyia was about to pull out Ryūjin Jakka and actually do it to Whitebeard. A black shadow quickly came from the distant sea. That shadow was fast. With just a few flashes, it landed on the Moby DK. Marco and the others took a closer look. Between is not a person, but a black cat. But how could Black Cat Meow be so fast? Marco and the others changed their expressions, guessing that the black cat might be demon fruit power. Either the one who ate the Zoan devil fruit, or the cat that ate the human fruit. When everyone is sure. I saw the black cat looking anxiously at Natalyia, uttering words. Big sister, don't forget your father's instructions. The black cat made a crisp and sweet sound. When Natalyia heard this voice, the anger in her heart dissipated a little. Watching her press the simple long knife at her waist back into the scabbard, the black cat made a look of relief. Fortunately, she arrived in time. Otherwise, my big sister will definitely make a mess today. After all, Chu Xia sent them here for the purpose. But it's just to inform the Whitebeard pirates. It didn't make Ace have to quit the Whitebeard pirates. This is Natalya's decision without authorization. Natalyia thought of that too. Looking at Whitebeard, she snorted coldly. Funny to say. She was just a 12-year-old girl. But he can have such arrogance, even in the face of Whitebeard, he has the guts to do it directly. Whitebeard looked at Natalyia with admiration. Natalyia scowled and gave Whitebeard a look. My attitude is very clear, since you can't protect Ace uncle, let him quit the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard looked at her without hesitation. Ace is Laozi's son, unless he voluntarily quits the Whitebeard pirates. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for Laozi to drive him out. Whitebeard responded firmly. Natalyia was short of breath, her eyes became colder. Okay, then let me see, you Whitebeard pirates, how to rescue Ace uncle. Carla, let's go. After leaving a sentence, Natalyia turned first and left with Ryūjin on the solace of her feet. The little black cat stood on the splint with a hesitant expression. After all, the words that their father asked them to pass on have not yet been said. Natalyia is leaving. This. Carla really didn't know what to do. In the end, she took the lead in following her father's orders. After leaving a few words with the Whitebeard pirates, Carla left in an instant and followed Natalyia away. Moby DK aboard. Looking at the backs of the two of them going away, Whitebeard and the captains looked deeply. Bista sighed. I didn't expect that. The Porgas family, Ace actually has such a background. Yizang nodded and took over the conversation. Yeah, Ben still thinks that with the strength of my Whitebeard pirates, if I forcefully break into naval headquarters, I may not be able to save Ace. Even if you save Ace, Dad. Speaking of this, Yizang coughed. Marco took advantage of the situation to break the embarrassment. In short, no matter what, this Porgas family is more friends than enemies. Our confidence in rescuing Ace is greater. Marco thought about the strength Natalyia showed just now, and sighed with emotion. Only Jaws was furious. He is a strong man over 5 meters. I have been wandering in the sea for most of my life. But this is today. He met a little girl directly, and immediately killed him when he came up. This made Xiao Zi's face really difficult. Humph, the Whitebeard pirates, don't need their help. With us alone, we will surely be able to save Ace. Jaws said harshly. It caused Marco and others to laugh. Jose, you are still thinking about the scene where you were killed by that little girl just now. Yeah Jaws, what's that trick called? 90 of Hado, Black Coffin. I have to say, that move is really handsome. What the hell is this poor gas family? Ace has such a horrible life experience, but he never revealed it to us. He is really not a brother. Yeah, when Ace comes back, we must ask him. Such a powerful niece is just like a fire god, it's outrageous. Listening to the group of sons laughing and playing again, Whitebeard couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the moment, even if he is old, but Ace's life should probably be saved. Just this poor gas family. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed slightly. After thinking for a long time, a strong shock gradually appeared in the depths of his eyes. About 30 years ago, there is an extremely mysterious force in the sea. That power is very mysterious and mysterious. There are very few activities in the sea. It can be said, it is even more secretive than the activities of the world government and the cabinet army. For such a long time, few people on the sea noticed that mysterious force. Whitebeard also inadvertently ignored that power a few times. But now, think of the poor gas family that Natalyia mentioned. Whitebeard's eyes suddenly froze. Cannot. This poor gas family is the mysterious force that has always been in the sea, right? Chapter 9. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Inside the Marshal's office, Sengoku put down a sheet of order to deploy, and rubbed the space between his brows. Although there is still some time before the decisive battle with the Whitebeard pirates. But since this resolution has been passed by the world government, then Marine must start deploying related matters as soon as possible. These days, the Marshal Sengoku has countless meetings to attend. He is required to participate in large and small combat meetings, intelligence meetings, deployment meetings, and so on. Sengoku can be said to be very busy. Find a free time to rest for a while. Sengoku looked out the window at the busy naval headquarters. He just felt tired. The burden of Marshal Marine has been on his shoulders for 20 or 30 years. So after this showdown with Whitebeard, regardless of the outcome of the battle, he will choose to retire and go to work in the second line. Just when Sengoku was thinking wildly, the adjutant pushed open the door and entered. Marshal Sengoku, just received information from the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku's expression froze. Bring it here and let me have a look. Sengoku took the information, glanced at it, and his eyes froze. A woman with red hair and red clothes went to the Moby DK. After seeing Whitebeard, the two took it easy. Sengoku frowned. Although Marine sent a lot of dark men to monitor the Whitebeard pirates during this time, but the information they can get is still very limited. For Emperor's Whitebeard is not vegetarian either. I won't let you Marine put surveillance personnel on my side at will. So Sengoku has limited information at this time. Just chatting a few pens. Although Sengoku felt that there was something wrong with this information, but nothing unusual was found. It should be some helpers contacted by Whitebeard, or the pirates under his command. Not paying attention, Sengoku put the information in a drawer. There is a drawer full of information about the Whitebeard pirates. These are the homework Sengoku has done for the big battle that will soon follow. Everything is just to win this war. Shaking his head, Sengoku didn't care about this anymore, and continued to cherish his short rest time. But what he didn't know was, it was this piece of information that he found strange, but ignored. After that, what kind of trouble will it bring to Marine? The other side. After leaving the Whitebeard pirates area, Carla still looked like a black cat, and asked Natalyia. Big sister, shall we go back now? Go back, as Carla said. Naturally, it refers to the island where the Porgas family is located. Natalyia thought about it. She gritted her silver teeth slightly, feeling that going to the Whitebeard pirates this time was not going well. She is the eldest daughter of the dignified Porgas family. Just let Ace quit the Whitebeard pirates. She couldn't even do this little thing. This made Natalyia feel very ashamed. At the same time, he didn't want to just go back and see Chu Xia. So, she thought of the information she and Carla found out when they first came out. Looking at Carla, Natalya's red eyes lightened slightly. Carla, remember when the two of us first came out? I heard a piece of information that Ace uncle was trying to catch a traitor from the Whitebeard pirates this time, but he was finally countered by that traitor. That traitor also traded Ace uncle to the world government in exchange for some benefits. This matter? Natalyia asked in a deep voice. Carla thought about it, then nodded. Big sister, there is indeed such a thing. That traitor is named Blackbeard, and it is said that he killed Whitebeard pirates Captain Sage for the Logia dark fruit. That's why Ace uncle went after Blackbeard, a defector, and was eventually defeated by Blackbeard and traded to Marine. Very good. Listening to Carla's words, Natalyia nodded. Think of what Blackbeard did. There was a cold light in Natalya's eyes. Look at Natalya's expression. Carla, who is familiar with her big sister's personality, tightened her heart. The black cat spoke out. Big sister, do you want it? Natalyia nodded. Come on, let's go find that Blackbeard. A look of hesitation appeared on the black cat's face. Big sister, father only asked us to send messages to the Whitebeard pirates, not to capture Blackbeard. Carla didn't finish her sentence. Natalyia interrupted her with a raised hand. My Porgas family values the most friendship. The first rule of the family law is that no matter what, you can't kill each other, which is not good for your relatives. Although the Whitebeard pirates are not as good as my Porgas family. But their atmosphere, I still appreciate it. Then isn't Blackbeard very strong? Both defeated Ace uncle with Maramara fruit. Darkness defeated fire. Hee. Natalyia smiled with cold eyes. Carla was persuaded by her, with a helpless cat face. Okay, big sister, I can be regarded as fooling around with you this time. When I go back, if my lord father blames me, you have to speak for me. Natalyia put away the coldness in her eyes, and looked at her little sister with a smile. Little sister, when did the big sister cheat you? Come on, we're going to find that Blackbeard right now. The black cat nodded helplessly. Okay, big sister, I will risk my life to accompany you this time. I'll also see you teach that hateful BD who betrayed his family a lesson. Natalyia smiled. But before that, I heard that there are quite a few beauties in the Beasts Pirates of New World and the Big Mom Pirates. I haven't taken a concubine for a long time. It's time to find some concubines for my father and continue to enrich our family heritage. Listen to Natalyia. Carla froze in place, dumbfounded. There are only 4 words left in my heart. Big sister cow avoid. Chapter 10. 3 days later. Wanakuni, Ghost Island. Outside the skull in the core area of Beasts Pirates. Here came 2 men in black cloaks. The 2 are Natalyia and Carla. Actually, after Natalyia decided to go to Beasts Pirates and Big Mom Pirates. The second daughter arrived at the nearest Wanakuni the next day. But these 2 days, the 2 daughters both experience the local customs in Wanakuni. After all, it is not easy to come out once. If the second daughter doesn't take advantage of this opportunity to have fun, there may not be such an opportunity in the future. So, after Wanakuni experienced a lot of local customs, the second daughter finally remembered the business of coming here. That was naturally what Natalyia said, and she wanted to bring some beautiful women back to her father. Coincidentally, the 2 have been at Wanakuni for the past 2 days. Met Kojiki Hiri under the alias Xiazi. Carla was still a little hesitant at the time, seeing that Kojiki Hiri was a little extraordinary. The kind of extravagance in every gesture cannot be pretended. This woman definitely has a special place in Wanakuni. However, Natalyia waved her hands again and again. Stepping forward, she directly identified Kojiki Hiri's virginity. After all, she was going to marry her father's woman. Even if it's just a concubine's affair, it must be clean. So after confirming this matter, Natalyia made a decision as soon as she shook her head. she would take Kojiki with her, and go back to work as a concubine for her father. The two didn't make it clear to Kojiki. After all, it came out this time. Chu Xia just asked them to inform the Whitebeard pirates of the existence of the Porgas family. For the rest, you can't reveal anything. So Natalyia just said that she has great strength and can take Kojiki away. Where can Kojiki believe? What's more, Wanakuni is her hometown. As a former princess, she couldn't leave her homeland. But Natalyia decided on this matter domineeringly without saying anything. Who would have thought? This is something a 12-year-old girl can do. But things are so outrageous. After leaving Kojiki there for a while, the children put on a cloak that can hide their breath and came to the island of ghosts. From Kojiki mouth, they found out a lot of things. Speaking of beasts pirates, there are 3 beauties in total. One is Kaido's son, Yamato. The second and third are the flying 6 robes of the beasts pirates. One is named Black Maria, and the other is named Runty. So the 2 girls did not hesitate, and came to the Skeleton Palace on Ghost Island that night. Watch the guards in the heartland of the beasts pirates. Carla flinched a little. Although his big sister is very strong, it is an existence praised by his father. But this is one of the 4 emperors, the base camp of the beasts pirates after all. Breaking in like this, trying to kidnap the other party's 3 people? One of them is Yamato, the son of Kaido. This difficulty is a bit too high. If there is a mistake in it, it will be discovered again. Then when they go back, they will definitely be blamed by their father Chu Xia. You can stand in front of the palace. Natalyia couldn't help but grab the little Carla, who flinched. Carla, what do you say is the reason why my Porgas family is so powerful? Carla thought for a moment when she heard the words, and said it as a matter of course. Of course it's my father's greatness. Father's talent is too outstanding. After each of us is born, we can inherit one of his natural abilities. This is naturally the reason why my Porgas family is so powerful. Listen to this answer. Natalyia nodded with satisfaction. That's right, so there are so many talents in my father, but we now only have dozens of brothers and sisters? We must bring back a batch of high-quality beauties to father. These are the only paths for my Porgas family to grow in the future. Saying that, Natalyia raised her hand and patted Carla's forehead. Carla in human form is ignorant. At the age of 6, she couldn't figure out the reason for this. Bowing her head and playing with her fingers, Carla suddenly understood something again. Could this be the reason why father said that big sister can take over the family in the future? I heard that when my sister was 6 years old, she went to sea privately and brought back several top beauties for her father. Could this be the difference between big sister and us? Obviously. The little girl Carla has been completely misled by Natalyia. She didn't think about it either. When Natalyia brought those women back to Chu Xia. How Chu Xia taught Natalyia a lesson. Okay, don't hesitate. Pulling Carla's little hand, Natalyia ordered. Later, you will instantly deal with the 2 guards at the gate. Didn't you learn some illusions from my little brother? Use illusions to control them, and then we rush in. Listen to Natalyia. Carla rolled her eyes, her face full of tears. Big sister, let me try. After all, the younger brother in Natalyia's mouth is the eldest son of the Porgas family. That one, Zanpakuto with the strongest illusion department. The genius of Kyōka Suigetsu. Chapter 11. Although Carla learned some illusions from her elder brother. But not sure how much. In the end, Carla wanted to cry but had no tears. Natalyia pushed her from behind. Carla had no choice but to turn into a cat shape again. In an instant, he went to the guard in front of the door and directly cast the illusion. The eyes of the 2 guards froze for a moment. Immediately, as if he couldn't see Carla, he continued to guard there quietly. Seeing this, Natalyia stepped on Shunpo and came to Carla's side. The second daughter quickly entered the interior of the Skeleton Palace. Well, according to the information I got from Kojiki, Runty and Black Maria are both in this Skull Palace. Black Maria seems to be a woman more than 8 meters tall, and she looks like an Warren. Natalyia analyzed calmly. Well, let's go find this Black Maria first. Carla didn't have any right to speak in front of her big sister, so she nodded in response. But the two girls searched for a long time, but they couldn't find the room belonging to Black Maria. But their luck is good again. As he was walking, he met a woman. Looking at the woman in the distance, the elder has white horns, blue and pink hair, and a pink and red mask on her face. Natalyia turned to meet Carla's eyes. The eyes of the two women were full of surprises. Based on description and portrait by Koji Hiri. Isn't this Runty? This is one of the Fei Liupeo they were looking for. Natalyia was excited. He reached out and patted Carla's small shoulder. Leave this to me, and the group of minions behind her will be handed over to you. It will be solved in a flash, no problem. Look at a group of beasts pirates following Runty. Carla nodded earnestly. She reverted to cat form. Immediately, he and his big sister Natalyia came out in an instant. Who? As Fei Liupeo, Runty's reaction was naturally not slow. But her strength is still far behind Natalyia. As a Shinigami, Natalyia has a lot of means. In a very short time, Natalya's quaint long knife came out of its sheath and directly touched Runty's neck. The terrifying high temperature spread on the ancient long knife. But it was well controlled by Natalyia within the range of not hurting Runty. At the same time, it was too late for Runty to react. All the pirates brought behind her were all eliminated in an instant. This made Runty's eyes widen, with horror in them. The group of boys behind her, although they are all pirates, but also a member of the Beasts Pirates. As a member of the Four Emperors group, he is only a member of the world, and he can even become a master. But someone controlled her for a moment. The accomplice also solved so many pirates behind her in an instant. Not even a scream came out. What kind of strength is this? Runty's eyes moved sideways a little bit in horror. She saw a black cat. The black cat showed her a harmless look, and even raised its paw to lick its fur. Seeing this scene, Runty was terrified. There was only one thought in her mind at this moment. Then something went wrong. These two invaders are too strong. Definitely against the Beasts Pirates. And after a brief panic, Runty finally recovered a little. Her loyalty to Kaido is back. Kaido big! She exclaimed in surprise, trying to resist. Even if the scorching long knife in front of him could kill her at any time, he didn't hesitate at all. Natalyia frowned. The fourth of Bakudo, Ash Rope. Natalyia holds the knife in her left hand and Ryūjin converges in the other. A bundle of gold's rope wrapped around Runty in an instant, immobilizing her. At this moment, Runty couldn't even open her mouth. Natalyia sheathed her knife. Looking at each other and smiling. Yes, still a virgin. Although you will become my new stepmother in the near future, I will teach you a lesson if you are dishonest. After all, you haven't become one yet. Natalyia said with a smile, like a sick lunatic. Pass the rope to Carla. Natalyia looked at Runty again and warned. Be sure not to be too persistent. Treading over the ants without trampling her to death, this power is very difficult to master. Runty, who was under control, was terrified. She now just feels like she's dealing with a pervert and a lunatic. Look. Does this sound like something a normal person could say? Not only will she become the other party's stepmother soon. He even came up with such a philosophical sentence. Even say. This monster is crazy. Really have the strength to do such things. There is no doubt about it. Being able to subdue her in an instant made her feel no hope of winning. In her eyes, Natalyia was already extremely terrifying. Therefore, Runty surrendered. Carla raised her head at this moment and glanced at her big sister strangely. She seems to remember. Is this what your father once said? The big sister is stealing famous quotes from her father. Natalyia looked at each other at the same time, with warning eyes. If you dare to speak out, I will hang you up and beat you when I go back. Carla saw the meaning in Natalya's eyes. So she lowered her head, aggrieved. Chapter 12. Women's Street. This is a very famous brothel on Ghost Island. The person in charge here is none other than Black Maria. Under the guidance of Runty, Natalyia and Carla came here soon. Everyone they met along the way was easily dealt with by the two. Even just awakened conquerors Haki 2 days ago. Natalyia is now in perfect control. This comes from her powerful Ryūjin and absolute control. Therefore, many pirates passing by were directly stunned by Natalyia's conquerors before they could react. Even if there are stronger ones. A black cat will also appear silently behind the other party and slap one of its paws unconscious. Push away the screen. Natalyia and Carla took Runty and swaggered into Women's Street. There are several rooms of different sizes. There were blushing voices coming from inside. But Natalyia was very calm. Carla was a little shy, and the black cat walked cautiously. Runty was also given a black cloak by the second daughter. In a place like the Beast's Pirates, no one thinks there's anything unusual about this look. Soon, the three of them came to a huge room. The rooms are quaint. At this time, there are many people here. These are the drinkers who come to hear Black Maria play. Here, it's like a tavern. With interest, Natalyia found a seat and sat down. The tavern is right in the center. The tall Black Maria sat there, playing the piano. Natalyia was immersed in it. Carla is a little bit on pins and needles. Big sister, we have to do it, so let's do it quickly. It's not good if the Beast's pirates react later. Natalyia smiled indifferently when she heard the words. Picking up a stack of melon seeds, she said while nibbling. Kaido. The strongest creature in the world, I want to see his strength. It's okay, even if there is any problem in the end, we will use father's space transfer method to leave. Carla didn't say anything after hearing that. I just sat there tremblingly, very worried in my heart. Aside. Runty sat there, her expression unchanged. But listen to the two talking. Runty also captured several key words. Father? Space transfer? Runty couldn't understand, but she still kept these two words deeply in her heart. Just when Natalyia took her second daughter to listen to the music in Noonan Street. The core area of Ghost Island. Kaido and Jack the Drow get together. With a flushed face, Kaido held the Tianzi flagon in his hand, looked at Jack and laughed. Jack, come, have another drink with Laozi. Jack waved his hand staggeringly. It can't be done, boss. I really can't do it. Hearing this, Kaido pretended to frown and looked at Jack with contempt. Damn, you little dog. How can a man say he can't do it? Hurry up and have another drink with Laozi. Kaido couldn't help but pick up the bottle and drink it himself. There are a lot of things that make him happy recently. One of the biggest ones is naturally about the Whitebeard pirates. Fire Fist Ace is about to be publicly executed. Marine made it clear that he was going to fight the Whitebeard pirates. At that time, no matter what the outcome of the battle is, both sides will inevitably lose. At that time, he, Beast's pirates, will be able to take advantage of the chaos. For example, the site of the Whitebeard pirates. And Marine's branch in New World, etc. Even this time. Because Marine is actively preparing for the battle. They didn't have enough weapons and ammunition, and even started to purchase them in the underground world. The Beast's pirates are extremely terrifying existences in the underground world. Among other things, a Doflamingo. Clown Joker. This is a well-known emperor of the underground world. But Doflamingo was eaten to death by the Beast's pirates. So this battle is enough to make Beast's pirates a lot of money. Ha ha laughing. Kaido felt that he drank too much today. So he fell to the ground in a daze, and fell into a deep sleep. Jack is the same. Kaido raised his glass, how could he not raise his glass together? So Jack also lay on the ground. So that the Ghost Island with Kaido and Jack can be invaded without being discovered at all. Women's Street. Let it go. Natalyia retracted Erlang's legs that were up on the table. While getting up, Natalyia couldn't help expressing a sigh of emotion. When I saw you today, I finally understood why my father always mentioned Gulen to listen to music. It turned out that this was such a happy thing. Listening to Gulen is really wonderful. Hearing this, Carla was extremely confused. Big sister, what are you talking about? Carla's cat eyes were dull. Shaking her head, Natalyia turned her head to look at Black Maria in the center of the stage. This Fei Liu Peo is not bad. It is said that she is in charge of PRST youths. Although she is frivolous, she has no record of losing her virginity. That's right, I just took it back and built an exclusive hook bar for my father, so I can go and listen to the music if I have nothing to do. Chapter 13. Finished. Natalyia got up and walked straight towards the center of the stage. The drinkers around didn't notice anything yet. Joke. This is the base camp of the Beast's pirates. How could someone break in without a sound? So they all feel safe and relaxed here. So no one noticed Natalya's movements. But, sitting in the center of the stage, the tall and charming Black Maria looked at her immediately. Look at this little sister in the black cloak. Black Maria reveals her unique maternal aura. She smiled, just when she was about to ask who this little sister is under. Natalyia looked up, looking directly deep into her right hand. The fourth of Bakudo, the grey rope. Powerful Ryūjin condensed. Another gold rope was released by Natalyia. At the same time, she also unleashes her own Conqueror's Haki and Ryūjin. The object of Conqueror's Haki is the pirates of common here. Ryūjin, on the other hand, crashed down on Black Maria. Black Maria's expression changed drastically just now. She felt a terrifying pressure suppressing her soul. That is the coercion from the soul level. She even lost control of her body for an instant. When I was horrified. The rope of gold was already wrapped around her large and voluptuous body. Pulling the opponent, Natalyia didn't even have a chance to speak to the opponent. Carla, who turned into a black cat, came in an instant and picked up the rope again. At the same time, Carla looked up at Black Maria's body. With a body of more than 8 meters, Carla, who is just a little black cat, was greatly shocked at this moment. The black cat spit out human words, and the cute voice sounded. Wow! So big! Natalyia glanced at the words. It's quite big, and my father will definitely be very satisfied with her. Carla flushed with shame. Big sister! Natalyia smiled and stopped teasing her. At this time, Black Maria also finally noticed Junti. The two women looked at each other, with various emotions surging in their eyes. Black Maria looked helpless, thinking that Runty must be tricking her. Runty's eyes were angry, and she refused to admit that she had done this. He ignored the little thoughts of the second daughter behind him. Standing in Nanan Street. Natalyia is very distressed now. Runty and Black Maria have been obtained. But this Yamato, how to find it? Glancing at Carla, Natalyia thought for a moment. You just watch the two of them here on Nanan Street. With my Ryūjin bound, they can't run now. I'm going to find that Yamato. Carla nodded. Although only 6 years old. But her strength is not weak. Even with the instant technique alone, she is now the #1 member of the Portkas family. Of course, Chu Xia does not count among them. Rear. Hear the word Ryūjin from Natalya's mouth. Runty and Black Maria exchanged glances. Ryūjin. The kind of power used by the opponent, called Ryūjin? Runty and Black Maria were shocked at the same time. Ryūjin, is this a means against the soul? What is the origin of these two people? Especially the older little girl. And the father they mentioned. Leave Nanan Street. Natalyia cast Shunpo and soon came to the forest behind the Skull Palace. According to information from Kojiki Hiri, Yamato is a woman with a strong sense of justice. Also became friends with Ace. So as long as you find the other party yourself, offer to take the other party away, and save Ace. The other party should readily agree. After all, this is Kaido's unfilial son. Go to the woods behind the Skeleton Palace. Natalya's perception spread, and she quickly determined the direction. So, within a short while, he found Yamato. The man was wearing a mask and holding a mace in his hand, constantly destroying around. Damn BD daddy! Just know the sight. Just know the benefits. I'm going to save Ace, he insists. Father BD, when I become stronger, I will hang you up and hammer me. Silently appeared behind Yamato. Listen to what the other person says. Natalyia frowned slightly. Within the Porgas family, Chu Xia is the supreme god. These two girls have absolute respect for each other. So listening to Yamato's words at this moment, Natalyia felt a little uncomfortable. But she didn't go online too much. After all, she is not a pedantic person. Yamato also felt someone behind him at this time. Turning around, she looked at Natalyia warily. "Who are you?" Natalyia was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party. Directly flashed to the opponent at a very fast speed. The ancient long knife was unsheathed, and the terrifying heat flashed across Yamato's handcuffed wrist. Before Yamato could react, the handcuffs on his wrists melted out of thin air, and in the end there was not even a trace of dross left. Watching this scene, Yamato was stunned. You. Looking at Natalyia in front of her. Yamato's body trembled slightly, and he was extremely surprised. These handcuffs are special explosive handcuffs. As soon as she leaves the ghost island, it will explode. Usually she also tried to untie it. But there is no way at all. These handcuffs are extremely hard. No one can solve it except the level of the three calamities and his BD father. But was melted away by the little girl in front of him? Not a single scum left? What are you kidding? What terrible high temperature at this time? Looking at the shocked Yamato, Natalyia didn't care. After coming to this sea, she has seen too many such things. At first there were some pretending thoughts. But slowly, Natalyia just felt bored. Natalyia opened her mouth and explained her reason for coming to Yamato in a few simple sentences. "What? Can you take me to rescue Ace?" Listen to Natalyia. Yamato's eyes lit up, and his heart was filled with excitement. Natalyia nodded. "Let's go, I don't have to lie to you if I want to take you away." The not-so-clever Yamato thought about it, nodded and said. "Indeed, with your strength, you might be able to hang up the BD father and hammer it. There is really no need to lie to me. Just, before I go, can I ask you a question?" Yamato looked at Natalyia with curiosity in his eyes. Natalyia nodded. "Just ask." Rubbing his hands together, Yamato looked curiously at the simple long knife on Natalyia's waist. "How hot is your knife?" Chapter 14. Listen to Yamato's question. Natalyia was silent for a while, thinking seriously. At first, after she inherited Ryūjin Jakka from her father Lord Chu Xia at the time had told her. Ryūjin Jakka. It is the oldest in the thermal system. Also one of the most powerful Zanpakuto. Even among all Zanpakuto, Ryūjin Jakka ranks first and second. Totally heaven-defying Zanpakuto. And in Chu Xia's mouth, Ryūjin Jakka's Shikai temperature. It is comparable to the temperature of the surface of the sun. And if the core temperature is comparable to the core of the sun, remnant fire Tadeo, it can just be put there. A terrifying existence that can evaporate all the water in this sea. Then, look at Yamato. Looking at this new stepmother in the future. Natalyia takes Kaido seriously. In terms of temperature, I'm still far behind. The temperature that melted your handcuffs just now is not even 1/3 of the surface temperature of the sun. Natalyia gave this response after serious thinking. But, listen to her responses. Yamato stood there dumbfounded. She looked at Natalyia stupidly. Yamato said dully. "You. What did you say? 1/3 the temperature of the sun's surface. Isn't this even hotter than the temperature of the magma?" Yamato said FK in his heart. It is true that Natalyia's words are too surprising. What does it mean that it has not reached 1/3 of the surface temperature of the sun? What the hell? This is the first time I saw someone compare their own strength with the temperature of the sun. And Yamato thought again. The temperature on the surface of the sun should be 5 or 6,000 degrees, right? 1/3, that is about 2,000 degrees. The temperature of magma is generally between 900 and 1400 degrees. So, if what Natalyia said is true, the temperature on her long knife just now was much more terrifying than that of magma. Looking at Natalyia, looking at this immature girl. Yamato was stunned. The hottest powerhouse recognized on the sea is Akainu with lava fruit. But now it seems. Akainu is not even a younger brother in front of you, is he? What is the origin of this girl? Yamato kept thinking about it. And Natalyia listened to Yamato's last words. Comparing her Ryūjin Jakka to magma? Natalyia sneered. Ah! She didn't speak again. But that sound was light. But it has completely shown Natalya's disdain. Shaking his head, Yamato suppressed the shock in his heart, and left with Natalyia. The second daughter quickly returned to Noonan Street. And Yamato, who came back here, widened his eyes again. Looking at Black Maria and Junti, who were tied up. Yamato frowned and looked at Natalyia strangely. Natalyia, you said that you can take me to rescue Ace, but there is a price to pay. What is the price? Yamato suddenly felt. It seems that I have been fooled. Natalyia smiled and said indifferently. You'll know when you get there. Don't worry, you have no choice now. Either follow me obediently, and I'll take you to rescue Ace. Or, I'll tie you up instead of saving Ace. Is this really a choice? Listen to what Natalyia said. Even Runty and Black Maria secretly rolled their eyes. They really can't figure it out. One doesn't look very old. Even the face is full of immature girls. How domineering! What is even more exaggerated is the strength of the opponent. Are they on the same level as Master Kaido? How on earth is this possible? Yamato froze on the spot. After thinking about it, she finally nodded helplessly. All right. I'll take the first one. Natalyia smiled and snapped her fingers happily. Watching this scene, the little black cat Carla's eyes widened. Obviously he admires the domineering appearance of his big sister. At this moment, as if she had thought of something, her expression suddenly changed. Look at Natalyia. The black cat spoke again, with a hint of panic in his tone. By the way, big sister. The news just came from the family that after my father lifted part of the ban, the second sister also left the family. Hearing this, Natalyia frowned slightly and asked back. That madman? Carla nodded. But did not dare to plan. Natalyia dared to call the second daughter of the Portkas family crazy. That's because she is the big sister. But she is only the youngest sister, so she dare not call her that. The big sister is the second sister. It is said that she seems to have gone to Wonguo. Natalyia frowned again. Isn't that lunatic only interested in kendo? She should go to Hawkeye, what kingdom? No matter how bad it is, you should go to the red hair, right? Carla shook her head. Big sister, that's what the family said. I don't know why the second sister is. Natalyia frowned, unable to figure it out. If you can't figure it out, you simply don't want to. He helped his forehead. Natalyia looked helpless. You little BCH, look, I won't beat her up when I find her. Carla trembled when she heard it, and she didn't dare to intervene in the matter between the big sister and the second sister. Chapter 15. In Women's Difficulty Street. Natalyia turned her head and glanced at the tall and charming Black Maria. Suddenly, she frowned and fell into a difficult situation. She also brought a few black cloaks, and it was easy to take Runty and Yamato away. However, this Black Maria is so tall, more than 8 meters tall. How can this be taken away? Seeing this, Carla also looked at Black Maria. Looking at each other, she was also lost in thought for a while. The difficulty now is, how exactly will Black Maria be taken away? Natalyia is strong though. But there is no way to take away such a big person silently. Unless you kill all the enemies you encounter. But she chose to come here, after all, it was her private idea. He also has his father's prohibition against exposing the Portkas family. This made it difficult for Natalyia. Look at her like this. Yamato leaned over and asked why. Natalyia had no scruples and told Yamato about the matter. Although Yamato is Kaido's biological daughter. But Yamato has personally tested it. The opponent is against Kaido. That is really filial piety. Very filial piety. Now she also promised the other party to rescue Ace together. Therefore, Yamato will not do anything against them no matter what. Yamato also fell silent when he heard the words. Several of them present. It does have the ability to hide its breath. The black cloak Natalyia was wearing should be. But They don't have the ability to shrink Black Maria at all. She is so big. How can there be a suitable black cloak for her to wear? After thinking for a while, none of them could come up with a good solution. Just when Natalyia got impatient and was about to kill directly, Black Maria on the side suddenly blasted her eyes frequently, signaling that she had something to say. Natalyia looked at each other, frowning slightly. If you dare to play tricks, I will burn you now. After seeing the other party nodding obediently, only then did Natalyia let go of the restriction on the other party's words. Finally able to speak, Black Maria hurriedly said, "Can I ask a question? What are you going to take us with?" Watch Natalyia capture the beast's pirates 3 women. Still beautiful women. It was hard not to make Black Maria think that way. And as the controller of Women's Difficulty Street, Black Maria didn't actually refuse that kind of thing. Only, she has always wanted to find a man who is much stronger than herself. Pity. So far, Black Maria has not met anyone. Now, a terrifying powerhouse like Natalyia came to arrest the woman herself. What level of person can order her? Thinking about it, Black Maria became excited. When Natalyia heard the words, she also thought about it. She has absolute strength, and she can guarantee that these 3 women will not be able to make waves in her hands. So, she revealed her true purpose. I arrested you to take you to see your father. As for whether you can become my father's concubine, it depends on what the old man wants. Listen to Natalyia. Yamato was the first to widen his eyes. FK. This Natalyia said to take her away. Also tricked into taking her to save Ace. Can now. But to make her a concubine. What the hell am I? Yamato's face changed drastically, and his heart was full of flinching for a moment. One can think of Natalya's terrifying strength. Yamato shook his head inwardly. That's all. My friends are good enough. Ace is a very good one. As long as I can rescue Ace this time, I will be a concubine to the father of the girl in front of me. Not a good choice either. Runty, who was completely restrained at the side, reacted most violently. Her face changed drastically, and her eyes were full of horror and unwillingness. Light Pink's mask kept moving slightly, as if she was about to say something. God! To arrest her and take her away is actually to be someone's concubine. How can this be? Runty was angry and ashamed. But no matter what she said, Natalyia didn't give her a chance to speak at all. This made Runty almost faint from anger. The last Black Maria. When she listened to Natalya's words, a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. After a sudden, it was excitement. Extremely intense excitement. Natalyia in front of her looks like a girl in her teens. Her father shouldn't be particularly old either. In addition, at such a young age, Natalyia can be called the top terrifying force in the sea. Black Maria trembled slightly, feeling the long-lost excitement. Man! That was the man of her dreams. Needless to say, this man must be much stronger than her. A man even stronger than a monster like Kaido. The masochistic tendencies in Black Maria's heart awakened. At the same time, the brain that longs for love is also awakened simultaneously. Looking at her standing there, she was already overwhelmed with excitement. Natalyia frowned slightly. Masochistic? Recalling my father's concubine team. Natalyia did not expect anything of this type. So, if this kind of woman is brought back, my father will definitely like it, right? Natalyia smiled. Chapter 16. Black Maria spoke excitedly. Speak your own way. She has the ability of phantom mist. Anyone who inhales the mist will experience hallucinations. And she knows. At this time, Kaido should have called Jack to drink. Ember of Fire and Plague Quinn are also out, not in the Beast's pirates. Fei Lai Yupeo and so on also have their own affairs. So, as long as she casts the phantom fog, those few people will never be found when they leave for a period of time. Listen to Black Maria. Natalyia nodded in satisfaction. Just do as you say. Carla watched in bewilderment. This immature and ignorant little girl couldn't understand what happened in front of her. How come it sounds like she is going to be a concubine for her father? This Black Maria is full of excitement. Carla couldn't figure it out. At this time, Black Maria had already started to cast the phantom fog. The other side. Wanakuni. In the Warren's room. Kojiki Hiri was sitting on his knees with a disturbed expression on his face. I don't know what happened to those two strange little girls now. They inquired about the beauties of the Beast's pirates, saying that they wanted to see and see. But they're not from the Beast's pirates. Go to Ghost Island, won't be found and arrested, right? Kojiki Hiri was worried. She was afraid that she would harm the other party. After all, the other party is also a kind-hearted person. She couldn't bear to see those two little girls being caught and tortured by the Beast's pirates. Think about it. Kojiki Hiri couldn't help standing up, with a hurried face about to go out. Just come to the door. Huza stopped her and raised his hands in front of her. Oh, what are you going to do? Toko looked at Kojiki Hiri with a serious face. Kojiki Hiri said anxiously, stomping his feet. Huza, get out of the way. I'm going to find Kurozumai Orakai. Natalyia and the others have been away for so long and haven't come back. Something must have happened. They are all kind-hearted girls. I cheated them, and I must save them. Toko looked at Kojiki Hiri and shook his head. Hiri, that's their choice. They're going to take risks on Ghost Island, we shouldn't care about it. Have you forgotten the mission of the Kojiki family all along? Mentioned in Kojiki's family mission. Kojiki Hiri froze in place. Her face hesitated and struggled. I thought of Denjiro, who endured humiliation, and the 9 heroes of Chu Xia. Kojiki Hiri gritted his teeth. One side is family revival. On one side were two such kind people who even offered to take her away. Kojiki Hiri finally couldn't bear it anymore. Huza, I can't just sit back and watch those two girls get caught like this. Don't worry, I'll go find Kurozumai Orakai, and I'll exchange money for his help. This is just a reason for Kojiki Hiri to lie to the householder. Kurozumai Orakai has always coveted her beauty. It's just that Kojiki Hiri has a tough and unyielding character. That's why Kurozumai Orakai has never been able to succeed. This time I asked Kurozumai Orakai. The opponent will definitely take the opportunity to attack. But Kojiki Hiri can't control that much. Those two girls. It seemed to remind her of herself back then. Huza shook his head resolutely. No. Hiri, let me go, I will find out about them. No, you can't do anything, Huza. But. Just when Kojiki Hiri and Toko were fighting endlessly. A figure pushed open the door and walked in. Looking at Kojiki Hiri's appearance, the figure frowned slightly and asked puzzledly. Xiao Zi, what are you going to do? Xiaozi is the alias of Kojiki Hiri, who is the incarnation of the Warren. Although Natalyia noticed that Kojiki Hiri was hiding something. But she didn't care. This little purple is known as the #1 beauty in Wanakuni. And the nobility of gestures cannot be staged. In this way, it is enough to be a concubine for his father. As for other hidden identities, Natalyia didn't care. Look at Natalyia. Listen to the other party speak. Kojiki Hiri froze. Toko also turned around slowly. I saw Natalyia wearing a black cloak with a red trench coat inside. Surprised face for a moment. Huzi is also a kind-hearted little girl. So, it's not like she doesn't care about Natalya's and Carla's safety. It's just that Kojiki Hiri's identity is too important. Wanakuni is the only one left, and nothing can happen. Kojiki and Kazuya were very surprised and asked in surprise. Natalyia, how did you come back safely from Ghost Island? That's the base camp of the Beast's pirates. Without waiting for Natalyia to answer, Kojiki Hiri looked behind Natalyia. There, the black cat is pulling Runty and Black Maria with 2 gold ropes in its mouth. Next to Carla, the big Kazuya with a pair of horns on his head stood there. Watching this scene, Kojiki Hiri froze. Beast's pirates, this is a group of enemies who have a blood feud with her. For these enemies, Kojiki Hiri knows very well. 6 sons of the Volley, Runty, Black Maria. And that. Look at Yamato. Kojiki Hiri caught his breath. She was full of incredible. No idea how Natalyia and Carla did it. Too exaggerated? Chapter 17. Due to his short stature, Ryūjin was not able to see the scene behind Natalyia for the first time. Her short body moved sideways. Looking at the people behind Natalyia, Ryūjin also stared wide-eyed, and stood there in a daze. Kojiki Hiri took several deep breaths to calm down the surprise in his heart. He turned to look at Natalyia. Natalyia, how did you do it? Those are 2 of the 6 sons of Ling Kong, and the daughter of Kaido. This? Kojiki Hiri asked incredulously. Natalyia smiled slightly at this. She didn't explain much. Instead, look at Kojiki Hiri, the number 1 beauty in Wano. Now that I've done these things, shouldn't you also go with me? Kojiki Hiri held his breath when he heard the words, as if he remembered something. Before, Natalyia listened to her sing, spent a lot of money, and met her privately. Natalyia also offered to redeem her body. Since Natalyia is just a nice girl. So Kojiki Hiri did not continue to lie to her like he did to others. Instead, she implicitly stated that she could not leave Wano and did not want to. But Natalyia made a bet with her at the time. The bet is to see if Natalyia can bring back the 3 beasts pirates beauties, Kojiki Hiri said. Kojiki Hiri didn't care at all at the time. He even forgot about it as soon as he turned his head. Now, Natalyia brings up the past again. This left Kojiki Hiri at a loss as to what to do. Her real identity is Princess Wano. What will happen to Wano if she leaves? What about the old retainers of the Kojiki family? And if she goes with Natalyia, will it cause trouble for Natalyia? That is Kaido of the beasts, the most terrifying creature in the world. Breathing more and more rapidly, Kojiki Hiri shook his head. No, Natalyia, I really can't go with you. Kojiki Hiri looked anxious. Various complex emotions flashed through my heart. There is touch, there is joy. There is also sadness and so on. Natalyia twitched her lips. Xiaozi, not everyone can renege on my bet. Heard the words. Kojiki Hiri glanced at Junti and Black Maria, who were bound by gold ropes. Her face became more and more anxious. He hesitated for a while. Kojiki Hiri decides to have a showdown with Natalyia. Natalyia, can we go to a separate room and talk? Natalyia nodded with a smile. Not a quarter of an hour. The second daughter came out again. Natalyia is still confident and domineering. This is completely inherited from Chu Xia. And Kojiki Hiri. The pretty face bowed its head. Thinking back to what Natalyia said just now, she felt both helpless and a little excited. Although Natalyia did not disclose any names of the Porgas family to her. But Natalyia also told her the intention of taking her away. That is to marry Natalya's father and become a concubine. Listen to the concubine's name. Kojiki Hiri was a little dissatisfied at first. But soon, she thought of Natalya's strength. Natalyia was so scary at such a young age. Then her father. So Kojiki Hiri compromised. At the same time, there was a sense of relief in my heart. No matter what, she couldn't resist Natalyia now. With Natalya's dominance, she will definitely be taken away. And the Wano mess, and what shit Kojiki's mission? Go away. Kojiki Hiri followed Natalyia and Carla with a sense of relief. Ryūjin stood in a dilemma. Here at Wano, there is her father. But she is Kojiki Hiri's personal maid. It was sold to Kojiki Hiri. If she doesn't go now, she deserves Kojiki Hiri. The little girl Ryūjin hesitated there for a long time, and her cute appearance made Carla feel like she met her kind. Carla transformed from a black cat into a human form, and came to Ryūjin to comfort her. Ryūjin, come with us. Don't worry, I'll take care of you. Otherwise, if you stay here in Wano, if Xiaozi is found leaving, you will definitely be in danger. Kyōka was still a little hesitant. But I heard that there is a chance to come back after leaving. She also nodded in agreement. After all, if she doesn't leave, there will be more trouble. She left, but no one knew the relationship between her and her father. No trouble for anyone. Of course, this premise is that several people can walk. After snatching a boat, Natalyia took the girls to ride the wind and waves. That lunatic has gone to all nations. If she doesn't arrive sooner, something unforeseen will inevitably happen. When the girls set off Ghost Island, those who were stunned by the phantom fog of Black Maria finally reacted. All of a sudden, the entire Ghost Island was in chaos. It is said that a man and a cat sneaked into the Ghost Island. F'd quite a few of their beasts pirates. In the end, the second of the 6 volleys, Runty and Black Maria, were taken away. This is a big deal. Chapter 18. Boss Kaido. Boss Kaido is bad. Something has happened. A few beasts pirates actually found Kaido. They all looked panic-stricken. Look at Jack with Kaido. Let's wake up together. Jack, who was angry to get up, was woken up by someone, and immediately said in a daze. Laozi just slept for a while. Are you waking Laozi up? Jack said, slapped his forehead and sat up. Over there, Kaido also sat up at this time. Listen to Jack calling himself Laozi. Kaido stared, and looked over with a sharp look. Jack, who do you call yourself Laozi with? See that Kaido is still there. Jack, who thought he had returned to his room, was taken aback. As his face changed, he immediately turned into a good baby, and smiled foolishly. Boss, I didn't know you were here. Why, did we just sleep for a while? Kaido nodded, and turned to look at the Shindas who came to report. What's going on? Several Genda hurriedly reported the matter. If it wasn't too big and too important. They also don't want to wake up Kaido and Jack at this time. After all, if you are not careful, you will lose your head. After listening to the reports of several real fights, gas burst out of Jack's nostrils. He was very angry, and looked at those real fighters with murderous eyes. What are you saying? Runty and Black Maria were kidnapped. Still on Onijima, with Boss Kaido and I around. Jack was extremely confused and angry. Because normally speaking, the guards of Ghost Island are all assigned to one of the 3 disasters. Whoever is in his hometown will be responsible for guarding the Ghost Island. Both Yin and Quinn are absent now. This matter naturally fell on him. Although now Kaido is with him on Ghost Island. But guarding Ghost Island is his first responsibility and priority. During his guard, Ghost Island has been invaded. 2 Volley 6 sons were taken away. Sky! What a joke! The bastards Yin and Quinn are back, why don't you laugh at him to death? Jack was extremely angry. So, I didn't listen to what they had to say. Jack stood up directly, looked at Kaido and said. Boss, I'll go after him right now. Definitely bring him back. He didn't think it was a big deal at all. It was just the simple thought of being laughed at by Yin and Quinn. He was very angry. Kaido was not as reckless as him, and he frowned and looked at those real fighters. Among the 6 sons of the Volley, Runty and Black Maria. Although these 2 are not particularly strong, they are not weak either. How could the 2 of them be taken away silently? Among them, there must be something strange. Really? After asking several real fights, Kaido found something suspicious. They were all stunned by the phantom fog before. Phantom fog, this is Black Maria's ability. But now it's the other way around against the beast's pirates. What's going on? Kaido frowned and analyzed calmly. Right now there are only 2 possibilities. 1, the enemy is too strong, so that Black Maria can't bear any resistance at all. Even, the strength of the opponent is that it can subdue Black Maria in an instant. In this way, Black Maria was taken away without even being able to send a message. 2. That's Black Maria's betrayal. She took the initiative to fall to the other party's side and helped them escape together. Either of these 2 possibilities made Kaido frown. If the first, then he couldn't subdue Black Maria in an instant, but the other party could subdue it in an instant? What a joke! He is stronger than Kaido, so use secret intrusion? Not to mention, Kaido thinks that there are not many people stronger than him in this sea. He is also very familiar with the methods of those people, and it is impossible for the other party to invade Ghost Island silently. Otherwise, Kaido will die. But if it's the second one? Kaido looked cold. Although it seems unlikely. But compared with the first one, This is the last possible truth. Even Black Maria conspired with others. Under the cooperation of inside and outside, Runty was subdued and taken away. Kaido thinks he has figured everything out. So he looked at Jack with anger in his eyes. Go and chase the person back to me. If Black Maria stands with the other party, then kill her directly. Kaido's words were full of anger and cold. Jack nodded upon hearing that. He is not stupid, and he has figured out the way of it. The only possibility now. It must be Black Maria's betrayal. Colluding with outsiders, both inside and outside should tie up Runty. What is she going to do? Jack's anger dissipated a little. Because Quinn is directly in charge of the 6 volleys. Now Black Maria is very likely to turn against the water. This means that Quinn is also to blame. So, in the end, when the two came back, at worst they were ridiculed by Jin. Quinn? He, Jack, has already written down the opponent's handle in a small notebook. Jack stood up and strode outside. As he walked to the door, Kaido's voice came from behind him. Jack, if you encounter a strong enemy, then don't force the enemy, send me a message. In order to prevent the first possibility from happening. Although the probability is very small. But Kaido still has to ask. Because of the guy Jack. It's easy to fight too Nima. Jack nodded after listening. Boss, don't worry. I'm not a fool either. No nonsense. Watching Jack swear. Kaido nodded, relieved. But he doesn't know just how much headache this Jack in front of him will cause him in the future. Chapter 19. The Field of Beasts. On a pirate ship. Natalyia was sitting in a chair, quietly reading the newspaper. Beside her, Kojiki Hiri looked worried. Natalyia, at our speed, we won't be caught up by the beasts pirates, right? Now that I have left with Natalyia and the others. Then Kojiki Hiri has no way out. Even if she goes back now, she will not be able to hide her identity at all. So she was worried, and worried about being caught up by the beasts pirates. On the other hand, Natalyia. But he didn't worry at all, and sat there quietly. Don't worry, nothing will happen. If anyone from the beasts pirates dares to come after them. Natalyia stopped abruptly when she said this, and a cold look flashed across her fiery red eyes. Looking at each other like this. Kojiki Kazuya is slightly relieved. Carlo was chatting with Hyuzi at the side. Toko was also a little worried that he would be caught up by the beasts pirates. But Carlo was not worried at all, and glanced at her big sister. Don't worry, Hyuko. The big sister is very strong. Hyuzi nodded ignorantly, and laughed. Aside. Yamato and Black Maria have been busy. The second daughter is now completely on Natalya's side. Only Runty. She still looks dissatisfied, so she is still tied up. At this time. In the direction of Ghost Island, a huge shadow suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Kojiki Hiri shrank his eyes, his face panicked. Natalyia, are the people from the beasts pirates coming after you? Everyone on the deck turned their heads to look. The bound Runty's eyes lit up, revealing surprise. She didn't want to go with this group of people, and she didn't want to be Natalya's father's concubine. That is impossible. It is impossible for her to run TI in this life. And along the way, she secretly left some marks on Ghost Island. Only his younger brother Peggy Magnum could find that mark. Now, it should be my younger brother and other members of the 100 Beasts. Who is it? Jack? There was joy in Runty's eyes. With Jack coming, she must be rescued. After all, no matter how strong Natalyia is. It's just a little girl. It is impossible for Jack, one of the 3 disasters, to be strong. Cheering for Jack in her heart, Runty felt that her future was full of hope. Accompanied by the approaching distance. The girls finally saw the big ship approaching. A huge elephant head stands on the bow, which is Jack the Drow's mammoth. Seeing this, Runty was very excited. Yamato put down his hands and came to Natalya's side. Jack the Drow, the 3 plagues of Papa the BD. Natalyia, you have to be careful. Yamato condensed his voice. Her strength is good, but she is still a bit weaker than Jack. And now Kaido should not know that she also escaped together. Otherwise, it will definitely be Kaido. And if Kaido comes, no matter how strong Natalyia is, it will be difficult to leave today. Yamato told Natalyia all this. But listen to her. Natalyia just nodded flatly. Who is coming? She doesn't care. Even if Kaido came in person today, it would be nice to have a fight. Although because of Chu Xia's ban, she didn't want to make too much noise. But Chu Xia also set a family iron rule. That is whenever, if someone rides on the face, they will be beaten back severely. This is the backbone of the Porgas family. Natalyia has nothing else, her aloofness is solid. Aboard the Mammoth, Peggy Wan was holding a telescope in one hand, and kept looking at the pirate ship on the distant sea. Yes. He came with Jack. He discovered the secret code left by his sister Junti. So I proposed to come with Jack. No, with the guidance of Runty's secret signal, they quickly caught up with the pirate ship. The distance is getting closer. Peggy Wan finally saw the scene on the opposite pirate ship through the telescope. He first saw Runty bound by the gold rope. My sister was indeed kidnapped. Damn guy! See if I don't tear you alive later. Peggy Wan turned the binoculars. On that pirate ship, I saw Black Maria, who was using the spider web ability to control the direction of the pirate ship. Peggy Wan looked hard again. Black Maria, you really have defected. How dare you collude with the enemy, not only abducting my sister, but also betraying the beast's pirates. It's really courting death. Peggy Wan was furious. Let me see. Can't help but say. When Peggy Wan was watching it vigorously, Jack snatched the binoculars. He also first saw Runty, who was tied up, and Black Maria, who was controlling the direction of sailing. Obviously. Kaido old Yamato, he guessed right. Black Maria colluded with the enemy, kidnapped Runty, and defected to the beast's pirates. It's really courting death. Jack put down the binoculars and spoke angrily. Fire and sink them for me. The mammoth started instantly. The shell entered the barrel and was fired out with a roar. A deafening sound exploded on the sea. Although missed. But the deterrent effect is absolutely leveraged. Jack looked excited when he saw this. Keep firing for me, speed up and catch up. Jack said excitedly. But the next moment, Sip's head, Jack's subordinate, said suddenly. Captain Jack, the person on the other side of the boat seems to be Master Yamato. What? Jack shuddered. What the hell? Why did Yamato run away too? Jack was taken aback. At the same time, he became more and more angry. Black Maria not only kidnapped Runty, even kidnapped Kaido's daughter Yamato. What is this for? Take Yamato to threaten Kaido? Who did it? Whitebeard? Jack kept thinking. Just this time. There was no time for him to think about it. On the pirate ship opposite, Natalyia, who was wearing a red windbreaker, suddenly stood up. She stood at the stern, looking at the mammoth slowly approaching in the distance with cold eyes. Since it wasn't Kaido in person, she was too lazy to waste time with the other party. So, then, let's solve it with one knife. He gripped the simple long knife at his waist. Natalyia covered in Ryūjin outbursts. The ancient long knife suddenly came out of its sheath. Brush! This knife has no light. There is only a long sea of flames. Aboard the mammoth, Sip's head had not yet put down the telescope. He wants to continue to look at the information on the opposite pirate ship. But at this time, before he could react, the sight in the telescope is filled with a red glow. Sip's head put down the binoculars hesitantly, and looked into the distance in shock. The sea, swallowed by flames. Chapter 20. Natalyia and the others are on the pirate ship. Original. Watch as Jack himself leads the mammoth in pursuit. Kojiki was going to freak out. Because in her eyes, compared with the Valley Six Sons, the three disasters have always been extremely terrifying. Once she is targeted by the other party, she will be doomed forever. This time, Jack the Drow, one of the three disasters, struck in person, and she must be doomed. Kojiki was even determined to fight until the last moment. Hyuko is the same as her. The two hugged each other and shivered. Yamato and Black Maria looked serious. Yamato is because of Ace. And Black Maria was looking forward to Natalya's father. So the two girls have completely turned to Natalyia. Although I know that Natalyia is very strong. But Jack is a veteran and strong player in the sea after all. The experience of leading the fleet in battle is incomparably rich. On this sea, they really don't know how much strength Natalyia can exert. Can Jack be stopped? The last Runty. Being restrained, she was full of excitement. Jack is here. As one of the three disasters, Jack can definitely save her back. With hope in my heart. Runty's body trembled slightly. The last Carla. She wasn't worried that her big sister was not strong enough. Only. The little black cat's face was full of panic. Because in this sea, once Natalyia makes a move, many things will inevitably be exposed. But before the two of them came, my Lord Father reminded me sternly. This trip needs to be low-key. But Natalyia is not low-key at all. This made Carla very distressed. She was originally sent by her father to watch over the big sister. But Natalyia, how can she keep an eye on it? It seems that when I go back, I will be taught by my father again. The black cat has a humanized distressed expression. And with Natalyia falling with a knife, the black cat's expression became more and more helpless. It's over. When she goes back this time, she will definitely be severely reprimanded by her father. All of this is due to my big sister. The black cat looked at Natalyia with resentful eyes. Feel Carla's gaze. Natalyia slowly put the knife back into its sheath, and looked at him calmly. I know what you mean. But I've kept a low profile, okay? Carla. Didn't I keep a low profile? Natalyia made a questioning look. In her opinion, she is already very low-key. Ryūjin Jakka, she is suppressed without Chikai, isn't that low-key enough? Seeing this, the little black cat nodded helplessly. Low-key. That's all. She is afraid of her father. At the same time, it is not the opponent of big sister. Well. She could only admit that she was unlucky. At this time, all the girls on the boat who had been watching the conversation between the two were all stunned. Yamato and Black Maria froze in place. Kojiki Hiri is still hugging Toko. But the expressions of the two of them were frozen at this time, and they stared blankly at the fire at the end of their vision. And Runty. Her body, which was trembling slightly with excitement, stopped trembling all of a sudden. Runty stared blankly, her eyes full of disbelief. What exactly is this ability? One knife out. The sea of flames is now. Cut off the entire sea area in front of you. It's too scary, right? Once again, Runty realized Natalya's strength. She went straight from the head to the soles of her feet. I've never felt so hopeless in my 20 years of life. Even say. Just now Natalyia was talking to the little black cat. Can she still say that she is keeping a low profile? What the hell? Do you have any misunderstanding about Loki? The girls were in shock. Aboard the mammoth across the sea of fire. The sea in front of Jack and the others was cut off by the flames. Although they were still far away, they could already feel how hot the flames were. Just for a moment. It makes the sea mist evaporate. The chi-chi-chi-chi sound continued. But on this wet sea, everyone on the mammoth felt no humidity at all. Some are just dry, and hot. Many crew members were sweating profusely for a while. Some people take off their shirts, but still feel hot and unbearable. Bow. Seeing the sea of flames in front of him, Sip's head was finally relieved. Looking hurriedly at Jack, Sip's head said repeatedly. Captain Jack, we can't go any further. This flame is too hot. Get any closer than this and we'll be burned. Captain Jack, we should inform Lord Kaido. It feels like this group of people is beyond our reach. Sip's head gives advice. Because even he could hardly bear the hot flame. It's no different than they are heading in the direction of the sun. An absolute dead end. Even Peggy won at this time. He is concerned about the safety of his sister Runty. But, seeing the scorching flames in front of him, even Peggy Wan swallowed deeply. Jack, let's go back. This matter, Master Kaido should come in person, we can't continue to pursue it. Facing the advice of the two, Jack stood at the bow of the ship, his eyes fixed on the terrifying sea of flames in front of him. Suddenly, he stares. Master Kaido entrusted me with this task, how can I say no? This is just a little flame, can it burn Laozi to death? Send the boat to Laozi. Chapter 21. I didn't pay much attention to the shock of the women on board. Natalyia took one last look across the sea of fire. It felt that the mammoth did not slow down and evade. Instead, it rushed straight. Natalyia raised her eyes slightly, shook her head and smiled. Jack the Drow. Didn't expect it to be so sharp. This sea is really interesting. A word of emotion in my heart. Natalyia looked at Yamato and Black Maria. Let's go to Tato land. Yamato and Black Maria recovered. The second daughter nodded quickly. Kojiki Hiri and Toko also reacted at this time. The second daughter looked at Natalyia with admiration and shock. Wanakuni is a Bushido country. They have received the education that the strong is king since they were young. Facing such a strong person as Natalyia, the two were immediately conquered. At the same time, in Kojiki Hiri's heart, a sense of anticipation emerged. She is looking forward to it. Looking forward to what kind of person Natalya's father is. Daughters are so strong. Wasn't her father? Shake your head. Kojiki Hiri blushed. The pirate ship moved slowly and headed straight for Wanguo. And Runty, who was tied up. Her eyes kept looking at the sea of flames that separated her from the realm of beasts. Runty no longer had any fighting spirit, and sat down on the deck decadently. Natalyia smiled when she saw this, and untied the gold rope on Runty. She doesn't dare to run away now. Feel Natalya's eyes full of killing intent. Runty trembled all over. Do not doubt. As long as she dares to escape. That Natalyia could really burn her with a knife. What kind of terrifying ability is this? Runty cried in her heart, but no one confided in her. Soon, the girls became farther and farther away from the realm of beasts. Ghost Island. Kaido was awakened from sleep again. Watching Zhenda, who woke him up again. Kaido was a little displeased. Jack just left, he just slept for a while, why is there something else? The real fighters quickly opened their mouths and told what happened in the sea just now. Finished listening. Even Kaido is double-eyed. What? A sea of fire that devours the sea. Kaido didn't expect the incoming person to be so strong. This level of flame, even the heat of his dragon form can't do it. What ability is this? Currently known thermal abilities. That is Akainu's lava fruit, and Ace's Mara fruit. But the two of them will definitely not be able to achieve the level that the real name said. Nor could their flames be that hot. So what is this devil fruit? Devil fruit in a legendary? First timing. Kaido just thought of a legendary that he heard about in the Rocks Pirates in the past. Legendary. There is a devil fruit named Logia Sun Fruit. After awakening, it can even turn into a small scorching sun. Except for the devil fruit in the legendary. Kaido could hardly imagine any other possibility. Thinking of this, Kaido's expression changed. Where's Jack? Why didn't he come back? Kaido's heart sank. Thinking of Jack's temper, maybe something happened again this time. As expected. Just when Kaido was in a bad mood. Zhen opened his mouth to respond, his tone panicked. Boss Kaido, Mr. Jack, seeing the falling sea of flames, rushed directly in with the mammoth. What? Kaido kicked his eyes when he heard this. Then what? Shinda continued to respond tremblingly. Then, there was no sign of the mammoth on the sea. It should have been swallowed by the sea of flames. Kaido's expression changed suddenly. He almost wanted to scold his mother. When Jack left, it was patting his chest and telling him to rest assured that he would not mess around. But now? Why did you just rush in with someone? Depend on. Kaido has never been so speechless. And at this time, there was a rumble and tremor outside. The sound of wings vibrating the air sounded. 2 landing sounds sounded. Soon, the figures of Yin and Quinn entered together. Looking at Kaido, the two quickly opened their mouths to report what they saw and heard just now. As soon as they came back from the outside, they saw a sea of flames on the sea. I thought something happened to Ghost Island. So Yin brought Quinn back in a hurry. It was found that there was nothing wrong with Onijima, and Kaido was still here. The two breathed a sigh of relief. But still dare not underestimate the sea of fire on the sea. Too hot. Even Yin, who also possesses the flame ability, dare not approach the flame easily. Listen to the report of the two. Kaido felt the burning terror of the sea of fire again. So he was even more speechless. Special meow. Jack, are you a fool? Kaido is loudly betting in his heart, Jack has no brains. Yin and Quinn thought of something when they saw Kaido's face. The two looked sharply at the real fight around them. The real players hurriedly reported the whole story. Finished listening. Yin and Quinn were silent. They are as speechless as Kaido. Quinn cursed loudly. Grass, this is a badass Jack. I just went out for a few days when I was riding a horse, and I didn't keep an eye on this little brother. I don't think he should call him a drought, Yin, and I feel ashamed. From now on, let's call him Tituwa, this ugly thing. Quinn cursed. He was really helpless by Jack. Yin is the same as him. Kaido sighed deeply after listening to Quinn's words. The boy Jack is loyal, is indeed very loyal. Nothing to say. But. Chapter 22. 3 days later. Naval Headquarters. Inside the Marshal's office. Sengoku once again received a message from the New World 4 Emperors. But this time it's not the Whitebeard pirates. But Beast's pirates. Sengoku's heart sank, he picked up the information and watched it seriously. The top is coming. No matter which 4 Emperors group news, Sengoku dare not be careless. Sengoku frowned while watching. What? Beast's pirates suspected of being hacked? The second of the 6 sons of the Valley, Runty, and Black Maria were taken away? How can this be? That's at the Beast's pirates base camp. Sengoku wondered if the information was wrongly written. But when he continued to read, one of the 3 plagues, Jack the Drow personally led people to pursue. Then the sea was split by flames, stopping Jack's pursuit. Even Jack has not been able to salvage until now. What the hell is this? FK. Sengoku was astonished. He really began to doubt the authenticity of this information. But the person who sent the information also said that the information was absolutely true. I have confirmed it many times with the 100 beasts. Sengoku couldn't understand this. Sitting on the chair, Sengoku was stunned. At this time, she was not the only one in the Marshal's office. Marine 3 Admiral, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru are all there. Even on the side sofa, Garp is sitting there. It's just that Garp is not eating senbei like before. Instead, he sat there in complete silence. Obviously. Because Ace is about to be executed. Garp was in a bad mood. At this time, watching Sengoku read the information, his face was so ugly. Kizaru became interested, took a sip of tea and said with a smile, his tone was slow and obscene. Mr. Sengoku, what information is it that makes you look so ugly? It's almost as black as the bottom of a pot. Kizaru took another sip of tea as he spoke, with a big smile on his face. It has nothing to do with him to fight for the top or something. He has made up his mind. There is no prize money or anything in this contest. He just played soy sauce on the court, and it was okay to block 1 or 2 captains. As for standing up, then there is still Akainu, a model worker. He is not available. Kizaru giggled. Akainu and Aokiji are also interested. That intel should have come from the Beast's pirates. But the news of Beast's pirates made Sengoku so dignified. Could it be that the Beast's pirates are going to ally with the Whitebeard pirates? The faces of Akainu and Aokiji also sank. Sengoku looked at the 3 of them, and recounted the information that had just been sent back. Heard it wasn't Kaido's alliance with Whitebeard. Akainu and Aokiji breathed a sigh of relief. Garp's eyes are also slightly loose. But at the same time, there is a touch of regret. He doesn't know now whether he wants Marine to win this battle or not. Or he wants Marine to win. After all, he has been a Marine all his life, and justice is engraved in his bones. However, he didn't want his grandson Ace to die either. But Marine's win and Ace's death are necessarily related. Shaking his head with regret in his heart, Garp continued to listen to the information Sengoku said. At first, all 3 admirals were relieved. Can be heard behind. When someone broke into the beast's pirates and took 2 volleyers. The 3 were taken aback. To the back. Hearing someone slash out with a knife, the sea of flames that engulfed the sea descended. The 3 admirals looked at each other directly and froze on the sofa. How is this possible? Garp also kicked his eyes full of disbelief. Kizaru had already put down his teacup at this time, and said with emotion. Mr. Sengoku. A sea of fire that can devour the sea, even Sakazuki can't do it. As Kizaru said, he glanced at Akainu. Akainu's face darkened slightly. Although I don't want to admit it. But his magma is explosive, not the kind of high-temperature flame that is cast on a large scale. Akainu was silent. Kizaru continued. It's really scary. The flame that can swallow Jack the Drow is still uncertain. This level has surpassed Sakazuki, right? Mentioned by Kizaru again. Akainu's face was no longer somber. Instead, his face was livid. Poor Asalino, what do you mean? Akainu looked at Kizaru and asked in a cold tone. Kizaru spread his hands. Literally. It has been written in the intelligence that Jack the Drow was engulfed by the sea of flames, and his life and death are still uncertain. This level, can you do it? Akainu caught his breath. He wanted to refute. But, with his magma, it is really impossible to do this. According to the description in the information, the temperature of the flame was really unimaginably high. At least it surpassed him. As much as he didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. Behind the desk, Sengoku rubbed his eyebrows and sighed deeply. Isn't Naval Headquarters just about executing a fire fist ace? So many unexpected things happened in this sea. A strong man whose firepower surpasses that of Akainu. If it appears on the top battlefield at that time. Sengoku couldn't imagine that kind of scene. The rest. 3 Admiral and Garp also had serious eyes at this time. As a Marine executive, they do know that there are some powerful people hidden in the dark in this world. They are usually not born. But once it appears in the sea, it will definitely cause a tsunami in the entire sea. Chapter 23. Ahead is the world where the Big Mom pirates are located. On a pirate ship. The tall Black Maria said. This is the edge of the nations. After 3 days of driving at full speed, everyone finally saw the shadow of Wanguo. Standing at the bow, Natalyia nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Natalyia looks at Carla. The Big Mom pirates are not as loose as the Beast's pirates, so it's not easy to sneak in directly. Carla, go and investigate first, find that lunatic and send me a message. The black cat. Carla nodded. Got it, big sister. After the words fell, the little black cat stepped lightly on the deck, and the whole person disappeared immediately. When it reappeared, it was already kilometers away. And it flickered again and again, and the shadow could no longer be seen after a few jumps. Look at Carla's instant technique. Yamato and others were a little surprised. Although I have seen it before. But this is much faster than shaving. How did Carla do it? Too fast? At this time, less than a minute passed. The black cat was in the air for a moment, and suddenly saw the shadow of a large ship ahead. Carla was just about to dodge. But she took a closer look. I saw the Big Mom pirates on the big ship. A woman in a black suit was sitting in the bow of the boat. With a gentle smile on his young and immature face, he quietly looked at the sea. Behind her, several women are bound by Gold's rope. Seeing this scene, Carla was stunned. At the same time, the woman sitting on the prow of the big ship also raised her head. Watch Carla in midair. The woman's eyes lit up and she stood up slowly. Next moment, right next to Carla, the woman Shunpo came and hugged her in his arms. Carla, why are you here? The woman's face was full of surprise. Yes. She is the second daughter of the Porgas family. It is also the lunatic who Natalyia said was obsessed with swordsmanship. The name Chu Xia gave her was Giseline. He was held in the arms of this lunatic second sister. Carla was very worried and scared. Because this second sister is really sick. Don't look at her gentle expression now. But once the battle started, her second sister was like a lunatic. Soon, the two returned to the deck of the pirate ship. Carla, who was finally put down, was a little confused. She glanced at the women bound with gold ropes. Among them, several names resounded in Carla's mind. Charlotte Pudding, Charlotte Garrett, Charlotte Flamp. And that last one, Charlotte Tusmaji. Look at the last one, a slender and tall woman. Carla was stunned. How did my second sister tie up Charlotte Tusmaji, the 4 stars of dessert? Giseline looked at Carla and smiled complacently. As long as these women are brought back, father will be happy. At that time, he will definitely not let me go out to play anymore. How about it, your second sister? Am I smart? Looking at Carla, Giseline blinked. Carla's expression froze. She also remembered what her big sister Natalyia did. Like. That's what Natalyia meant when she went to the Beast's pirates to kidnap the women. That is. Her big sister and second sister. These two smart people thought of going together? The cute face of the black cat is full of stiffness. He looked at his second sister. Carla tentatively asked. Second sister, the big sister is not far ahead, shall we go and meet her? Listen to Carla. Giseline's gentle face turned cold. Are you with her? What did she come to Wanguo for? Looking for me? At the first moment, Giseline thought of Natalya's intention of coming here. So she shook her head. I'm not going to reconcile with her, Carla, and you are not allowed to go back. I'll take you straight back to the family, Thinking of that domineering big sister, Giseline was very dissatisfied. The two of them never dealt with each other since childhood. She is the kind of very playful, very naughty temperament. There happened to be a big sister Natalyia. The other party is more playful and mischievous. And more domineering than all of them. Carla is caught in a dilemma. Fortunately. While they were chatting, the pirate ship the two of them were on had sailed quite a distance. Coincidentally, this distance directly entered Natalya's perception range. Natalyia quickly found it. Looking at the daughters of the Charlotte family tied behind Giseline from a distance, Natalya's heart sank. No wonder this lunatic didn't come out to challenge a powerful swordsman, but came to Big Mom pirates instead. So it's the same purpose with her? The two pirate ships approached slowly. Eyes stern on Carla. Natalyia asked coldly. Carla, since you found your second sister, why didn't you go back and report to me? Carla's breath stagnated, and she didn't dare to breathe. Sandwiched between Giseline and Natalyia. She is really hard to do. Giseline stood in front of Carla at this time. Looking at the girls of the Beast's pirates behind Natalyia. Giseline made a mocking statement. Yo, big sister, did you learn from me at this time? Natalyia was furious when she heard this. Who the hell wants to learn from you? I haven't said that you learned from me. Why, are you in need of a beating? Giseline wasn't scared either. Come. Natalya's eyes widened. Okay, when you go back, let me see if you have improved recently. The two girls were full of anger, but they still went back to the Porgas family together. Natalyia was supposed to settle accounts with Blackbeard. But this time with so many women after all. It's better to go back to the family first. And not long after the second daughter left the waters of Tato Land. Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin received Kaido's call bug. Listen to Kaido over there. Charlotte Linlin laughed out loud and mocked. Well. Kaido, you really are getting worse and worse. You can't even look down on your own daughter and his subordinates, and they were taken away from the base camp. I'm really laughing at my old lady. Well. Chapter 24. Inside Ghost Island Castle. Holding the phone bug, Kaido's face was dark. Jack has just been salvaged from the bottom of the ocean. Plus Peggy Wan, and Jack 1 or 2 important men. Yes. These are the few people who survived that battle. All of them also suffered severe burns. Except Jack, the Murloc. Peggywan's demon fruit power almost died in the sea. As soon as Jack woke up, he brought Kaido an important piece of information. This time someone sneaked into Ghost Island. It's not just as simple as taking away Black Maria and Runty. Even Kaido's daughter, Yamato, was kidnapped. Plus Wanakuni's famous Warren Xiaozi. When the other party came, they kidnapped 4 beautiful women from Wanakuni. Especially Big Kazuya was taken away. This made Kaido furious. Kaido, who is ignored by the kings of the underground world. One day, let his subordinates be taken away in front of his eyes? He even said that his daughter was still among them. Kaido is really angry. On the one hand, he was a little worried about Yamato. On the other hand, he was also furious at his own embarrassment. So Kaido called the phone bug to Charlotte Linlin. Those people went to the direction of Wonguo. He couldn't make it in a short time, so he asked Charlotte Linlin for help. The relationship between the two parties is good, and the other party should not refuse. But the call just came through. Charlotte taunted Linlin with her mouth open. This almost made Kaido explode. Old crazy woman, if you dare to mock Laozi again, Laozi will fly to all countries now and destroy your cake castle. Charlotte Linlin is not to be outdone. Come on, Kaido, it's been a while since I fought you, idiot. Kaido didn't answer her. The anger of the two subsided. Charlotte Linlin nodded in response. I'll keep an eye out for you. As long as those people appear in Wonguo, I will help you catch them. Charlotte Linlin grinned grimly. Kaido reminded at this time. My people said it was a woman and a cat. You also tell your subordinates to be careful, that woman is very strong. Before Kaido could finish speaking, Charlotte Linlin interrupted him impatiently. A strong woman? Is there a strong wife? Don't blot, my mother is going to eat dessert. After Charlotte Linlin finished speaking, she immediately hung up the phone. Looking at the desserts in front of her, Charlotte Linlin's eyes lit up, and she began to eat them. Just when she was very satisfied with eating, Charlotte Teep, Ross Parrot, Charlotte Katakuri, Charlotte Cracker, and Charlotte Tesnag joined hands. The eldest son of the Charlotte family, and the 3 dessert generals all gathered together. Charlotte Linlin looked at the 4 of them and asked with a frown. The 4 of you came to find me together, what happened? Seeing the dignified faces of several people, Charlotte and Linlin secretly felt bad. Really? Charlotte Tekatakuri, who was the leader, said concentratingly. Mom, Pudding, Garrett, Flamp, and Smoothie, all 4 of them disappeared. Listen to Katakuri's words. Charlotte and Linlin rolled her eyes and raised her voice several degrees. What? Charlotte Linlin was astonished to the extreme. At this moment, in her mind, she remembered the conversation with Kaido just now. Don't know what Charlotte Linlin thinks. Ross Parrot, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, said with a sneer. Mom, I just learned about this too. Katakuri and the 3 of them can't even look down on a few younger sisters. I ordered a search in the entire Tato land, but I didn't find any traces of the younger sisters. Based on the last description of the people around them, Smooches and the others were taken away by a woman in black. Except for Smoothie, the other 3 have no power to resist. Pero reported the situation, and did not forget to belittle Katakuri. Finished listening. Charlotte Linlin was completely sure. What Kaido said just now really happened in his own kingdom. Even say. Several of her beautiful daughters have now been kidnapped. What are you guys still doing in a daze? Go out and look for it. Charlotte Linlin growled. But a few people didn't leave. Katakuri lowered his head, ashamed. Mom, I am ashamed that my sisters were taken away. But we have already searched the entire Tato Land Sea area. But before Katakuri finished speaking, Charlotte Linlin already understood the result. She was so angry that she almost died of anger. Just now Kaido reminded her to be careful. Now, this matter happened in his own kingdom. If this is known by Kaido, where does she put Charlotte Linlin's face? A sentence that mocked Kaido just now. Now it seemed as if it had turned into a big slap, hitting her face back. Charlotte Linlin was extremely angry, her eyes were red. You all go out and look for me. Activate all the channels of my Charlotte family, and ask me which blind person dares to kidnap my mother's daughter. Chapter 25. Seeing Katakuri, several people turned around and went out to inquire about the news. Charlotte Linlin slowly calmed down. In her heart, the person who kidnapped her daughter. Nothing more than 3 possibilities. 1. It's Whitebeard. Marine captures Whitebeard's son Ace. There is also a public execution. With Whitebeard's temper, no matter how expensive it is to pay, that old guy must also go to the rescue. So if Whitebeard, then the opponent is afraid that his strength is not enough. First kidnap Kaido's daughter Yamato. Then he kidnapped his own daughters. The purpose is to blackmail Kaido and her to help attack naval headquarters together. However, the probability of this possibility in Charlotte Linlin's mind is too small. Getting along for so many years, she knew Whitebeard all too well. It is impossible for her to do such a thing as kidnapping other people's daughters to blackmail them for help. So this possibility can basically be dispatched. Then the second one. That is the hand of the world government. Capture Yamato and her daughters. Let Kaido play the mouse with her. Don't dare to do anything during the Summit War period. This possibility is very high. After all, the government of the world seems to be bright. But in fact, those 5 old guys are darker than their pirates. They are so capable of doing this kind of thing. The third possibility. That's the blind king of the underground world who did something to her daughter and Kaido's daughter. As for the purpose, some world nobles paid a high price? Or even celestial dragons paying a high price for her and Kaido's daughter. This possibility also has a high probability. The beast's pirates, after all. Besides Yamato, 3 other beautiful women were kidnapped. On her side, too, she kidnapped her 4 beautiful daughters. Think about it. Charlotte Linlin was full of anger. She rebugs the phone to Kaido. But who knows, there is only a blind voice coming from there. Obviously. After Kaido hung up on Charlotte Linlin's call bug, he pinched it and let it go. Kaido. Charlotte Linlin was furious. But there is no way, she still has to contact Kaido. After wasting a lot of effort, she managed to connect with Kaido through the phone bug. Hello. Old crazy woman, what's the matter? Old, crazy, woman, son. The veins on the forehead popped out. Charlotte and Linlin pronounced the address word by word, and was almost blown away by Kaido. But thinking of her own affairs, she still suppressed her arrogance. Tell me about your situation. Kaido fell silent. Then he laughed. Oh Lolo. Oh Lolo. Kaido couldn't stop laughing. Although there was only laughter. But Charlotte Linlin seems to be able to hear many layers of meaning in those laughter. Most of them. It was Kaido who was mocking her for being slapped in the face by the speed of light. Charlotte and Linlin snorted heavily, and directly chose to hang up the phone. A few minutes later. It seems that Kaido over there finished laughing and called the phone bug back. Only then did the two get down to business. 3 guesses for Charlotte Linlin. Kaido felt the same way. Whitebeard he ruled out straight away. It's not that I think highly of Whitebeard, it's just that Whitebeard is really not that kind of person. And there are 2 remaining. The possibility of the world government is also very small. The other party is not that stupid, to provoke the other 2 4 emperors groups at this time. Naval headquarters can face a single Whitebeard pirate group, which is a sure win. Even against 2, naval headquarters can beat them. But 3. Then naval headquarters will not work at all. The possibility of being directly destroyed is very high. Sengoku isn't that stupid, and the 5 elders aren't that stupid either. Then, only the third possibility is the last one. There are some blind world nobles, or celestial dragons. Pay a lot of money in the underground world and hire people to kidnap the beautiful women under the 2 of them. This is the most likely. Charlotte Linlin also agrees. But the Beast's pirates and the Charlotte family. Both sides are the kind of people who don't directly intervene in the underground world. But it is the existence of the apex of the underground world. The Charlotte family hosts an annual tea party. It will even invite all the famous figures in the underground world to participate. Such strength and relationship are here. Who wouldn't dare to take on such a task? The two were puzzled. Without any choice. They had no choice but to dig around in the underground world. The influence of four emperors' regiments has invaded the underworld. It directly caused the underground world to surge up. Don't look at these gangsters who usually show off their power in front of civilians and some kingdoms. But in front of the four emperors' pirates. They are absolute brothers. The four emperors' regiment intervenes in the underground world, which is a terrifying dimension reduction blow. The fact that the four emperors were stirring up the underground world, and even the entire sea, cannot be concealed at all. Not out for a few days. This matter spread throughout the sea. Although this matter is very embarrassing. But Kaido and Charlotte Linlin care more about their own anger, and more about those people who were taken away from their family. So almost the whole sea knew about it. Beasts pirates. The two Volley Six Sons, Runty and Black Maria. In addition, Kaido's own daughter, Yamato, was kidnapped from Onijima. Big Mom pirates. 4 daughters of Charlotte Linlin. There is even one of the Desert 4 stars. All were taken away. Listen to this shocking news. The sea exploded directly. Chapter 26. Darice Rosa. On the king's high ground with a sea of flowers. Doflamingo, wearing sunglasses, is lounging on a sun lounger and basking in the sun. The unique pink feather coat is draped over him, which is very coquettish. Torrible came from the stairs dragging a big snot, and said in a panic. Dover, it's not good, something big has happened. Doflamingo didn't feel nervous when he heard this, but had a smile on his face. Phew 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 phew. In the period when Marine is about to face off with the Whitebeard pirates, I wouldn't be surprised if anything happens. Torrible was not at all relaxed when he heard this. Because something really big happened at sea. Without waiting for Torrible to continue speaking. A phone bug in front of Dover suddenly rang. Beasts pirates. What does that guy Jack want from me? Doflamingo froze. Torrible just said something big happened to the sea. Jack just called bugs? It must be some coincidence, right? Suspicious in his heart, Dover quickly connected to the phone bug. The Donquixote family has a deep relationship with the Beasts pirates. The biggest source of their artificial devil fruit is Beasts pirates. Moreover, the name of the 4 emperors is usually enough to make Dover tremble. A calm male voice came from the phone bug. Doflamingo. I am Yin. Listen to this. Dover sat up straight from the recliner in an instant. His face became serious, with surprise and horror in his eyes. Usually, the communication between the Beasts pirates and him was Jack. What's going on this time? Yin himself called him a bug? That's the first of the 3 disasters, the number 2 Beasts pirates. Jack didn't even dare to provoke him. For Yin, that is even more respectful. The voice from the phone bug continued. Yin told Dover about the general situation. After hearing this, Doflamingo's expression turned serious and shocked. Hang up the phone in a daze. Dover looked to Torrible. Torrible, what you want to say? Something big happened to the sea. Could it be that Kaido and Big Mom's daughter were kidnapped? Torrible nodded upon seeing this. Dover, were the Beasts pirates just now? Dover didn't respond to him. Instead, he sat back on the recliner again, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Recall what Yin had just said to him. The second in command of the Beasts pirates isn't a threat, though. Just asking him to help find the traces of Yamato and others. But how could Dover not understand the Beasts pirates' style? Yin didn't threaten. But everything is threatening him. If this matter is not handled properly, it is not impossible for the chief of the 3 disasters to visit Darice Rosa in person. Heart trembling. Dover hurriedly opened his mouth to give orders. Torrible, quickly order everyone under his command to activate all channels of the family and find Kaido's daughter Yamato. Also, the daughters of Big Mom can't slack off, let's look for them together. Talking. Doflamingo's heart was still pounding. Wait until Torrible is gone. Only then did he feel a little calm, and he sat on the recliner with a morbid smile. Phew 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 phew. First, the naval headquarters will fight the Beasts pirates. Then Kaido and Big Mom's daughter were kidnapped by traffickers. This sea is going to tremble. Dover sighed, his whole body showing a kind of morbid excitement. He really doesn't know. Which unsightly underground force is it this time? How dare you tie Kaido and Big Mom's daughter? Is this because you think you have a long life? After thinking about it, Dover called the phone bug to Golden Emperor. Both are emperors of the underground world. The Golden Emperor and Celestial Dragons are even better. Therefore, he wanted the Golden Emperor to help find out if this matter had anything to do with Celestial Dragons. If it has anything to do with Celestial Dragons. So here's where it gets interesting. This future battle for the top position may completely collapse. New World. An uninhabited island. The Red Hair Pirates are having a banquet here. Red Force docked on the shore. The core of the Cotter team. Vice Captain Ben Beckman suddenly received information from the sea, his face changed and he walked towards the red hair. The redhead looked surprised while drinking. What? We just had a 3-day banquet here, and such a big thing happened on the sea. Nima. It's amazing how many unexpected things can happen. Someone kidnapped Kaido and Big Mom's daughter? This is amazing. All the redheads were surprised. Because he had never heard of such an outrageous thing. It was the first time. Which blind human trafficker dares to kidnap the daughters of Kaido and Big Mom? Don't die, right? The redhead just felt that the news was too surprising and too incomprehensible. Even with his brain, he couldn't think of any deep meaning of this matter. But when Ben Beckman said a little thing that happened not long ago, the red-haired complexion changed. What? You said someone met Whitebeard before? Even rude. Chapter 27. The warm atmosphere of the banquet was destroyed. The red-haired face was solemn and pondering. If you only look at the fact that Kaido's daughter and Big Mom's daughter were kidnapped. Actually nothing. Most likely one of the celestial dragons or world nobles had a convulsion. The kidnapping was launched without long-sightedness. But Dang Hungfa learned the whole process of this matter. One of the 3 plagues of the beast's pirates, Jack the Drow, remains comatose to this day. Plus that time with the mystery man who met Whitebeard's side. The redhead was thoroughly serious. Because he was keenly aware of the unusualness of this matter. Looking at Ben Beckman, the redhead asked in a concentrated voice. Beckman. I remember more than 10 or even 20 years ago, there was a kidnapping of a beautiful princess from a famous kingdom on the sea, right? Ben Beckman recalled, nodded. There is indeed such a thing. At that time, there was still a commotion in a small area. It's just that it's not a big deal to put this matter in the sea after all. Shanks, what did you think of? Beckman and the others all looked at the redhead. The redhead frowned. I'm not sure yet. However, on the top stand, Kaido Big Mom's daughter was kidnapped. These things are connected together, and this sea is going to be in chaos. The red-haired raised his head, his eyes showing an unprecedented seriousness. The seeds he planted have just sprouted and have not yet grown into towering trees. Therefore, he must escort the seed he planted. This sea can't be completely chaotic yet. At least, he will persist for at least a few more years. Thinking of Luffy, the redhead raised his right arm and exclaimed. Little ones. Going to sea. Ho ho ho. The red hair shouted, and all the crew members of the Red Hair Pirates immediately let out strange screams. Facing the impending chaos of the sea. Redheads can do it. It is to be prepared to deal with the turbulent sea in the future. At the same time suppress this chaos as much as possible, let Luffy grow up as soon as possible. As for when that seed will germinate, he doesn't know either. But that's his redhead's mission. What he'd seen with Whitebeard had made him sure. Whitebeard was determined to die. So next, the heavy burden of maintaining the stability of the sea fell on him. On Red Force. Looking at the redhead standing on the bow. All the crew members of Red Hair Pirates had their mouths parted and smiled. They know what their captain is after. It was tough though, like walking on eggshells. As a companion, all they can do is support. Stand unwaveringly with the redheads. At the same time, Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Listening to the latest information, the Marshal's office fell into an eerie silence. 3 Admiral, Garp, Crane Vice Admiral, and even Marshal Sengoku. Everyone frowned. They were surprised by what they had just heard. They had only received news from the Beast's pirates 3 days ago. It's only been 3 days. Another news came from the Big Mom pirate group. The 4 daughters of 4 emperors Big Mom were also quietly taken away. On the Beast's pirates side, it wasn't just the 2 of the 6 volleys who were taken away. There's even a Kaido's daughter, Yamato. Things are a little big. In the case of Naval Headquarters' upcoming battle with the Whitebeard pirates. Someone kidnapped Kaido and Big Mom's daughter, what to do? Who did it? Sengoku frowned. 5 elders just bugged him through the phone. This is not what 5 elders did. The first time the incident happened. 5 elders also thoroughly investigated the interior of the world government. The result obtained is: although the celestial dragons are arrogant, they are not stupid. There are many beautiful women in this sea. There is no need for them to provoke the terrifying 4 emperors. As for the nobles of the common world under the celestial dragons, it is even more impossible. Of course, this does not rule out that some people have something to hide. But with the investigation of 5 elders, it is really unlikely that they will do this. So, then the spearhead will point to the remaining 2 possibilities. Either that, the Whitebeard pirates did it. The purpose is self-evident. Either this happened by pure coincidence. The other party took Kaido and Big Mom's daughter, which has nothing to do with the fight on the top. But whether it matters or not, Sengoku believes that the top station cannot be delayed any longer. To prevent long nights and more dreams. Sengoku also ignored Marine's face. The summit competition, which was scheduled to be held more than 20 days later, was directly brought forward by Marine. After half a month, the battle for the top will start. Of course, it's not that Marine doesn't want to be a little earlier. It's just that it takes a certain amount of time to mobilize troops and arrange tactics. Launching the standing contest half a month earlier is the limit of Marine. The sea. Listen to this official announcement from Marine. The whole sea shook again. Because New World Kaido and Big Mom's daughter were kidnapped, another incident had a chain reaction. Marine. Smelly shamelessly brought forward the execution time of Ace. The sea was instantly filled with chaos. Chapter 28. New World. Whitebeard Field. Moby Dick aboard. Whitebeard was still leaning against the pillar, his bare upper body full of drips. Marco walked over with a serious face and said at the same time, "Father, the latest information. Marine is preparing to execute Ace early, and the execution time has been advanced to half a month later." "What? Brother Marco, is this news accurate? Marine and world government are too stinky and shameless, aren't they? Standing on the horse, we didn't have much time to prepare for the Whitebeard pirates, and now they will advance the execution time. This is the rhythm that completely wants to destroy us." "That's right, the hearts of the Whitebeard pirates will never die, Marine." After Marco's words fell, the captains were filled with righteous indignation, and there was a great atmosphere. But Whitebeard wasn't worried at all. "Cool la la la. Cool la la la. Stupid sons, have you forgotten the information that came not long ago? Listen to Whitebeard." Everyone's expressions moved slightly. They knew about Kaido and Big Mom's daughter being kidnapped. Then, the Whitebeard pirates have more information. Jack was engulfed in a sea of flames when he heard about Beast's pirates, and he is still seriously injured and unconscious. Everyone will understand. It was Natalyia who did it. Although why she kidnapped Kaido and Big Mom's beautiful daughter, these people don't know. But Natalyia had publicly stated before that the Porgas family would not ignore Ace. Think about it. Everyone stopped worrying in an instant. Marine prepares to execute Ace early. This will not only anger them, the Whitebeard pirates. At the same time, it is also very likely to anger the secret Portgas family. Naval Headquarters has no idea what kind of terrifying existence they have provoked. Everyone on Moby Dick laughed. Fighting spirit flashed in Whitebeard's tiger eyes. "Little ones. No matter what others say, the Whitebeard pirates, are Ace's strongest backing. Marine has brought forward the execution time of Ace, so we have to work harder. Step up and prepare for all related matters. We're off in a week, heading to naval headquarters to save Ace. Whitebeard gave the order. Cheers aboard the Moby DK. Once upon a time, without any foreign aid, they were all determined to attack naval headquarters. Now, with a Porgas family as an ally, their fighting spirit is even higher. In a week, the Whitebeard pirates will depart from New World. Across most of the sea, go to Marineford on the Grand Line, and fight Marine. This sea tremor was far more terrifying than imagined. Beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates are serious. Even during these 2 days, the Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates destroyed 2 powerful underground families in New World. No one dares to neglect this matter of the 2 Four Emperors regiments. Therefore, not just the underground world of New World, the first half of the Grand Line, and even the underground world of the Four Seas set off an earthquake. The news also spread to every corner of the sea. At this time, it was on the Straw Hat Pirates not far from the island of Sabayati in the first half. Luffy learns that Ace is about to be executed. Thousand Sunny on. Luffy knelt and sat on the ground directly, his face full of horror. Ace, his big brother, going to be publicly executed at naval headquarters? Listen to the news. Everyone in the Straw Hats was also extremely frightened. Having just left Longchain Island, those who have met Aokiji know it well. Naval headquarters, what a terrifying existence. There are even 2 other admirals who are as powerful as Aokiji. In addition, Grandpa Luffy Garp and other marines. They're for the Straw Hat Pirates. It's like a dragon's pond and a tiger's den. Nami, Usopp, Chopper, and others looked horrified. Even Zoro and Sanji had serious faces. But, thanks to Luffy's charisma, because it is Luffy's big brother, Fire Fist Ace, who is about to be executed, the Straw Hat Pirates finally made a unanimous decision. Head to naval headquarters in half a month and save Luffy's big brother Ace. Even if it is a dragon's pond and a tiger's lair, they will not hesitate. 9 Snake Island. Here is the famous daughter country. Every female warrior here is heroic. And they have a common king. She is also known as the #1 beauty of the sea, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Empress, Boa Hancock. Received information from across the sea. She didn't care about naval headquarters' early execution of Ace. But a group of human traffickers recently appeared on the sea. This group of traffickers only picks out beautiful women. Even the 4 Emperors pirates dared to do it. This made Empress Hancock a little terrified. She sits on a throne. With her supermodel-like long legs, she showed a beautiful curve. Hancock blushed as he looked in the mirror. A human trafficker who only picks on beautiful women. Isn't Igia easy to be targeted? Chapter 29. When the sea shakes and stirs. But no one knows. The instigator who stirred up the sea, Uzumaki, has quietly brought people back to a mysterious island. Looking at the uninhabited sea ahead, Natalyia releases Ryūjin. There seems to be a sense inside the uninhabited sea. The 2 pirate ships carrying the girls passed through a layer of material like a diaphragm. Next to Natalyia and Giseline, all the girls from the 2 Four Emperors groups watched this scene curiously. The girls from the Beasts pirates are all right. Except that Runty was still unwilling to give in. The remaining Yamato, Kojiki Hiri, and Black Maria have fully accepted their next fate. But the girls of the Big Mom pirate group behind Giseline are completely different. Giseline went to all nations after. Without saying a word, he used his own violent means to forcibly abduct people. Among them, Pudding, Flamp, and Garrett are pretty good. The strength of the 3 women is not too strong, and Giseline can subdue them in an instant. But Charlotte Tusmaji, one of the 4 stars of dessert, is not so easy to subdue. Her character is also more tenacious and unyielding. So Giseline turned into a fighting madman, like a lunatic. Eventually Charlotte Tusmaji rebelled more and more. The more you get beaten, the worse you get. At this time, I watched them enter this mysterious space. The eyes of all the women are full of strangeness and unyielding. Smoothie looked at Giseline's back. The whole person gritted their teeth even more. When Charlotte and Linlin find this place, you are just waiting to be wiped out. thought Smoothie angrily. But this did not affect the progress of the two pirate ships at all. Another hour or so passed. Two pirate ships finally approach an island. The island is huge. From a distance, a white palace stands majestically. Here, it is like a kingdom independent of the sea. The girls who came for the first time were secretly surprised. Carla turned into a human form, looking ahead with a smile on her face. She is only 6 years old. He has never left the family for so many years. Now that she is back, she feels at ease. A smile flashed across Natalya's face. There was a little fanaticism in Giseline's eyes, and a morbid smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. She is a lunatic obsessed with kendo. So she didn't want to join the family. She just wants to go out to find a strong swordsman to challenge and fight. But this time she ran out secretly, and the time was short, so she didn't have time to find the strong swordsman. But as long as these women are brought back to dedicate to Father, Father will definitely let her go to sea. The three women all had smiles on their faces. At this time, Natalyia clapped her hands, attracting everyone's attention. She looked at the Beasts pirates and the girls of the Big Mom pirate group, and said, "I'm going to land on the island soon. Before I land on the island, I have a few things to tell you. 1. This island is called God's Island, and there is only one ruler here, and that is our father, Chu Xia. For us, he is the supreme god. If anyone dares to provoke my father, it would be disrespectful. Don't blame my Zanpakuto for being merciless in my hands." As Natalyia said, the quaint long knife at her waist exuded scorching heat. Yamato, Kojiki Hiri, and Black Maria beside her all nodded. Runty was unyielding in her heart. But looking at the scorching long knife terrified her. Runty also nodded aggrievedly. On another pirate ship, Giseline also turned her head at this time, and glanced at everyone with sick eyes. First, Pudding and Flanpei, the little princess and the little Lolita, were frightened and stupid, and nodded quickly in response. Giseline looked at Garrett and Smoothie again. Garrett was also quick to comply. Only Smoothie, this woman still showed unyielding eyes. Seeing this, Giseline slowly drew out the long knife. There was a clanging sound of the long knife being unsheathed. Natalyia looked at this scene and did not refuse. They don't want anyone to offend their father. Don't offend my father, he is like a god to them. But at this time, before waiting, Giseline drew out her long knife. In the forest on the shore not far away, there was a roar. Ha 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 ha, Haxi hot mom, I have already mastered the complete body mustache, and you will definitely not be my opponent this time. Motor, well done. But, I have also mastered a brand new power. Sage art, wood style, wooden golem jutsu. Forest direction. Suddenly, a titan full of blue flames rose up from the ground. Opposite the titan, a towering tree rose rapidly. Form a tall wooden golem to fight the blue titan. Boom! Boom! Horrible vibrations and oppressive breath came. It shocked the girls on the two pirate ships. Especially Smoothie's. She didn't expect to arrive at this God's Island just now. It was discovered that there were such terrifying two people on this island. That strong sense of oppression. Not at all lost to the Titans. Too exaggerated. Chapter 30. And looking at the two huge figures fighting in the woods, Natalyia put her hands in her pockets and smiled. The second and third brothers have really become stronger again. Susato Buddha, two people will destroy the four kingdoms. As their big sister, the pressure on me is also very heavy. I remembered what Chu Xia said once. Natalyia murmured, feeling the pressure on her body. Her group of younger brothers and sisters are really talented. Biri said, the two second and third brothers in the woods not far away. One has wood style, and the other has Uchiha blood. Another example. The eldest son of the Porgas family, her first younger brother. The freak with Kyōka Suigetsu, the strongest Zanpakuto in the illusion department. And that's just the tip of the iceberg for the Porgas family. So the pressure on Natalyia is really high. This big sister is not easy to be. On the side, listening to Natalyia's murmur, Carla rolled her eyes. Giseline on the other ship also sneered. At the same time, the two were speechless about Natalya's Versailles behavior. You were born with the right to ride the Ryūjin Jakka. After Shikai, the temperature of the blade reaches the terrifying surface of the sun. It can be said. Many younger brothers and sisters with Shinigami abilities. Even their Bankai are stronger than your Shikai. What are you doing here in Versailles? Even. If only Natalyia had mastered Bankai. The words of the remnant fire sword coming to the world. It is not a problem for Natalyia to destroy the entire sea by herself. What I said just now really made people speechless. Both girls chose to ignore Natalyia. 2 pirate ships docked. Natalyia and Giseline led the crowd to the edge of the woods. I saw Susan and Wooden Golem, who had just dispersed not far away, standing there panting. Both of them were not very old, about 10 years old. One is wearing a dark red battle suit. One is wearing a dark blue combat suit. They had just experienced a big battle at this time, and they were looking at each other unwillingly. The boy in the dark blue battle suit looked opposite at this time. Hashi hot mom, your sage art wooden golem is really strong. The boy in the dark red combat uniform smiled and said modestly. Your perfect body mustache is also very strong. The boy in the dark blue battle suit pouted at this. Stop pretending to be humble with me. Although you are my second brother, sooner or later, I will surpass you. Hashi hot mom. The boy in the dark red combat uniform smiled gently and did not refute. They had just fought a battle, no matter how much their consumption was. Although their talents are heaven-defying, they have mastered the power of destroying heaven and earth at a young age. But after all, the two are still young, and their stamina is seriously insufficient now. So until then, the two discovered the traces of Natalyia and others. Turning their heads, surprise flashed in the eyes of both of them. Big sister, second sister, little sister, are you back? Hashi hot mom greeted happily. Same with Madara. But looking at the women behind the three of Natalyia, he folded his arms with an air of arrogance. Beasts pirates, big mom pirates. Big sister, what are you doing with this bunch of trash? A sparring partner. They don't seem qualified enough. His eyes stayed on Smoothie, one of the 4 generals. But Natalyia still had an arrogance on his face, and he didn't care about the status of the opponent's 4 generals at all. When the girls heard the words, they suddenly stopped breathing. Runty dared not speak out. Smoothie had straight lines of veins on his forehead. She is a dignified Big Mom pirate group Desert 4 General Star. A big pirate with a bounty of nearly 1 billion. Come here. It was said that he didn't even have the qualifications to be a sparring partner. What about me? Smoothie was about to explode. But Natalyia didn't even look at her, still holding his arms with his face full of arrogance. Natalyia smiled. Moda, don't be disrespectful to them. If you become our stepmother soon, you will be embarrassed. Natalyia reminded. Natalyia froze, frowning, and nodded. The two continued to practice in the woods. Natalyia continued to lead everyone to the family hall. Soon, the White Palace, which can be seen from outside the island, appeared in front of everyone. This is Sui Palace, where father lives. My reminder, do you all remember it? Natalyia turned her head and gave the girls another warning look. All the girls nodded in unison. Even Smoothie is no exception this time. Because the 2 10-year-old children were so powerful just now, they could pin her to the ground and hammer them. Although the stamina of the two is insufficient. But with that brief explosive power, killing her is not a problem at all. So, what else could she be proud of? What is left in my heart is only the deep fear of this mysterious island. All the girls were a little nervous. Later, I will meet the father whom Natalyia mentioned. I don't know what kind of existence the other party will be. At the same time, inside the main hall of Sui Palace, on the throne, Chu Xia sat there quietly, listening to a son report to him about the things in the sea. At this time, Natalyia asked to see him outside the hall. A smile appeared on Chu Xia's face. Natalyia. This is her happiest daughter. Finally came back after sailing once. There was no doubt about the reliability of Natalyia's affairs. Chu Xia is in a good mood. His sight directly penetrated the hall and landed outside. But the next moment, Chu Xia frowned slightly for an instant. What happened? Looking at the scene outside, Chu Xia on the throne was a little dumbfounded. Yamato, Kozuki, Black Maria, Junti, Charlotte Tablin, Garrett, Flamp, and finally Smoothie. Special meow. Natalyia did this once she went out? Chapter 31. Although a little confused in my heart. But Chu Xia quickly let Natalyia bring everyone in. The first. Turning into a black cat, Carla cast Shunpo and threw herself into Chu Xia's arms. Father. The black cat uttered words, showing unprecedented dependence in its eyes. Wiping the soft hair of the black cat in his arms, Chu Xia smiled gently. Carla, going out with your big sister this time, did you take a good look at your big sister? Chu Xia's words refer to something else. Immediately let the black cat stagnate. Hesitation flashed across the cute cat's face. In the end, the respect for Chu Xia still outweighed the big sister's threat. Father. Carla recounted everything about Natalya's going out this time. Natalyia is here. First go to the Whitebeard pirates, and tell Ace to quit the Whitebeard pirates. After Whitebeard disagreed, she almost got into a fight with Whitebeard. After leaving Whitebeard territory, Natalyia took Carla straight to Wano. As a result, these beauties from Wano were naturally brought back. Yamato, Kozuki, Junti, Black Maria. Chu Xia felt helpless when she heard Carla's words. He knew Natalya's temperament. This own eldest daughter has a domineering personality. It can be said that he has learned all the dominance in himself. But I didn't learn other attributes such as modesty and gentleness. Chu Xia was very helpless about this, and there was nothing she could do. Or rather, he is very pampering to his children. Such pampering. As long as they don't violate the bottom line and the family prohibition, it doesn't matter at all. It's normal to stir the wind and the rain on the sea. After all, my group of sons and daughters have been holding back in the island of gods for too long. Once they have the opportunity to go out, their nature is bound to be released. At the same time, Chu Xia also understood what happened to the women in the Big Mom pirate group. He knew about Giseline sneaking out. But he didn't care. I thought that Giseline sneaked out to challenge a strong swordsman. After all, it's too normal for Giseline to be obsessed with kendo. But what Chu Xia didn't expect at all was, Giseline is obsessed with kendo though. But the filial piety to him is also a lesson from heaven and earth. I went directly with Natalyia. He ran to Wanguo and brought him several beautiful daughters of 4 emperors Big Mom. How to say? My 2 daughters are really filial piety. Then, looking at Natalyia and Giseline who have been bowing their heads all the time, Chu Xia reprimanded her with a slightly cold face. Natalyia, I asked you to go out this time, just to let you inform the Whitebeard pirates that my Porgas family will participate in this summit competition, right? Natalyia heard the words. Putting away his arrogance, he lowered his head and said, Father, I was wrong. In the Porgas family, Chu Xia's words are iron rules, like gods. No one will contradict him. Not the slightest bit of resentment will arise in my heart. Instead, he will reflect on himself because of his respect. Of course, just a few words by myself. Just wanted to get rid of Natalya's arrogant temper, it was impossible. Chu Xia also didn't want to see Natalyia get rid of her overbearing. So, he smiled helplessly again. Natalyia, I have seen your filial father. However, in my Porgas family, there are rewards and punishments. Natalyia nodded again. Father, I am punished. Chu Xia nodded slightly, and waved her arm lightly. Outside the White Palace, a tree branch protruded from the window. The branch came to Natalyia, tied it up, and carried it out of the window. Natalyia would be hanging there all day. This is the lowest punishment the Porgas family can receive for making mistakes. But Natalyia and other family members are the most unwilling to accept this kind of punishment. Because although this punishment is not heavy, it is like drizzle to them. But what a shame! Being hung up that day and night, and still not being laughed to death by brothers and sisters? What's more, she is still a big sister. Natalyia was so ashamed in her heart that she wanted to find a crack in the ground and get in. Chu Xia at this time. He turned his head to look at Giseline again. As soon as Natalyia was hung out, Giseline felt Chu Xia's gaze. Immediately, she raised her head in a panic, and looked at Chu Xia pitifully. "Father, listen to me. I ran out secretly because of..." Before she finished speaking, Chu Xia nodded with a gentle smile. "Yes, I understand that this is all filial piety. However, your big sister has been punished, how about you?" Facing Chu Xia's extremely plain words, Giseline couldn't bring up the slightest thought of resistance. She lowered her head dejectedly. "Father, I will also receive the punishment." "Very good." Chu Xia smiled again. With a wave of his hand, Giseline was also hanged out just like Natalyia just now. Outside, you can vaguely hear the angry conversation between Natalyia and Giseline. Chu Xia didn't care about it. He looked at the black cat Carla in his arms again. The cute little face of the black cat was suddenly full of panic. "Father, this is none of my business. These are all big sister's ideas." While shaking the pot, Carla was filled with pessimism. Because she is familiar with Chu Xia's temperament. Usually when their children didn't make mistakes, Chu Xia treats them all very well and treats them equally. But once you make a mistake, then no matter who it is, Chu Xia will punish him severely. This is why the Porgas family has such a positive family tradition. Looking at the cute little black cat in his arms, Chu Xia didn't speak, just looked at her quietly. This made Carla feel like sitting on pins and needles, like a thorn in his back. She nodded quickly, too. "Father, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't blame the big sister, this is what I do with the big sister. Father, I am willing to accept punishment." Listening to Carla's attitude of admitting her mistake, a satisfied smile appeared on Chu Xia's face. He also knew that Carla couldn't control Natalyia at all. Sending Carla out with Natalyia was just to prevent Natalyia from going too far. But Natalya's own temperament, Carla will definitely not be able to suppress it. The entire Porgas family, no one can suppress it except themselves. So, he didn't mean to blame Carla. But Chu Xia does not agree with Carla's behavior of throwing all the blame on Natalyia. As brothers and sisters, we share blessings and share difficulties. This is his family law. It is also the principle that Chu Xia has always implemented. Carla is able to recognize mistakes and admit mistakes, which is good. Looking at Carla, Chu Xia stroked the other's kitten's head. "Forget it, I won't punish you this time." But Carla disagreed this time. "Father, no, I was wrong this time. I want to go out and receive the punishment with the big sister and second sister." Saying that, the little black cat casts the instant technique. "Go to the big tree outside the palace and receive the punishment with Natalyia and Giseline." Seeing this scene, Chu Xia was extremely satisfied. Get these things done. He finally turned his gaze to the beasts pirates and the girls of the Big Mom pirate group. "And the women. I heard Chu Xia mention the Porgas family twice just now. And when sending Natalyia to the Whitebeard pirates, all the girls have already realized something. The Lord on the throne. It is likely to have something to do with Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates' second team. According to some speculation between the words, he is probably Ace's big brother. Porgas family." All the girls were a little surprised. Because they have never heard of Ace's big brother. Even Yamato didn't know about this. Ace never told him. However, this did not prevent everyone from being surprised. Check out this Porgas family. There are not only Natalyia, Giseline, and so on. When they just came to this island of gods, I also saw two boys who could explode with peak strength. Even say, Natalyia is so powerful that even Whitebeard doesn't think much of her. And Giseline, who can suppress Smoothie in a short time with a full shot. In front of Chu Xia, they looked like little babies. Even if the relationship between the two parties is a father-daughter relationship. But it shouldn't be like this, right? This is the most profound feeling for Smoothie and other daughters of the Charlotte family. In the Charlotte family, they have the utmost respect for Charlotte Linlin. And this is partly due to blood relationship. The other part stems from Charlotte Linland's terrifying power. The Porgas family in front of them. Although the head of the family, Chu Xia, did not show any strength in himself. It seems that the respect Natalyia and the others have for him comes entirely from blood relationship. But this is impossible. In this sea where the strong are respected. Top powerhouses like Natalyia have their own unique domineering character. How could she give in to her father so easily? That Chu Xia on the throne, the head of the Portgas family. He might be terrifyingly strong. Unimaginably strong. Only such explanations can prove the reactions of Natalyia and Giseline. Play this back in your head. All the girls are honest. Although they are usually the cotters of the Four Emperors pirate group. However, Chu Xia in front of him. But a character who is many times more terrifying than the Four Emperors. In front of such a character, they really couldn't think of any resistance. Figured this out. The tall Black Maria trembled slightly. She has always longed for a strong man to conquer her. But such a person has never appeared. Now, Chu Xia on the throne, isn't she the man of her dreams? This powerful. Such a powerful feeling. Black Maria trembled all over, and her whole body was extremely excited. Kojiki Hiri, Pudding, Garrett, Flamp and other women were also completely shocked by Chu Xia's strength. Even Charlotte Tusmaji and Runty. Of the two girls, the two with the most character and the least willing to submit were completely honest. Looking at Chu Xia on the throne, they didn't dare to take a breath. And in such an atmosphere, Chu Xia on the throne suddenly raised her eyebrows. Chapter 32. Ding! Master, 8 concubines have been detected. Hint, the master only needs to take in 3 more concubines, and the number of your concubines will exceed 20. Achievement rewards with more than 20 concubines can be unlocked. Listen to the system prompt. Chu Xia raised her brows slightly, and stared once or twice. All the time. His selection of concubines is very strict. Because it is in the system. A woman with no more than 9 points of beauty is not enough to be his concubine. There is no reward for accepting it. So for so many years. Although the Porgas family developed rapidly secretly, the number of concubines Chu Xia took was not particularly large. Her women are only 17 so far. There are more than 20 sons and daughters, and they are about to break through the 30 mark. Among them, the children he gave birth to can randomly draw a template from the system to inherit. The rewards for concubines are different. The reward for taking concubines is more on the development of the entire family. Barry said that when the number of his concubines reached 10, the system rewarded turning the Island of Gods into a secret realm. And the flow of time here will be 10 times faster than outside. But it doesn't make people age. The only thing that has been enhanced is strength. This is also the reason why Natalyia and others can be so powerful at such a young age. Otherwise, no matter how good the template is. Natalyia is only 12 years old, and it is impossible to just Shikai Ryūjin Jakka. And this time, his concubine has reached 20, what reward will the system give again? Chu Xia felt curious and looked forward to it. All the girls in the audience felt his interested eyes. Everyone lowered their heads nervously. Only Black Maria looked at Chu Xia with fiery eyes, and her whole body was excited physically and mentally. Just when the girls were nervous, Chu Xia finally spoke. The gentle voice sounded, so that the girls could not feel any pressure. Everyone, since you have come to the Island of Gods, you have learned everything about the Porgas family. Then you basically won't be able to leave the scope of God's Island in a short time. Listen to this. Although the girls had expected this. But I still sighed in my heart. It seems that it is unlikely that they want to return to their own family and the pirate group. There are so many strong people in this Island of Gods, it is too difficult for them to escape. What's more, there is an enchantment in the sea outside the Island of Gods. It is almost impossible for them to escape. Seeing that all the girls accepted his words, Chu Xia said again. Natalyia and Giseline brought you back, and they must have told you about your future destiny. When the girls heard this, their hearts tightened. Especially Smoothie and Runty. The two girls were extremely nervous. Their personalities are all that stubborn type. Although Chu Xia is strong, although she is very handsome. But I want them to marry Chu Xia directly as concubines. The two still couldn't get over that hurdle in their hearts. The other women also have more or less the same idea. See what they mean. Chu Xia didn't force it, and continued. I, Chu Xia, will not force any of you. But since you can't leave God's island, you can choose to become my concubine and become a part of the Porgas family. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. You can choose a palace on the island of gods to live in, and count them as peripheral members of the family. Listening to his words, Runty and Smoothie breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Black Maria showed no intention of being unwilling to wait. Looking at Chu Xia, she said with a trembling tone. My lord, I am willing to become your concubine directly. The words fell. Even Chu Xia was a little surprised. Turning his head to look at Black Maria, he was a little surprised. But at the same time, looking at this beautiful woman who is more than 8 meters tall, but still plump and sexy. Chu Xia was also very satisfied. Natalyia and Giseline have a good vision. The group of women brought back to him were all beautiful. Chu Xia readily agreed to Black Maria's words. Black Maria's whole body shook violently again, and she almost couldn't bear it anymore. The rest of the women looked at each other in blank dismay. Then, another woman stood up. It was standing beside Black Maria, wearing a pink and red kimono, Kojiki Hiri, a classic beauty with blue hair. Kojiki Hiri came from standing, first bowed to Chu Xia, and said respectfully. My lord, I am also willing to be a concubine. Kojiki Hiri said, feeling relieved. To hell with the glory of the Kojiki clan. For so many years, she has carried so many things on her back. She is just a weak woman. But surrounded by powerful enemies, Wanakuni hides his identity like a wolf and a tiger, only for the Kojiki clan. What's the point? In this sea, the weak eat the strong. The Kojiki family was wiped out, which proves that the Kojiki family is still too weak. Nothing to say. So, marry a powerful existence like Chu Xia, and join a powerful family like the Porgas family. Maybe she can get a real sense of security? Kojiki Hiri thought with relief. Chu Xia looked at her and nodded. Did not care about each other's identity. Came to the island of gods. Chu Xia didn't care what identities these women had before. Looking at the little maid Toko next to Kojiki Hiri. Chu Xia raised her eyebrows. He held out his palm, and a gentle Ryūjin gushed out of his palm. Hyuzi was immediately invaded by the Ryūjin, and he couldn't move. Kojiki Hiri looked shocked, but he didn't dare to question Chu Xia. Soon, wisps of blue smoke came out of Hyuzi's body. Chu Xia withdrew her hand, and besides the smile on Hyuzi's face at this moment, there were finally other emotions. Worry, not knowing what to do, panic and other emotions appeared on her face. Watching this scene, Kojiki Hiri was taken aback. He quickly realized what Chu Xia was doing. Kojiki Hiri quickly looked at Chu Xia and bowed to thank him. Thank you, sir, thank you for treating Hyuzi. Toko is a failed product that ate the failed smile fruit. All expressions except smiles were stripped away. This caused her to laugh no matter whether she was sad or happy. This disease is terminally ill, and there is no cure at all. But now it was easily cured by Chu Xia. Kojiki Hiri and Hyuzi were filled with happiness and expressed their gratitude to Chu Xia. Chu Xia waved her hand and didn't care. Looking at Kojiki Hiri, he had a gentle smile on his face. This can be regarded as your first gift for becoming my concubine. Don't worry, being a member of my Porgas family, I won't treat you badly. Kojiki Hiri nodded deeply, with tears in his eyes. Yes, my lord. This moment is in her mind. Suddenly there was an idea that marrying Chu Xia as a concubine was a very good choice. Even she may not be unable to complete the Kojiki clan's revival mission. As long as that adult helps defeat Kaido and drive the beast's pirates out of Wanakuni. It should be very simple, right? Kojiki Hiri has never felt so bright in his life. You can marry a strong man who can give you a sense of security. The man is handsome and young. Moreover, she also has the hope of fulfilling the mission of the family. This. Kojiki Hiri was nearly knocked out by the surprise. Watching this scene, the expressions of many people also changed slightly. Such as Yamato. Look at Chu Xia's ability to remove the side effects of the failed smile fruit at will. Yamato was completely surprised. At the same time, I thought that Chu Xia might be Ace's big brother. Then she saves Ace, who is about to be publicly executed by Marine. It should be very simple, right? Suddenly, Kazuya had a lot of affection for Chu Xia. But it is only in goodwill. It was not so easy for her to convince herself to become Chu Xia's concubine directly. It will take some time. And another example is Runty. Watching Black Maria and Kojiki Hiri directly choose to become Chu Xia's concubine, she felt bad all over. Wearing a mask, she was full of embarrassment. Look at Black Maria and Kojiki Hiri. Runty was filled with anger. Why are you so spineless? As soon as he said that you are free to choose, you will fall, and you will directly choose to be his concubine. Don't be ashamed, hello. What about dignity? What about self-esteem? Runty kept roaring in her heart. But she obviously didn't dare to say that. The daughters of the Charlotte family. Smoothie also thinks the same as Runty. Think Black Maria and Kojiki Hiri have no spine. Kojiki Hiri is just a weak woman. Especially Black Maria. The dignified beast's pirates volley 6 sons. Up to this point, the first one chooses to submit to Chu Xia and become the other party's concubine. Do you still have the self-esteem of a strong man? Ah. Fine. Fortunately, so far, no one from her Charlotte family has come forward to say that she wants to become Chu Xia's concubine. This round, the beast's pirates were humiliated. Her Charlotte family is strong. Her Charlotte family has backbone. But, just when Smoothie thought so, among the 3 remaining daughters of the Charlotte family, Pudding, Flamp, Carrot, the 3 women looked at each other in blank dismay. Actually, the 3 women are not considered particularly talented types. They are far away from the level of the 4 generals in this life. It is completely impossible. So they are like this. There will only be one fate waiting until later. That is being used as a tool for political marriage by Big Mom. Therefore, the 3 women have always been pessimistic about their future destiny. This also contributed to their respective rebellious personalities. Among them, Pudding is the weakest and most likely to be used as a tool for political marriage. And, because of her third eye, Pudding grew up being teased by his siblings. This makes her character both black-bellied and actually timid. Now, looking at Chu Xia, think about the 2 options before you. Pudding suddenly rejoiced. Fortunately, I was kidnapped by Giseline to this island of gods. But Pudding was a little nervous. She didn't know whether her 3 eyes would be accepted by Chu Xia. But for your own happiness. Pudding boldly parted his hair, revealing the 3rd eye on his forehead. My lord, I am also willing to be your concubine. Can you? Pudding finished his words. Instantly, Smoothie, who was still complacent just now, was taken aback. Turning his head, Smoothie looked at Pudding with wide eyes. Her eyes were full of anger. Just now she was thinking about the beast's pirates joke. It is said that there is no such person in the Charlotte family. Can now? Pudding's move gave her a big slap backhand. What about backbone? How about tough? What the hell am I? Chapter 33. Smoothie was speechless. He stared at Pudding. Smoothie understood clearly. Pudding, if you take back what you just said now, I can still pretend not to hear. But this place is no longer the Kingdom of Nations, nor the Charlotte family. How could Pudding listen to Smoothie again? She has boldly exposed her 3rd eye. How could you not have the courage to break the boat? And at this time, on the throne, watch as Pudding bravely reveals his 3rd eye and makes love to himself. Chu Xia smiled. When watching anime in his previous life, he felt that Pudding's 3rd eye is not only not ugly, but rather has its own characteristics. So of course he doesn't like it. Nodding and laughing. A very beautiful 3rd eye, of course you can be my concubine. Listen to this. Pudding was stunned on the spot. She was directly stunned by happiness. It was completely unexpected that Chu Xia would accept her. He accepted it so quickly, and the kind eyes were completely from the heart. And, did Chu Xia just boast that her third eye is beautiful? Pudding froze there, his whole body was dazed by joy and other emotions. At the same time, just when Chu Xia said to accept Pudding, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the master, the number of concubines has reached 20. Here is a reward, the time acceleration secret realm of the Island of Gods has been increased to 100 times. The system's voice fell. Chu Xia's eyes brightened immediately. There was even some shock in my heart. I didn't expect that the system's reward this time would directly speed up the original 10 times, directly increasing it to 100 times. This is a bit exaggerated. A day goes by outside, but 100 days here. That is, the sea outside is only 15 days away from the top station. But in the Island of Gods, there are still 1,500 days before the battle for the summit. Simply put, about 5 years. This is too exaggerated. What's more, the time acceleration of the system still doesn't make people feel uncomfortable or feel old. It will only increase strength. Even with Chu Xia's concentration, I feel that this is a bit too exaggerated. The girls in the audience didn't know what Chu Xia was thinking at the moment. They could only see a slight change in Chu Xia's complexion. The whole person was filled with surprises. The girls did not dare to interrupt, and waited quietly. Chu Xia quickly regained her composure, looked at the girls and said, "Black Maria, Kojiki Hiri, Charlotte Pudding. In a few days, I will prepare your wedding and marry you as my concubine. And the rest?" Looking at the rest of the girls, Chu Xia pondered for a while before speaking. "You all choose a palace on the Island of the Gods and live there." Black Maria, Kojiki Hiri, and Charlotte Pudding were immersed in joy and excitement. The rest of the girls also nodded. For a while, they couldn't accept the fact that they were going to be Chu Xia's concubine. So they need to take it easy. Staying here is also a good time to see the true strength of the Porgas family. Soon, the girls left the main hall of Sui Palace. Yamato glanced at Chu Xia, his eyes were a little anxious. There are only 15 days left before the battle for the summit. She really wants to save Ace. Chu Xia asked them to stay here first, and Yamato couldn't calm down. But she didn't dare to disobey Chu Xia's order, so she had to leave the main hall with the girls. Not long after, the girls saw a towering tree. 2 daughters are hanging from the towering tree. It was Natalyia and Giseline, the eldest and second daughter of the Portkas family. Next to Natalyia and Giseline, there was a black cat lying there, accompanying them to be punished. The girls did not dare to watch the scene where Natalyia and Giseline were punished. After all, to them, these two are completely like 2 female devils. The girls quickly left here and followed a maid to find the palace where they wanted to live. The other side. After the girls left the main hall of Sui Palace, a boy who was already the height of an adult man came to the main hall of Sui Palace. Chu Xia raised her eyes to look at this person, with a gentle smile on her face. The visitor's name is Belle. Same age as Natalyia, but born a little later than Natalyia. So Natalyia is the eldest daughter of the Portgas family. He is also the boss of the Porgas family. Belle is the eldest son of the family and the second child of the Porgas family. His talent is also very extraordinary, and he was recognized by Zanpakuto, Kyōka Suigetsu, the strongest in the illusion department since he was born. Belle now. There was a gentle smile on his face, just like Chu Xia's. He wears black-rimmed glasses on his face. It's really the same as Aizen Sosuke in the original book. His strength is now the top leader in the family. Even compared with Natalyia, it is not much better. Even Kyōka Suigetsu has this ability. Belle can play a much higher role than Natalyia. And myself, the weird son who has mastered Kyōka Suigetsu. Why are you looking for yourself now? Chu Xia was a little curious, and interest came to her heart. Chapter 34. Looking at Chu Xia on the throne, Belle saluted respectfully. My lord father. Chu Xia nodded and looked at the other party curiously. Seeing this, Belle got straight to the point. Father, has the time flow rate between God's Island and the outside world increased again? Listening to Belle's words, Chu Xia raised her eyebrows. A freak genius who can master Kyōka Suigetsu. Chu Xia originally thought that only he could feel this speed of time. Unexpectedly, Belle could sense it. But think about it. Chu Xia also understood the reason why Belle's perception is so keen. He wields Kyōka Suigetsu, basically indistinguishable from Aizen. And Aizen once had a classic saying. Although Kyōka Suigetsu uses Ryūjin to create a false world, so as to play the role of manipulating the five senses of the enemy by confusing the real with the real. In fact, this kind of ability is placed on people who have a small amount of Ryūjin, or those who cannot control Ryūjin. There's no way Kyōka Suigetsu would be that pervert. But that's where Aizen's power lies. He was able to completely restore the breeze, grass, white cloud, etc. in the false world he created. Let no one notice the difference between the false world and the real world. This is the real power of Aizen. This point has been completely inherited by Belle, who inherited the Aizen template. Then, the entire island of gods. He is the first person other than Chu Xia to perceive the speed of time in the island of gods to speed up. Chu Xia is very satisfied with this. Belle was his son and his eldest son. So no matter how powerful Belle has, he can only be happy with it. One is the complete respect and obedience these children have for themselves. 2. It was also because Chu Xia had strength and was confident that even if these children ganged up to rebel against him, he also has the strength to suppress all these people. Because all the power gained by these children will be fed back to him. With each additional child, his strength will become stronger. So the current Chu Xia, although he still can't reach the point where he can call himself a god. But it is definitely not far from that level. At this point, after waiting for Natalyia to master Bankai, Belle masters Hogyaku. He can be proud of the entire pirate world. In this sea, he will no longer be invincible. And so it is. Chu Xia has been hiding the Porgas family for so many years. Until now. The battle for the top is imminent. He was the one who dared to loosen part of the ban. Off stage. Confirmed by Chu Xia. Belle nodded, not surprised. The method of accelerating time is very magical in his opinion. Incomprehensible. But in front of the powerful father, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? Hold this matter down. Belle looked at Chu Xia, and explained his reason for coming. Father, the battle for the top stand will start in 15 days from the outside world. Although the time flow rate of the God's Island space of my Porgas family is 100 times that of the outside. For us, it's almost 5 years away. But father, I want to go out to see the sea. Also prepare in advance for your future road to becoming a god. Belle raised his head and looked at Chu Xia with dim eyes. He is also very curious about the sea. Do not understand. Chu Xia's strength is already that strong. Why are you afraid of this sea? Could it be that the world government is really that strong? He didn't quite believe it, so he wanted to make sure. It would be even more perfect if he could directly control the world government with his backhand. Listen to Belle's request. Chu Xia nodded after pondering for a while. Belle is the eldest son of the Porgas family. With the template of Aizen, he is not as arrogant and domineering as Natalyia. Belle, on the other hand, was cautious. Although there is also an arrogance that is above the 9 heavens in his bones. But his IQ made him restrain his arrogance. All in all, Belle is a very bright kid from Chu Xia. He will not do things that will give Chu Xia a headache. So he wants to go to the sea. Chu Xia is not worried. See yourself getting Chu Xia's approval. Belle smiled and bowed to Chu Xia again. Father, I'm going. 30 years of patient development. Chu Xia thinks. It is also time for the Porgas family to lift some restrictions and prepare for the resounding sea in the near future. Pirates, Marine, World Government, Court Commander. 4 Emperors, 7 Warlords of the Sea, Marine Admiral, Celestial Dragons, and many more. This sea should also start to be conquered by him. with a mysterious smile on his face. Chu Xia looked at Belle's back. He didn't ask Belle about his plans after going to sea, because he had some expectations in his heart. Looking forward to what kind of surprises this child with the Eisen template will bring to himself. Or, what a surprise for this sea! The famous hairspray hand name scene? Hehe. Chapter 35. The Secret Territory of the Island of Gods. A few days passed. Chu Xia also married 3 daughters, Black Maria, Kojiki Hiri, and Charlotte Tablin as promised. The good news is, although it was the first time for the 3 women, they were all very moist. Chu Xia was immersed in the happiness of the bridegroom every night. And these days, Runty, Smoothie, and other women also learned about the strength of the Porgas family. At the wedding with the Black Maria trio, all the members of the Porgas family gathered together, allowing the girls to feel the strength of the Porgas family. Simply put, those second daughters of Chu Xia. Every single pull-out can bloody Runty and Smoothie. One by one is as strong as a monster, which makes the second daughter unable to understand. After the wedding, Yamato hurriedly found Natalyia. Natalyia, didn't you say you could take me to save Ace? It's been several days, and there are only about 10 days left before the battle for the top. If we don't start again, it will be too late. We won't be able to catch up with the top station. Listen to Yamato. Natalyia sat on a chair, drinking tea leisurely. After taking a sip of tea, Natalyia looked at Yamato slowly and asked curiously. Yamato, I'm a little curious. You are obviously Kaido's daughter, and you have been away from Ghost Island for so long, aren't you afraid that Kaido will worry about you? In your heart, Kaido is the only father you don't have. Natalyia was curious. The education she received from an early age was to completely obey her father. Therefore, although she is not pedantic, she can understand the concept of father and son in other families. But it still feels a little weird. Upon hearing this, Yamato responded directly without thinking. A whole father, why would he care about me? Natalyia, think about it, would any father call his daughter a son? If you think about it again, which father would put explosive handcuffs on his son's hands, and it would explode as soon as he left Ghost Island? Also, which father have you ever seen, every time he accepted his son's challenge, he would beat his son to death before giving up? I bother. Every time the BD father fights with me, he still pretends that he is teaching me, and then thunder 8 trigrams hit me on the head. I don't have this BD father. Yamato was furious. She gets angry when Kaido is mentioned. Thinking of her crying and begging Kaido to help save Ace. Kaido laughed and mocked her instead. Said that she had the strength to save herself. Laozi will not save you, some fire fist Ace. Yamato's face became redder, because he was so angry. Watching this Yamato scene. Listen to what she has to say. Natalyia was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Yamato, I really didn't say that, you and Kaido are such a wonderful father and daughter pair. Saying that, Natalyia shook her head. She has fully seen the grievances and resentments between Yamato and Kaido. No wonder Yamato doesn't think his father Kaido is worried about him at all. Yamato forgot about business without interrupting Natalyia. She said hurriedly. Natalyia, back to business, when are you going to take me to rescue Ace? Looking at the anxious Yamato. Natalyia was not teasing her, she smiled. I have never been in a hurry, that's because outside, there are only 15 days left before the competition for the summit. But inside my island of gods, there is a time acceleration restriction imposed by my father. The island of the gods is equivalent to a huge secret realm of heaven and earth. The flow of time here is 10 times faster than outside. 1 day outside, 10 days here. And you don't have to worry about age issues such as getting old. Natalyia told Yamato about the specialness of the island of God. Yamato was going to be her stepmother sooner or later. So it's okay to say that. Finished listening. Yamato stood there in a daze, full of surprise in his heart. It was the first time she heard that there was such a time mystery in this sea. 10 days inside and only 1 day outside? This. Yamato was extremely surprised, He hadn't expected this to be the case at all. But she was still a little anxious. After all, he didn't see it with his own eyes, and Yamato was afraid that it was just Natalyia framing her. Looking at Yamato in disbelief, Natalyia nodded helplessly. Smiling, she looked at Yamato and assured. After a while, I will go to my father for instructions. If he agrees, I will take you away from the Island of Gods, how about that? Yamato nodded. Thank you, Natalyia. Natalyia waved her hand, not caring. Evening. Looking at Natalyia and Giseline who came to him, Chu Xia's heart was full of smiles. He had already guessed the purpose of the two girls coming here. They must all want to leave the Island of Gods and go to the sea. And while Chu Xia was a little worried about Natalyia and Giseline. After all, compared with Belle, the second daughter is simply a problem child. But he remembered the filial piety that the second daughter had shown him before. Chu Xia finally agreed to the request of the second daughter. They don't like being locked up at all. I have been imprisoned by myself for more than 10 years, and I can no longer be imprisoned. This sea is also time for them to explore and take risks. Listening to Chu Xia's agreement, Natalyia and Giseline looked at each other in surprise. Thank you, father. After leaving a word, the two girls turned around and broke open quickly. It seemed like she was afraid that Chu Xia would repent. What Chu Xia didn't know was, this is his decision today. What a terrible shock it will bring to the sea in the near future. Chapter 36. On the endless sea surface, there are layers of ripples in the space. A pirate ship sailed out of it. The pirate ship flies the flag of the Beast's pirates. On the deck, Natalyia and Yamato's second daughter are standing there. Yamato watched himself ripple through the space, feeling nothing but incredible in his heart. At this time, a seagull happened to fly from the sky. This is Newsbird. Yamato waved happily, after paying. The other party took out a newspaper from the small satchel on his body and handed it to Yamato. After Yamato took it, he waved the seagull away. As the seagull flew away, it gave Yamato a human look. How does it feel that this person is very similar to the person its boss Morgans is looking for? No, I have to go back and report this matter to the boss. With such thoughts in mind, the seagull flew to the Sabayati archipelago in a hurry. Pirate ship. Natalyia glanced at the seagull, with a little interest in her eyes. She saw the human expression of the seagull. But she didn't intend to shoot down the seagull. Because there is no need. My Lord Father has lifted part of the ban on the Porgas family. Allow some powerful children to go out. She didn't need to hide anymore. If Kaido wants to come to find his daughter, then come. She also wanted to see how strong the world's strongest creature was. Can one survive her Ryūjin Jakka flame? Yamato on the side didn't know. As soon as Natalyia came out, something was on her mind. He didn't take her to save Ace at all. Yamato at this time. He was hastily flipping through the newspaper and scanning it roughly. Seeing this, Yamato breathed a sigh of relief. Turning her head, she looked at Natalyia in disbelief. Natalyia, it's really what you said. Outside of the Island of the Gods, the time has not passed at all. It has only been a few hours since Marine released the news of the early execution Ace. Natalyia nodded at this. The time flow of God's Island accelerated again. She also learned from Chu Xia. So no surprise. Upon seeing this, Yamato was completely relieved. Natalyia, shall we head to naval headquarters now? Natalyia shook her head. No, not naval headquarters. She does know. Giseline had already left the Isle of Gods before her. With that guy's temper, going out this time is bound to find the great swordsman to challenge. Presumably in the near future, the name Giseline will resound throughout the sea. And as a big sister, how could her reputation be overshadowed by her younger sister? What's more, Natalyia still has one thing to do. Looking at Yamato, Natalyia smiled. Yamato, do you know the specific reason for the public execution of Ace Uncle this time? When Yamato heard this, his expression immediately changed. Of course I know. Not yet the traitor Blackbeard teach of the Whitebeard pirates. For a Logia devil fruit, he actually killed his companion, which forced Ace to go after Blackbeard teach. I just didn't expect that guy to hide quite deeply. Ace is not even his opponent. After capturing Ace, he will trade Ace to the world government in exchange for the position of 7 warlords of the sea. Yamato said it with an incomparable atmosphere. Even though Beasts Pirates is a place where the strong prey on the strong. But even the Beasts Pirates. Such treachery is still rare. Not to mention defecting from their own pirate group, and then arresting people from their own pirate group to exchange benefits with the world government. Such behavior. Even among the pirates who do all kinds of evil, it is very shameful and disdainful. So Blackbeard this guy. In Kaido, and even Charlotte Linlin's heart is very disgusting. Think about it. Yamato looked at Natalyia, as if he understood where she was going next. Let's go and find that Blackbeard first. I'd love to see how his darkness defeats the flame. Natalyia had a mysterious smile on her face. Originally left from the Whitebeard pirates. She actually wanted to go straight to Blackbeard. But thinking that this move might be blamed by his own father. It may also affect the father's plans. Natalyia did not do so directly. But now it is different. Chu Xia has already spoken in person to lift part of the family ban. Although they are not allowed to expose the name of the Porgas family outside. But some powerful ones can already go out alone and venture into the sea. Such a situation. If she went to Blackbeard again, it would not affect any of her father's plans. Natalya's eyes were slightly cold. Yamato raised his eyebrows when he saw this, and then his eyes showed a hint of joy and emotion. The joy is. Ace was defeated by the traitor Blackbeard not long ago, sad and at the same time himself in danger. Emotionally yes. Blackbeard that idiot. I didn't know what kind of terrifying existence I had unknowingly provoked. The Natalyia in front of her is no less powerful than a terrifying figure of the 4 emperors. Plus behind him, the extremely terrifying Porgas family. Yamato gasped. I just can't think about it anymore. Chapter 37. After one day. New World. On Wanakuni Kido. Kaido has received an intel from the great newsman Morgans. Somewhere in the New World, Yamato and the woman who kidnapped her were found. Morgans, are you telling the truth? If you dare to lie to Laozi will fly to Sabayati now and destroy your lair. Kaido spoke angrily. Although he and Yamato are a wonderful father and daughter. But that is his daughter after all, Kaido has real feelings for Yamato. Missing for 3 or 4 days, how could Kaido not be worried? What he is most afraid of is that this time it is the world's government. Those 5 old guys weren't just targeting the Whitebeard pirates this time. Even eyeing their other 4 emperors' regiment. The purpose of arresting Yamato, Smoothie, and others is to plan the 100 Beasts and the Big Mom pirates. Although Kaido thinks this possibility is very small. But the world government is after all a colossus standing in the sea for 800 years. How much background does it have? No one knows. At this point, Kaido thinks about himself and Charlotte Linlin, Whitebeard, and others. The former Captain Rock's knows. The original Rock's pirates were invincible. Even against the current naval headquarters. It is not too difficult to destroy. But it's that powerful Rock's. Just because he's staring at something he shouldn't be. With ambitions that he shouldn't have. The Rock's pirates were destroyed. Mighty Rocks. That's how it fell. This incident is enough to show how terrifying the world government is. Therefore, Kaido has become more and more irritable these days. The more I think about it, the more I worry about Yamato's safety. Fortunately, this intelligence from Morgans made Kaido feel relieved. Morgans responded over the phone bug. Kaido, don't you know my devil fruit ability? I was able to communicate with animals, which was witnessed by one of my news birds. I've also confirmed it myself several times, that person is definitely your daughter Yamato. Kaido laughed and nodded. Oh Lolo. Oh Lolo. Morgans, you did a good job on this matter. I'll have someone transfer the money to you later. Morgans on the other end laughed too. Kaido, although I don't know where they went afterwards. But your daughter should not mean to be coerced. The other party doesn't look like someone from the government of the world. Morgans reminded. He didn't let Newsbird continue to follow the two of them. Because the woman next to Yamato is really strong. Newsbird would be overwhelmed by the powerful aura of the opponent just by approaching him. What's more, his little trick can't fool those strong people. If you provoke the other party because of this, the gain outweighs the loss. Listening to Morgan's, Kaido nodded. In fact, he just wanted to ensure Yamato's safety. And which faction is it that captured Yamato this time? Now it seems. Whitebeard couldn't possibly. The possibility of the world government is also very small. In addition, the person who captured Yamato did not coerce Yamato, then this matter is relatively clear. It is very likely that the other party is a hidden force in the sea. Since it is such a hidden force, Kaido is not worried. Hang up bug. Kaido gave Yin a command. During this time, anyone who comes to me to discuss things with Beast's pirates, please pay more attention. Yin thought for a while after hearing the words, and quickly understood what Kaido meant. He also thought about Kaido's thoughts. A mysterious hidden force has captured Yamato, what can be done? Basically there is only one possibility. Just wanted them Beast's pirates to help out with something. That mysterious force may not want to show up in the sea yet. That way, they wouldn't have to worry too much about Yamato. Thinking of this, Yin and Quinn's tense state of mind loosened. It doesn't matter that Runty and Black Maria were taken away. But it's Yamato. This is Kaido's daughter who doesn't care on the surface, but is actually very spoiled in his heart. If something happened to her, then Kaido would have to run away. Now it seems. It's enough that things aren't going for the worst. Wait until Yin and Quinn leave. Kaido picked up the phone bug and called Charlotte Linlin. The phone rang twice, and was quickly connected by Charlotte Linlin on the other end. Hey, old crazy woman. As soon as Kaido opened his mouth, the words almost made Charlotte and Linlin go berserk. Kaido, if you dare to call me this again, I will go and destroy your ghost island now. Kaido was in a good mood, and he said a few words to Charlotte and Linlin. After seeing that the other party was on the verge of going berserk, Kaido started to talk about business. Old crazy woman, I got a message. Kaido told Charlotte Linlin about Morgan's news about Yamato. After listening, Charlotte fell silent on Linlin's side. After a while, Charlotte Linlin's thoughtful voice sounded from the other end. Kaido, what do you mean? Is there any hidden force in the sea that captured our people and asked us to do something? Kaido nodded. Can't it be this or what? Recently, pay more attention to the news on the sea. Such hidden forces are very troublesome and tricky. This time we have someone in their hands, so we can only accept it. Charlotte Linlin also nodded, not forgetting to remind. Kaido, do you still remember that the captain wanted to contact a hidden force? Of course Laozi remembers, that hidden force didn't give the captain any face at all. The captain was so angry that he wanted to reveal the news of the hidden force to the world government. But before the captain could make a move, the opponent first caught several middle and high-level combat forces on our side, and the captain directly threw the mouse at that time. Seeing that Kaido understands the seriousness of this matter, those hidden forces are not easy to mess with. Charlotte Linlin nodded. Okay, I'm dead, I'll let you know if there's any news. Regarding the matter of hidden forces. The two are tacit understanding. Because they are in the light, and the other is in the dark. This time the people who caught them. Although they are the powerful Four Emperors pirate group. But there is absolutely no way to do this, so I have to cast a mouse. On the Sabayati archipelago. Worldwide News Center, Morgan's side. After hanging up on the Kaido phone bug. He called the phone bug again to Big Mom, planning to tell him about it too. It was basically a group of people who kidnapped Kaido's daughter and Big Mom's daughter. So the Big Mom pirates should also be very interested in this information. It's just when the phone bug is called, of course. But was told that Big Mom has already learned this information. Let him, the intelligence dealer, go as far as he can. Morgans hung up the phone angrily. Nor regret to be discouraged. He then called the phone bug to the world government. The world government intelligence personnel who received the news did not dare to neglect. Hastily reported the news to 5 elders. Morgans also got his wish, and harvested a fortune from the world government. A solemn conference room. This place is called Between Powers, and it is the office of 5 elders, the highest helm of the world government. Receive information from intelligence agencies. The 5 elders paused for a moment. They let people pay attention to the news of the group of traffickers. In fact, it was because 5 elders didn't know which side the traffickers belonged to. Now, get this intelligence information. The 5 elders became more and more certain. This matter was basically not done by known forces in the sea. The underground world is also impossible. Not even celestial dragons. And if it is the 1 or 2 mysterious forces on the sea. 5 elders frowned and remained silent for a while. Are those guys planning to intervene in the battle for the top? Or do you want to use this war to do something? Facing the solemn blonde 5 elders, he spoke in a deep voice. Snort. With a bald head and a sword in his hand, 5 elders snorted coldly. Although we don't even know the power of those guys. But it's just a bunch of sewer rats. If you dare to stand up, you will kill them completely. Several other people nodded upon hearing this. The mysterious forces, they said. There are some strong men from the previous era. Like the crew of Roger pirates in the past. Another example is some sea powerhouses before the era of Roger and Rocks. It even includes the Shanga Mingjun. These are all classified as mysterious forces. It's just that these forces are quite troublesome in the eyes of the 4 Emperors group. But for this world government that has established the sea for 800 years. The 5 elders didn't care. The world government has absolute confidence. As long as those guys dare to show their heads. Then the government of the world dares to directly suppress and destroy it. Several people stopped discussing this matter. Goatee 5 elders asked. How about the preparations for standing on the top? Hearing the words, several people all looked at 5 elders with bare heads and swords. He is in charge of the military among the 5. The bald 5 elders spoke without thinking. He knows this battle well. Sengoku will report to him every step of the deployment. On the marine side, the convening of 100,000 elite marines in 4 seas and Grand Line is still going on. At present, this link has the largest workload and takes longer. It is estimated that this link will be completed 3 days before the competition. As for the recruitment of the 7 warlords of the sea, Marine has already sent many vice admirals to go. In addition to the Sand Crocodile and Hyxia Jinbei who were defeated by the Straw Hat Kid, Mihawk has agreed to be recruited and is heading towards naval headquarters alone. The remaining Shishibukai are basically fine, and they all have something in our hands. Listen to this. The rest of the 5 elders breathed a sigh of relief. 5 elders, the mustache in charge of politics, raised his eyebrows and asked. By the way, where is Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach? The bald 5 elders snorted coldly. Does he dare to accept the call? Marine has sent 2 admiral alternates to forcibly recruit him. If he doesn't agree, then he can wait to be locked up and impelled down. Listen to this. There were smiles on the faces of the 5 elders. There are 2 admiral candidates, Momuzagi and T-Pig, who went to Blackbeard in person. Even the other party dared not refuse to accept the call. The few people were relieved and continued to coordinate all matters related to the battle for the top. Chapter 38. Grand Line. Ponaro Island. This is a nearly deserted island. There are no villages or small towns on the island, only some wild animals. On the shore, the Blackbeard gang is waiting for something. On the sea not far away, the shadow of a marine warship suddenly appeared. Blackbeard looked up, his eyes brightened slightly. The marine who came to pick us up is here. The corners of Blackbeard's mouth parted, revealing a mouth full of jagged teeth. Him. It seems that except for his own ambition, everything else is indifferent. So much so that he was completely unkempt. Fighting champion Burgess turned to Blackbeard and laughed. Captain, you have always said you were waiting for an opportunity. That opportunity will allow our Blackbeard pirates to take off in one fell swoop, and it will not even be a problem to directly become the 4 Emperors pirates. Captain, what exactly is this opportunity you mentioned? Is it just a fight for the top? Burgess' words caused the remaining members of the Blackbeard pirates to ponder for a moment. Demon Sheriff Lafitte, Sniper Fan'oka, and Shinigami Poison Q thought in their hearts. But no matter what they think, I can't think of a way to make the Blackbeard pirates become the 4 Emperors pirates in one fell swoop. Even if they participated in the top battle as 7 warlords of the sea and wiped out the Whitebeard pirates in one fell swoop. But even if the Whitebeard pirates are destroyed, the vacant position of 4 emperors, will it be their turn for the Blackbeard pirates? Not a few people look down on themselves. But there are too many big pirates in New World. The 4 emperors pirate group, that represents all-round strength. Except for One Piece Roger, 4 emperors is the culmination of pirates. The Blackbeard pirates have just stepped into the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea from the common pirates. Want to jump to the level of 4 emperors in a short time? An astonishing double jump, that's unlikely. It was too difficult. Don't say Marine won't agree. Even the veteran 4 emperors of New World would not agree easily. Feeling the disbelief of the crew, instead of getting angry, Blackbeard laughed. Thief, ha 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 ha. I've been thinking about this plan on and off for more than 20 years. From plot to seize dark fruit. After that, Ace was captured and traded to the world government. This was something Blackbeard had rehearsed countless times in his mind. Nothing can go wrong at all. Now his plan is more than half completed. Only the last small part is left unfinished. At this moment, Blackbeard is not afraid to tell the crew of his plan. So he no longer hesitated. Watching the marine warship road coming from a distance. Do you think I became 7 warlords of the sea in order to go to naval headquarters to deal with Papa Whitebeard? Hearing this, several people nodded in turn. From their point of view, Blackbeard agreed to be called up by the world government, basically for the purpose of going to naval headquarters to deal with Whitebeard. After all, Blackbeard rebelled against the Whitebeard pirates. But how much was he afraid of Whitebeard? These few people are obvious to all. Before hearing the name Whitebeard, Blackbeard's body would tremble 3 times. There was unconcealable dread and fear in his eyes. This is a long-standing psychological shadow left by Whitebeard on Blackbeard, which cannot be changed. And seeing several people nodding, Blackbeard sighed inwardly. It seems that this group of people is still no match for him. His intelligence and ambition are beyond the reach of this group of crew members. Blackbeard nodded first, then shook his head. What you said is actually not bad. Accepting the recruitment of the world's official government, I really want to see the competition at the top. But I'd never dare to go up to Father Whitebeard before the battle was over. As Blackbeard said, several people were thoughtful. Afterwards, Blackbeard told a few people about his dark fruit ability. Finished listening. Several people looked at Blackbeard in shock. Fighting champion Burgess said excitedly. Captain, your dark fruit can actually deprive others of their devil fruit ability. And your body can bear 2 devil fruits. Are you still planning to take the power of shock fruit after Whitebeard's death? Captain, are you serious? Listening to Blackbeard's words, several people were completely shocked. No idea that Blackbeard's plan was so perfect. As long as he wins the strongest Paramecia devil fruit. So Blackbeard, can he really have the top combat power in the sea in one fell swoop? Even if it will be worse, it will definitely not be too much worse. After getting the shock fruit, if you practice more for a while, Blackbeard's strength will definitely be able to aspire to the top of the sea. Think about it. The eyes of the crew members were full of excitement. However, Fan'oka, who has always been calm, once again raised a difficult point. Captain. According to your plan, after the top stand, if you successfully capture Whitebeard's shock fruit, then you do have the qualifications to challenge the old 4 emperors. However, the overall strength of our Blackbeard pirates cannot keep up with your development. Words from Fan'oka. It immediately aroused everyone's contemplation. Looking at the people who were downcast in an instant, Blackbeard laughed thief ha 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 again. Finished laughing. He looked at the crew and asked. What do you think are the places with the most powerful people in this sea? Hearing this, several people gave answers one after another. World government, marine, 4 emperors pirate group, various powerful families and pirate groups. Everyone basically summed up 4 directions. But the world government and marine were the first to dispatch. These two forces are something they, the Blackbeard pirates, can't avoid. Impossible to provoke again. The venerable master recruits people. And the four emperors pirates. Needless to say, Beasts pirates, Big Mom pirates, and Red Hair pirates. The three veteran four emperors regiments are extremely powerful and influential. If they dare to provoke the Blackbeard pirates, they are asking for their own death. The last Whitebeard pirates. Wait until the top stand fight is over. The strength of the Blackbeard pirates is comparable to the remnants of Whitebeard. But, for the double sake of Blackbeard and Ace. In any case, the remnants of Whitebeard are unlikely to join him in the Blackbeard pirates. It may even be an endless situation. Then the rest are some powerful families and pirate groups. Such as the Don Quixote family, Babao Navy, Germa 66 and so on. They can indeed try to conquer them one by one, and let the other party join their forces. But it's not easy either. The major forces in the entire sea are intertwined. Some small forces either rely on the world government or the four emperors pirates. If they provoke rashly, I'm afraid they will still face the old four emperors group head-on. Analyze it in one pass. The crowd felt that they were basically hopeless. There is no hope of going directly like Blackbeard said. Shortly after the end of the Summit War, it was directly promoted to the four emperors level. There is still a long way to go for the Blackbeard pirates. Looking at these unresponsive crew members, Blackbeard sighed deeply. No wonder he was the captain. It's no wonder that his plan was summed up after more than 20 years of patience. Looking at Blackbeard and sighing, several people were taken aback. Could it be? Their captain has plans. Blackbeard spoke flatly at this moment, only uttering 3 words. Impel down. The words fell. The air seemed to be quiet. The breeze blows. Reflecting Burgess, Van Oka, Lafitte, Poison Q, and Poison Q's horse was full of astonishment. Next moment, fighting champion Burgess slapped his thigh, blushing. Why didn't they think of impel down? World government, marine, 4 emperors, veteran families, and pirates. These are basically things they can't conquer, and they dare not provoke them easily. But why did they forget the last place where the strong man was like a cloud? There is Impel Down. Impel Down has been around for so many years. Basically all the pirates with a bounty of over 100 million on the sea are imprisoned there. Even many old guys from the previous era were locked inside. Such an Impel Down is simply a concentration camp for the strong. They are also the kind of strong people who have no power and no foundation. These people may have been famous big pirates on the sea in the past. But now, decades have passed. Their pirate group may have been disbanded, or destroyed. At this time, as long as they go to the Blackbeard pirates, offer to take them out of Impel Down. The condition is as simple as letting them join the Blackbeard pirates. Then presumably this group of ferocious criminals who yearn for freedom will definitely not refuse this choice. Thinking of this, several people were completely excited. Looking at Blackbeard again, he was already full of admiration. No wonder their captain planned this battle for the top. No wonder their captain is going to be 7 warlords of the sea. And no wonder, their captain has to agree to the mandatory recruitment of the world government. The original purpose of everything. All to push the Blackbeard pirates to the top in a very short period of time. Looking at the admiring eyes of everyone. Looking at the excited expressions of everyone. Blackbeard stood where he was and laughed. Thief, ha 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 ha. He has endured it for so many years. Isn't it for today? The time for the Blackbeard pirates to really take off and ascend to the throne of the 4 emperors is not far away. In Blackbeard's eyes, there was even a tinge of red. That is the picture of myself, wearing the Captain Red suit and becoming the One Piece King. Thief, ha 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 ha. But the next moment, laughing, Blackbeard froze suddenly. His eyes were fixed, and a momentary bewilderment appeared on his face. He didn't seem to have an illusion. But in the sky not far in front of you, there really was a big blob of fiery red. The fiery red color was extremely dazzling, and it came straight to him. Wait until the next moment. Blackbeard's face changed in horror. That riding horse is not an illusion at all. That was a pillar of fire filled with scorching heat. Chapter 39. Blackbeard's expression turned horrified for a moment. Too late to think. The speed of the fiery pillar was too fast and too fierce. Darkness surged around Blackbeard. On the hands, patches of dark power poured out, blocking in front of the scorching fire pillar. Boom! The hot pillar of fire hit Blackbeard's hands hard. Fortunately, the dark fruit power he used hastily absorbed most of the flames. But even so, Blackbeard was still knocked away. At this moment, he only felt that his muscles and bones were broken. The special constitution makes him feel more pain than ordinary people. Ah! Blackbeard snarled and stood up. At this time, the crew members who were not hit by the fire pillar also surrounded him. Fighting champion Burgess strikes a fighting pose. Sniper Fan'oka holds a sniper rifle in both hands. Demon Sheriff Lafitte drew his rapier. The last Poison Q rode on the horse and drew the scythe behind his back. It is also this scythe. In the Summit War finally ended the dying Whitebeard. It can be said that it has contributed a lot. But this time, Poison Q probably has no chance. After everyone in the Blackbeard pirates stabilized their position, they looked forward vigilantly. Blackbeard, who finally suppressed the pain, also looked shocked. The flame ability just now. Who exactly? Ace has been traded by him to the world government. Currently locked up in Impel Down awaiting execution. There's absolutely no way it's an Ace. What's more, how could Ace's flame be so hot? Ace's flame is only 400 or 500 degrees of ordinary flame. That kind of temperature can be suppressed easily for his dark fruit. But the scorching flame just now? I am afraid that Marine Admiral Akainu with lava fruit is here. It may not be comparable, right? So who exactly? Who's going to hit his Blackbeard? It wasn't anger that Blackbeard felt most at the moment, but panic. He doesn't understand. In addition to lava fruit and Maramara fruit on this sea, what other devil fruit ability can cast such a powerful flame? Could it be Kaido or Big Mom? As a former member of the Whitebeard pirates, Blackbeard had seen Whitebeard fight the two many times. They have an azure dragon form of aesthetic fish fruit, and a paramecia soul fruit. But both of them can also use the flame ability. That flame ability is still very strong. Could it be these two people? The more Blackbeard thought about it, the more frightened his face became. The crew of the Blackbeard pirates were also a little panicked. But think of the great ambitions of Captain Blackbeard just now, and the great blueprint for the future in the near future. Everyone settled down again. They trust their captain. Blackbeard will definitely lead them to the strongest. At this time, don't wait for everyone to think about it. Just in midair beyond Ponaro Island, two figures came slowly from the sky. One of them was wearing a fiery red windbreaker, and his hair and pupils were all fiery red. A simple long knife was slung around his waist, which did not match his immature appearance. Beside her, a person familiar to several people appeared in the eyes. Yamato? Blackbeard frowned. Although they have been in Bonaro Island for the past few days, they have not gone out. But the information on the sea is still known. A group of human traffickers invaded the territory of Kaido and Big Mom. Kidnapped Kaido's daughter Yamato, and several beautiful daughters of Charlotte Linlin. At that time, Blackbeard and others had a good time feeling the audacity of this group of traffickers. Simply lawless. And at this time, how did the kidnapped Yamato appear here? Turning his head, Blackbeard looked at the man next to Yamato. His pupils shrank suddenly. This person is the group of human traffickers who kidnapped Yamato. That's when Blackbeard had the idea. Natalyia is holding Yamato in her hand, and the second daughter has landed on Bonaro Island. He looked at the bewildered Blackbeard pirates in front of him. Natalyia suddenly smiled. She looked at Yamato and asked as if no one else was there. Yamato, Blackbeard's plan just now is really thorough. Yamato nodded thoughtfully. It's really thorough. From the initial discovery of dark fruit, decisively killed the Captain Sarge, seized the fruit and defected to the Whitebeard pirates. Then catch the Fire Fist Ace who came to chase after him, and trade ace to the world government in exchange for the position of 7 warlords of the sea. At the end of the day, you have to stand on the top to fish in the troubled waters of Impel Down, and finally go to the top of the battlefield to win Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. I have to say, Blackbeard is really ambitious. This strategy, my BD father will appreciate it if he reads it. Natalyia clapped her hands and applauded. Yes. I kind of admire Blackbeard's ambition and tolerance. It is not easy for a well-thought-out plan that has been perfected for more than 2 decades to be carried out to this point, and even seem to be successful. Yamato didn't understand Natalya's meaning, and nodded accordingly. That's right, it's just that this kind of behavior is shameful. Natalyia nodded slightly when she heard the sound. Yes, breaking one's promise is a very shameless behavior. Every child knows the truth, but he wants to go against it. Yamato, what do you think I should do? Speaking, Natalyia looked at Blackbeard this time. Without waiting for Yamato's answer. There was a cold light in her eyes, and she said lightly. Then let me destroy your plan. Chapter 40. Hearing Natalyia and Yamato coming to the front. Such a conversation came directly as if no one else was there. The crew of the Blackbeard pirates couldn't help it. After a generous speech by Blackbeard just now, they have been completely overwhelmed by their own captain. This moment is in their eyes. Your own captain is a unique god. Follow your own captain, Blackbeard. Their future certainly looks bright. The Blackbeard pirates will also soon become the 4 emperors. In the future, even if it is the position of Pirate King, they still have a lot of chances. Hey! Who are you, little girl? You dare to provoke our Captain Blackbeard, are you looking for death? Fighting champion Burgess couldn't help his violent temper, and took 2 steps up to question Natalyia. Although in his eyes, this immature little girl will definitely be killed by him later. But before he died, he had to give her a good scolding. Let her have a good fear of fear. In the next life, recognize clearly who you can provoke. No matter who you are, you must never provoke them. But before the fighting champion Burgess spoke again, Natalyia glanced at him, eyes full of cold light. The muddy coat of arms reveals faintly, and the talent of being unruly and arrogant. Surge, negation, paralysis, moment, hinders eternal sleep. Crawling iron princesses, self-mutilating clay dolls. Combine, bounce, extend to the ground, and know your own powerlessness. Natalyia spoke slowly, and the scalp-numbing voice sounded out sentence by sentence. Blackbeard had a faint feeling that something was wrong. But when he wanted to stop it, it was already too late. Natalya's last cold words fell. 90 of Hado, Black Coffin. The words sounded as if setting the stage for the death of fighting champion Burgess. Right next to Burgess, a huge black coffin spawns. Burgess was wrapped in it in a hurry. Next moment, Burgess screamed horribly from within the abyss-like black coffin. Wait until the black coffin collapses and dissipates. In situ, only a pool of disgusting objects remained. Fighting champion Burgess. The earliest crew members of the Blackbeard pirates. A bounty of 22 million is offered. Paramecia power fruit ability. Pawn. The remaining members of the Blackbeard pirates. Devil Sheriff Lafitte, Sniper Van Oka, Shinigami Poison Q. The 3 of them stared wide-eyed, with nothing but horror in their pupils. They didn't expect it. Teammates who were still alive and kicking just now. In the next second, it turned into a pile of dead bodies. Will it be them next? An unspeakable fear welled up in my heart. The 3 of them felt cold from head to toe. And Blackbeard. This moment. Standing there, his body was already stiff. As captain. The strongest member of the Blackbeard pirates. Not long ago, he got the dark fruit he had been longing for, and defeated the former captain, Fire Fist Ace. His current strength made him proud. But just now, without him reacting at all, one of his crew members was instantly killed. Burgess is really dead. A bone-chilling chill filled his eyes from the bottom of his heart. Blackbeard heard the powerful flame that had attacked him just now. Could it be the fiery red girl in front of me who cast it? This fear, horror, anger, trembling and other emotions were mixed in Blackbeard's eyes. At this moment of silence, Yamato, who was beside Natalyia, looked at him. Yamato's eyes were also full of horror. She knew Natalyia was strong. But I never thought that Natalyia would be so strong. Without even pulling out the knife, he instantly killed a crew member of the Blackbeard pirates. Although the strength of Burgess is not particularly strong, she can beat it. But when Blackbeard didn't react at all. Direct shot kill. Let the opponent die completely. Even Kaido can't do this, right? Yamato was shocked. Natalyia didn't care about that. She came today only to destroy Blackbeard's ambitions. Had wanted to slowly make Blackbeard feel hopeless. But since the opponent's crew is so brainless, they provoke themselves when they come up. So, let's speed up the process a bit. A domineering personality came to mind. Natalyia held the handle of the simple long knife at her waist with one hand. She first spit out a paragraph of words lightly. Hot hell. Then, Natalyia suddenly pulled out the long knife. When she jumped in front of Yamato, she instantly turned into a sea of flames. Boom! 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 3 hot, high-temperature pillars of fire rose into the sky. When Lafitte, Fanocca, and Duque didn't react at all. Wrap the 3 of them directly. The high temperature and impact of the fire pillar directly burned them into ashes. When the pillar of fire dissipated, the surrounding sea of fire remained. But the figures of the 3 crew members beside Blackbeard had already disappeared. The 3 of them died without even a scream. Worse than fighting champion Burgess. Watching this scene. Standing there, Blackbeard was trembling all over, his eyes widened. His heart was beating violently, as if it was about to jump out of his body. This moment, Blackbeard felt more hopeless than ever. His crew, in just a few breaths. All dead. The ambitions, plans, etc. just mentioned. In this instant. All smashed. Chapter 41. The scene that happened at this moment. It felt like a heartbreak to Blackbeard. He willingly hid from the Whitebeard pirates for over 20 years. Now, having won the dark fruit, he is about to reach the pinnacle of his life. Crew of 4. Burgess, Fanocca, Lafitte, Poison Q. These 4 are the crew members he worked so hard to find after leaving the Whitebeard pirates. But in just a few short breaths, they were all killed. Died. Blackbeard was too heartbroken to take it. Then, a deep anger welled up in his heart. This hero who was good at hiding finally revealed his true nature at this moment. He looked at Natalyia and growled and laughed. Thief, ha 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 ha. Thief, ha 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 ha. Little devil, you are courting death. Darkness surged around Blackbeard. A suction like a black hole emerged on him. Yamato's face changed when he saw this. This level of power. It has completely surpassed her and reached the real top level of the sea. Blackbeard in front of him, even if Jack and Quinn are here, he can't beat him, right? Yin might capsize in the gutter. Only Kaido can guarantee a stable victory over the current Blackbeard. This guy is so strong? Yamato was very surprised. No one ever thought of it before. An average guy on the Whitebeard ship. It's actually a guy who hides so deeply. Involuntarily, Yamato felt a tinge of fear. Today, if Natalyia hadn't found Blackbeard, almost everyone was deceived by him, right? Blackbeard and Dark Fruit really became the top powerhouse in the sea in one fell swoop. That is the level of Admiral and 4 Emperors. If this makes him really get Whitebeard's shock fruit on the top battlefield. That. Yamato's face paled slightly. Then this guy is too scary. But I could feel Natalyia, who was emitting a hot breath all the time. Yamato gave Blackbeard another look of pity. He really doesn't know. Who did he provoke? Hidden for more than 20 years, only for my own ambition. This ambition will soon be destroyed. Yamato looked at Blackbeard with pity. Blackbeard had already made his move. Know that Natalyia is a powerhouse. So he didn't dare to neglect. A shot is an insidious trick. The thick suction force from his palm was aimed at Natalyia. Natalya's body was drawn uncontrollably towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard laughed at that. Thief, ha 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 ha. I didn't expect to meet someone as powerful as you today. This This flame shouldn't be the devil fruit in Legendary. Blackbeard thought of the powerful flame ability released by Natalyia just now. Thus, Blackbeard thinks of another devil fruit in Legendary. Logia, Sun Fruit. Although that devil fruit only exists in Legendary. Never been to the sea. No one knows if there is that devil fruit. But at the moment Blackbeard couldn't be more sure. The Natalyia in front of her must be the one with the ability of the Sun Fruit in Legendary. After all, the intensity of the flame just now. It is not what Maramara Fruit and Lava Fruit can do. Nothing but the Sun Fruit in Legendary. So, Blackbeard was thoroughly excited. Although the crew members are all dead. But he seems to have got a bigger opportunity. Logia Sun Fruit in Legendary. Like his dark fruit is a devil fruit from Legendary. Doesn't it smell better than shock fruit? How much effort did he take the risk to go to the battlefield? Had Whitebeard been on his radar, his life would have been in danger. So, as long as he kills the little girl in front of him now, deprive the opponent's devil fruit ability, one's own strength will definitely stand at the top of the sea in one fell swoop, and the veteran 4 emperors can be hard steel. The competition for the top station will start soon. He just went straight to Impel Down, took some strong crew and left. Thief, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard had a clever plan in mind. He's almost there too. Blackbeard's palm suction quickly drew Natalyia in front of him. Reaching out, Blackbeard shook Natalyia's hand. Yamato on the side was shocked when he saw this scene. When Blackbeard casts his dark fruit power, her body felt intense discomfort. It was as if his fruit ability had been suppressed. As if as long as he is caught by Blackbeard, his fruit ability will be completely restrained. Think of the role of dark fruit that Kaido once told himself. Yamato's face was shocked, and he hurriedly reminded Natalyia. Natalyia, watch out for his dark fruit. Once the capable user is not caught by him, he will lose his devil fruit ability. Without waiting for Natalyia to respond, Blackbeard was the first to laugh. Thief, ha 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 ha. It's useless. You reminded me too late. I'm about to catch her. The ability in Legendary is mine. Blackbeard's eyes were extremely hot. Just succeed now. As long as you successfully capture Natalyia's fruit ability now, then half of his plan has been completed. All that's left is to wait for Whitebeard to die. Then with the Blackbeard pirates rushed into the New World hegemony. As for whether Whitebeard will die, Blackbeard has no doubts. He was absolutely sure. After all, he knows Whitebeard's body very well. Blackbeard laughed out loud, with a look of ecstasy in his eyes. But, just when he was about to hold Natalyia in his big hand with the power of dark fruit, Natalyia sneered. Ah! She was originally curious about Blackbeard's ability. I thought it was an ability similar to the universal pull in Rin-Egan pupil surgery. But now it seems that it is not. Although this dark fruit can restrain demon fruit power. But to her, Natalyia only had disdain in her heart. Pulling out the long knife at her waist, Natalyia slashed at the big dark hand in front of her. Blackbeard laughed. It's useless. It's useless. As long as it is a devil fruit ability, it will definitely be absorbed by my dark fruit. That guy Ace was defeated by my fruit ability. Listen to Blackbeard. Natalyia, who originally only wanted to smash his ambition plainly, turned cold. Ace. How dare he mention Ace? Natalyia's eyes were full of coldness. Cut it down mercilessly. The mighty Ryūjin erupted on the ancient Zanpakuto. High-temperature flames burst out. Chi 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 chi. Blackbeard's great dark hand caught Natalyia's Zanpakuto. He was still laughing. Because as long as you touch this long knife. Blackbeard had already touched Natalyia's body indirectly. His dark fruit can already activate, suppressing the opponent's fruit ability. But just when Blackbeard was complacent. Next moment, Blackbeard's expression suddenly changed. Ah 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 ah! Blackbeard let out a miserable scream. That big dark hand just touched Natalyia's Zanpakuto. Blackbeard felt horrible heat and severe pain. The dark big hand seemed to be stabbed by something, and hurriedly withdrew it. Blackbeard took a few steps back, clutching his burning hand. He looked at Natalyia with apprehension and disbelief. You how can dark fruit not be able to suppress your fruit ability? This is impossible. Dark fruit is the nemesis of all devil fruit abilities, how can it not be able to suppress your devil fruit? This is impossible. Blackbeard growled in disbelief as the ninja hurt. Natalyia looked at him like a clown. Dark fruit, your ability is really good. You have countermeasures against all demon fruit power. But unfortunately, you met me today. Who told you that I am demon fruit power? Natalyia looked at Blackbeard like an idiot. Seeing that look in her eyes, Blackbeard went mad again. Not a devil fruit ability. How can this be? In Blackbeard's heart. This level of flame. It is simply not something that any common devil fruit ability can do. It must be the hot fruit in legendary, the sun fruit. There is only one possibility, nothing else. Blackbeard couldn't be more convinced. Even Yamato on the side. Having been with Natalyia for so long. She also thinks Natalyia is a demon fruit power. There is no other reason. Although this sea also has various magical abilities. Such as the electric discharge of the fur family. Another example is Wanakuni's ninjutsu. But those are just trails, and they are basically useless. That kind of ability is simply not comparable to that of a real devil fruit. In this sea, it is the world of devil fruit and haki. Natalyia has such a powerful flame ability. This is definitely some kind of rare devil fruit. And this point is basically confirmed by what Yamato has seen and heard in the Island of the Gods. For example, Natalya's two younger brothers, one is called Haxi Hot Mom, and the other is called Mata. One of the two uses the power of trees, and the other can incarnate as a blue titan. These are also definitely some kind of rare devil fruit. In the past, Yamato attributed these to the possibility that the Island of God is too special. In that place, some rare devil fruit abounds. That's why the Porgas family is so powerful. But just now, regarding whether it is demon fruit power, Natalyia categorically denies it. This. Yamato was astonished. Natalya's words can't be straightened out by her. Such a powerful flame ability. What is not devil fruit? Blackbeard also has this doubt. He racked his brains and felt that Natalyia was lying to him. But just now, the power of his dark fruit has been activated. Dark fruit is the nemesis of all demon fruit power. Once in contact with the opponent, it must be able to suppress the opponent's fruit ability. But just now, he failed. This means that what Natalyia said may really be true. But how is this possible? Riding on a horse. Blackbeard thought over and over in his mind. The more you feel, the more confused you feel. Gradually, his face became completely mad. The whole person's mentality is about to collapse. Chapter 42. Insatiable thirst for knowledge made Blackbeard look at Natalyia and asked with fiery eyes. If it's not the ability of devil fruit, then what is the ability of the flame you use? You must be lying to me, this must be devil fruit ability. This must be the devil fruit ability. In order to restore my collapsed mentality. Blackbeard said forcefully. Kazuya looked at Natalyia suspiciously. She doesn't know either. Natalyia said that just now. Is it to fight Blackbeard, or is she really not demon fruit power? Yamato looked curiously. Natalyia looked at Blackbeard with pity. What a bumpkin who has never seen the world. Forget it, you're the only one who can kill your companions and take the devil fruit, right? It's okay to tell you. I am Shinigami. Natalyia fell silent. No more bullshit with Blackbeard. Ryūjin Jakka was held in her hand, and he waved lightly at Blackbeard in front of him. Torch. Natalyia is like a Shinigami who harvests people's lives, and her words fall without a trace of emotion. A tornado of flames wrapped in terrifyingly high temperatures formed and swept towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard was still standing there, dazed. At this moment, he came to his senses and looked at Natalyia again with a steady mind. Shinigami. Cheetah ghost. Blackbeard spat. He no longer tried to figure it out. In short, defeat Natalyia first, and he will be able to know whether the other party is demon fruit power. Dark powers emerge from Blackbeard. It took a lot of effort again before Blackbeard blocked Natalya's fire tornado. He took a few steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. But Blackbeard wasn't alarmed. His confidence comes from his own dark fruit. This devil fruit has been his dream for more than 20 years. Gave him full confidence. Seeing that I can't take this Blackbeard easily. Natalyia shook her head. Forget it, let you see it. What is it called, a real flame? Can darkness defeat fire? It's ridiculous. Natalyia pouted contemptuously. Immediately, the long knife was sheathed, and he gave Blackbeard an indifferent look. The tingling voice sounded again. Everything is ashes, Ryūjin Jakka. Natalyia Shikai is up. This is the moment. Blackbeard's eyes widened suddenly. Big Kazuya was looking at Natalyia in astonishment, stunned. In the perception of the two. Now Natalyia, the pressure on them has become stronger. That feeling is at least 10 times more blessed. Terrifying high temperature spread from Natalyia's blade. Before, she had never had Shikai Ryūjin Jakka. Because I don't think it's necessary. But after discovering that this Blackbeard is quite strong, it is not so easy to win. Natalyia didn't hesitate and chose Shikai directly. The exposed power is a bit much though. But at this time, she didn't care about her reputation resounding across the sea. As long as I don't say that I belong to the Porgas family, wouldn't it be fine? My father will definitely not blame her. Natalyia thought so in her heart. Looking at Blackbeard, she completely released her power. Panaro Island instantly turned into a sea of fire hell with high temperature. Yamato unconsciously withdrew from the center of the battle. Natalyia's strength after liberation is not something she can watch closely anymore. Yamato retreated all the way to the shoreline, but it was still hot. This is because Natalyia didn't release her power mainly towards her. But the aftermath of the battle with her back turned was just so terrifying. Yamato really can't imagine. Just how terrifying is Natalyia's power at this time. This is what Natalyia said, a flame comparable to the surface temperature of the sun, right? Yamato's heart trembled. On the warship in the distance of Banaro Island. There are 2 marines standing at the front of the deck. Both wear the cloak of justice. The ranks on the shoulders are all Vice Admiral. But the 2 are not the usual Vice Admiral. It was Naval Headquarters Admiral Alternate. What does Admiral Alternate mean? Now there are only 3 Admiral positions, Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji. The 3 of them are known as the highest combat power of the world's government, and they are the top powerhouses in the sea who stand on the same level as the 4 emperors. Of course, Marine Marshal Sengoku and Marine Hero Garp the Fist are also at this level. And Admiral Alternates. It is to be able to fill in the position of Admiral in time when there is a sudden vacancy. Today's 2 Admiral Alternates. Momuzagi Jun and T Dolphin Cake Duo. Their hard power may be a little bit worse than the real Admiral. After all, Admiral's level is powerful in all aspects. Fruit ability, haki, stamina, etc. are top-notch. And Momuzagi and T Dolphin may be comparable to Admiral in terms of pure attack power. But in terms of stamina, haki, physical strength, etc., it may be worse. But that's it. This time I came to pick up Blackbeard and go to the top to join the battle. Marine sent the 2 of them, which also paid enough attention to Blackbeard. Momuzagi and T Dolphin teamed up. It's hard for even an admiral to win. Not to mention the new Shishibukai from Blackbeard. No stronger than a Doflamingo. In such a situation, Momuzagi came together. If Blackbeard dared to have any small thoughts, he would be directly suppressed by the 2 of them. Only. At this time, Momuzagi and the T-Dolphin didn't have the heart to think about it at all. Even say. They have completely forgotten their mission to come to Banaro Island. Looking at Banaro Island in the distance. The wretched and short T-Dolphin said in shock. Who is that? How can you have such a strong flame power? I don't know, I thought it was Akainu Admiral who came. No, the temperature of the magma in Akainu Admiral is not so scary. Watching the mighty flames engulfing the entire Banaro Island. The T-Dolphin was shocked. The same goes for Momuzagi next to him. The famous sword Jinpiluo is slung around his waist. Looking at the distance, Momuzagi trembled in his heart, and murmured. Yeah, the sky is all dyed red. The T-Dolphin also looked at the words. This look made him gasp. Same as Momuzagi said. At this time, the sky above Banaro Island has turned completely red. This ride is astonishing. The T-Dolphin looked at his subordinates and asked them to quickly take out the video phone bug records. They had to take this important information back and report it to Marshal Sengoku. The subordinate sailors hurriedly prepared to record. At this time, only the T-Dolphin can think about the two sides fighting on Banaro Island. One of those parties should be Blackbeard. It is also the goal of their trip. But just don't know who the other party is. This flame. The T-Dolphin thinks in his heart about the strong people in the whole sea. Kaido, Big Mom? He immediately thought of these two people. Because in addition to the relatively strong flame power of these two people, the only ones left are Fire Fist Ace and Marine Admiral Akainu. And Fire Fist Ace was defeated by Blackbeard not long ago and was traded to Marine. He is still being held in Impel Down. As for Akainu, that's even more impossible. Akainu used the magma ability, not the flame. Besides, if Akainu came to deal with Blackbeard as Marines, it is impossible for them not to know. So these two are absolutely impossible. The rest are only Kaido and Big Mom. Thinking of this, the T-Dolphin thought about the intention of Kaido and Big Mom traveling thousands of miles to attack Blackbeard. Blackbeard didn't mess with them, did he? Instead, it helped the two of them. Without Blackbeard, there is no battle for the top. Once the battle for the top starts, Whitebeard and Marine will have a decisive battle. This is a great thing for the other 3-4 emperors. It's impossible for Kaido and Big Mom not to recognize each other. The two should even be ready to grab the territory, right? So, what was the reason for the duo to take on Blackbeard? The T-Dolphin couldn't figure it out. He looked at Momuzagi and spoke his guess. But Momuzagi gave the T-Dolphin a completely unexpected answer. No, the people who fought Blackbeard on the island could never be Kaido and Big Mom. How to say? The T-Dolphin raised an eyebrow. If it is Kaido and Big Mom, he will ask the headquarters for support. But Momuzagi denied it outright. Isn't it too decisive? Momuzagi didn't say much about it. Back to T-Dolphin a sixth sense. Seeing this, the T-Dolphin rolled his eyes, looking helpless. That expression was full of okay, you women are right. The warship continued to approach Banaro Island slowly. 5 minutes later, the flames on Banaro Island suddenly subsided. The sky that was dyed red gradually returned to blue. The T-Dolphin raised an eyebrow. Jun, is this the one Blackbeard won? As he said that, he couldn't believe it. Blackbeard is so strong. Can actually defeat the strong man who casts that kind of flame? Momuzagi shook her head. There's no way Blackbeard won. No matter how strong he is, he can't match the strong man who just cast the power of fire. The T-Dolphin nodded thoughtfully. Then what do we do now? In the past. Or ask the headquarters for help. The dog-licking T-Dolphin automatically seeks the opinion of the goddess. Momuzagi also thought about it. But she hadn't waited for her to make a decision. Panaro Island in the distance. A figure came quickly. The opponent only stepped on a few steps in the air, and came to the marine warship. Boom! First, a figure was thrown onto the deck by the opponent. Momuzagi and the T-Dolphin took a closer look, their pupils constricted. Blackbeard. It's still Blackbeard with large areas of scorched body, white eyes, life, and death. The hearts of the two trembled slightly. There was another landing sound. Natalyia took Yamato and both stepped on the deck. The simple long knife hung on her waist, and Natalyia put her hands in her pockets. He looked at the marines in front of him, his eyes brightened. After finding out that he and Yamato were discovered, Natalyia abandoned the beast's pirate's ship. She doesn't like being watched all the time. Didn't expect to encounter a warship after suppressing Blackbeard now? She is so lucky. With the boat, she doesn't have to fly with Yamato all the time. Etc. There is also a beautiful woman on this warship. Natalyia had a wide smile on her face. My own father is also very lucky. Chapter 43. Feel Natalya's admiring gaze on Momuzagi. Momuzagi himself hadn't reacted yet. But the T-Dolphin, the dog licker, felt tense. Because he thought of the group of traffickers in the sea in recent days. The traffickers were so lawless that they even dared to kidnap the daughter of the 4 emperors. The Momozagi in front of her is also a great beauty. Coupled with the strength of her admiral candidate, it is not an exaggeration to say that Momozagi is the military flower of the entire marine. The complexion of the T-dolphin changed slightly. Not now. Is this guy interested in Momozagi again? This is not acceptable. The T-dolphin was extremely nervous, and unconsciously took 2 steps forward, secretly blocking in front of Momozagi. Watching this scene, Natalya's eyes playful. Is this pair of marine boyfriend and girlfriend? In this case, then there is no way. A person who can be her father's adult woman must be completely clean. There can be no dirt. If these two are boyfriend and girlfriend, then she considered taking action directly and letting the warship die in the sea. Natalya's gaze unconsciously became dangerous. Fortunately at this time, Big Kazuya finally came to his senses. Looking at Momozagi and the T-dolphin in front of him, he exclaimed, "Marine's 2 admiral candidates, Momozagi-jun and T-fish cake. Why are you here?" Yamato thought Natalyia was exposed. Instinctively nervous about it. But then I thought that the whereabouts of the 2 were very secretive this time. Basically no one can detect it. Yamato was relieved again. The T-fish looked at Yamato and smiled. Although marine and pirates are at odds. But that also depends on the time. Not to mention the threat of Natalyia. The single factor is that the battle for the top is imminent. It is impossible for the T-dolphin to shoot at Yamato at will. Mess with the beast's pirates? Create a big enemy for marine at this time? That way he went back, Sengoku and Garp could probably hammer him to death. The T-dolphin looked at Yamato with a smile and explained. "We are here to forcibly recruit the new 7 warlords of the sea, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, to head to naval headquarters, and prepare to stand on top to fight for related matters." As he said that, the T-dolphin looked at Blackbeard, who was like a dead dog, with pity. That level of burns. Really miserable. The T-dolphin grinned. According to intelligence, Blackbeard's strength is no less than that of him or Momozagi. But the girl in front of him is wearing a red windbreaker. But it can be completely defeated in just a few minutes. There is still the case of dark fruit ability restraint. It is enough to see how strong this girl is. I felt a strong threat in my heart. Hey. I don't know the name of your excellency. The T-dolphin is obviously a peacemaker. Meet Natalyia Strong. He prepared to say hello to both sides, and then they parted. Natalyia glanced at the T-dolphin upon hearing this, and the cold light in her eyes gradually became stronger. If these 2 were boyfriend and girlfriend, then she was ready to make a direct move. Before dying, let them know their names. It can also be regarded as a sensible ghost. Natalyia, Bo. Natalya's voice stopped abruptly. The T-dolphin didn't hear anything, and the smile on his face became more intense. "Although I don't know how Blackbeard provoked your excellency. But since this is the case, I, Marine, will pretend that I haven't been to Banaro Island this time." The implication of the T-dolphin is, "Blackbeard, you just take it away. We don't care if he's 7 warlords of the sea or not." Joke. There were just a few minutes before Natalyia cracked down on Blackbeard before. This is a proper admiral-level combat power. Even the top admiral class. With this kind of strongman moji, the T-dolphin is afraid that his and others' lives will be lost. Listening to what he said, Natalya's eyes flickered slightly. This T-dolphin is a smart man. It's just a pity. Because of Ace. She doesn't like marine. Natalya's palm slightly pressed on the simple long knife at her waist. Watching this scene, the T-dolphin frowned. "Your Excellency, are you trying to make an enemy of my marine?" The T-dolphin asked nervously, while secretly signaling his subordinates to ask for help from the headquarters. The subordinate understood, and quickly took out a small instrument to operate. Natalyia didn't care about that. Even smiled lightly. "You think I can't kill you guys until naval headquarters reinforcements arrive?" Natalyia issued a faint threat. The T-dolphin's eyes froze. There was cold sweat on his forehead. I never thought why this strong man who had never heard of it was so domineering. He doesn't know either. How did I and others provoke this person? Watching Natalya's movement of pulling out the simple long knife, cold sweat broke out completely on the T-Dolphin's forehead, and said in a hurry, "Your Excellency, if you want to do something, give me a reason. I don't know where I offended your Excellency. It's a light crime to defeat 7 warlords of the sea. But if I wait for 2 Marine Admiral substitutes to shoot here, this crime is not light." The T-Dolphin opened his mouth to warn Natalyia. It's not that he's afraid of death, but to meet such a strong person. He didn't delay any time, and waited for the support from the headquarters to arrive. Are you still fighting the opponent directly? What if he really died? I have worked hard in Marine for so many years. T-Dolphins are officers who know how to survive best. Look at him so cowardly. Momozagi shook her head slightly and sighed. Holding the kinpara around his waist with one hand, Momozagi took a step forward, straight across the T-Dolphin, and confronted Natalyia head-on. Her eyes were slightly fiery. She is a great swordsman. At the same time, there are also swordsmen chasing famous swords. And the simple long knife on Natalya's waist. Although not yet out of the sheath. But Momozagi could feel it. Although that simple long knife is not one of the 12 skills of the supreme fast knife. However, it is definitely a famous sword no less than the supreme sword. It even gave her the feeling that it might be even better than the supreme quick knife. No reason. Momozagi sensed this just by relying on her intuition as a top swordsman. As for her feelings, Momozagi is absolutely sure. Look at her like this. Natalyia also raised her eyebrows, showing interest. This beauty marine is quite interesting. Admiral alternate. It means that under Admiral, Vice Admiral is the strongest, right? It seems that it should be much stronger than the Beast's Pirates 3 disasters. For the Jack I met in the Beast's Pirates. Natalyia was very speechless. The man was simply out of his mind. Facing his own sea of flames, he dared to rush in directly. Natalyia had only one thought, so brave. Ironhead baby? And Momozagi in front of me. Natalyia felt a little excitement. So many years in the Island of Gods. Their battles are with brothers and sisters. It was fun at first. But fight and fight. Many brothers and sisters have learned about each other's tricks and personalities. It's basically meaningless to fight again. So he looked at the female swordsman in front of him. Natalyia still appreciates it. He glanced at the T-Dolphin. Natalyia shook her head. I don't know how you, such a cowardly person, have such a good cabbage. For Momozagi and T-Dolphins are a couple of things. Natalyia is still quite regretful. After all, in her opinion, such a beautiful woman is worthy of her father. Matching someone else is all flowers and cow dung. But the T-Dolphin was stunned when he heard the words, and some did not react. Momozagi's hand holding the knife is also a meal. She looked at Natalyia, her gaze turned slightly cold. Your Excellency thinks I'm his girlfriend. Natalyia spreads her hands. Yes, isn't it? She was a little confused. Could it be that she was wrong? Aren't these two a couple? If so, then they don't have to die today. Feeling better, Natalyia put her hands back into her pockets again. Looking at this scene, Momozagi's eyes turned cold again. Your Excellency's joke is too much. Momozagi is temperamental and determined. Since she is a woman, but cannot eat devil fruit. It can be seen by stepping up to the great swordsman step by step just by relying on swordsmanship, and then climbing to the position of Admiral's alternate. Momozagi is extremely strong and unyielding. That's when I heard that Natalyia thought she was the T-Dolphin's girlfriend. It was hard for her to accept. But the T-Dolphin has the heart to admit it. But looking at Momozagi is a little pd off. He also did not speak. At this time, Momozagi slowly pulled out the kinpara from his waist, looked at Natalyia with burning eyes and said, I don't know how good your kendo is. Can you fight me? Natalyia put her hands in her pockets and said indifferently. See you, understand a little bit. Compared to Ryūjin Jakka's Zanpakuto ability, Natalyia really only knows a little bit about swordsmanship, whiteheads, shunpo, kido. But this little understanding is only limited to her own. Within the entire Porgas family, Natalyia has only lost to 2 people in the sword competition. One is Giseline, the second daughter of the Porgas family. The other is Bel, the eldest son of the Porgas family. And these 2 people. One is the template of first-generation Kenpei, no Hinaretsu. The other one is the Aizen Sosuke template. Natalyia and them both lost and won. Enough to see. She has a little understanding of how much moisture there is. Yamato watched from behind and vaguely felt that there was something wrong. She seemed to remember when she left Onishima. Natalyia said that she was already very low-key. But a fire almost engulfed the sea. Now that I understand a little bit, can't it be the same? Yamato's expression changed slightly, silently watching the next scene. She felt something particularly interesting is likely to happen next. Marine Admiral's candidate Momuzagi, a beautiful swordsman, confidently challenged Natalyia. Then, Natalyia, who said she only knew a little about swordsmanship, was easily defeated. Yamato has even thought about how to write his own news. Chapter 44. Natalyia is in a good mood now. Because Momuzagi and T-Dolphins are not a relationship between men and women. In this way, she can bring back another great beauty to her father. Dad will definitely like it. Challenge for Momuzagi. Natalyia nodded in agreement. Fighting is fine, but pure fighting doesn't seem to be interesting. What prize do you want? Will the winner lose the sword to the opponent? What Momuzagi said was a common bet between swordsmen. It is quite normal for the loser to hand over his sword to the opponent. Natalyia nodded first, then shook her head. You win, I give you my knife. I won, you come with me. Of course, you have no choice. Natalyia added a sentence at the end. Momuzagi looked at her with burning eyes. Ignore the obstructive expression of the T-Dolphin. Momuzagi nodded slowly. I can go with you, but I can't delay the fight on the top. Momuzagi didn't think twice. Just forget about the essential work of your marine. The battle for the top is imminent. Her quasi-admiral combat force must participate. Natalyia naturally has no objection to this. With an inexplicable mysterious smile on his face. Because Natalyia thought. Even if you rush back to the Island of Gods later. Count the round trip. How can I stay on the Island of Gods for a year? A year later Momuzagi came out again. Maybe the baby will be born. She has another brother and sister. The smile on Natalya's face grew wider. She is also contributing to the strength of the Porgas family. Estimate. Chu Xia wants to know these thoughts of Natalyia after going to the sea. It can hang her up for 365 days. This is not suitable for fighting, let's go to that island. Momuzagi looked at Banaro Island. Natalyia nodded slightly. Whatever. Soon. The warship docks. On the coast of Banaro Island, Natalyia and Momuzagi stood still. Looking at the traces of burning large areas around. The T-Dolphin only felt that it was piercing in his heart. He looked at Natalyia and reminded. Your Excellency, this time is just a swordsmanship competition between you and Momuzagi, you can't use the devil fruit ability. Listen to his reminder. Natalyia smiled and didn't care. Although her ability is not devil fruit. But since it was said that it was a kendo competition with Momuzagi. Then it is impossible for her to use the rest of her abilities. It's too nasty. She still looks down on it and doesn't bother to do that. Opposite Natalyia. Momuzagi drew out the Kimpira and clenched it tightly with one hand. Come to Banaro Island. Only then did she truly realize how powerful the flame Natalyia released just now. The entire Banaro Island can be counted as a medium-sized island. But just now. After a big fight between Natalyia and Blackbeard. This Banaro Island has been turned into ruins of flames. All plants, animals, even rocks were burned. All that's left is burnt everything. A glimpse of a leopard in a tube. It is enough to see how strong this Natalyia is. So Momuzagi was not careless at all because Natalyia said that she only knew a little about kendo. She is very serious and adjusts her state to the best. Looking at Natalyia, who was also holding a knife in one hand, Momuzagi rushed forward in an instant. When the great swordsman faced the weak, he would use long-range attacks to kill or test them. But when facing a strong man of the same level as himself, that kind of sword Kigong strike doesn't make any sense. Momuzagi was holding Jinpira and rushed towards him at a high speed. The long knife was wrapped with a golden light, and it cut towards Natalyia sharply. Natalyia raised an eyebrow at this. It's pretty good that this female marine can do this. While dodging the knife slightly sideways, Natalyia reached out and squeezed Ryūjin Jakka tightly with one hand. The quaint long knife was unsheathed. There was a clanging sound between the two girls. After about 30 strokes, Momuzagi took a few steps back, sweating profusely, looking at Natalyia fearfully. The faces of all the people watching the battle were extremely solemn at this time. The T-Dolphin frowned, watching the battle between Momuzagi and Natalyia was not at all optimistic. Because what Natalyia said is slightly understandable, it is not the case at all. I just fought these 30 or so tricks. It's basically Momuzagi doing the work. Natalyia was just doing simple defense. And Momuzagi's attack is naturally extremely fierce. After all, she is a great swordsman. Even if you catch a flaw, you can directly defeat the enemy. But just those 30 strokes. Natalya's whole body is airtight, without any flaws. Even she was so comfortable that she didn't even move her footsteps. Such a powerful strength. At the level of Kendo, Natalyia might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Hawkeye, right? I was surprised. Momuzagi over there moved again. Looking at Natalyia, Momuzagi didn't speak. Momuzagi charged again with serious eyes. This time the sword is more cautious and sharper. Momuzagi went into a state of ecstasy. At this moment, in her eyes, there is only the opponent in front of her. A great swordsman in this state is very dangerous. During the battle, if one is not careful, their opponent will be cut off something. And once the opponent's long knife touches the body, it is almost equal to defeat. But Natalyia, who was fighting against Momuzagi, was still doing well. Ryūjin Jakka deflected Momuzagi's fierce sword with a few provocations. Soon, 10 minutes passed. Momuzagi was forced to withdraw from that ecstasy. Even if she is a great swordsman, the cost of getting into that state is still enormous. It was a full-scale burden on mind and body. So 10 minutes, this is her limit. It is said that the top swordsman, for example, Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, entering this state can last for 30 minutes. Exhausted, Momuzagi took a step back and looked at Natalyia with serious eyes and deep regret. I lost. She didn't save face. Instead, admit defeat directly. Although Natalyia didn't attack at all, she just defended. But it still brought her extremely strong pressure. So this battle, she lost. She didn't even manage to force Natalyia to fight. The gap is simply too big. Is she Hawkeye? Momuzagi looked at Natalyia with a complicated heart. Natalyia said at this time. In that case, you should come with me. Don't worry, I won't let you delay the battle for the top. On the contrary, it will take you to challenge more sword masters like me. Listen to this. Momuzagi's eyes brightened slightly, and he nodded. Watching this scene happen, Yamato stared blankly. Knew it. Natalya's little understanding must not be regarded as a little understanding. Jun, don't be discouraged. It's just a loss, and you can win it again next time. The T-Dolphin also came up and greeted Momuzagi for a while, showing his dog-licking nature. It's just that Momuzagi is very indifferent to T-Dolphins. If not even colleagues. She had already let the T-Dolphin go as far away from her as possible. With her hands in the windbreaker pockets, Natalyia took Yamato aboard the warship. Turning around, Natalyia beckoned to Momuzagi, and several female marines. What she came out this time has been completed. Blackbeard had been caught by her. She didn't know what her father would do with Blackbeard, so let's take him back first. There are still more than 10 days to stand on the top. It just happened to go back to the Island of God to practice for a period of time, so that she can improve her strength again. If only Ryūjin Jakka's Bankai could be mastered. Then, the T-Dolphin is also preparing to board the warship at this time. But Natalyia looked at the other party, with killing intent in her eyes. She didn't like Marine at all. I didn't do anything this time, and it was only because of Momozagi. Be lenient with the T-Dolphin, if the other party is ungrateful and pushes forward. Then her Ryūjin Jakka, it is not impossible to burn another one. Looking at Natalya's eyes full of killing intent. The T-Dolphin stood there resentfully. Watching the marine warship leave when I was waiting for others to come, and gradually disappear. A group of male marine soldiers behind the T-Dolphin asked. T-Dolphin Vice Admiral, what shall we do now? Yeah, T-Dolphin Vice Admiral, what should we do? The T-Dolphin's face was dark when he heard this, and he was in a bad mood. Do I know what to do? The T-Dolphin is very angry. My own goddess was taken away inexplicably. His mind is completely messed up. Fortunately, Banaro Island is not far from naval headquarters. After receiving the request for help from the T-Dolphin, Sengoku notified the nearby marine. Not long after, on the sea in the distance, Aokiji arrived slowly on his bicycle. The cold air spread under the bicycle, and the sea was frozen into an icy road where it passed. Aokiji soon came to Banaro Island. Look at the island that has been burned by flames. Aokiji's yawning expression froze. As an old enemy with Akainu, he knows it well. With such burn marks, the temperature of the flame at that time was probably extremely terrifying. Once ashore, Aokiji inquired again with the T-Dolphin. He froze in place immediately. At this time, even if Aokiji is Marine Admiral, it's a little hard to understand what happened here not long ago. A girl who looks like she is only in her teens, but her shot is a monstrous flame? Blackbeard was burned badly, life and death were unpredictable. Then compete with Momozagi in Kendo. The result is that Marine's Admiral candidate, Momozagi, who is a great swordsman, was easily defeated? Aokiji clicks his ears. He suspected he had heard wrong. Is this true? Chapter 45. Stand on the warship heading back to naval headquarters. The two of Aokiji and Chafu are standing on the deck. There was a deep seriousness in Aokiji's eyes. And the T-Dolphin. Seeing Natalya's strength with his own eyes, his breathing was extremely heavy. And he was always worried about Momozagi, afraid of the danger of Momozagi being taken away. Think again about Natalyia kidnapping her beautiful daughter from Kaido and Big Mom. The T-Dolphin's heart seemed to be tightly grasped. His beloved Momozagi, can't. The T-Dolphin was extremely impatient and wished to return to the headquarters as soon as possible. Aokiji glanced at him and comforted him. Do not worry. I have roughly reported the news to Marshal Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku will definitely launch Marine's intelligence network to scout around. That guy Polisalino has also returned to the headquarters, and he will attack as soon as he gets the news. Why, I should be able to get Momozagi back. Listen to Aokiji's comfort. The T-Dolphin is still in a bad mood. Knowing Natalya's strength, he didn't think that Kizaru could save her. Even if he did receive the information, Kizaru arrived. But with that guy's temper, might he try his best to save people? Maybe it wasn't foreseeing that Natalie was too strong, so he would just spread his hands and smash it. As a candidate for Admiral, Chapok knows Kizaru too well. Aokiji also obviously knows Kizaru's temper. So he didn't know what to say for a while. At the same time, Naval Headquarters. Inside the Marshal's office. Received information from Aokiji. Sengoku's expression was extremely serious. The gang of lawless human traffickers showed up again. This time the target is one of the new 7 warlords of the sea, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Now Blackbeard is alive and well. Sengoku didn't care. But an admiral candidate of his marine was also taken away. Momozagi isn't just one of Marine's high-tier powers. She is also the younger sister of Tsuru Vice Admiral, the headquarters chief of staff. After so many years of friendship, Sengoku felt very guilty towards Crane. Once Momozagi can't be saved, then what face does he have to meet Crane Vice Admiral? Sad in his heart, Sengoku launched all of Marine's intelligence networks to investigate the whereabouts of Natalyia and others. At the same time, he also reported the matter to 5 elders. Wanted help from the 5 elders. But even with the intelligence network of the government of the world, Natalyia and the others also seemed to have disappeared into the sea. Several hours passed, and there was no news at all. Instead, the news about the Panaro Island incident broke out directly. New World. Darice Rosa. Next to the port. Doflamingo, wearing a pink feather coat, is smiling and walking towards a marine warship. It's not far from the top stand. These Shishibukai were forcibly recruited by the world government. If you don't accept it, you will lose the position of 7 warlords of the sea. What's more, Dover himself still has the handle in the hands of the world government. He had to go. Phew 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 phew. Walking with insolent strides, Doflamingo boarded the warship and glanced at the ghost spider vice admiral who came to pick him up. A ghost spider. Marine sent you to pick me up, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you in a fit of excitement? The ghost spider's face was dark, and he looked at Dover and said with a cigar in his mouth. You can try it, Doflamingo. Maybe you can kill me, but you will also be listed as the most wanted criminal by the government of the world. 7 warlords of the sea and the king of Darice Rosa, you can't continue to be the king. As he said that, the ghost spider glanced at the toy soldiers working on the port. Feeling threatened by him, Dover was not angry, and continued to laugh. Phew 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 phew, I'm just kidding you. Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, you don't have to be so nervous, do you? Dover said, people have already walked on the warship. But before the Ghost Spider gave the order to set sail, the advanced cotter of the Donquixote family, Torre Pole, hurried over. With a big snot in his nose, Torrible looked at Doflamingo eagerly and said in a panic. Dover, something big happened on the sea. With that said, Torrible also came to Dover and whispered something in Dover's ear. After listening to Doflamingo, the whole person has completely lost the relaxed and freehand feeling just now. His face was full of dignity, and he glanced at Torrible. Is this information true? Speaking, Dover's tone trembled slightly. It can be seen how shocked he was by the information he heard just now. Torrible nodded. Dover, this information is 100% true. Hearing this, Doflamingo probably understood. This information should come from within Marine. He lowered his head to hide his shocked expression. What a joke! That guy, no. The lawless human trafficker reappeared. This time the target was not the daughter of the 4 emperors. It was Blackbeard, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Doflamingo is no stranger to Blackbeard. Although I don't know how strong the opponent is. But Dark Fruit added the record of defeating Fire Fist Ace. The strength of the opponent must not be inferior to him. Maybe even stronger. But that's the Blackbeard. He was beaten half to death and then taken away. Why is that celebrity trafficker targeting 7 warlords of the sea again? Dover's heart trembled. He didn't even want to go to naval headquarters a little bit. This is so life-threatening. Doflamingo can step on 3 sides. Underground world, 4 emperors pirates, world government. When dealing with these people, although it was dangerous, it was still within his grasp. However, he was not sure about dealing with such a lunatic human trafficker. So Dover didn't even dare to go to sea for a while. Because that's just too frightening. Marine Admiral's alternate, Momuzagi, was taken away, and the T-Dolphin was also present. The opponent's strength must be the absolute top of the sea. Dover felt a retreat in his heart. He feels compared to the position of Shishibukai. Or his own life is more important. This 7 warlords of the sea, don't worry about it. But it seems to have anticipated Doflamingo's idea. The Vice Admiral Ghost Spider also answered a phone bug at this time. His expression gradually turned from shock to panic, and from panic to resolute solemnity. Yes, Marshal Sengoku, I promise to complete the task, don't worry. The Ghost Spider hung up the phone bug, looked at Doflamingo and said. Doflamingo, Marshal Sengoku has ordered me to take you through the secret passage and go directly to Marie Joyce. You have no choice. If you are worried about the safety of yourself and the Donquixote family, you can only follow me. Doflamingo's expression changed. Indeed. Now it is not known whether that Natalyia is targeting Shishibukai or just Blackbeard. So the best place for him is not to stay in Darice Rosa. Instead, follow Marine to Marie Joyce. After all, it is the lair of the world's official government, the residence of the celestial dragons. It can be said that there is no safer place in the whole sea than that. Thinking quickly, he nodded. Okay, I'll go with you to Marie Joyce. As he said that, he hurriedly drove Toripole off the warship. The Ghost Spider ordered the warship to set sail and head for the world's government via a secret route. The other side. Nine Snake Island, also known as Amazon Lily. This is a country made up entirely of women. It's like the daughter country in Legendary. The king here is Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. And she is also the most beautiful woman in this sea, known as the Empress. At this time, a marine warship is also docked next to the port of Nine Snake Island. A man with a mask and hairstyle stood on the deck of the warship. The man's name is Flying Squirrel, and he is Vice Admiral, the headquarters of Marine. His purpose here, like the Ghost Spider, is to forcibly recruit the Empress, Shichibukai, to Marie Joyce. It's just that his trip didn't go well. It has been 2 days since I came here. But he still didn't even see the face of the Empress. When I asked, the other party didn't want to go to Marie Joyce. Doesn't even care about the name Shichibukai. This makes it difficult for Flying Squirrels. Marine can't make enemies randomly at this moment, and he may not be able to win the Empress. So this made him timid and in a dilemma. At this time, he also received information from Sengoku. The new Shichibukai Blackbeard was beaten to death by the trafficker and taken away. Admiral Alternate Momuzagi was taken too. The Flying Squirrel's expression changed first. After pondering for a moment, he was slightly happy. Although Admiral's substitute was taken away, it had a big impact on Marine. But the reason why Marshal Sengoku told him this information should be to use it to threaten the Empress and make the other party agree to go to Marie Joyce, right? I thought so in my heart. The Flying Squirrel ordered his female Marine to land on the island to inform the past. Soon. Inside the Palace Hall of Nine Snake Island. The Empress on the throne received news from the Flying Squirrel. Seeing these 2 pieces of news, her face became flustered. It's over, it seems that what the AI family thought was right. Igia must have been targeted by those traffickers. No, Igia can't leave Nine Snake Island no matter what. Otherwise you will be caught by human traffickers and sold to an old witch, Igia will be. The Empress looked flustered. Not only did he not want to go to Marie Joyce because of the news of the Flying Squirrel. On the contrary, it strengthened her idea of staying behind closed doors on Nine Snake Island. The Flying Squirrel who received feedback from the female Marine rolled her eyes. What the hell am I? He really felt that he was stealing chickens instead of losing money. Oh, forget it, there is no way. He can only stay here any longer. At the same time, the Flying Squirrel also issued an ultimatum to the Empress. He waited here for 7 days before the other party reached the top, that is to say, there were still 5 days left. 5 days later, if the Empress does not accept compulsory recruitment, then she will wait for the Marine siege after the top. And just 1 day after Marine first got the news. The news quickly spread to the entire sea. The lawless human trafficker who dared to kidnap the daughter of the 4 emperors reappeared. What he did this time was even more shocking. He shot Blackbeard half to death. He also took away Admiral's alternate Momuzagi, and the T-Porpoise couldn't stop him. All of a sudden, the sea trembled. Chapter 46. After a day of fermentation. More shocking and detailed information came out from the sea. New World. Realm of Beasts, Wanakuni Ghost Island. Kaido is holding a phone bug. The person on the other end of the phone bug is the Big Mom who is also the 4 emperors. The 2 are discussing the information they just obtained. Hey, old crazy woman, that person appeared again, and she brought my son Yamato, who is said to be a young girl. Charlotte nodded in Linlin's direction. Yeah, Kaido, I never imagined that such a young girl would possess such great power. In just a few minutes, defeated Blackbeard and took away Marine Admiral Alternate Momuzagi. What is her origin and what is her purpose? Charlotte and Linlin's voice was very worrying. Now, she can't worry about her daughters anymore. Instead, I was thinking about the deeper things behind this matter. Who is that human trafficker after? Appeared from the beginning. The 100 beasts and her took away several beautiful daughters respectively. This time he showed up again, and appeared in the first half of the Grand Line, eyeing Blackbeard, and took Momozagi along the way. The other party seemed to be acting out of order. Nor was it as Kaido and Charlotte Linlin expected. Threatening them with their daughters and doing something for them. This is not in line with the behavior of those hidden forces. Kaido's words were deep. Old crazy woman, I suddenly feel that that person may not be the mysterious force we know about. Those mysterious forces are not many, and their strength is very limited. At most, they are at the same level as you and me. And this has to be the helm of those mysterious forces. But this young girl doesn't look like her at all. Her acting style is also disorderly. Even if it is a mysterious force, it is probably not those people. Those people in Kaido's mouth. Naturally some old guys. But the people who did it this time really don't look like those old guys. It's not like those old guys either. The two fell silent for a while. Charlotte Linlin laughed loudly at this moment. Well. I don't care about the lives of those daughters now. What I think is that something big is likely to happen in this sea. It may be something that neither you nor I expected. Kaido, I'm looking forward to the top spot competition in the near future. With that kind of flame, you can't be the devil fruit in Legendary, right? Well. Kaido's expression sank when he heard this. He knew Charlotte Linlin. Know that the other party doesn't care much about their children at all. Even Katakuri, the strongest member of the Charlotte family, is nothing more than a tool man in the eyes of Charlotte Linlin. So Smoothie and other girls were abducted. Charlotte was very angry with Linlin, more because of her own face problem. Now, there is no trace of seeing the daughters at all. She didn't care anymore, just make up a few more and it's over. But Kaido is different from her. Unlike the female stallion Charlotte Linlin, Kaido really cares about Yamato. Although I don't usually say it, it is an indisputable fact. Yamato is very important in Kaido's heart. Seeing that there was a little trace of Yamato, but now it is gone. Kaido was anxious in his heart. Hang up Charlotte Linlin's phone bug. Kaido calls the phone bug to big journalist Morgans to ask something deeper. For example, where did the newsbird find Yamato and Natalyia? Another example. Is there any newsbird now that the disappeared marine warship has been found? When Kaido inquired about Natalya's news. Another 4 emperors group, the Whitebeard pirates. Moby DK aboard. Received the information just sent. Marco read it aloud from the deck. Natalyia went to Bonaro Island, caught Blackbeard, and broke out with Blackbeard. Blackbeard was defeated by Natalyia, who used the flame ability in just a few minutes. He was burned so badly that he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Marco read this information. For a moment, the entire Moby DK was silent. The next moment, there was another uproar. This sea does not know who the person who made the shot is. I even knew Natalya's name, but I didn't meet each other. But their Whitebeard pirates are different. Not long ago, they met Natalyia. Relieved that Natalyia went to trouble Blackbeard this time. This sea does not know why. But they also know. All because Natalyia is Ace's niece. Ace lost to Blackbeard and was caught and traded to the world government. Natalyia is going to avenge Ace. Really outrageous. Ha 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 ha. Diamond Josie laughed and drank with a barrel in his mouth. After taking a sip, he slammed the wine barrel on the ground with an excited expression. Father, brothers, what a joy! That idiot Teach thought his dark fruit was extremely powerful, so he killed Thatch and defeated Ace. Ace's flame was once defeated by dark fruit. But this time, the flame won. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Natalyia is so strong, damn it. Jaws and the others kept sighing. He even forgot the pain of being instantly killed by Natalyia. On the contrary, I feel that Natalyia is so strong. Isn't it unreasonable that he was instantly killed? It's just too reasonable. Whitebeard, who was leaning on the keel and covered in pipes, also laughed. The battle for the top is imminent. He didn't have time to settle the score with Blackbeard himself. But unexpectedly, someone found Blackbeard for him. Or Ace's own niece, that powerful Natalyia. Even Whitebeard. At this moment, it is inevitable that I will rush to relieve my anger. Ace pursued Blackbeard because the other party killed Thatch and killed his companions. But Ace catches up to Blackbeard, and flames fight darkness. But lost. As a result, Blackbeard is still at large. This time, flames battle darkness again. Blackbeard failed miserably. Cool la la la. Cool la la la. Whitebeard laughed heartily. The entire Whitebeard pirates felt relieved like never before. The news couldn't be more exciting for them. Jaws thought back to the expressiveness of Natalyia's fire. Spitstars flew across the road. Daddy, brothers. Although I really don't want to admit it, Ace's flame is really inferior to Natalyia's. Yeah, Jaws' words are right. This niece of Ace is really like the god of fire. What fire god? Can this describe Natalyia? I think she should be a real god of heat. Hot type, YYDS. Big sister head, YYDS. The Whitebeard pirates had a lively atmosphere. They even have an extra layer of address with Natalyia. Sit on the deck. Whitebeard watched the scene with a smile. Now, it's just a matter of going to the top battle not long after and rescuing Ace. Whitebeard gave the order. It caused a burst of cheers from Marcohas and others. At the same time, entrance and exit of New World and Grand Line. Red Force docked on an uninhabited desert island. Yes. Leaving his lair in the New World. The Red Hair Pirates just came to this entrance and continued the banquet here. It doesn't matter to them. But it frightened many pirates who passed by here. I'm going, is that the Red Hair Pirates? That pirate flag, that's right, it's the Red Hair Pirates, one of the 4 emperors. Aren't they supposed to be deep in the New World? Why did it appear at the New World entrance? The pirates who had just arrived in New World panicked. They have worked so hard. This is the Grand Line to the New World. But just after coming over from the Fishmen Island, the coating was just broken, and I saw Red Hair Pirates. It almost scared them to death. Fortunately, the Red Hair Pirates just held a banquet quietly on that island and ignored them at all. These little pirates are not overreaching. They all quickly found a direction and sailed away. And at this time on the deserted island, everyone in Red Hair Pirates is pushing glasses and changing glasses, and the banquet is very lively. Suddenly, a piece of information came, which made the atmosphere of the banquet stagnate. The redhead listened to the information, his drunken and flushed face was full of bewilderment. What? The trafficker who kidnapped Kaido and Big Mom's daughter showed up again. She beat Blackbeard half to death. Momuzagi was taken away in the presence of T-Dolphins. Natalyia, god of heat. The red-haired man was extremely surprised when he heard the news. Raising his hand, the red hair wiped the scar at the corner of his eye. The scar still hurts to this day. That's why. The redhead went to Whitebeard not long ago. I want the other party to find Ace back, and don't let Ace continue chasing Blackbeard. Because Blackbeard, in fact, is a very dangerous person. The facts also proved the redhead's judgment. Ace goes after Blackbeard. Being counter-killed, captured, and traded. A series of movements stirred the entire sea. The whole sea fell into a shocking uzumaki. But how long has it been? Not long. A name popped out of the sea. Natalyia, the god of heat. She actually defeated Blackbeard and burned Blackbeard half to death? How can this be? The redhead groaned inwardly. He really couldn't believe this information. But this information was repeatedly confirmed by Ben Beckman. Absolutely no fakes. The red hair sat on a rock in a daze, feeling puzzled. This news is too surprising. Hold back for a long time. The redhead managed to squeeze out a word. This Natalyia, is she really the god of heat? Could it be that the fruit in Legendary has come true? It's too shocking, isn't it? How did she do it? Listen to the redhead murmuring. Ben Beckman led the laugh. Pointing at the red hair, the drunken crowd laughed so hard that they were thrown off their feet. Captain, what do I remember? Aren't you proud of being the Emperor of the Sea when you were in your 30s and less than 40? But you became 4 emperors in your 30s. You are powerful, but you can't take down Blackbeard. Wounded and scarred by Blackbeard. But what about Natalyia? I heard that the age mentioned in the information is a girl in her teens, right? But look at people's record. In just a few minutes, Blackbeard was defeated, and now Blackbeard got dark fruit. Ha ha ha, what the idiot captain thinks now must be that he has lived on a dog. Ha 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 ha. The red-haired cotters burst out laughing. Fatty Lakey Lou, Sniper Yasop, Musician Monkey, and others laughed the hardest. This embarrasses the drunken redhead. With red hair and flushed face, he was ashamed by the cotters. But this is not the end. After all the cotters finished mocking the red hair, Co-Captain Ben Beckman gives a crit. He looked at the redhead, his words were flat, but deadly. Captain Idiot, I heard that Natalyia directly defeated Momuzagi, who is a great swordsman in swordsmanship. Who is Momuzagi, the only female swordsman in the sea? Captain Idiot, aren't you good at swordsmanship? How do you compare to that Natalyia? The red hair heard the words. To save face. He looked around, pretended to think for a moment, and smiled. You all know my swordsmanship, so I stand shoulder to shoulder with my hawk. There are wins and losses. You all know who my hawk is, right? That's the #1 swordsman in the world. So I think that no matter how strong this Natalya's swordsmanship is, it will be 50-50 with me. The redhead spoke eloquently. Lajilu and the others laughed again. And just as the red hair pirate's banquet was in full swing. One is gentle though. But deep within the words came a sickly voice from above. Oh! Can you stand shoulder to shoulder with the world's #1 swordsman? 50-50 with Natalyia. The words fell. The red hair pirates didn't respond yet. But the red-haired pupils shrank, and he was completely drunk in an instant. Because, this is what he sees in the future that is about to happen. And just after the visitor's words fell, someone cut open this deserted island with a knife. Chapter 47. Naval Headquarters, inside the Marshal's office. Sengoku, Garp, Crane Vice Admiral, and 3 admirals gathered together. Plus there is an Admiral alternate T-Dolphin bonus. Crane Vice Admiral struggled to maintain his usual composure. Momuzagi is her sister. This time, he was taken away by that group of traffickers. The situation is unpredictable. Crane Vice Admiral is worried about this. But she didn't forget that she was a Marine, so she kept her composure. Sengoku looked at the T-Dolphin with a deep tone. Giaji, please report in detail on this trip to Panaro Island. In fact, the T-Dolphin returned to the headquarters last night. But at that time, Akainu had a task, so he didn't have this meeting, so he dragged it until now. On Sengoku's desk, there are 2 phone bugs. One is a video phone bug. One is a call bug. The other end of the phone bug is between the powers of the world government. That is 5 elders. This meeting. It is not an exaggeration to say that it was a high-level meeting between Marine and the world government. The T-Dolphin stood up from the sofa, with a heartache on his face. His Excellency 5 elders, Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Staff Officer Crane, and the 3 admirals. Momuzagi and I are ordered by the headquarters to go to Panaro Island to recruit the new 7 warlords of the sea, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach to Marie Joyce, and prepare for the top battle in the near future. But the 2 of us have just arrived not far from Panaro Island. It was discovered that someone was fighting on Panaro Island. One of the parties is the Blackbeard Pirates, with Blackbeard and his 4 crew members. The other party has also been confirmed now. It should be the human trafficker who abducted the daughter of the 4 emperors in the Beasts Pirates and Big Mom Pirates not long ago. The other party's name is Natalyia. The T-Dolphin paused when he said this, so that everyone could accept what he said. The 3 Admiral, Sengoku, Garp, and Crane Vice Admiral were all in deep thought. 5 elders on the other end of the phone bug didn't speak either, silently meditating. But this group of people can almost be called half the sky. They had never heard of the name Natalyia. Throughout the ages, unprecedented. Akainu's face was gloomy. Kizaru and Aokiji mused. Neither spoke. The faces of Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru Vice Admiral were also extremely solemn. Crane Vice Admiral asked one more question at this time. Giaji, describe in detail what that Natalyia looks like. The T-Dolphin nodded. In fact, He reported all these to the headquarters yesterday. But he also understands Vice Admiral's concern about Momozagi. The T-Dolphin told about Natalya's clothes and appearance. Red hair and red eyes, red windbreaker, looks immature, that is, a girl in her teens. Listen to this description. Crane Vice Admiral frowned deeper and deeper, obviously not impressed at all. Sengoku looked at the two phone bugs beside him. Your Excellency, 5 elders, do you know this person? Hearing this, the 5 elders on the other side of the phone bug fell silent for a moment. The blonde 5 elders in charge of intelligence said in a deep voice. Have no idea. What a simple answer. Several people in the marshal's office were breathless after hearing this. The 5 elders are in charge of the government of the world and the most powerful intelligence agency in this sea. They even know some ancient history that is not known. 100 years of blank space that the world has been pursuing. These 5 people are all tacit. But with the knowledge and qualifications of these 5 people, they didn't even know who Natalyia was. This is even the result after a day of investigation. This is difficult. It's really scary. What kind of existence is a person that even His Excellency 5 elders doesn't know? The scary thing is that this person is still so strong and has no scruples. Sitting on the sofa, Kizaru raised his eyebrows. These words made the atmosphere sink again. Sengoku looked at the T-fish. You continue to report. The T-dolphin nodded and continued speaking. He told what he and others saw at that time. First, several pillars of fire broke out on Banaro Island. According to the Tealfish's estimate, it is very likely that Natalyia shot and killed several Blackbeard crew members. Everyone was not surprised and continued to listen. At this time, the T-dolphin took out a video phone bug. The video phone bug played slowly, revealing the red-dyed sky on Banaro Island. The sea of fire on Banaro Island lasted for 5 minutes, and then gradually dissipated. Just when everyone on the marine warship didn't know what happened, a figure descended from the sky. It was Blackbeard who was burned badly. Then, Natalyia landed on the deck carrying Yamato. The video stops here. Because the T-Dolphin's intelligence officer didn't dare to record any more. The aura on Natalyia's body is really too strong. He recorded again, fearing that his life would be in danger. But even so, it was enough to shock everyone watching. Looking at that young and immature face, there was another silence in the office. No one can compare this person with anyone in their impression. Only Garp's complexion changed slightly. Look at Natalyia's young face. He seemed to see a person he was very familiar with. Although no T.S. Madara. However, the two have many similarities in certain details. But Garp couldn't be sure, he just frowned and kept thinking. All the people in the marshal's office frowned. Akainu's face almost darkened to the bottom. No one could notice Garp's abnormality. In the silent atmosphere, only the report of the T-Dolphin echoed. The next thing is that Natalyia wants to do something and burn our warship. She even threatened to kill me and Momozagi with confidence before the naval headquarters reinforcements arrived. As the T-fish said, Sengoku was keenly aware that something was wrong. Etc. Sengoku's words instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the office. Speaking of T-Dolphins, I think we should sum it up. I have a few questions now. Sengoku's words were serious. 1. Natalyia took away a lot of people from the 2-4 Emperor's regiments. Why did she show up again now, with only Yamato beside her? 2nd, why did Natalyia attack Blackbeard, and what is the grievance between the two parties? 3. Why is Natalyia's flame ability so strong? 4th, why is Natalyia hostile to my marine? After discovering the T-Dolphin and Momozagi, she is ready to do it directly. 5. After Natalyia defeated Momozagi, where did she take it? Sengoku's 5 questions immediately made everyone ponder. No one spoke, and began to think carefully. But I thought about it for a long time. Everyone was surprised to find out. They are a group of marine executives. Even the top officials of the world's official government were unable to give an accurate answer to any of these 5 questions. This is too scary. Natalyia, it's too mysterious for them. He pondered for a long time. Aokiji said suddenly. Marshal Sengoku, many of these questions are completely clueless. We lack critical information, beyond guesswork. But the third question is why Natalyia's flame ability is so strong. I have some ideas about this. Aokiji's words caught everyone's attention. He recalled what he had seen and heard in Banaro Island, and said solemnly that Natalyia probably ate the fiery devil fruit in Legendary. The words fell. Everyone who had some guesses nodded their heads. Within rights. The 5 elders looked at each other even more. Each of these 5 old guys looked more dignified than the other. The devil fruit in Legendary. Logia, sun fruit. It should be. If it's this fruit, then this Natalyia, no matter what, we have to grab each other and hold it in our hands. Yet, the ability in Legendary, awakened to the limit, can rival the power of ancient weapon, it's too terrifying. 5 elders, you talk to each other. Naval headquarters could not hear the discussion of the 5 people. Aquinas snorted coldly at this moment. Devil fruit in Legendary, that's just in Legendary. I don't believe that a mere flame can be that terrifying. My magma can do the same thing. Aquinas said in a dark tone. In the early days, he had heard many rumors from the sea. Even many people in naval headquarters are discussing it. Say what a hot god Natalyia is. How could Aquinas be willing? Flame? Hehe, that's just the low-level ability of magma. No matter how strong the flame is there any solid magma that is stronger? What a joke! Aquinas was very dissatisfied, and he also expressed his dissatisfaction. To this, Sengoku, Kizaru, Aokiji, and others are non-committal. Everyone ignored him. The atmosphere was once awkward. The voice of 5 elders suddenly came from the phone bug on the side. Sengoku, there is no need to continue this meeting. The battle for the top station is imminent, and the top priority is to prepare for the battle with the Whitebeard pirates. Hearing this, Vice Admiral's expression darkened, and he interrupted. Your Excellency 5 elders, Momuzagi is my Marine's Admiral candidate. What's more, Natalyia has inexplicable hostility towards me, Marine and 7 warlords of the sea. Maybe it will affect this battle. Crane still wants to persuade something. But the words of the 5 elders continued. We know. Because of this, we will hand over the matter of Admiral's replacement Momuzagi to the CP organization. 5 elders' voice was cold and unresponsive. Crane wanted to say something, but was stopped by Sengoku's eyes. She just choked back her words. But the aggrieved heart is inevitable. Unexpectedly, she worked hard for Marine for half her life. Momuzagi is also a Marine executive. But inexplicably, he was taken away and disappeared. 5 elders keep Marine out of the way? Crane was very angry. But nowhere to vent. Garp patted Crane's shoulder and smiled wryly. Isn't that what the world government is like? The 5 elders never cared what their Marines thought. Even the Marshal Sengoku. In 5 elders, isn't it just an obedient dog? Hehe. Garp smiled helplessly. 5 elders hangs up on the phone bug. The Marshal's office suddenly fell into silence. But also at this moment. Suddenly, the phone bug on Sengoku's desk rang again. He quickly picked it up, and the person on the other end spit out the information quickly. Marshal Sengoku, at the entrance of the New World, a swordsman who has never heard of it fought a battle with the 4 emperors' red-haired Shanks. What? Sengoku stood up immediately after hearing this, his face full of shock. Chapter 48. Inside the Marshal's office. Everyone heard the voice from the phone bug. In an instant, everyone stared with wide eyes. A swordsman who had never heard of it fought against the red hair. Everyone immediately connected the strong swordsman with Natalyia. Because it's on Banaro Island. Natalyia defeated and took Momuzagi with swordsmanship alone. Sengoku thought of this too. Facing the burning gaze of Crane Vice Admiral. Sengoku calmed down and ordered. Look at that mysterious swordsman again, and describe to me his appearance. While waiting for the response from the other end. Sengoku turned to look at the 3 admirals on the sofa. Aquinas stood up first. I'll go there personally, I want to see if the god of heat is worthy of its name. Aquinas snorted coldly, and was the first to decide to go. Aokiji also stood up immediately, scratching his ears. Allah La. Marshal Sengoku, Tsuru Vice Admiral, I'm sorry for not being able to save Momozagi on Banaro Island. Sengoku shook his head at that. Sakazuki, you still don't need to go on this trip, the headquarters needs to have admiral in charge. Naval headquarters needs a strong admiral to sit, it has nothing to do with strength. It is the military spirit brought by identity. If all three admirals are out at this time, it's just to deal with one person. Then this has a great impact on Marine's military spirit. Bad for Summit War. So Sengoku didn't let Akainu go. Akainu thought of this too. Although his face was dark, he still nodded. It seems that the contest between him and Natalyia can only wait until later. He wants to see it. The other party, is he worthy of the title of God of Heat? Snort. He is lava. Magma stronger than fire. This name should belong to him. And Sengoku's eyes fell on Kizaru again. Kizaru's expression froze. He was fishing calmly, so why did the task fall on himself? When Kizaru was in a daze, Sengoku said in a low voice. Poor Asalino, you are the fastest. If you are sure that the other party is Natalyia, you should rush to the New World entrance immediately. Must stop Natalyia and get Momozagi back before Garp and Kyōka arrive. Kizaru's face was full of bitterness. Nemas. If it is really Natalyia who appears at the New World entrance, then if he goes, won't he face the combination of red hair and Natalyia? Kizaru would not want to go to such a terrifying battlefield. Sengoku said calmly at this moment. After this mission and the top station competition are over, I will let you take a half-year vacation. Hearing this, Kizaru's eyes lit up. Mr. Sengoku, I'm not here for vacation. Sengoku ignored him and turned to look at Garp and Aokiji. Garp. Garp said nothing. He stood up and patted Crane Vice Admiral on the shoulder. Zayahi, don't worry, I will definitely bring Momozagi back to you during this trip. Crane Vice Admiral nodded. Although there are worries in his eyes, he is also full of confidence in Marine's action. Garp, Kizaru, and Aokiji are dispatched. 2 admirals, plus Garp, the Marine hero. Even if the Red Hair Pirates have an idea, Marine can take it together. The report from the Marine Intelligence Officer also came from the phone bug. Marshal Sengoku, see clearly. That person is a woman. She doesn't look very old, and she looks like she is in her teens. Listen to this. Sengoku stomped his feet, feeling extremely excited. It should be Natalyia. The intelligence officer continued to speak, talking about some features. Marshal Sengoku, that girl is wearing a white haori robe with a black kimono inside. She has a gentle face and long straight black hair. Listen to the various characteristics that the intelligence officer said. Sengoku's excitement came to an abrupt end. How can this feature description not match Natalyia at all? It just doesn't look big in appearance, which is similar to Natalyia. But other. A black long straight hair, but completely different from Natalyia. Natalyia, that's fiery red hair. Sengoku was breathing heavily. Sure. At the same time, he was horrified. I originally thought that the strong swordsman who appeared at the New World entrance must be Natalyia. After all, the one who can fight against the red hair must be the top powerhouse in the sea. And how can a top powerhouse appear so easily out of thin air? One Natalyia is already the limit. Why is there another one now? The intelligence officer confirmed again. That person is not Natalyia. Inside the marshal's office, complicated emotions such as regret, surprise, and incomprehension surged. Sengoku sighed and looked at Tsuru Vice Admiral. Little Crane. He felt guilty and didn't know what to say. Crane Vice Admiral didn't mean to blame him either. Shook his head. After Yamato was kidnapped by Natalyia, nothing happened, and he appeared in the sea without incident. Nothing should happen to her sister, Momozagi. Crane Vice Admiral, if Natalyia knows about this idea, that must have told her to rest assured. Nothing will happen to Momozagi. But when I come back in a few days, it is not certain whether there will be more children. After confirming that the strong swordsman over there is not Natalyia, Sengoku shook his head, let Garp, Aokiji, and Kizaru sit down. He rubbed his eyebrows and asked about the battle. 15 minutes ago. A deserted island at the entrance to New World. The red hair suddenly raised his head, sensing the future scene from observation haki. At the same time, he also saw a figure appearing in his sight. The figure was wearing a white haori with a black kimono inside. The face is relatively gentle, with a head of black long straight hair. And under that gentle face, there was a deep madness hidden in his eyes. Glance. The redhead recognized that the man was probably a combat madman. Because he had seen that look in many people before. Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte, and Linlin have all had fights. But now, how could he see it in the eyes of such a young girl? There was no time for the redhead to think more. The voice of the girl in the sky mixed with a trace of madness sounded. It was exactly what the redhead had heard before. But it's over. The girl looked down at the red hair, but didn't make a move directly. Because how could this person seem to have expected her coming? Could it be that he has mastered the observation haki that foresees the future? Coupled with a sword that is not weaker than Hawkeye? Giseline was thoroughly excited at the thought of this. So she didn't draw her sword, and landed directly on this deserted island. Everyone in Red Hair Pirates also fully reacted. Everyone stood up together and looked at Giseline with serious eyes. They felt the surging pressure on this young girl. The pressure was not hidden at all. Due to Chu Xia's ban, Natalyia may be more low-key when fighting in the sea now. But Giseline? When this lunatic fights, he forgets everything. So at this time even the deputy captain Ben Beckman. They all looked at Giseline with serious eyes. He felt an extremely powerful force from the opponent. There is also a strong madness born for fighting. Wearing a deadly costume, Giseline didn't look at other people. Her eyes were entirely on the redhead. Because of the people here, only red hair interests her the most. The red hair stood up and pressed the famous sword griffin on his waist. He looked at Giseline and asked cautiously. I don't know why you came here. For the first time, he also connected Giseline with Natalyia. Marine knows exactly what Natalyia looks like. But that's the top secret of Marine. At present, the sea does not know yet. So the redhead completely recognized Giseline in front of her as Natalyia. Although I don't know where Yamato and Momozagi went. But that's how he feels. He looks young, holds a long knife, and is powerful. In this sea, there can be no second person. Definitely Natalyia. Everyone in the Red Hair Pirates thought the same way. Everyone's eyes were filled with apprehension, and their hearts gasped. Totally unexpected. That lawless human trafficker. After the suppression of Blackbeard on Ponaro Island. Now dare to stare at the four emperors? Is she really that confident? Many people looked at the red hair, their eyes calmed down. Although they were still teasing their own captain before. But his own captain is really a very strong existence. The youngest four emperors, the novice crew on Roger's ship, the most hacky man. Ho 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 ho! A strange cry came from the mouths of the red hair pirates. Everyone can see what is going on in this scene. The girl in front of her must be looking for a red-haired challenge. Pirates are naturally excited when faced with challenges. Really? Sea Emperor of the Great Sea, red-haired Shanks. I came to this sea to challenge Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, but I never found him. Giseline looked at the red hair and spoke in distress. The redhead's face changed when he heard that. Ben Beckman is also more sure of Giseline's identity. This cliff is undoubtedly Natalyia. First look for Blackbeard, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Then find another Shishibukai Hawkeye. This woman has a grudge against Shishibukai. Everyone thought so. Hearing Giseline say again, her eyes brightened. You win or lose in the sword competition with Hawkeye, come and fight with me. Speaking of which, she suddenly pulled out the long knife in her hand. A very curved long knife was held by Giseline. Holding the knife at this moment, her eyes have completely changed. To say that there are still a lot of gentle and restrained words before. Now it's just madness. Madness born for battle. Look at this woman who looks like a lunatic. The redhead frowned. But not waiting for his response. Giseline rushed over directly brandishing a long knife. The red-haired complexion changed, but he raised his knife to meet him helplessly. The battle between the two is imminent. Chapter 49. Faced with Giseline, who looks young and looks like just a teenage girl, the redhead didn't mean anything. After all, in his heart, the man in front of him is a terrifying figure who can defeat Momozagi with sword skills alone. The famous sword griffin is wrapped around armament haki. The redhead met Giseline's knife with a knife. The two swords collided, and there were dozens of collision sounds in just 1 second. At first, Giseline has already fully entered the fighting state. For her, as long as you draw out the long knife, you can enter a completely selfless fighting state. In this state, Giseline can maintain it for 30 minutes. I just don't know how long the red hair can last. Giseline laughed. There was no gentleness on the face anymore. Instead, it was full of madness. Maybe at this time, she is the real her? The redhead was shocked while fighting Giseline. Although he knew that the girl in front of him was very strong in swordsmanship. But he didn't expect that the young girl's kendo attainments were so high. This is no longer simply a strong description. In the eyes of the redhead. Now face Giseline. He really is exactly the same as facing Hawkeye. It's just that Hawkeye's sword is wide open and closed. While each blow is powerful and heavy, it can also find the opponent's weakness very accurately. When fighting Hawkeye, if the red hair is not careful, it will be defeated by the opponent. And Giseline's sword is like a violent storm. She doesn't care about each other's weaknesses. She is good at creating opportunities for herself. While the swordsmanship is exquisite and precise, and often changeable, people hard to guard against. Fortunately, the red hair still has a few brushes in his hand. The two fought ping-pong for 10 minutes. I don't see anyone who has a tendency to fall into the disadvantaged. Seeing this, the surrounding red hair pirates' cotters gasped. Vice Captain, the last one who can compete with the captain in swordsmanship to this extent is Hawkeye, right? Lajilu nodded on the chicken leg and looked at Ben Beckman with shocked eyes. Ben Beckman nodded while watching the battle between the two seriously. Yes. This kind of swordsmanship is really too varied and subtle. If it is said that Hawkeye is good at advancing bravely in a single way of swordsmanship and studying it with all his heart, then she can do everything and be a grandmaster at everything. Even if Hawkeye comes, it will be very difficult to win. Lajilu nodded deeply, agreeing with Ben Beckman's words very much. He asked another question. Then everyone thinks, can the idiot captain win the battle with Natalyia? Everyone was lost in thought for a moment. But after a while, they all looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. Everyone thinks of the redhead style. This idiot captain is shameless. Take the swordsmanship competition with Hawkeye as an example. Sometimes the redhead is above board, and when he loses, he loses. But after he drank, that's a guy who wants to save face and suffer. Even sometimes redheads play tricks. When he was no match for Hawkeye in pure swordsmanship, red hair will use some other power. For example, conquerors winding such bug skills. And that observation haki who can predict the future. These two god-tier skills come out. Hawkeye has to kneel. This is why redhead and Hawkeye win and lose when they fight each other. When losing, it was a pure swordsmanship competition. Time to win. It's red, smelly, and shameless, using power other than swordsmanship. Everyone looked at each other and smiled tacitly. This time, it depends on whether the captain cares about face, or whether he is above board. Time passed minute by minute. Instead of slowing down, the frequency of the two in the battle is getting faster and faster. Originally, the two could attack more than 20 moves in 1 second. Slowly to the present 30 strokes, or even 40 strokes. Griffin in the red-haired hand almost became an afterimage. The same is true for the long knife in the hands of Giseline on the opposite side. Both of them entered the selfless state of a great swordsman. But even so, while fighting Giseline, the redhead felt intense pressure on both sides. With the way of the sword alone, he couldn't hold it anymore. The redhead was horrified in his heart, and couldn't hold back his face. He can admit that he lost to Hawkeye. After all, Hawkeye is the #1 swordsman in the world. There is no shame in losing to the opponent in kendo. However, he lost to such a little girl in front of him. Where did his red-haired face go? He is the most handsome and most respectable man in the sea. Then, quietly, Red Hair uses his observation haki, which can predict the future. Instantly, his offensive became violent. The redhead could predict Giseline's next move in advance. Then give a counter-attack, and then predict. Giseline fell into the suppression of the red hair for a while. Can be stressful. Not only did it not make her feel uncomfortable. Instead, it made Giseline even more excited. Sure enough, he is a guy who can compete with Hawkeye in swordsmanship. Redhead Shanks, I approve of you. Next, I'll let you see my own creation, 8,000 streams of swordsmanship. Listen to this. The red-haired eyes shrank suddenly in the battle. He seems to be from the future that is about to happen. What a terrifying picture I saw. The Red Regiment cotters around them also had their eyes narrowed and their nerves tensed. Any strong person has an intuition. Some of this intuition is the perception of danger. Some have a keen intuition about winning or losing. If this intuition is exercised more, it is possible to master observation haki. If observation haki is advanced enough, you can also predict the future. Such as the current 4 emperors Redhead Shanks. Another example is the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family, Katakuri. They are all strong players who have polished their knowledge to ultimate. It's really hard to fight against such a strong man. Because you either also have the knowledge and knowledge to foresee the future. This can cancel each other out. Or, have absolute strength. Directly crush the opponent with absolute strength. It doesn't work to let the other party foresee the future. But obviously, in the face of red hair, the current Giseline can't do it yet. The redhead is too strong for her to crush. In this situation, there is only one way to restrain red-haired observation haki. That is, to fight entirely by instinct. If you don't know how your next sword will be cut, how can the enemy predict the future? That's what Giseline is doing right now. Her Bakian Liu swordsmanship is the result of her years of research on swordsmanship. Of course, there is also the inheritance of its own character template. Giseline didn't simply document these sword plays. Instead, use your own fighting instinct to display it. Giseline slashed again. Brush. The red-haired eyes shrunk because he didn't see this sword in his future. That is, his vision of the future had failed. How can this be? The red hair trembled in his heart, and hurriedly raised his knife to resist. At the same time, I was surprised. How did Giseline manage to cancel out his future vision? Could it be that the other party also has the ability to foresee the future? Impossible. If the other party also has it. She didn't say anything about performing 8,000 streams of swordsmanship just now. 8,000 streams of swordsmanship, could it be because of this swordsmanship? The redhead was surprised. He also heard it for the first time. Someone can counteract observation haki who can see the future with just one sword skill. Is it too exaggerated? Trembling in his heart, the redhead continued to fight Giseline in sword play. This time, the redhead's predominance was completely smoothed out. Although he can still foresee part of the future. But for this part of the future, he needs to decide whether it is true or not. Because Giseline's moves are out of order. It may still stab when you raise your hand. But when it falls, it is a pick. Redhead fell into an extremely passive situation. The onlookers were almost stunned when they saw this scene. Ben Beckman's eyes widened. As a person with a very high IQ, he could tell at a glance that the red hair's ability to foresee the future had been offset. The rest of the cotters also thought of this possibility. All of them opened their mouths wide, full of shock. Are you kidding me? That Natalyia, does she also have observation haki who can see the future? It's not like, if she has it, why doesn't she just use it? What's more, she said just now that she wants to perform a sword technique called 8,000 streams of sword technique. This is clearly a sword technique. But swordsmanship, how does it counteract the captain's observation haki of foreseeing the future? It's really incomprehensible. Everyone in Red Hair Pirates was dumbfounded. I can't understand the scene in front of me at all. They could only sigh in their hearts. As expected of a strong man with such power. As expected of a strong man who can burn Blackbeard half to death and beat Momozagi strongly. Sure enough, every top powerhouse has a housekeeping card. Once the housekeeper's whole card is played, it is difficult for the opponent to win no matter what. This is also the reason why top powerhouses are so hard to kill and catch. Of course, except for the Kaido kind. Everyone watched the battle between the two in shock. Marine, who was watching from a distance, also sent this scene back to Naval Headquarters. Inside the Marshal's office. Although the information obtained by Sengoku et al. Is inaccurate. But it took more than 20 minutes to compete with the red-haired swordsmanship. It was even said that the red hair didn't show any sign of letting go. This is scary enough. There was silence in the office. No one spoke, silently waiting for the result of this battle. Finally. 10 minutes later. Deserted island. The redhead couldn't bear it any longer. It was the first time he was abused so badly by a woman in swordsmanship. The opponent's swordsmanship is really much better than him. He is the world's top swordsman at the same level as Hawkeye. Maybe Hawkeye came and could compete with this woman. But he can't with red hair. His strongest strength is not here. But losing to a woman, the red hair is a little hard to talk about. Only. The redhead's face kept changing. Let him cheat with a woman? Use the power of conqueror's winding? Redheads can't do it. Then he would be too stinky and shameless. Then. The red hair and Giseline fought each other for the last time, and took the initiative to back away. Putting the knife back into the sheath, the red-haired eyes looked at Giseline cautiously. In terms of swordsmanship alone, I am not as good as you. I Shanks, lost today. The red hair fell behind. In an instant, shock spread rapidly around. Chapter 50. The place where the red hair and Giseline fight is a royal road, which is located at the entrance and exit between the New World and the Grand Line. So many people are still attracted by the battle between the two. The battle scenes of four emperors are really rare. So many pirates chose to stop their boats not far away to watch. At this time, watching the red hair admit defeat. These pirate groups were the first to make an uproar. What are you doing? The majestic four emperors, red-haired Shanks, actually lost in this battle. Yeah, I really don't understand this battle. The two didn't use any extremely destructive moves, why did the redhead lose? Is this still the four emperors? Four emperors is this level of combat power. That's all. Some pirates who have never been to New World are full of pride. They haven't been taught the horrors of the New World. So everyone is not afraid of anything. I even feel that if I come to New World, I can at least be a four emperors dang. One Piece throne even has a chance. But some people who have been to the New World and seen the horrors of the four emperors don't think so at all. Looking at the group of young people, they sighed and shook their heads. Could the terror of the four emperors have been imagined by them? Even if the red hair lost to that girl, you don't see who that girl is? That is the god of heat who has gained fame recently, Natalyia. All of you are all fighting five scumbags. It was just luck to come to the New World, and he was about to be buried in this pirate ranch. Still in the mood to mock the four emperors? Say four emperors garbage? What a bunch of idiots. It is estimated that in a few days, all of them will be buried in New World. All the pirates who have been to the New World, or those who have heard the horror of the four emperors shook their heads and sighed. Looking at those overwhelmed guys like looking at idiots. The Marine intelligence officer in the shadows watched the result of the duel. Although he was also surprised. Surprised that the four emperors with red hair actually lost to that girl. But he did not forget his duty, and soon reported the result of the battle to Naval Headquarters. Marine Ford. Listen to the information coming back from the entrance and exit of New World. The Marshal's office was deadly silent. Sengoku's expression was serious and shocked. Garp, Crane, and Aokiji are exactly the same. Akainu's face grew darker. Another demon has been born, and it must be eradicated. Akainu thought in his mind. Present at the moment. In other words, Kizaru could barely maintain his composure. He even spoke with a relaxed tone. Mr. Sengoku, I really didn't expect that unknown girl won. This sea, why does this old man feel more and more terrifying? A strong man named Natalyia just emerged, who is called the god of fire by the sea. But how long has it been? Another one popped up, isn't it scary? Kizaru looked carefully, thinking about retirement and other matters very seriously. This sea is not easy to mix. Marine's salary bonus is not easy to get. Listen to Kizaru's words that seriously disturb the army's morale. Normally Sengoku would definitely slap the table and reprimand Kizaru severely. But now Sengoku is in a mess. He wasn't in the mood to reprimand Kizaru. There are only more than 10 days left in the battle for the top. But why can't he just stop and finish the Whitebeard pirates? Just at this time, one strong person after another in the sea appeared. First is Natalyia, who is called the god of heat. Then there is this girl who is so strong that even red hair can defeat her. Although it only beat the redhead in kendo. But this is already scary, okay. Sengoku thought worriedly, and the atmosphere in the office was also silent. The other side. A deserted island at the entrance to New World. After a brief surprise, the cotters of red hair pirates finally reacted. Watching the surrender of his own captain. Everyone in red hair pirates admired their eyes. At that moment, they even thought that the red hair would lose face, and then used some deeper power. After all, the redhead drank a lot of wine, and he was completely drunk. But even if he used that kind of power, he won the girl. This red hair is also a bit invincible. That would even win the face on the surface. But the redhead lost out. What's more, if the girl also uses the flame ability, the red-haired Wanri gutter will capsize. That would be a big joke. That's fine nowadays. Although the red hair conceded defeat, admitting that he was not as good as that girl in kendo. But that's okay. After all, Natalyia has also gained fame in this sea recently. He is also called the god of heat, just like a top powerhouse in the sea. It's okay to lose. Red Hair Pirates executives took a break. Everyone relax again. All of them looked relaxed. Everyone looked at the red hair and comforted him. Captain Idiot, it doesn't matter if you lose. After all, you're fighting Natalyia, the god of heat. It's perfectly normal to lose. Yeah, Captain Idiot, if you used Conqueror's winding just now, it would be a bit shameless. Who said it wasn't? Everyone in the red group laughed and comforted the red hair. The redhead turned his head and looked helplessly at his group of crew members. He really regretted finding such a crew in the first place. There is simply no one reliable. Lost in the captain's duel. They were so happy. I really don't pay attention to him as the captain. And just when the red hair thought so, another idiot captain came. Let him break the defense directly. The redhead simply didn't look at them. Turning his head, the redhead looked at Giseline with a smile on his face. Looking at what he thought was Natalyia. The redhead smiled. At such a young age, he can possess such a level of swordsmanship. I used to feel like I was a younger generation. But seeing you, I suddenly feel a little old. Natalyia, Shanks, can I be your friend? The redhead looked at Giseline and asked sincerely. He really admired the girl in front of him. Challenging his kendo without using that powerful flame ability is already so terrifying. If you use that kind of flame. He even used Conqueror's haki. But maybe, you will lose, right? Thinking of this, the red hair couldn't help feeling rejoicing. Glad I didn't use Conqueror's haki just now. Because if you use it, you lose again. #Baronet. Shanks put his head down, unwilling to use the medium frame. At this time, listen to the words of Hungfa and the surrounding Red Regiment cotters. Giseline frowned. Natalyia? This group sees her as Natalyia? How could she be Natalyia? Giseline was full of surprise. Besides, how did this group of people know Natalya's name? The battle is over. Didn't get to see the red-haired conqueror's haki though. But can beat the opponent in the sword. Giseline felt that this trip was enough. Next, she will first challenge Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman. Asking for flowers. If you can win Hawkeye, then meet the red-haired conqueror's haki of the 4 emperors. But the group saw her as Natalyia. Think of it as your own stinky big sister. This left Giseline speechless. And in normal times, when not fighting, she is a very gentle person. Just Natalyia the BD. Always called her crazy. This makes Giseline often unable to hold back. Giseline's face returned to gentleness. She looked at the redhead and shook her head. You've got the wrong person. I'm not Natalyia. My name is Giseline, you can also call me Kenpei, first generation Kenpei. Giseline made a formal self-introduction to the redhead and others. Her voice fell. In an instant, the cotters of the Red League who were about to come up to pat the red-haired shoulder and propose another banquet were taken aback for a moment. Shanks is standing there too, looking surprisingly funny. Everyone turned their heads and stared at Giseline with wide eyes. What? What did she say? Isn't she the hot god Natalyia? Her name is Giseline. First generation Kenpei. FK. Lajilu, Yasop, and the others were all surprised. Everyone was stunned. When Giseline came out, they confirmed the identity of Giseline, who is definitely Natalyia, who has become famous in the sea recently. Although Yamato and Momozagi beside him don't know where they are. But the strong swordsman, who appeared in the first half of the Grand Line not long ago, now appears at the entrance and exit of New World. They could not have imagined that there was another person besides Natalyia. After all, the sea is vast. But it is still too difficult to give birth to a top powerhouse. Those are 1 out of 10,000, 1 out of a million people's terrifying existences. But just now, about being Natalyia, Giseline denied it. This made everyone stunned. Such a top swordsman, could she lie? The arrogance of the top powerhouse, is it allowed? Furthermore, the appearances have all been made. If Giseline were Natalyia, would she make up a random name for herself? This is totally unnecessary. So there is only one possibility for now. They preconceived that Giseline was Natalyia. But people are not Natalyia at all. This is a top swordsman who has never shown his face in the sea. FK. The red-haired Shanks figured it out, and he didn't know how to spit it out. At this time, Giseline looked at the red hair again, raised her eyebrows and asked. Shanks. It's okay to be friends, and it will be convenient for me to challenge you in the future. But, can you tell me first, how do you know the name Natalyia? And the god of heat? Giseline was very surprised. Ever since she left the island of the gods, she has been looking for Hawkeye. She is most interested in the world's #1 swordsman. So I don't care about any other news. But after searching for a long time, Giseline couldn't find Hawkeye. No, I ran into a redhead by chance on the road. She came down to challenge on a whim. But did not expect. I was actually recognized by the other party as Natalyia? What is this with? How could I be that BD Natalyia? What was going on in Giseline's mind, red hair, and the others didn't know. Shanks turned his head and exchanged a glance with his mate. The duo picked up on Giseline's reply keenly. Aware of the incomparably astonishing big news. Chapter 51. The redhead and Ben Beckman looked at each other. Ben Beckman, the only normal guy in the Red Hair Pirates. Except for him, even the redhead himself is not normal. And Ben Beckman is also responsible for the IQ of Red Hair Pirates. Is the first time. Listen to what Giseline said. Ben Beckman came up with something deeper. Here are the words of Giseline. It seemed to indicate that she knew Natalyia. Even very familiar. This is a bit frightening to think about carefully. Shanks and Ben Beckman looked at each other, and the two kept making eye contact. Although it is the youngest 4 Emperors Regiment. But Shanks is not ignorant of some of the secrets of the sea. He also knows a thing or two about those mysterious forces. There is even a strand that he is very familiar with. For example, after the Roger Pirates disbanded, the former part of the Roger Pirates scattered all over the sea world. Another example is some secretive but powerful families. Shanks is not ignorant of these messages. Before, he also attributed Natalyia to being a member of such a mysterious force. But now, watch Giseline. Shanks felt as if that wasn't the case. Shocked in the heart. Shanks suppressed the shock and surprise well again. He walked aside, poured a 247 glass of wine and came back. Shanks handed the wine glass to Giseline, with a relaxed expression on his face. "Friends, let's get up and have a banquet. These things, we will talk slowly at the banquet." Looking at the wine glass in Shanks' hand, Giseline nodded and took it. She drank it like water. But the warm atmosphere brought by wine is irreplaceable by anything else. Everyone in Red Hair Pirates wanted to have a banquet again. They were so excited that they couldn't do it all at once, shouting and getting ready one by one. The onlookers not far from the deserted island just felt unreasonable. Just now they were shouting for beatings and killings, why are they holding a banquet now? What the hell are these Red Hair Pirates doing? Are they really the 4 emperors? If the 4 emperors only have this level, then Laozi will have to challenge it. A pirate captain with a big beard gave the order to set off. The pirate ship under its banner immediately headed towards the deserted island. On the side, several pirate captains met again. They feel that the 4 emperors in their imagination and the 4 emperors in reality are too far apart. Therefore, a series of 4 or 5 pirate ships rushed straight to the deserted island. Looking at the menacing pirate ships, the mild-faced Giseline slowly drew out the knife. Today she made a friend. If you dare to hold a banquet with your friends, someone will disturb you. But before Giseline drew his sword, Shanks looked at her and smiled. "Giseline, I don't need you to do this little thing." With that said, Gux turned around. "Look at those pirate ships that are overwhelmed." The redhead held Griffin by the waist. A powerful and shocking force emerged from it, making Giseline's eyes condense. "Is this Conqueror's haki? It's about the same as Ryūjin." Giseline was interested. Shanks opened his eyes slightly, and slashed out. "God avoids." Boom! On several pirate ships not far away, the pirate captains yelled, and they all straightened up with each other. The allocation of the 4 emperors' positions came later. Just when they were arguing, I saw a shock wave rushing towards me and the others. The shock wave was mixed with ball lightning, and the terrifying aura made people look pale. Beard waited for the pirate captains to turn their heads to look. Immediately frightened silly in place. However, they have no chance to regret it. When they think that 4 emperors is nothing more than that, when they go beyond their capabilities to provoke red hair, their fate is already doomed. Boom! The god avoidance shockwave hit several pirate ships. Instantly, those pirate ships were directly turned into ruins. With one blow from the red hair, the 4 or 5 pirate groups who came to New World were instantly killed. You must know who can come to the New World. After all, they are some famous pirates who have undergone brutal competition in the Grand Line. All the pirate captains offered a reward of over 100 million. But just one blow from the red-haired Shanks. They are all buried in this New World entrance. Surrounding seas. Watching this scene, those who knew the horrors of the 4 emperors in advance sighed and shook their heads. Those pirate captains who were also eager to try, but hesitated for a while, gasped, and kept rejoicing in their hearts. Deserted island. He ignored the thoughts of the little pirates around him. The redhead retracted the knife and picked up the wine glass again, with a relaxed expression on his face. He drank with Giseline. While drinking, the two were talking. Giseline also understood why the red hair and others knew about Natalyia. Turn out to be, Natalyia actually did such a big thing on Banaro Island. Not only showed his own Ryūjin Jakka's partial ability, but also burned Blackbeard. Even. Giseline looked at Shanks and asked eagerly. Is the woman Marine who was taken away by Natalyia pretty? Hearing this, Shanks was taken aback. He didn't know why Giseline was focusing on this. But Shanks still gave an affirmative answer. Of course it's beautiful. Admiral Candidate Momuzagi-jun, she is the Naval Headquarters Chief of Staff, Tsuru Vice Admiral's younger sister. It can be said that it has both beauty and strength. On this sea, the only one who can match her or even surpass her in these 2 points is the Empress. Shanks spoke thoughtfully. These words were deeply remembered by Giseline. He secretly scolded Natalyia in his heart. Giseline hadn't thought of that at all. After being tied up for a day, Natalyia actually dared to bring back a woman for her father. But think of the identity of Momuzagi. A beautiful swordsman. Own father. Cough cough cough. Giseline looked anxiously. No. Natalyia brought back a beautiful swordsman. She absolutely cannot lose. But where is the Empress of the Sea? Giseline looked over at Shanks, stepping out with a question of her own. The red-haired Shanks didn't hesitate. Giseline is already his friend in his opinion. When it comes to friends, Shanks knows everything. Empress Boa Hancock, she is the king of Hydra Island. But Hydra is in the Calm Belt, so it's hard to get there. Giseline asked hastily again. Then is there any way to go to the Nine Snake Island? Feel Giseline's interest in the Empress. Shanks was surprised. He didn't understand why Natalyia, a little girl, was so interested in the number one beauty in the sea. But he didn't think much of it. Don't look for Nine Snake Island, it's too difficult to get there. The Empress is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Now the world government is issuing a mandatory call to Shishibukai to fight for the top. Now, they should all go to the Holy Land Marie-Joyce, ready to fight. Giseline nodded. Thank you, Shanks. Shanks shook his head and smiled. It's just a small thing. But I'm also a little curious. Then Natalyia, what is the relationship with you? Hearing this, the warm banquet atmosphere was slightly suppressed. The cotters all turned to look at Giseline. They are also really curious. What is the relationship between Giseline and Natalyia? Giseline thought about it. My lord father has lifted part of the ban on the family. And these red hair pirates are indeed a group of pretty good people. Tell them it should be nothing. So, said Giseline. Natalyia, she is my sister. Of course, that's all she can say. What's more, she couldn't reveal anything about the Porgas family. But even so. Listen to Giseline's answer. Everyone in the red hair pirates was taken aback. Shanks stared at Giseline with wide eyes. Sister, is Natalyia your sister? There is actually such a deep relationship between the two? At the same time, Shanks and others felt a little stunned. No wonder Natalyia is very strong in swordsmanship. And Giseline's swordsmanship is also very strong. It turned out that the two were actually sisters. Now it's right. Natalyia and Giseline may have a top swordsman father. Or a teacher. The second daughter has received the inheritance from the older generation, that's why her kendo attainment is so high now. As for Natalyia's powerful flame ability, Shanks see the same as the sea. It should be the devil fruit in the legendary. The atmosphere of the banquet became more and more intense. At this time, Giseline remembered her goal of going to sea this time. That is, the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye Cai Hawk. She wandered in the sea for so long, but she couldn't find him. This made Giseline very distressed. In this regard, the answer given by the red hair is also very simple. Giseline, so you are looking for my hawk, you want to challenge him. That's what I understand. Which swordsman doesn't yearn for the position of the world's #1 swordsman? That guy, my hawk, is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, just like Dai. And with that guy's temperament, normally speaking, he doesn't care about the compulsory recruitment of the world government at all. But this time he told me to see the power of Whitebeard, so he also accepted the 5.6 call-up, and it should be in Marie-Joyce now, or on the way to Marie-Joyce. Listen to the redhead's answer. Giseline's eyes brightened. She felt dizzy from surprise. Marie-Joyce, there are actually 2 targets waiting for him. One is the most important goal of his trip, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye. The second is the Empress, Boa Hancock. Hearing this, Lin no longer hesitated. The redhead continued on. But I suggest you, if you want to challenge Hawkeye, you can wait until the top stand, or after the top stand. Because Marie-Joyce. Before the redhead could finish speaking, Giseline got up. At some point, she summoned a green devil ray. Giseline stepped on the stingray, turned her head and waved at Hungzi. Shanks, I'm leaving first. I'll come back and challenge you after I win Hawkeye. Leaving such a sentence, the devil fish drove Giseline away quickly. Looking at that direction, it should go straight to the red line. In situ. Shanks and the red-hair pirates were all stunned. Everyone looked at the direction where the devil fish was going away, and their eyes widened. FK. Where did Giseline go? There was silence. The musician monkey said dully. This guy doesn't really want to go to the Holy Land. Marie Joyce. Chapter 52. At the entrance and exit of New World. Shanks set sail with the crew in a hurry. Red Force rides the waves. The red hair stood at the bow of the boat, the bewilderment on his face hadn't dissipated. He just couldn't understand it. Why did Giseline turn around and leave after hearing the location of Hawkeye and the Empress? Is she really going to the Holy Land? Marie Joyce to challenge Hawkeye? What a joke! She is dying? For the friend he just made, Hungfa still cherishes it very much. After all, it is so rare to meet a friend who has eyes. So he didn't want to just see Giseline being caught by the world government. At the same time, I don't want the seed to be in chaos. After all, the seed he planted by plugging his arm is still in its infancy. Red Force started with all its strength, and chased in the direction where Giseline was leaving. But there are two ways to go to New World from the first half of the Grand Line. The first is the well-known coating in the Sabayati Archipelago, which goes to the New World through the Fishman Island at a depth of 10,000 meters under the sea. The second is to directly cross the Red Line. Of course, this second type is not qualified for everyone. Except for some world nobles and celestial dragons. Ordinary marine vice admirals are not eligible to take the Red Line. Do not pass these two methods, then, unless you can fly. Otherwise, it is impossible to go to the New World through the Grand Line. And there are only two ways to return to Grand Line from New World. But the red hair pirates have a problem right now. Giseline really can fly. Sitting on the Stingray, Giseline flew in the direction of the Red Line. And their Red Force can't fly. Hurry on the road for a long time. The red hair and the others didn't even see Giseline's back. One hand is pressed on the mast of 14 bows. Shanks was speechless and shocked. He never expected Giseline to be so decisive. After learning the location of Hawkeye, I went directly to Marie Joyce. Think without thinking? Big sister, that's the home of the world's official government. Much scarier than naval headquarters. No matter how strong you are, you will die if you go. Shanks was dying of anxiety. Ben Beckman stood beside him and patted him on the shoulder. Shanks, don't worry too much. I think that Giseline should not be a fool, and should not directly choose to go to Marie Joyce to challenge Hawkeye. Shanks sighed deeply. He didn't know that Giseline is not a fool. A great swordsman who can hone the way of the sword to that extent, the top of the sea. How could Giseline be a fool? But therein lies the point. Giseline, what the hell could be a lunatic? There are still traces of the fool's actions. But madman. Thinking of that possibility, Shanks shuddered deeply. Red Force sailed all the way to the Red Line. But even so, the Red Hair pirates couldn't find Giseline. It's over. Red Hair and the rest of the crew had this kind of thought in their hearts. Turning around, the Red Hair ordered. Come on, let's go to Sabayati Archipelago. At the same time release the news that Giseline is my friend from the Red Hair pirates. Listen to him. Ben Beckman's eyes changed. He guessed what the redhead meant. There are many celestial dragons in the Sabayati Archipelago. The Red Hair pirates are going to Sabayati land. It is perfectly possible to use these celestial dragons to threaten the world government. Let them dare not do anything excessive to Giseline. Figure this out. Everyone in the Red Hair pirates felt nothing. They are Red Hair pirates. Treat friends, that's it. Just call each other friends. Then we can take care of each other. Of course. Who told them to have such an idiot captain? Everyone was helpless and laughed. Go to Sabayati Archipelago and cheer for the big sister head. I don't know who shouted this slogan. Red Force braved the wind and waves, and hurried to Sabayati. The series of actions of Red Hair pirates made the onlookers a little confused. Naval headquarters, inside the gardener's office. Received another message from the New World entrance. Sengoku didn't react for a while. What? That kendo girl was having a party with the red hair pirates just now. Open it, and the other party sat on the devil fish and threw it at the big Luffy? Is this to attack the world government? FK. Sengoku's face was full of bewilderment and panic. He hurriedly called the phone bug to 5 elders. Well, Your Excellency 5 elders, things are like this. I don't know about the Holy Land, do you need me to send combat support? Within rights. Listen to Sengoku's report. 5 elders was also a little dazed. They have been in charge of the world government for so many years. This is the first time I heard that someone swaggered and flew to Marie Joyce to attack. Last one sneaked into Marie Joyce. Or Fisher Tiger, the Murloc who sneaked in to free the slaves. Now that many years have passed, someone actually dares to attack the Holy Land swaggeringly? 5 elders are confused and angry. But they didn't panic at all, responding to Sengoku. There is no need to send combat forces. Marine is now concentrating on preparing for the top fight. What's here, we'll take care of it. Listen to the reply on the 5 elders' end. Sengoku nodded. It's better not to interfere. He didn't bother to worry about not being allowed to interfere. It just didn't take long. Sengoku has received news that the red hair pirates are headed to the Sabayati archipelago, and are almost there. He was distraught again. Redheads are going to Sabayati archipelago at this time, what are they going to do? Reminiscent of redheads becoming friends with Giseline. And after the opponent flew away, he hurriedly chased after him, but he didn't catch up. Sengoku's expression changed instantly. Quick, notify the marine on the Sabayati archipelago, and protect the celestial dragons. Meanwhile, Sengoku calls the phone bug to the 5 elders. The response he got made his heart feel as if it was clenched. Red hair pirates have arrived in Sabayati archipelago. It's surprisingly fast. Celestial dragons, too late to escape. Listen to the news. Sengoku was so out of breath. He slapped the table angrily. Lawless. These pirates are really lawless. For a friend, you dare to threaten the government with celestial dragons. This group of pirates is really hateful. Sengoku exploded. He still said that. Can't we just let him fight for the top? Why do people have to come out one after another to make troubles at this time? On the sofa. Kizaru is manicuring his nails with nail clippers. Looking at the angry Sengoku, he pursed his lips. Mr. Sengoku, don't be angry. The redhead's move should only be a threat to us. As long as His Excellency 5 elders doesn't go too far with that swordsman girl, nothing will happen to celestial dragons. Kizaru calmly reassures Sengoku. But how can Sengoku feel at ease? All the time. There is an unwritten agreement between the world government and the 4 emperors. That is, the 4 emperors just stay in the new world. Then the government of the world will not interfere with the other party. With the help of 4 emperors, most of the pirates who entered the new world can also be wiped out. The remaining small part joined the 4 emperors' pirates. Can now. Redheads don't just take people out of new world. He even went straight to Sabayati land to threaten the world government with celestial dragons. Just don't be too hateful. Boom. Akainu also slammed his fist on the coffee table. The expensive coffee table was directly smashed by him. Damn pirate! Do you really think that the government is unable to send troops to wipe out the pirates in this sea? Akainu gritted his teeth angrily. Although the 4 emperors were rampant in the past. But everyone across the new world, out of sight, out of mind. You confuse yours. 4 Seas and Grand Line are stable in the first half, and Marine is also maintaining very well. But now. The redhead broke the agreement first and went to Sabayati. This is teasing the nerves of the government of the world. But. The red hair was surprisingly fast this time. It was almost too late for Marine and the world government to react, and they arrived at Sabayati directly. Now celestial dragons can't evacuate even if they want to. Akainu's face was gloomy. If anything happens to celestial dragons this time, then he will make suggestions to 5 elders as admiral. After the summit war, sweep the new world. Marine Admiral is not only the top of Marine, but also the highest combat power of the world government, a proper top. So Akainu and the others still know a little about some of the power of the world government. At least it is not a problem to sweep this sea. Just 4 big pirates. Give them face and call them 4 emperors. If you don't give them face, you will be 4 pirates who are about to be captured and destroyed. Listen to the voice from the marshal's office. The 5 elders in the right room were silent for a moment. Enough. Mustache 5 elders spoke majestically. This matter is not for you to decide. Marine is concentrating on preparing to fight on the top Sabayati archipelago, and he doesn't dare to do anything to celestial dragons with his red hair. Everything is handled as normal, when the red hair pirates don't exist. After finishing speaking, 5 elders directly hung up the phone bug. Call. Listen to the phone bug hanging up over there. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. His performance just now was 3 points true and 7 points false. After all, the lives of celestial dragons are threatened, and Sengoku doesn't express it anymore. It will not only affect him, the Marine Marshal, but also 5 elders' views on Marine. You may even doubt whether Marine is loyal or not. So he had to act. Fortunately, Akainu is with him. Sengoku looked at Akainu out of the corner of his eye. I saw that Akainu was really angry at this moment. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. If 5 elders hadn't ordered to ignore it, he would have rushed straight to the Sabayati archipelago to find the redhead desperately. Within rights. Hang up the phone bug at naval headquarters. The 5 elders looked at each other without any major emotional fluctuations. Because it seemed like a trivial matter to them. Finally. Said the bald 5 elders in charge of the army. Just send Kong, because I caught that girl. It's just a guy who knows how to do swordsmanship. Grab it and throw it into Impel Down. The rest of the people all nodded. What about the Sabayati archipelago? Although we didn't kill the girl, the redhead didn't do anything to the celestial dragons. But we have to guard against this group of pirates. That's right, this group of 4 emperors is really getting more and more lawless. The arrogance of the pirates is too arrogant. I hope this time the top battle can deter them. A few people talked to each other. The blonde 5 elders in charge of intelligence smiled. CP0 has recently taken in a very talented kid, let him protect the safety of Kailong people. I thought of the young man who made me very satisfied after seeing it. The blonde 5 elders admired it. Look at him like this. The rest of the people were interested and asked questions one after another. The blonde-haired 5 elders looked around with a proud expression on his face. Speaking of him, he was also a world nobleman in my world government. His name is Bell. Chapter 53. Chewing the name that the blonde 5 elders said. The other 4 elders raised their eyebrows quickly. You mean, that former top family? The blonde 5 elders nodded. Within the system of the world government, there are 2 types of nobility. One is the descendants of the 18 kings who founded the world's government, that is, the celestial dragons. In fact, to put it bluntly, they are the royal family. That's why the status of celestial dragons in the world's government is so high. The other is called world nobility. They are the descendants of many people who have made penultimate contributions to the world government over the past 800 years. Compared to celestial dragons, these world nobles are actually the mainstay of the world government. And Bell in the mouth of the blonde 5 elders. It is the only survivor of a down-and-out family. He inherited the title of that family and is one of the top world nobles. Think about it. Several people did not doubt the ability of the blonde 5 elders. Everyone asked about what was so special about Bell. Name the genius of Bell. The blonde 5 elders even changed his calm tone and said with some emotion. This Bell, his talent, is 10 times that of Rob Lucci in CP9. Heard the words. The eyes of the other 4-5 elders all lit up. CP9 Rob Lucci, they've all heard of it. The opponent is known as CP9's strongest genius in the past 800 years. Although he was defeated by the Straw Hat Kid not long ago. But with his aptitude, entering CP0 in the future is a certainty. And that Bell talent? 10 times as big as Lucci? This is a bit surprising. Shock flashed across the faces of the 4-5 elders. At the same time some surprises. Blonde 5 elders didn't say, they didn't know CPO recently joined such a baby. You need talent to be able to crush Lu Qi. Want background. The other party is a down-and-out world nobleman with a clean background. Such a belle is simply a perfect piece of jade in the rough. Think about it. The complexions of the 4-5 elders couldn't help but change a bit. Several people looked at the blonde 5 elders. Do you want to? Mustache 5 elders asked in surprise. The blonde 5 elders nodded with a smile. If he can do it, I do have the idea of passing my position to him. Listen to this. The 4 of them changed color in unison, a little shocked. Unexpectedly, the blonde 5 elders valued that belle so much. But when the 4 of them thought about it, they could understand it. After all, if they have such a person under their command, then more or less, it will also move the mind of passing the position, right? The highest floor of the office building of Genfo in the world. In a secret room, Belle held the task that the blonde 5 elders had just sent, feeling a bit of a headache inexplicably. My big sister just made a big deal in Grand Line. How long has it been? His second sister is going to do something again. Yes. Belle in the mouth of the blonde 5 elders. Naturally the eldest son of the Porgas family, Belle who owns Kyōka Suigetsu. As for everything 5 elders said, those are all just fabricated by him with Kyōka Suigetsu. Take his heaven-defying of Ryūjin and Kyōka Suigetsu. In today's world, apart from his father, Belle is confident that no one can feel the difference yet. And so it is. He successfully joined CP0 and became a CP0 reserve member. At the same time, it was valued by the blonde 5 elders. And on this mission, head to the Sabayati archipelago to protect the celestial dragons. In fact, it is a gold plating. The blonde 5 elders has already told him that after completing this task, he can become an official member of CP0. With a smile in his eyes, Belle puts on a mask. He enjoyed this, step by step, penetrated into the core of the enemy. Then at the most critical moment, it feels like giving the enemy a fatal blow. Wearing CP0's white gown, he left the World Palace and rushed to Sabayati Archipelago. As for his troublesome second sister, Belle wasn't worried. With red hair menacing, 5 elders won't do anything to Giseline. At most it is thrown into impel down. This point, he had just personally confirmed it with 5 elders. At the same time, red hair pirates did not deliberately hide the news of Giseline. It was not Natalyia who was fighting the redhead. The news quickly spread across the sea. It's a kendo maniac named Giseline, who calls Kenpeki. The news once again shocked the entire sea. The other side. A mysterious sea somewhere in the New World. On an ordinary merchant ship, Natalyia was standing on the deck in a fiery red windbreaker. She put her hands in her pockets, listening to the information that Yamato said beside her, with a helpless expression on her face. Information on Yamato comes from Newsbird. Said on the news. A girl with strong swordsmanship challenges the red-haired girl. After winning, he flew directly to the direction of the world government, as if to challenge Hawkeye. Hearing this news, Natalyia was speechless for a while. This is indeed the style of that madman. And listen to the approach of red-hair pirates. She wasn't worried about Giseline. Giseline this time. At best, they will be given a severe lesson and then thrown into impel down. Impel down, that guy should come out easily. Stop paying attention to Giseline's affairs. Natalyia turned her head and looked at Momozagi. Momozagi looked a little unnatural to her. Where the hell are you taking me? Remember, you promised me not to delay the battle for the top, I'm a marine. Before Momozagi finished speaking, she was interrupted by Natalyia raising her hand. Okay, I got it, I got it. I know you are a marine, you have your own justice, you don't have to insist anymore. Don't worry, I will never let you delay the top standing. Momozagi was relieved to hear this. At this time, a painful groan suddenly came from behind the 3 women. The 3 girls turned their heads. There was Blackbeard strapped to the mast. Blackbeard is still in a half-dead state. He is burnt all over and no one will deal with him. But he is still tenacious. Never died. Instead, there are signs of recovery. Look at Natalyia. Blackbeard asked with fear in his eyes. Where are you taking me? Also, what kind of enmity do I have with you? Why did you attack me? Blackbeard was no longer arrogant. The eyes looking at Natalyia kept shrinking, as if they were looking at a peerless monster. What made him even more confused was that he obviously didn't know the character Natalyia. But the other party came straight to him, and hit him when they met. Not even saying why. So Blackbeard is curious now. Even if he dies, he still wants to be a fool. For Blackbeard's question, Momozagi was also very curious. Natalyia is such a top powerhouse. Why go to Blackbeard for no reason? Blackbeard came to you to mess with you? Natalyia pondered for a while. Looking at Blackbeard, there was still a cold gleam in her eyes. Forget it, you have to be a fool if you die, right? But I can't tell you just yet. Waiting will reach the destination, and you will know it naturally. Blackbeard sighed and stopped talking. The merchant ship moved slowly. Finally arrived at the center of the mysterious sea. Natalyia releases Ryūjin, creating a bond with some kind of enchantment. Then, ripples appeared around the merchant ship and entered an invisible space. Yamato has experienced it once though. But watching this scene, I still find it very interesting. Momozagi's face was ponderous, somewhat incomprehensible. Some sort of space-like devil fruit? Blackbeard and the female marines on board couldn't understand anything. The merchant ship sailed again for a while. Not long after, an island finally appeared in everyone's sight. While Momozagi was curious, the merchant ship slowly docked. Natalyia led everyone to the Island of Gods. Blackbeard was dragged by the rope by Yamato, extremely aggrieved. Fortunately, he could bear it, even thinking about the possibility of escaping. People go all the way. This time, Hassie Hot Mom didn't fight Natalyia in the woods. So Momozagi and Blackbeard didn't see a shocking scene. Until they walked all the way to the White Palace. There is a small square next to the White Palace. There are two people fighting over there. Both of them are neither very old nor tall. One is a boy with a stern face and looks very lonely. The other is a cute girl with some baby fat on her face. Natalyia stopped and stood there watching the battle between the two children, very interested. Because she has never seen these two children. But you can feel a strong blood relationship in the other party. That is, these two children are my younger siblings who were born not long ago. Yamato and others also stopped to watch. At this time, I saw the stern-faced boy clenched his long knife and kept attacking the cute girl. If the cute girl is not authentic, the boy will shake his head in disgust. At the same time, he spoke in a dignified manner. Rukia, we are almost a year old, but you are still so weak. How will you fight for the glory of your family in the future? As my younger sister, I won't allow you to be so weak. The boy's words aroused the cute girl's fighting spirit for a moment. But the next moment, she was like a deflated ball, full of frustration. Byakuya, I've worked hard. But you think everyone is as talented as you. Being less than a year old, Ryūjin is already approaching the level of vice captain, Quinen Shikai. I'm still just a common Shinigami level. Rukia said, and sat down on the ground. Chienzao how, Byakuya frowned on his stern face. Rukia, big sister, eldest brother, second sister, they went to the sea outside. This is the only time for us to close the gap with the big sister. If you don't grasp it well, in the future, in the Gaudii 13th Division, you won't even be able to match the strength of a vice-captain. The vice-captain doesn't even have the strength. Are you still worthy of being the daughter of your father? Byakuya said seriously. Rukia forced herself to stand up. Although very tired. But still continue to practice with Byakuya. A beautiful woman came from not far away. It was Kojiki Hiri in a kimono with blues long hair in a bun. After marrying Chu Xia and having a child, she lacks the youthfulness of a girl. There is a little more maturity of a woman, that is a very generous type. Kojiki Hiri came and looked at Byakuya and Rukia with a smile. Byakuya, are you forcing your sister to practice again? Kojiki Hiri pretended to reprimand him. But before the two children could answer her words, she looked up. Natalyia, with fiery red hair and a red windbreaker, came into view. Then there is Yamato with horns on his head, and Marine, a beautiful woman with long legs. In the end, it was Blackbeard who was led by Yamato and looked like a dead dog. At this glance, Kojiki froze. On the other hand, the big Kazuya on the opposite side was stunned. What's going on with this scene in front of you? I go? It took them 3 or 4 days to leave the Island of Gods. But this just came back. Kojiki even gave birth? EX. Chapter 54. Look at the virtuous look of Kojiki. Yamato felt a strong sense of impact. Although when leaving the Island of God, she has already confirmed that Natalyia and what she said are true. The time flow of God's Island is really 100 times faster than that of the outside world. 1 day in the outside world, 100 days here. And they left the Island of Gods for 4 days. It should have been almost a year here. According to common sense, Kojiki married Chu Xia, and it is indeed possible that they both gave birth. But what about those 2 kids? A little over a year, counting when Yamato was pregnant in October. These 2 people should not even be a year old now. 2 children who are not even a year old. They actually fought each other with a knife there. The older big brother still looks good, and even understands the glory of the family. What kind of freak is this? Yamato was really surprised and couldn't understand. An aside. Both Momuzagi and Blackbeard looked at Kojiki, their eyes narrowed slightly. Kojiki is actually not very famous. Even before she was taken away by Natalyia Wanakuni. Dohai didn't even know there was such a person. After being taken away by Natalyia, the Beast's pirates announced that they were looking for Yamato, Kojiki, Black Maria, and Junshi together. In this way, Kojiki can be regarded as entering the vision of the sea. Even so, her reputation is not very big. Yamato, Kaido's daughter, doesn't mention it. Even Black Maria and Runyi, she can't compare. Everyone sees Kojiki as incidental. But see Kojiki here. Momuzagi and Blackbeard seemed to understand something. Turn out to be. Natalyia kidnapped so many people. In the end, they were all sent to this mysterious island? With strong curiosity about the Island of Gods, neither of them spoke, and continued to watch silently. Kojiki looked at Natalyia and others with a smile. Except, of course, Blackbeard. Greeting the 2 children, Kojiki led them to Natalyia and others. He looked at the big sister who was wearing a fiery red windbreaker not far away. Byakuya and Rukia instantly thought of each other's identity. With such an attire, this should be my big sister. Think about it. 900. Rukia is fine. But Byakuya's stern eyes froze. Looking at Natalyia, Byakuya's eyes were full of fighting spirit and passion. Is this the eldest daughter of his Porgas family, the big sister who holds Ryūjin Jakka? The momentum is so strong. Feel the Ryūjutsu unknowingly released by Natalyia. Byakuya's whole body was tense, as if facing an enemy. Kojiki came to Natalyia with 2 little ones. Looking at the 2 little guys, Kojiki smiled. This is the big sister you have always admired. Listen to the introduction by Kojiki. Byakuya and Rukia are completely sure. Rukia's big eyes lit up, and she threw herself directly into Natalyia's arms. She was so cute when she was little, it made Natalyia smile. As a big sister, Natalyia likes her group of siblings very much. These are all part of the Porgas family. Of course, except for that lunatic Giseline. Watch as Rukia falls directly into Natalyia's arms. Kojiki was a little surprised. Glancing at Natalyia, he quickly introduced. Natalyia, this is your 8th sister, Rukia. This is your 11th brother, Byakuya. For Natalyia. Although Kojiki has become each other's aunt now. But seeing the other party, she still trembled a little. After all, Natalyia feels too strong. Actually, don't talk about her. Throughout the Porgas family. Except for Natalyia's mother. When the other concubines saw Natalyia, they were also somewhat restrained unconsciously. The eldest daughter of the Natalyia family has such a tall personality. Natalyia didn't pay attention to Rukia, who threw herself into her arms. Smiling and looking at each other. Rukia, the name sounds nice. Carla is finally not the youngest. Saying that, Thalia chuckled lightly. Rukia raised her big eyes and looked at Natalyia Road. Big sister, Sister Carla, she keeps telling me that you are very strong. In that case, can you teach Byakuya big brother a lesson for me, please? Talking. Rukia turned her head, pouted and looked at Byakuya. The grim, Byakuya stood there, his body petrified. However, he was also very interested in fighting Natalyia, and looked at Natalyia with burning eyes. Natalyia smiled and shook her head. Sister Rukia, you can't teach Byakuya big brother a lesson. Byakuya big brother is also my sister's younger brother. But I can teach you some tricks, and then you come to teach your Byakuya big brother yourself, how about? Rukia nodded cutely once again. Thank you big sister. The smile on Natalya's face grew wider. Finish coaxing Rukia. She looked at Byakuya again, appreciatively. Byakuya, your talent is very good. Ryūjin has already approached the vice-captain level in less than 1 year old. However, your control over Ryūjin is a bit lacking and needs more practice. It's also very helpful for you to master your own Zanpakuto. Heed Natalya's advice. Byakuya nodded earnestly as if she had found a treasure. Thank you big sister. Natalyia stroked Byakuya's neatly styled flowing hair again. Byakuya frowned. Big sister, you messed up my hair. He scolded, but his heart was very warm. I didn't expect the big sister who had never met before. That powerful big sister is actually so gentle. Byakuya felt warm in his heart. Natalyia didn't take back her hands after hearing the words and continued to rub his head. It wasn't until Natalyia messed up the other party's hair that she withdrew her hand in satisfaction. She laughed. Byakuya got angry. The stern face almost froze. Kojiki Hiri looks on. I was a little nervous at first. I'm afraid that Byakuya and Rukia will offend Natalyia. After all, Natalyia is a big sister, and she is so powerful. This is in the future. Natalyia is the absolute backbone of the family. Even Gaudii 13th Division, Chu Xia may have the idea of handing over to Natalyia. If such Natalyia, Byakuya and Rukia had a bad relationship, that would be bad. But that didn't worry Kojiki Hiri too much. Within the Porgas family, the last thing to worry about is family affection. The same goes for the big sister Natalyia. Everyone is the same. Kojiki Hiri was completely relieved and looked at her 2 children. That's all. Natalyia stood here, talking with the 2 little guys for a while. He even took action himself and gave some pointers on the cultivation of the 2 of them. Stand aside. Yamato and Momozagi didn't bother Natalyia. It's just that they are puzzled. Natalyia is such a domineering person. How could there be such a gentle side? It's incredible. At this point, for Blackbeard, the feeling is the most profound. Think of the horror when Natalyia is shot. Look at Natalya's tenderness towards her younger siblings at this moment. He felt incredible. At the same time, Blackbeard, too, feels a profound difference on the island. The flow of time here seems to be different from the outside world. And, the family living on this island. Blackbeard's heart tightened, a little unwilling to walk towards his unknown fate. But he didn't want to, but Natalyia didn't care about him. After simply pointing out the practice of Byakuya and Rukia, Natalyia brought a few people back to the main hall of the Void Knight Palace. Not long after walking, they met another person on the road. The man was wearing a blue ninja costume. On the back is the table tennis crest of the Uchiha clan. Most characteristic. It was the insolent long hair and cold and arrogant eyes of the visitor. Yamato moved with affection. Wasn't this person one of the 2 who fought in the woods when she first came to God's Island? This one should be called Uchiha Madara, the 3rd son of the Porgas family. I thought about it in my heart. I saw Madara stepping forward and saluted Natalyia. As lonely as he is, he also very much recognized the status of this big sister in the family. Natalyia nodded lightly in return. Madara looked behind Natalyia at this moment. Yamato and Momozagi were directly ignored by him, and he looked directly at the tied Blackbeard. This glance made Madara's eyes suddenly turn blood red. A pair of bright red Sharinon emerges. 3 hook jades rotate slowly in it. A moment later, followed by Natalyia. Big sister, is he Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach? For this guy who captured Ace Uncle and traded it to the world government. Anyone in the Porgas family knows. Time flows fast in the island of the gods. But that doesn't mean it's isolated from the rest of the world. Jin Xia set up a special intelligence department. Specializes in collecting intelligence on the entire sea. After getting confirmation from Natalyia. Looking at Blackbeard, the lonely young man's face completely darkened. The 3 tomo Sharinon in the eyes spun rapidly. Looking into Blackbeard's eyes, Madara rolled her eyes. Blackbeard felt a powerful force rushing into his mind. Then, the world around him collapsed. Meteorites hit him one after another. Stand under those meteorites. Blackbeard looked up, and he was like a tiny ant. He couldn't use all his strength, but felt his hands and feet were cold. Boom! The meteorite landed, and Blackbeard's spiritual world was destroyed. Madara, take it easy, I still have to take him to see his father. Hear the sound. This is the end of the illusion for the lonely Madara. He glanced at Blackbeard indifferently, and said coldly. You should be thankful that it was Yenji who went looking for you this time. Otherwise I'm going, hi. Madara snorted coldly, her eyes bursting with murderous intent. Dare to take action against the people of his Porgas family, are you ready to be smashed to pieces? The power of the pupils burst. Madara's pupils tend to transform from Sangoku to Mangekyo. But remembering Natalya's reminder, this person is going to be handed over to father. Madara forced herself to suppress the killing intent in her heart. And at this time, Blackbeard, who suffered the blow of Madara's illusion, nearly collapsed. He was not in good condition. Plus, has been in a half-dead state. The scorched scars all over his body have not been dealt with yet. Madara's illusion is not Mangekyo illusion though. But Madara's 3-hook jade illusion is enough for Blackbeard to bear. He was sweating profusely, standing there constantly gasping for breath. Horrible. It's really scary. Blackbeard looked at Madara in horror, at the lonely boy. He just couldn't understand it. Why is this lonely boy so terrifying? One look, almost made him mentally collapse. Even just now. Does this boy still intend to kill him directly? If it wasn't for Natalya's reminder. Blackbeard felt cold from head to toe. What kind of terrifying existence is the family on this mysterious island? Watching this scene, the few people on the side were also taken aback. Yamato is fine. After all, she had seen the power of Madara long ago. But in the battle with Senjo Hashirama, the two showed strong direct combat power after all. That power is easy to understand. But now, what's the matter with this look that almost stares people to death? Momozagi was also very surprised. From Madara's body, she felt intense pressure. Momozagi tensed up all over, and unconsciously raised his fighting spirit to the peak. From Madara's body, he felt the strong pressure that only the top powerhouses would bring to her. My heart was shocked. Momozagi didn't understand at all. Why is Natalya's family so terrifying? First, there are 2 children under 1 year old. It is already very rare to be able to talk, walk, and run. But those 2 children were able to fight each other with knives. Know more about the glory of the family? Is this something that a child under 1 year old can do? Momozagi couldn't understand. And looking at the person in front of him, he was about 10 years old. Madara, who had an aloof face and made no secret of her murderous intent towards Blackbeard. Momozagi rocked again. What kind of monsters are there on this island? Now it's just the top experts she saw. But there are already Natalyia and Madara. Plus the mysterious father that Natalyia mentioned. Suddenly, Momozagi suddenly felt. The originally good situation of competing for Marine at the top has now become completely pessimistic. Marine, no pills, right? Chapter 55. As if feeling Momozagi's thoughts, Madara gave her a lonesome glance, and the bound Blackbeard. Big sister, you haven't told them about the family matters, have you? Natalyia nodded slightly. Yeah, my father has a ban on mentioning the family name outside the Island of Gods, and I haven't had time to say it since I came in. 11. The corners of Madara's mouth curled up slightly. Looking at Momozagi first, Madara said very flatly. You Marines, are you still complacent about fighting for the top and destroying the Whitebeard pirates? Momozagi also turned to look at each other. Although I don't know what this 10-year-old kid means. However, Marine does. She nodded. The government of the world ordered Marine to integrate all combat forces. At that time, for the top battle, Marine will summon 100,000 to 100,000 elite Marines. Plus 7 warlords of the sea, nearly 20 vice admirals from the headquarters, 3 admirals, Vice Admiral Garp, and Marshal Sengoku. Naval headquarters will do everything in its power to execute Fire Fist Ace and destroy the Whitebeard pirates. Talking. Momozagi is still a little proud. The combat power of naval headquarters is extremely terrifying. Under this lineup, she even thought that when the 3-4 Emperor's regiments came, the Marines would all fight. It's just that it's a little hard to play. And if there are less than 2-4 Emperor's regiments, they will be crushed when they come. This is the strength of Marine. It is precisely this strong background that makes Momozagi full of confidence in this competition. Watching the two talking, Blackbeard on the side finally regained his composure. He forcibly lifted his spirits and prepared to listen carefully to the conversation between the two. Because, Blackbeard suddenly had a premonition. The dialogue between the two is likely to involve his future fate. After Momozagi finished speaking, she looked firmly at Madara. Marine will win this battle, there is no doubt about it. Blackbeard also looked at Madara, watching him closely. Under the spotlight, Madara's aloof expression remained unchanged, and she let out a sneer. Hee 100,000 elite Marine, 7 warlords of the sea, 20 headquarters Vice Admiral, 3 Admiral, Marshal Sengoku, Hero Garp. What a big battle! If I'm not mistaken, is there still the support of the world government? Even if there are other 4 Emperor's regiments who want to disrupt the situation and join the war, the world government will send people to intercept it. Madara's words, although it is to praise Marine's top-standing competition. But the tone was not one of praise at all. This made both Momozagi and Blackbeard tense. Yamato was inexplicably excited. I'm coming. Once upon a time, Natalyia only said that she would take her to rescue Ace. But it has never been said how many people the Porgas family will dispatch in this battle. Now, is Madara going to tell them about future combat deployments? Sure enough, Madara sneered again after a mocking sentence. I admit that if there is no external force to intervene, Marine will have a great chance of winning in this top battle. However, Ace, as a member of my Porgas family, is my father's younger brother. Anyone is not qualified to execute members of my Porgas family. Madara's words fell behind. In place, Momozagi and Blackbeard just felt their brains buzzing. The two stared at Madara with wide eyes, full of disbelief. The few words of Madara just now contained too much information. The brother of the Porgas family, my father's lord. Momozagi froze for a moment. Blackbeard has lost his mind. He gets it. He understood why Natalyia was eyeing him, the Shishibukai, alone. It turned out to be because of Ace. Behind Ace, there is such a terrifying family? Are you kidding me? Ace is the son of Roger, the Pirate King. You told me that Ace is still tall? And a Porgas family? I'm so. Blackbeard felt himself breaking down. On board the Whitebeard pirates. By chance, he overheard the conversation between Ace and Whitebeard. Ace told Whitebeard that he was the son of Roger, the Pirate King. Whitebeard didn't care, but he took the matter to heart. Until not so long ago. He grabs the Ace and trades it to Marine. For the big plan in my heart. He revealed Ace's identity to the world government. The government of the world really took the bait and wanted to publicly execute Roger's bloodline. At the same time, prepare to stand up and eliminate the Whitebeard pirates. If these two things are done, the world government can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. The sea will be relatively calm for a long time to come. 4 emperors will not be as rampant as before. Blackbeard, can also take this opportunity to climb to the position of 4 emperors. But how cleverly Blackbeard had calculated. It's so cold right now. He really is. Before learning the name of the Porgas family, he still has hope of survival. He has the idea of being a cow and a horse for the other party, and forbearance for another 20 years. But now, after learning the name of the Porgas family and the relationship between the other party and Ace, Blackbeard just shuddered. He really wanted to bang his head to death. Because of what he did to Ace, the Porgas family will never let him go. If he is not allowed to die, then his next step may be more painful than death. Blackbeard's body trembled violently, and his whole body was already frightened. The old hero. For more than 20 years on board the Whitebeard, just for this day. But did not expect. He endured for more than 20 years, but what he waited for was such a result. If he hadn't killed Thatch for the dark fruit, he would still be living under Papa's blessing right now. If it weren't for the Porgas family, he should have been on the verge of sitting on the coveted 4 emperors throne, right? Even the one-piece throne. Blackbeard's illusions gradually shattered. It's a pity that there is no if. Finally, Blackbeard didn't even know how he had been taken. He only knew that he came to the main hall of Sui Palace in a daze. On the throne above the main hall, sat a tall man. The man's unreal handsome aura also made Blackbeard tremble physically and mentally. Looking at the man, Momuzagi only then came back to his senses. On the way just now, Natalyia had already told her intention to bring her back. Join the Porgas family as Chu Xia's concubine. Then, she can have everything she wants. Famous knife? Fight against the dream swordsman? These are simple and simple. Just for the top stand. The Porgas family wants to stay on the same page. That is the Whitebeard pirates live or die, they don't care. But Ace, Chu Xia's younger brother, absolutely cannot be executed by Marine. Even being bullied by Marine won't do. In other words, Marine must lose this battle. There is such a powerful Porgas family watching. Momuzagi really couldn't imagine that Marine could win this battle. Natalyia also gave Momuzagi 2 options. The first is what I just said. Become Chu Xia's concubine and join the Porgas family. This way she can get everything she wants. It is also possible to complete this top stand competition for Marine as the original Admiral substitute. The second type. But she can also choose not to join, this is her freedom. Asking for flowers. But if you want to participate in the top standing competition, don't even think about it. For this second option, Momuzagi tried to fight back. Proposed what Natalyia promised when she took her away. But Natalyia shook her head in distress. Comparing family interests with my own reputation, Momuzagi, I think family interests are more important. Get this response. Momuzagi got it too. She has no choice. Just like what Natalyia said when she took her away. She has no choice. At the beginning, Momuzagi didn't pay attention to this sentence. Only now do I really understand what that means. But look at Chu Xia on the throne. Looking at Chu Xia, who was so handsome that he couldn't bear it. Momuzagi suddenly felt that the first option was also quite good. This sea believes in strength. Men are superior to women. So to be a concubine of such a strong person is also very good, right? Momuzagi kept convincing herself. She really wanted to participate in this competition as Admiral's alternate. It's really not about Chu Xia's beauty. At the same time, on the throne, watch Natalyia return with Yamato. 0. And brought back 2 more. Chu Xia was immediately attracted by Blackbeard's scorched body. The corners of the mouth curled up slightly. Chu Xia looked at Natalyia and praised. Natalyia, you did a good job this time. Hearing Chu Xia's praise, Natalyia smiled. Thank you, father. I am also for the family. Chu Xia nodded, officially pronouncing Blackbeard's future fate. Xiao Wu, bring him to my laboratory and lock him up. I am very interested in some of his secrets. Heard the words. From the shadow behind Chu Xia, a green-eyed boy with horns on his head stepped out. Without saying a word, the green-eyed boy came to Blackbeard and took him away. Look at yourself this problem, brother. Natalyia shook her head slightly. Xiao's full name is Ulquiera. He is the 9th son of the Porgas family, due to the character template. Xiao Wu is very taciturn and even unwilling to communicate with others. That's why Xiao Wu joined Sui Palace and became Chu Xia's personal bodyguard. Only in this way can Xiao Wu feel at ease. Yamato and Momozagi felt strange looking at Xiao Wu. It seems that the other party has no feelings at all, like a humanoid machine. After Blackbeard was taken away by Xiao Wu, Chu Xia smiled when she thought of the news about going to sea in recent days. Natalyia, you are the most reassuring father when you go out this time. Natalyia smiled proudly upon hearing this. Father, compared to Giseline's crazy criticism, of course I can put you at ease. Giseline, after challenging the red hair, he actually went to Marie Joyce to challenge Hawkeye. This brainless idiot, do you think that the government of the world will allow her to provoke? I really treat your family ban as nothing. Father, why don't I make another trip and bring Giseline back? This crazy group really needs to be disciplined. Natalyia fell silent. Chu Xia had a strong smile on her face. No need. Natalyia, you don't have to go out anymore. Looking at Momozagi next to Natalyia, she looked at the beautiful marine. Chu Xia sighed. Natalyia, do you think it wasn't long enough for me to hang you last time? This time, I hung him upside down for 7 days, as a warning to others. Chu Xia's words. Let the smile on Natalya's face stiffen suddenly. Chapter 56. Yamato gave Natalyia a very meaningful look. He silently gave the other party a thumbs up in his heart. Remember the last time Natalyia and Giseline brought back 4 women each. The 2 were hung up for a day. Later, Big Kazuya learned part of the punishment for the Porgas family. Among them, the hanging tree is a very interesting one. Natalyia was hanged for a day last time. When I went out this time and saw the beauty marine Momozagi, she couldn't help it. There was a pop. Yamato couldn't hold back, and laughed outright. Natalyia gave her a vicious look. You still dare to laugh, don't you? If you laugh at me again, I won't take you to save Ace. Yamato saw the meaning in Natalya's eyes. She quickly suppressed a smile. Natalyia looked at Chu Xia stubbornly. Father, I don't think I did anything wrong. I am here for the prosperity of the family and for you. Even if you hang me, next time I go out, I will still. Natalyia didn't finish. Yamato looked at her with eyes full of admiration. Have to say, Natalyia, the eldest daughter of the family, really cares about revitalizing the family. Just your heart. Not in this way either. Chu Xia on the throne was also a little speechless. His group of children. You have a 1-star to 5-star character template from birth. This indicates that 760 determined that they were born geniuses. Natalyia has been used to being a genius for so many years. Some smelly problems are also normal. But this stinking problem needs to be corrected. Chu Xia looked at Natalyia and nodded. Yes, Natalyia. Then you will stay on the Island of Gods to practice from now on. When to master Bankai, when to go again. Before, you were not allowed to leave the Island of God. Chu Xia's words seemed to carry absolute heavenly power. Not only Natalyia bowed her head. Even the Island of Gods felt a slight tremor. It's like triggering some kind of rule. This rule is to prevent Natalyia from leaving the Island of Gods before she masters Bankai. And Bankai. Natalyia only felt that she might be trapped in the Island of Gods from now on. The branches outside the window stretched in, tied Natalyia up again, and took her out. On tall towering trees. Natalyia was hung upside down, but her face was still stubborn. Isn't it Bankai? Snort. Father, I will definitely show you. When I master Bankai, leave this Island of Gods. Snort. All the good-looking women in this sea, I will capture them back for my Lord Father. I also do this for the prosperity of the family. Natalyia is unrepentant. Chu Xia felt Natalya's stubbornness outside the window. He was also a little speechless. Shook his head. Chu Xia didn't want to talk to the other party. He looked at Yamato and Momozagi in front of him. Yamato said the same thing last time. Give them the freedom to make their own choices. I will not force anyone. After all, if the other party agrees, it will become his concubine. I am still very good to my concubines. Each one is lovingly cared for, giving them everything. It's useless for Chu Xia to say it this time. Outside the main hall of Sui Palace, a woman wearing a long skirt suddenly came. The woman dresses very dignifiedly. Her name is Tiffany, and she was Chu Xia's first concubine. At the same time, she is also the biological mother of Natalyia, Giseline, and Belle. She isn't any of the famous women in the original books. She was just the first woman Chu Xia met when she was wandering abroad. He has not yet obtained the system. Already with Tiffany. After obtaining the system, Tiffany even gave birth to 2 5-star and 1 4-star template children for him. And so many years have passed. Tiffany has also become Chu Xia's official wife and the master of his harem. Looking at Tiffany, a smile bloomed on Chu Xia's face. The other party bowed slightly to him first. Husband. Then, he looked at the 2 daughters of Yamato and Momozagi. The 2 women also looked at each other. This glance surprised the 2 of them. Because this woman is so beautiful. It's too beautiful to describe. More importantly, she has a temperament. That kind of temperament is both noble and elegant. It gives people a feeling of going up to the hall and down to the kitchen. Yamato opened his mouth slightly and murmured in surprise. This is no worse than the #1 beauty in the sea, Empress Boa Hancock. Momozagi nodded in agreement with Yamato's words. Although they haven't seen the Empress of the Sea with their own eyes. But they have also seen the other party's reward orders and photos. If the Empress of the Sea can describe it. That is the coexistence of noble, elegant, and sexy. And the one in front of him. In some respects, she completely surpassed the Empress of the Sea. This is a bit surprising. When the second daughter was surprised by Tiffany's appearance and identity. Tiffany watched as the 2 introduced themselves. Hi sisters, my name is Tiffany. Tiffany speaks very softly, making people feel close unconsciously. Anyway, the 2 girls, Yamato and Momozagi, completely let go of their hearts and returned their salutes one after another. My name is Yamato. My name is Jun, and my code name in Marine is Dao. Seeing this, Tiffany laughed again. She pulled the second daughter aside and whispered for a while. Chu Xia watched this scene helplessly. Actually so many years. He himself is not so tight on the management of the family. Chu Xia is more concerned about force. After all, the strength of this sea is respected. Chu Xia didn't care much about the rest. But that's what Chu Xia doesn't care about. But it is well managed by Tiffany. He also gave birth to 3 children, Natalyia, Belle, and Giseline. It can be said that it is indispensable. Her own harem is also peaceful and stable because of her, without any intrigue. Everyone is in harmony. Seeing Tiffany pulling the second daughter to persuade her kindly. Chu Xia felt that it was time for her to give Tiffany a real identity. The battle for the top is imminent. He didn't even want to expose the Porgas family. But stand on top. He will intervene no matter what. In this case, it is inevitable that some people will not be aware of the existence of the Porgas family. For example now. On the outskirts of the Island of Gods. There is an azure dragon hovering constantly, as if looking for something. Chu Xia shook her head, not caring about the azure dragon. Because the sea area that azure dragon is looking for is still a little far away from the real sea area of God's Island. It's just that in the near future, the more the Porgas family will be exposed. More and more people will notice this island. Until then. Chu Xia pondered in her heart, and finally her thoughts slowly pointed in one direction. Island of Gods. Should we also truly establish a nation? Not just because of the sea. Besides. I also want Tiffany to be the queen of the world. After all, she is the woman who accompanied me from ordinary to extraordinary. Chu Xia thought about this in her heart. Tiffany has finished talking with the second daughter. Graciously holding the hands of the second daughter, Tiffany led them back again. Both Yamato and Momozagi had reddish complexions. The 2 were a little loosened by Tiffany's words. It's just that they still lack courage. This courage has been brought up for a long time, but I can't bring it up. After all, they are usually rare strong women. Stubbornness is normal. And just when the second daughter had just summoned up her courage to express her attitude to Chu Xia bravely, suddenly, a little maid brought by Tiffany hurried in. She was brought in by Xiaowu. And Xiaowu would never let anyone in easily. It is enough to see that this is a major event. The little maid hurried in and glanced at Tiffany. Then he looked directly at Chu Xiaodao on the throne. Mrs. Maria is about to give birth. Hearing this, Jin Xia was a little stunned. Several women who were brought back by Natalyia and Giseline. Now basically it has become his concubine. Among them, Kojiki Hiri was the first to become pregnant. The twins gave birth 6 months ago. It is also the brothers and sisters Byakuya and Rukia. And Black Maria is the second, but it is much later than Kojiki Hiri's pregnancy. So much so that she is only now giving birth. Tiffany looked worried at this moment. Husband, let's go see Sister Maria. Chu Xia nodded. He took Tiffany and Yamato's second daughter, and soon came to a huge delivery room. This huge delivery room was specially built for Black Maria. Chu Xia has never had such a huge woman before. Thinking of this, Chu Xia thought of Black Maria and part of his life experience. Black Maria was born from the combination of the Ghost clan and the Titan clan. That's why she's so big. But it didn't become as ugly as the Titan women. On the contrary, it is sexy and charming. And the horn on her head is similar to that of Yamato Kaido, which shows that she is also a ghost. Thinking about this, I couldn't help but become more curious about the child in Black Maria's womb. There was a painful sound in the delivery room at this time. It can be seen that even a strong woman like Black Maria, still not easy in production. Standing outside the delivery room, Chu Xia silently lamented the greatness of women. It is for this reason. He will be good to each of his women. Chu Xia and the others waited for a short while, and many people came after hearing the news. Kojiki Hiri stood behind Chu Xia with Byakuya and Rukia, his face full of worry. If it had just come to the Island of Gods. Kojiki Hiri may also have a grudge against the Beasts Pirates 5.3. He is full of hostility towards Yamato, Black Maria, and Junti. But now, Kojiki Hiri himself has become fully a part of the Porgas family. The first consideration for anything will only be the Porgas family. Shortly after, all the core members of the family on the Island of the Gods are here. The huge delivery room has 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. Even Natalyia was temporarily released by Chu Xia and allowed to come here. Hashirama and Madara stand together. Hashirama frowned, enough to show how worried he was about his imminent mistress. Even Madara. This is Chu Xia's most cold and arrogant child. He crosses his arms, but the Sengoku in a pair of Sharinan keeps spinning, switching back and forth between Sengoku and Mangekyo. The rest of the people also looked worried. Finally, after working hard for a long time in the delivery room, Black Maria made the last weary sound. The voice of joy kept ringing in the delivery room. At the same time, in Chu Xia's mind, the system's notification sound also sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the master, the son of the Porgas family is born. Character templates will be randomly selected between 1 star and 5 stars, with 1 star being the lowest and 5 stars being the highest. Ding! Random character template extraction. Ding! Congratulations to the master, a 4-star character template was randomly selected. Chapter 57. Listen to the system prompt sound in your head. Chu Xia frowned fiercely. The child born to Black Maria. I actually got that character template. Although it is a 4-star template. Not as good as Natalyia and Belle. But look at that template. Chu Xia stood where she was, not knowing what to think. Should he be happy, or should he have a headache? A lunatic who only knows fighting, isn't Giseline not enough? How about giving him another one? It's still the kind that fights crazier than Giseline. It's okay for Giseline to be crazy when she fights, but she's usually normal. But this. When Chu Xia was speechless. The delivery room door. Before the little nurses and doctors came out. The one who came out first was a figure who was only 80 centimeters tall. He seemed to have just been dressed by the nurses and then ran out. He held a long knife in his hand. The long knife is very long, which doesn't match his short body at all. Come and fight. Ha 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 ha. It didn't wait for the people around to react. The figure directly chose a direction and rushed over. Unconsciously, he picked the strongest one in his perception. It was Natalyia. Look at the little guy rushing. Natalyia frowned. My younger brother is covered in black. A pair of horns grow on the head. He is 80 centimeters tall at birth and can summon Zanpakuto. This is obviously a heaven-defying genius. And on the opponent's body, Natalyia felt an aura that annoyed her. That is, Giseline's crazy breath. Even the younger brother in front of him. Crazier than Giseline. Sighed. Natalyia stretched out 2 fingers, and caught the little figure OU last history. Ding! Listen to this life ding! Everyone looked at Natalyia without any surprise. This is their big sister. And his own knife was caught by Natalyia. The short, dark figure frowned. Before he could react, Natalyia pushed the knife gently with one hand. The short figure was thrown out immediately. That direction is the direction of Hashirama and Madara. Seeing this, Hashirama's eyes lit up. The childish face showed interest. Hashirama clapped his hands in front of him. Asterisk. But before he could use it, the power of Madara's pupils exploded. Boom! Right in front of everyone. A blue skeleton was formed, and punched the short figure with a punch. The short figure didn't retreat. Instead, he instinctively raised the long knife to look at it. The classic Kunao Susanoo scene reappears. A short figure will become very strong even in the future. It can even compete with Madara at his peak. But the gap between the two is still too big. After all, Madara's child's template is also 4 stars. Then, not surprisingly, the short figure was sent flying again. This time he was hit in the direction of Kojiki Hiri. Byakuya stepped in front of Kojiki Hiri. A look of determination flashed across his stern face. There are not only big brothers and sisters watching around. And even my father was there in person. He must show some strength and show his father. Prove your excellence to the other party. Byakuya drew out the long knife, and the opponent's long knife collided with each other. But sparks splattered. Byakuya was knocked back by the opponent's power. It hit Rukia and the 2 kids fell to the ground. Adorable Rukia pouted and almost cried. Byakuya stood up from his sister and looked at her with unyielding eyes. How could he lose to the opponent? How could it fall into a disadvantage? Byakuya didn't believe it, and was ready to continue fighting with the opponent. But Chu Xia spoke up. Okay, let's call it a day. The words sounded. It wasn't just Byakuya who calmed down. Even that irritable little figure gradually calmed down. But he looked at Chu Xia. The first sentence is, "Are you my father? Ha ha ha, come and fight with me." Listen to this. Chu Xia felt helpless. But Natalyia was not used to him. A shunpo appeared next to the opponent. The scabbard of the ancient long knife hit the opponent fiercely. Boom! The short figure bumped into a stone pillar outside the delivery room. All the stone pillars were smashed into pieces. But nothing happened to him. He turned over and stood up. But he no longer dared to provoke Chu Xia. The eyes looking at Natalyia were also full of fear. Everyone looked at Chu Xia at this moment. Chu Xia thought for a moment, and gave the short boy a name. From now on, your name will be Zaraki. The 12 sons of the Porgas family. Zaraki nodded after listening. And the reason why Chu Xia married him such a name. It is because of the other party's character template. It is the powerful 4-star character Zaraki Kenpeki. Yes, that madman who fights like a hellish ghost. A crazier fighting maniac than Anohanaretsu. So many years. Chu Xia names the children. In fact, more will not be the same as their character templates. After all, one's own child is one's own pirate, and a character template is a character template. Although the two are very similar, in fact there are still many differences. This is the case with Natalyia, Giseline, and Belle. But to the back. Chu Zhen has some children, and Zhen Zhen is almost the same as their character template. There are even 90% similarities. Such as Hashirama, Madara. When the two of them spoke, one had a gentle face and was a caring child. The other one has an arrogance on his face, he knows how to fold his arms when he was just born, and his face is aloof. You said not to name them Hashirama and Madara, what? I can't think of a name like Chu Xia. So he directly named the two people Hashirama and Madara. From then on, Chu Xia will also name her children according to how similar they are to the character template. If the similarity is high, it is similar to the name of the character template itself. This is true of Byakuya and Rukia. And this child? How to say? The similarity between him and Zaraki Kenpeiga cannot be said to be 100%. But definitely more than 90. So let's call it that. Listen to the name given by Chu Xia. Everyone in the Porgas family nodded and wrote down the name. Afterwards, Chu Xia personally took the little guy back to the delivery room to see Black Maria. The little guy was touched by him on the head, his face was stubborn, but he still had to obey. The pressure Chu Xia gave him was too strong. The two returned to the delivery room. Black Maria was lying on the bed, exhausted and exhausted. Chu Xia personally wiped the sweat from the other party's forehead, and said softly, "Thank you, Maria." Black Maria shook her head. "Husband, I don't have to work hard. Being able to give birth to a son for my husband is worth it." Black Maria said, turning to look at Zaraki. "The only person the little guy is close to is his mother." "Mother?" Black Maria looked at him and reproached him. "Did you just go out and make a scene?" Black Maria reprimanded the little guy several times. Makes Xiao very upset. But still had to listen. After spending time with Black Maria, watching each other fall into a deep sleep, Chu Xia took the little one out of the delivery room and let Black Maria rest well. Come outside the delivery room. Everyone watched the two of them walk out again, with smiles on their faces. "Congratulations to my husband, my lord father, and my lord for giving birth to 12 sons." Chu Xia nodded, and looked at Xiao Dagang beside her. "You can go for a stroll on the island of the gods, but remember not to go out, you are too young." Zaraki nodded pretendingly, and was the first to run away with the long knife in hand. Watch him run away. Byakuya has the heart to chase. Obviously about the loss to Zaraki just now. He couldn't let it go. After all, he was born 6 months before Zaraki. Watching Byakuya's appearance, Kojiki Hiri blocked it deliberately. But Chu Xia waved her hand. "Oh, let him go. It's normal for the little guys to be competitive." As she said that, Chu Xia shook her head in her heart. Byakuya's template is just Samsung. It is not a little bit different from Zaraki's 4-star template. But it's a good thing to have fighting spirit. If Byakuya can master the ultimate secret of Senbonzakura in the future, it would be impossible to fight Zaraki. The two little guys ran away. At this moment, Chu Xia turned her head to look at Natalyia. Feel his eyes. Natalyia felt bad. Really? Just when most members of this family are in the situation. Chu Xia 557 spoke directly. "Natalyia, continue to hang upside down on the tree of returning to God. Your 7-day punishment is not yet full." After Chu Xia finished speaking, Natalya's face turned into a pig's liver. So many brothers and sisters around are watching. Her father didn't save face for her eldest daughter. It's over. There were still many people who didn't know that she was going to be kidnapped. But now, Natalyia turned and left. Many people's eyes became playful. The little black cat Carla catches up with Natalyia. "Big sister, what did you do this time?" Carla's words undoubtedly gave Natalyia another critical blow. Natalyia looked at Carla with a kind smile in her eyes. "Little Carla, my sister hasn't returned to the Island of Gods for a long time. It's been a long time since I checked your cultivation progress." Hearing this, Carla's complexion changed, and she hurriedly dispersed. Natalyia leaves alone. Many people looked at her back, wanting to laugh but not daring to laugh. They were afraid of this vindictive big sister boss. "After that, I will find them to practice alone." Its name is to test the progress of cultivation. In fact, I will beat you hard. Do not doubt. Even Hashirama and Madara were taught by Natalyia. Don't overdo it, everyone, just pretend it didn't happen. At least until Natalyia walked away, when there was no such thing. But after she was not there. Whether everyone laughs or not, that's not necessarily the case. After Natalyia left, Chu Xia waved her hand to disperse the people guarding outside the delivery room. His concubines got together and left in 2s and 3s. Such as Pudding, Garrett, Flamp 3 daughters. They are all pregnant, but the delivery time will be later. Looking at the 3 women, Yamato was surprised at the same time. Take Momozagi to catch up with them, and both sides ask questions. I didn't care about the affairs between the women. When Chu Xia was about to leave and went back to the main hall of Sui Palace, his 2 sons found him. It is Hashirama with a gentle face, and Madara with an aloof face. Looking at the 2 of them, Chu Zhen raised his eyebrows. What are these 2 looking for themselves together? Chapter 58. My Lord Father. The immature Hashirama looked gentle. And in front of Chu Xia, Madara finally let go of his cold arrogance all the time. My Lord Father. Both of them saluted Chu Xia in unison. Chu Xia gave the 2 of them an appreciative look. Hashirama, you've mastered wood style pretty well, and even the last move, you should be able to barely use it now, right? Appreciated by Chu Xia. Hashirama, who has always been relatively modest, smiled. In the Porgas family, any child would be proud to be appreciated by Chu Xia. Hashirama nodded. My Lord Father, I can barely use it now. But there is still some distance from the ultimate mystery. Chu Xia nodded and looked at Madara again. Feel his gaze. The cold and proud boy unconsciously tensed up, wanting to be praised by his father. Chu Xia was not stingy, and smiled. Madara is not bad either, she has fully mastered the body. Your Susan is indeed the best mastered of all. Chu Xia's words naturally mean that he has all the sons of Sharingan. And Madara is one of them, the most outstanding. Of course, this is inseparable from his 4-star template, Uchiha Madara. A rare smile appeared on the cold and arrogant Madara. Father, Mangekyo Sharingan I have developed to the limit now. It's just that the vision has started to decline, as you would expect. Chu Xia nodded. Mangekyo Sharingan's faults, even in his sons. However, I have many children, so it is completely feasible to transplant Mangekyo Sharingan to each other. Only now except for Madara. The rest of his children with Uchiha blood have not opened Mangekyo yet. Therefore, there is no Mangekyo Sharingan that can be transplanted to Madara. But there's no rush. After all, there is more than one way to evolve a Mangekyo Sharingan into an eternal Mangekyo. Biri said, mesenchymal cells are used for transplantation. It's just that Hashirama at this time has not yet reached the level of Senjo Hashirama, the world's top Hokage. Even if Madara is transplanted, the effect is not particularly great. Looking at these 2 sons, Chu Xia also fell into trouble for a while. He has a way to quickly improve the strength of these 2. But that would be tantamount to pulling hair out. The Porgas family is not in any danger, so it is not advisable to use this method. So, look to Madara and Hashirama. Chu Xia gave Madara a guide. Madara, I want to gain more power. Then live to die. Together with Hashirama, go to experience on this sea. Only in the crisis of life and death can one become stronger. Listen to Chu Xia's words. Madara and Hashirama thought deeply. At this moment, the 2 remembered the purpose of coming to find Chu Xia. Hashirama looked at Chu Xia with a smile. Father, we heard that after the second sister Giseline defeated the red-haired Shanks, she went to the clay court Lu Fang. Madara took over from the sidelines. With that guy's temperament, going to Red Line must be to challenge Hawkeye. And Marie Joyce, it's probably not a place where she can go unscathed. Father, the 2 of us want to help that guy. If she is caught by the world government, it will damage the face of my Portgas family. Chu Xia heard this. He frowned slightly. In fact, he doesn't care much about face. Is that thing worth money? Or can it be eaten? It was just caught by the government of the world. The government of the world doesn't know Giseline's identity, and will only treat her as a common pirate. In this case, Giseline will only be thrown into impel down and suffer a lot. That's not a bad thing for Giseline. Instead, if Madara and Hashirama go instead, the government of the world will doubt Giseline's identity. That would likely directly expose the poor gas family. This is not good for his own plan. There are still about 10 days to go to the top. Inside the island of the gods, it is equivalent to about 3 years. These 3 years are enough to do a lot of things by myself. At this time, it is not possible to let the poor gas family enter the sight of the world government. No matter what, we have to wait until the battle for the top station begins. Thinking of this, Xia looked at the two and shook his head. Don't help Giseline. Hashirama and Madara saw this. The two were about to say something. But Chu Xia said directly. Giseline has his own way. Live to die, as I told you both. If you don't reach the limit, how can you comprehend a higher level of power? That girl hasn't been able to master Bankai so far, maybe this is her chance. According to what Chu Xia knows. Although the Bankai of Shizuku is also difficult. But compared to Ryūjin Jakka, I don't know how much simpler it is. So Giseline has had enough of Ryūjutsu for now. Just one more chance, Giseline will be able to awaken Bankai. And once you master Bankai, Giseline's whole person is bound to be sublimated. So, it's just a possibility of being caught and impelled down, which is fine. Seeing this, Hashirama and Madara stopped talking. In the poor gas family, there is an unwritten rule. That was the order issued by Chu Xia. These people can refute once and give different opinions. If Chu Xia adopts it, it will be credited to them. But if Chu Xia directly dismissed it, they would no longer be able to object. Because this is already Chu Xia's decision. The two understood Chu Xia's determination. I sighed in my heart. They understood that this time Giseline was probably going to suffer a lot. After all, any kind of Bankai is hard to master. The two shook their heads. Chu Xia said again at this time. Don't help Giseline. But the two of you can also go to sea to practice. Your attack power is not bad at the moment, but your stamina and defense power are not as good as the top powerhouses in this sea. It will be good for you to go and fight with the group of sea powerhouses. Listen to Chu Xia's words. The two nodded deeply. Yes, my lord father. Chu Xia looked at Hashirama and Madara. I saw that Hashirama really listened to his words. But Madara? There is indomitable meaning in his eyes. In Madara's view all the time. As long as you use the strongest attack to kill all the enemies in seconds, you're done. What staying power is needed? What's more, the staying power of the two of them is not bad. It's just worse than Natalyia, Giseline, and others. Against those common people in the sea, they can still achieve instant kills. Madara was full of stubbornness. This time he goes to sea, he wants to do some big things, come and show Chu Xia. Chu Xia naturally felt Madara's stubbornness. But as a father, all he can do is advise. An arrogant person like Madara, let alone manage it at will. That would just be counterproductive. He waved his hand and let the two leave. Watching their backs. The two brothers are about the same height. I don't know what kind of shock they will bring to the sea when they go out this time. Susato Buddha, will the two destroy the four kingdoms? Remember that joke? Chu Xia shook her head with a smile, turned and left. But Hashirama and Madara paused slightly. Obviously. They took Chu Xia's murmurs to heart. The small goal of going to sea this time. Just destroy 4 countries. Chu Xia doesn't know. Just because of his random murmur. It caused the 4 unlucky kingdoms on the sea to be destroyed not long after. Time in the island of the gods flows fast. But outside. Only less than an hour had passed. Mysterious kendo expert Giseline, who calls himself Kenpei, defeated 4 emperors red-haired Shanks in kendo. Still the most shocking thing on the sea today. New World. The Field of Beasts. Wanakuni Ghost Island. Kaido, who turned into Azure Dragon, landed slowly and landed back on the Island of Gods. After asking the big newsman Morgans, he found out where Yamato and Natalyia were. Kaido turned into Azure Dragon and went to find it alone. But it's a pity. Let alone the island in that sea area. There is not even a big reef. Kaido returned without success this time. Angrily picked up the phone bug. He dared to call Morgans and swear at him. Even put a harsh word. If you dare to lie to Laozi again, Laozi will tear you apart. But he hasn't waited for him to call. Another phone bug rang nearby. Here's to Big Mom Pirates, 4 Emperors Charlotte and Linlin. Kaido turned Morgan's phone bug on and picked up Charlotte Linlin's phone bug. Hello. Old crazy woman, what can I do with Laozi? Kaido's tone was choked, obviously angry. When Charlotte heard Linlin's words, she burst out laughing. Well. Kaido, I have important information to share with you, do you want to listen? Kaido wanted to hang up the phone when he heard that. Yamato has been gone for almost a week. It appeared once during the period, but then there was no news at all. This worries Kaido. Although that BD's son is not very obedient. Calling himself Kojiki Odin all day long. But, that was his Kaido's daughter after all. It seemed to sense Kaido's impatience. Charlotte Linlin smiled and said. Kaido, my mother thoroughly investigated the matter of the arrest of several daughters. Guess what I found? It sounds like it's actually related to Yamato. Kaido came interested. What did you find? You found the trace of that Natalyia. Tell Laozi, Laozi will agree to any conditions. Well. Kaido, it seems that you really value Yamato. Charlotte Linlin laughed, but said nothing directly. Kaido, I'm going to talk to you about something. If you think it's okay, I'll tell you the information. What's up? Charlotte Linlin said directly. Alliance with my old lady, if something big happens, how about the Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates going forward together? It sounds like this is the case. Kaido frowned for a moment. Among the 4 emperors, basically all the well water does not offend the river water. You may even have to beat yourself up. It's not their style not to fight. But this time, Charlotte Linlin actually said it was the alliance. Did something big happen to the sea? Kaido frowned more and more. He vaguely thought of something. But the confused head couldn't figure out why for a while. Charlotte waited patiently with Linlin. Finally, Kaido responded. Laozi Beasts Pirates hold 50% of the arms and weapons business in the underground world. Why does Laozi cooperate with you? Beasts Pirates, am I still in danger of being destroyed? Listen to this. Charlotte Linlin surprisingly didn't argue with Kaido. Instead, he said in a dignified tone with a hint of excitement. Kaido, my wife, the Charlotte family, isn't it that they control 80% of the intelligence business in the underground world? Even those underground gangster families, who dare not give my mother face. Charlotte told Linlin this remark. Although very arrogant. But Kaido agrees. Because Charlotte Linlin wasn't lying. Beasts Pirates and Big Mom Pirates. It is the richest of the 2 pirate groups in the 4 Emperors group. This is because they are willing to devote themselves to the underground world, and they are willing to save their faces to make money. Not like Whitebeard and Redheads. These 2 people usually live by collecting protection fees, and they don't interfere with the underground world at all. So the Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates are poorer. Although the strength is not bad. But let's talk about the influence on this sea. Absolutely no Beast Group and Big Mom Group are more terrifying. And can do it. Beasts Pirates rely on Wanakuni's weapons factory, relying on arms trading. The Big Mom Pirates rely entirely on buying and selling information. Trade with many underground worlds. Thinking of this, Kaido finally became cautious. Cooperative Alliance, Gong, Li Hao, can advance or retreat. But you have to talk to Laozi first. What is the interesting thing you found? Kaido asked. Charlotte Linlin laughed. Well. Kin. I'm not afraid of Kaido's repudiation. Charlotte Linlin spoke directly about her findings. Turn out to be. The Giseline who appeared on the sea recently can defeat the red-haired Giseline on the sword. It turned out to be the same person who kidnapped his daughters in Wonguo back then. And now, it has been proven that Giseline is not Natalyia. That is, it was two people who kidnapped Kaido's daughter and her daughter. But these two people are doing the same thing. And they are all powerful, and their swordsmanship is terrifying. This is a bit scary to think about. Charlotte told Linlin about the information she got. Kaido's face twisted together. Old madwoman, you mean to say that Natalyia and Giseline, are they together? Charlotte Linlin nodded. My old lady is just guessing. But if it's a complete coincidence, it's too coincidental. Kaido, do you believe in such a coincidence? Anyway, my wife doesn't believe it. This sea is going to be in chaos. Heard the words. Kaido's heart sank completely. Finally. He thought for a while and responded. Old crazy woman, the alliance is no problem, Lao Zi promises you. If you get any news from Yamato in the future, tell Lao Zi as soon as possible. The phone bug. There was Charlotte Linlin's big sounded from Charlotte Linlin. Hang up the phone bug ring. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin felt at the same time. This sea may really be in chaos. It seems that there is a big hand fiddled with the whole sea. The owner of that big hand. It's not the world government yet. Chapter 59. There are still 11 days left before the battle for the summit. This day, on the Sabayati archipelago, red hair pirates came to number 13 mangrove area. Look at Shuki's rip-off bar not far away. Shanks had a look of nostalgia on his face. He hasn't been here for a long time. This time I came to Sabayati archipelago, how could I not get to know the former deputy captain? Not long after. With the entrance of the red hair pirates, the entire Shuki's rip-off bar is buzzing. It's just a coincidence. Pluton Rayleigh wasn't there. For the old man at home. The explanation given by Shuki is, he hasn't been back for half a year. Hearing this, the redhead didn't care, and took the crew to sit down in Genkai's bar. When the red hair pirates are drinking and having a banquet in full swing. Shuki, smoking a cigarette, resting his elbows on the bar, looked at Shanks curiously. Shanks, is that thing at the entrance of the Grand Line true? Although as an information dealer, Shuki's sources of information are reliable. This matter will not be false. But this information is still too shocking. The dignified four emperors have red hair. He was actually defeated by a girl in swordsmanship. This is too unbelievable. So much so that Shuki couldn't help asking. Want to know the truth from Shanks? As soon as Shuki's question came out, the warm atmosphere in the tavern stagnated. All eyes turned to Shanks, to their captain. Just when Shuki felt a little weird. Ha 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 ha. Captain idiot, Shuki is the place to throw your embarrassment this time. Ha 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 ha. Captain idiot, I didn't expect the news of your loss to the head of the big sister to spread so quickly. That's right, Captain idiot, you've lost all your face this time. Red hair pirates cotters laughed. That was no shame for Shanks. For this, Shanks sat there with his head down and a black face. Just when everyone thought that the idiot captain really couldn't hold back this time. Shanks suddenly raised his head and patted the bar with his remaining right hand. While shooting, laughing. Ha 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 ha. Shuki, your intel was right. I did lose to Giseline, I'm not as good as her in kendo. Watching the idiot captain graciously admit it. Regrets to the red hair pirates crew. Shuki couldn't help but smile when he watched the red hair pirates fight. And for the fact that Giseline really beat the redhead in swordsmanship. She was still surprised. I didn't expect that so many interesting backs appeared in this sea in such a short period of time. 11 supernovas of the Grand Line, plus the God of Heat, and Giseline who can beat you in sword play. This sea has really become turbulent for a long time. Shuki sighed. She was also a pirate in the past, and was still living in Roger's time. At that time, it was as chaotic as it is now. Even say. The current chaos of the sea is even more victorious than before. Yeah, this sea is going to be in chaos. Think Luffy from 11 Supernovas. Suddenly, the redhead felt. Luffy, can you really compete with people like Natalyia and Giseline? And the forces behind Natalyia and Giseline? Shanks pondered. Shuki looked at him again now. Taguchi asked. Listen to what your cotters call that Giseline, you have a good relationship with her. Shanks nodded. Yes, there was a fight. Although I lost, I still admire her very much. She's really a strong, talented person. So I don't want her to die. So you come to Sabayati Archipelago. Threaten the world government with the celestial dragons as 4 emperors? Shuki didn't say that. Just look at Shanks like a monster. She really couldn't understand the brain circuits of these pirates. For a friend you just met, you can do this kind of thing directly. This is almost equivalent to the government of the hard steel world. Shanks, normally he's not such a brash guy. I didn't think about it anymore. Shuki shook his head, reminded. You've been in Sabayati for a day. But Marine hasn't dispatched combat forces yet, so be careful. Shanks nodded at this. He said that the red hair pirates came here, and the world government will definitely send people to protect the celestial dragons. And since the people who come now are not marine combat power, then naturally it belongs to the government of the world. CPO? Shanks shook his head and smiled. For Giseline, a sea seedling, what he has done is worth it. The red hair pirates throw a party in Shuki's tavern. And at the same time, sitting on the Devil Ray, Giseline, who had been flying for a day and a night, finally saw the vast group of white palaces in the distance. It's really similar to the Island of the Gods. It's just that the Sui Palace without Dad is more magnificent. Marie Joyce, home of the Celestial Dragons. It's this group of people that Dad fears. Giseline murmured. Flying along the Red Earth Road for a day and a night. That's when she came to Marie Joyce. It is because the Red Line is too big. Just think about it. How long and how huge is a continent that can divide the whole world into 2? It's no different than building a bridge across the equator. Even the planet where the sea is located is 2 or 3 times larger than the Earth. The length of this red line is extremely unimaginable. Watching Marie Joyce in the distance, Giseline remembered her 2 goals here. One is the Empress Boa Hancock. This is the first goal. She couldn't lose to Natalyia, she had to bring back the #1 beauty in the sea. 2, it is Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman. Sitting on the stingray, there was a morbid excitement in Giseline's eyes. However, without waiting for her to continue flying forward, a figure stood on the Red King continent not far below. That figure was wearing a cloak of justice, standing there quietly with arms folded. The exposed arm muscles are knotted, and it looks like an extremely terrifying strong man. Looking at this person, Giseline, doesn't know him. The intelligence in her head, limited to some basic information on the sea, such as 4 emperors, marine, world government, 7 warlords of the sea and so on. As for some specifics, she didn't know. That's Hawkeye, which can make her pay more attention. That is her goal. But this person, she doesn't know. It's just marine, it's obviously to stop me, right? Green's stingray landed slowly. Giseline, wearing Captain Haori and a deadly outfit, landed on the red line. The devilfish turned into a long knife again and was held in her hand. Watching this scene, Kong's eyes froze slightly. Did that fish eat devil fruit? Or ate devil fruit's knife? Kong didn't pay much attention. A pair of sharp eyes full of years looked at Giseline and asked. Are you Giseline, the little girl with the red hair who beat the sword? Giseline nodded. Are you Marine? Still a person from the government of the world? For Giseline doesn't know her identity. Kong smiled wryly in his heart. It seems that his reputation has not been resounded on the sea for a long time. Today's younger generation doesn't even know his name. To this, Sora smiled. The old man is just a veteran retired from Marine. This time, by order of the 5 elders, stop you. Little girl, listen to the old man's persuasion, and leave now. You are not a pirate yet, the old man will not directly attack you. But if you want to move forward again, the old man can't turn a blind eye. Kong said, a little old. After all, Giseline has only fought a redhead so far. She didn't do anything to kill civilians, so she wasn't considered a pirate. Giseline nodded at that. Old man, I can no longer go on. After all, I have no interest in the world's government, and there are no swordsmen. In this way, you take Hawkeye and Empress Tiandi. Speaking of it, it doesn't matter if it's dirty or not. Giseline on the ding shelf. She even looked at Ga Kong with a gentle face and said thank you. Watching this scene, the smile on Kong's face stopped abruptly. What did he hear? This Giseline. Ask him to call Hawkeye and the Empress to you? Not to mention that Hawkeye is still on his way, he doesn't even know where he is. The Empress hadn't accepted the compulsory recruitment yet, so she didn't even come. Even if these two are really in Marie Joy's now, it's impossible for me to call for you. Who are you, old man? Kong almost exploded in anger from Giseline. It was the first time for him to meet a little girl who didn't take himself so seriously. Kong is determined to give Giseline another chance. Released the majesty of the superior who had been in a high position for many years. Kong looked at Giseline, and said in a slightly cold voice. Little girl, the order given to me by the 5 elders this time is to arrest you and throw you into Impel Down. If you leave now, the old man can still think that you are innocent, but not that you are provoking the world's government. But if you continue to be persistent. But don't blame the old man for being ruthless. Kong's voice turned cold. Though he doesn't have Conqueror's haki. But the aura of a strong man who has fought countless times on the battlefield is still not weak. But how can these auras scare Giseline? She bled a lot in the fight. I've seen bigger scenes than this. Simply put, this is a crazy girl with a face full of excitement and enthusiasm for fighting Chu Xia. How could Kong scare her with his threatening aura? Even, feeling this momentum, Giseline's eyes showed excitement. But she was still suppressed by force. Father still has a ban. She can't make trouble at will. So this time, they will still fight against Hawkeye, competing for the position of the world's #1 swordsman. Then take the Empress back and dedicate it to my father. Don't cause trouble. Giseline thought so in her heart. Say something again. You look kind, old man. But I just asked you to call someone for me, why are you always moaning? Heard the words. The commander-in-chief of the world's government and the whole army, Kong Petrochemical, was on the spot. Next moment, a surging aura broke out on Kong. He was PD off. Chapter 60. The air was furious. He really felt that he had done a good job. Seeing such a talented little girl, he gave the opponent a chance. Even if the other party knows the difficulty and retreats. Maybe he will move his love for talent and recruit the other party to the world's government. But Giseline's answer twice. Are you really not paying attention to him at all? Shaking his head slightly, Kong looked at Giseline, his eyes gradually became sharper. Little girl, since you insist on doing this, then the old man can only let you go to Impel Down and reflect on yourself. It's just that you may never have a chance to come out in your life. When the words fell, Kong didn't say anything more. The cloak of justice fluttered, and the breath of the sky gradually rose. Giseline watched this scene, and slowly stood up from sitting cross-legged. Looking at this is completely different from just now. An old man with a rising breath and full of fighting spirit. Giseline's eyes lit up. This is the strong breath that she is familiar with. Sora lowered his arms and stretched his muscles. You may not have heard of the old man's name. After all, the old man is already from the last era. Remember, the person who arrested you into Impel Down today is the former Marine Marshal, the current Commander-in-Chief of the entire army, Kong. Empty words fall. Giseline's eyes lit up again. Former Marine Marshal. The current Commander-in-Chief. This name seems to be very loud. Giseline smiled. That smile is still gentle though. But the familiar madness has already appeared in the eyes. Looking at the sky, Giseline also introduced himself. My name is Giseline, and I am the first generation of Kenpeki in this big sea. I created my own 8,000 flow swordsmanship, and today I will let the teacher teach you this pair of iron cans. Just treat it as a warm-up before the kendo competition with Hawkeye. Empty self-introduction. Succeeded in getting Giseline to take something seriously. But also without taking it too seriously. After all, it was just the former Marine Marshal. He is old, and the aging of his body is visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, empty. Listen, Giseline treats his fight as a warm-up match. The air again has a tendency to be exploded by gas. Snort. The old man wants to see how strong the way of the sword can beat the red hair. Just want to surpass the old man and challenge Hawkeye. You look down on the old man too much. Kong snorted coldly. The last fight that made him so angry. It was the one with Bailey Clydefield. Redfield was like an old-century aristocrat. When fighting with him, he did not forget to tidy up his clothes. No. Can't think about it anymore. If you think about it again, you will have high blood pressure. Thick armament haki wrapped around a pair of iron fists. Sora blasted straight at Giseline. Feel the punch? Giseline didn't dodge or evade, she drew her sword and went forward. A battle with red hair made her learn something new. For example, will be about the same as Conqueror's haki. But the more intimidating and powerful Ryūjin wraps around the blade. Such a sword will have stronger power. It's not a battle with Hawkeye right now. Giseline didn't limit herself to sword play. And the empty armament haki is also very deep. Garp learned from him. Therefore, Kong can achieve the point where the armed color is released. Then, Kong's punch collided with the long knife in Giseline's hand. The two did not actually collide with each other. The empty pupils shrank suddenly. This situation. It's a scene that only happens when he fights against a strong man who can be entangled with conquerors. For example, the battle he had with Redfield back then. But how could the Giseline in front of me do it? Young, hold the conqueror's twine? How can this be? Didn't she just beat the redhead at swordsmanship? Fist is constantly wrestling with Giseline. Hollow thought and shock. Go all out. Relying on the brute force he had practiced for many years, Kong shook Giseline's long knife away. The two separated. Kong retracted his fist and looked at Giseline in shock. You, actually own Conqueror's haki, and master Conqueror's winding. Sora's tone was extremely shocked. Because in this sea, of those powerhouses with Conqueror's haki, which one is not a veteran powerhouse who has practiced hard for many years? Such as Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin. Even the youngest 4 emperors has red hair. Then he also practiced hard for more than 10 years after becoming famous. It was only then that he gradually mastered the magical skills of Conqueror's winding, and won the title of 4 emperors. Looking at the whole sea, there are quite a few people who possess Conqueror's haki, the qualification of a million-man king. But how many people can master Conqueror's winding? The sea. Add the hidden ones on the bright side, no more than the number of hands. And these. All of them are veterans who have been famous for many years. Polish all aspects of your strength to the strongest existence. But in front of Giseline, it's just a teenage girl. At this age, it's nothing more than defeating red hair with swordsmanship. Master the bully? What a joke! The shock in Kong's heart is unimaginable. It is really such a magical skill that too few people know how to use it. And looked at him in shock. Thoughts flashed across Giseline's eyes, and she shook her head. I'm not Conqueror's winding. For Conqueror's haki. She really wants to have it, but unfortunately she hasn't awakened yet. Except for my own big sister, that freak got in touch with Whitebeard once. Today's poor gas family. There should be no one else except my father. Except that weirdo Belle. Just not Conqueror's haki though. But Ryūjin Giseline can have it. There are many, many more. Although not as good as Belle's Ryūjin lunatic. But, her Ryūjin is also extremely scary. In the past, Giseline knew how to use Ryūjin to cover the body of the sword to increase the power of slashing. Seen the red-haired conqueror's twine. She draws inferences from one instance. directly developed a method of using Ryūjin wrapped around the body of the sword. Of course, that's asking a lot of Ryūjin's grip. But she did it anyway. Who made her the first generation Kenpeki? Giseline is delighted with her talent. That's all. Due to her father's ban, she couldn't explain it to the old man. You'd better end this battle quickly. She still wants to challenge Hawkeye and take away the Empress. Wielding a long knife, Ryūjin wraps around it. Giseline charged Kong again. Kong's eyes narrowed. While mastering the Conqueror's winding. But little girl, your strength and physical fitness are still a bit weak. If you want to win the old man, you are still far away. Sora looked at Giseline, his fists were directly armed and hardened. What's more? Kong saw that Giseline had entered the state of selflessness of a great swordsman. He also directly used his ultimate power. Empty armament haki, constantly flowing throughout the bones throughout the body. His bones are already harder than steel. That's why he was given the Kong ride. Every punch of Kong became powerful and heavy. Even more terrifying. Giseline still didn't retreat. This woman fights like a madman. The two kept clashing, and the aftermath shook the surrounding red line buzzing and trembling. For 30 minutes in a state of ecstasy. Giseline keeps launching attacks in the air, and the whole person is always in a state of high output. This made Kong a little overwhelmed. He had never seen such a crazy person fighting. And fight harder. The more empty the more shocking. Because of Giseline's swordsmanship. It was really the most exquisite one he had seen in his life. They can be compared with the Bellori Clydefield back then. This made Kong firmly determined that Giseline must not be let go. Such a dangerous person. What would happen if it were released back into the ocean? It's unimaginable. Kong has a serious expression, and is willing to use his secret skills to confront Giseline head-on. Sora's combat experience and physical foundation are very strong. Therefore, he almost survived Giseline's 30-minute outburst period. That kind of selfless fighting time is over. Giseline's offensive immediately dropped. The two briefly separated again. Giseline was holding the knife, her arms were already trembling a little. It has only been 10 years since she got Sister Hwa's character template. Put it in the space of the former Island of Gods, that is, almost 100 years. And Anohanaretsu, that is the mighty Shinigami who has lived for over 1,000 years. So the strength of Giseline is far behind Anohanaretsu. Not only failed to master Bankai. Even Ryūjin and stamina, perception of swordsmanship, etc., are much worse. This made Giseline a little physically exhausted once the 30-minute outbreak period passed. He sighed in his heart that his strength was still not strong enough. Giseline finally faced up to the space in front of her. Old man, your strength is really strong. Asking for flowers. This kind of physical strength is really a monster. Suddenly, Giseline remembered what Chu Xia once said. They are compared with the strong in this sea. Just a little stamina and stamina. This goes for Natalyia, Giseline, Hashirama, Madara. Because their attack power and explosive power are strong. But once the outbreak is over, or the opponent has survived their burst of strength, those who lost were definitely them. Giseline didn't quite believe it before. Her character template is Anohanaretsu. And Sister Hwa's Shikai Meat Cough is a powerful ability that can heal everything. If she can't beat it, she will directly Shikai and heal herself. But in actual fighting, Giseri found that was not the case at all. She wants Shikai to heal herself. Will Sora give her a chance? This top powerhouse's intuition for the situation is absolutely extremely keen. Come to think of it, Giseline is not ready for Shikai anymore. Although it has passed its own outbreak period. But Giseline also became excited after a long absence. Last time I fought the redhead. Before 30 minutes had passed, the red hair voluntarily surrendered. And this time, Sora never retreated a single step and persisted until now. Giseline has gone out of outbreaks. But that doesn't mean she's going to back off. Watching the void, Giseline's. His eyes gradually became determined. The meaning of madness dissipated and gradually became wise. This situation. In short. 0. Kong hammered Giseline awake. In the past, in the Island of Gods, everyone was fighting among brothers and sisters. Even if everyone loses, they don't feel anything. But this time, lose to outsiders. He was still an old man, which touched Catherine's mood very much. Sister Hwa's character template is also affecting her. Gradually let her madness dissipate. In its place is intelligence, with the most accurate fighting instincts. Giseline drew the knife again, and clenched Shizuka's cough tightly. Rocky Shizuka cough, we're on it. Giseline finished speaking, and once again slashed at the air. Sora didn't hesitate, and continued to raise a pair of iron fists to meet him. Of course. In fact, he didn't feel well after Giseline's 30-minute outburst. At this time, even if the fists are covered with armament haki, you can see that there are many sword marks left. Even say, Kong's pair of fists seemed to be faintly shattered. But fortunately, a smile appeared on the corner of Kong's mouth, and his eyes were slightly relaxed. Giseline is at the end of her rope. As long as he persists for a while longer, this Giseline will surely lose. This devil's flower must be locked and impel down. As for after being locked and impel down, Giseline will not have a chance to come out. It depends on whether she is willing to work for the world government in the future. I thought so in my heart. Kong also exploded, and launched a power attack on Giseline with all his strength. The sky of the outbreak is extremely powerful. The weak Giseline retreated again and again. But for the empty pair of iron fists, Giseline didn't hide once. She greeted her head on. Even if it would shake her jaws apart, Giseline is not afraid. Her swordsmanship is not about avoiding sword pressure. Boom! Boom! The battle between the two lasted another 10 minutes. Finally, no accidents this time. Giseline couldn't take the lead. Kong punched Giseline hard. With a violent sound of piercing the air, the punch seemed to fall from the sky. For this punch, Giseline dodged instinctively. As long as she puts away the knife. But Giseline did not withdraw the knife. Instead, the long knife cut towards the sky. When one's strength is about to be exhausted, when it is at the end of its strength, Giseline sensed the ultimate meaning of the Zanpakuto in her hand. Live to die. This Zanpakuto. One of the most vital Zanpakuto. But life, is it not transformed from death? With death comes new life. Giseline was hit by Kong's punch, and her figure was ruthlessly blown away. Kong's punch was so powerful that it directly sent her flying out of the red line. The corner of Giseline's mouth was bleeding, and she fell into the sea. But she laughed. Because at the last moment just now, she hit the air. The breath of life slowly passed away. Giseline closed her eyes and shook hands with Zanpakuto. For the first time, she heard the voice of Zanpakuto. Chapter 61. Stand on the red line. Sora clutched his left arm in pain. There. The place where Giseline chopped off is already broken from the forearm. In other words, he, like the redhead and Zephyr, has become a one-armed man from now on. It's just that the heir is unexpected. How did Giseline cut off his left arm with a sword in the end? His body is the Kong that was washed by armament haki over time. Holding his left arm in pain, Sora came to the edge of the red line step by step. Looking down, Giseline's figure has long since disappeared. But Sora didn't have much to worry about. Received a heavy punch from his force. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have strong vitality, and those with rough skin and thick flesh may be fine. But others came. Redhead, Whitebeard, there is one. You have to travel for 10 days and a half months. And in the fight with Giseline just now, Sora also found out. Although Giseline's attack power is strong, but physical strength and physical fitness are much worse. Coupled with Giseline's state just now, she is bound to die. He killed such a talented girl for himself. Kong felt a little regretful. But more is also fear. Such a guy. If you let the other party run away today, then reappear in the sea. July 13th is definitely an extremely exaggerated villain. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to kill him successfully. There is no need to go to impel down. Picking up the half of his broken left arm, sweating continuously on Kong's face, he endured the pain and went back to Marie Joyce. He had to report this to the 5 elders as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the news that Giseline was bombarded and killed by him spreads out, if the Red Hair Pirates really did something to the Celestial Dragons, that wouldn't be good. Besides, his arm had just been broken. With the technology of the world government, it should be able to help him connect. Soon. Empty returned outside Marie Joyce. Already sweating all over. That hurts? Kong didn't expect that the arm severed by Giseline would hurt so much. It was as if the soul had been cut open. But Kong persisted until this point, and finally couldn't hold on any longer, and fell headlong. Who is that? It seems to be Marshal Kong. What happened to Marshal Kong? Why was Marshal Kong's arm cut off? Quick! Send Marshal Kong to the hospital, and inform Master 5 Elders. The 5 Elders within the entitlement get the news. The bald 5 Elders leaned on their swords and soon came to the empty ward. Looking at the Kong who was lying on the bed with a face of pain and unconsciousness. The eyes of the bald 5 Elders were shocked. That kid who defeated the red-haired kid in swordsmanship, is he really so strong? He was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the commander-in-chief of the whole army, Kong. He actually lost half of his arm on that brat. So many years have passed. Empty though old. But the strength didn't drop much. With the world's top medical team, his body is well maintained. Combat strength has not declined at all compared to that year. On the contrary, there is some progress with the passage of time. But what do you see now? Face off against a kendo brat who's only claiming fame. Kong, half of his arm was cut off? The bald 5 Elders' face darkened. Now, he wants to know the result of this battle even more. No, won by that little swordsman, right? The bald 5 Elders' heart sank. Regardless of whether it is empty or connecting arms. He looked at the doctor beside him and ordered. Wake him up. The doctor dared not disobey the 5 Elders' orders. Sora was given a shot of awakening medicine. Sora woke up quickly. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the bald 5 Elders. Kong wanted to support his body to get up, but was stopped by the bald 5 Elders. What was the result of this battle? The bald 5 Elders spoke coldly. He didn't care about Sora's broken arm injury at all. But Sora didn't feel anything. The 5 Elders have always been like this. He is used to it. Kong hurriedly reported the result of this battle to the bald 5 Elders. Your Excellency Tianui, that Giseline was shot down into the sea by the old man, and received a heavy punch from the old man. He should not survive. Listen to Sora's words. The bald 5 Elders' complexion sank again. Sora gave half of his arm. In the end, only one should not survive? What a piece of crap. Did not say anything more. The bald 5 Elders left with a cold face. Back in the right room, he talked about this matter with the other 4 people. The other 4 were a little surprised when they heard this. What? You said Kong gave half of his arm, so Giseline was just shot down into the sea and shouldn't survive. Waste. This emptiness is nothing but rubbish. Mustache 5 Elders patted the table, creating a great atmosphere. Fluffy Who 5 Elders said at this time. After receiving a heavy blow from Kong's full strength and being shot down into the sea, that Giseline most likely won't survive. Heard the words. Blonde 5 Elders and Goatee 5 Elders also nodded. They know nothing about their strength. That Giseline is just a teenage girl. With such injuries, he will definitely not survive. Said the blonde 5 Elders at this moment. That Giseline is probably dead. The immediate priority is how we deal with the red-haired guy. The rest of the people nodded when they heard the words. After all, the redhead Shanks is still in the Sabayati archipelago, threatening the lives of the celestial dragons. But Kong missed this time. But it is inevitable that there will be mistakes in the battle. It is also normal to kill the opponent. The 5 Elders didn't blame Sora, they were all thinking about what to do with the red hair on the Sabayati archipelago. Everyone looks at the blonde 5 Elders. Has the bell arrived at the Sabayati archipelago? Are celestial dragons in danger? Blonde 5 Elders answered yes. Bell has arrived at Sabayati, secretly protecting the Roswald family of celestial dragons. There will be no problem. Listen to the firm answer of the blonde 5 elders. The rest of the people were a little curious. How could he be so sure? A kid who just joined the CPO can protect the Minotaur from the red hair pirates? Feel the curiosity of several people. The blonde 5 elders smiled. Bell's ability is very special, similar to going back in time. Listen to this ability. Several 5 elders shrank their eyes. Back in time? Time class Devil Fruit ability? Although it is only a branch of the time class Devil Fruit. But when it comes to time, all of them are absolutely exaggerated. Didn't expect that Bell, who was valued by the blonde 5 elders, has this kind of power? No wonder he was so confident in Bell. With that ability, keeping the 3 celestial dragons should not be a problem. Several people immediately felt relieved. Mustache 5 elders is still in a good mood and said with a smile. The news of the battle between Sora and that Giseline this time, let our government release it publicly. It can be regarded as a perfect end to the death of Giseline. Seconded. Kong's severed arm, although it proved the strength of the opponent for Giseline. But at the same time, it also shows that we will eliminate those who dare to provoke the world's government at all costs. This time, it's an example. The rest of the people nodded. Not long after, the official government of the world directly released a piece of life, which quickly spread across the sea. Not far from the Holy Land Marie Joyce, on the Red Line. The commander-in-chief of the whole army, Kong, intercepted the strong swordsman who called himself first-generation Kenpei. The opponent had just defeated Hungfa in swordsmanship, and was extremely arrogant, provoking the world's government. Kong, the commander-in-chief of the entire army, did not hesitate to have one arm cut off, and bombarded the opponent to death. Listen to the news. In an instant, the sea is shaking. On the secret passage leading to the holy place of Marie Joyce, a warship is sailing here. The Vice Admiral Ghost Spider stood on the deck, listening to the news with a shocked expression. I didn't expect that the kid who defeated the red-haired Shanks in swordsmanship was so strong. Let Marshal Kong sacrifice an arm to successfully kill him. The Ghost Spider gasped. Some cannot accept this fact. In his opinion, who is Kong? Former Marine Marshal. The current Commander-in-Chief of the Army. He is even an admirer of the Ghost Spider on the road of justice. Unexpectedly, take down that Giseline. Actually let Sora offer an arm? Off to the side, Doflamingo is lying on a sun lounger. Foo 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 foo. Laughter. A look of apprehension flickered under the Doflamingo sunglasses. Face the red hair pirates and take the celestial dragon's threat. The world government made a strong move and killed Giseline directly. May I ask you, red hair pirates, do you really dare to do anything against celestial dragons? Doflamingo laughed. So strong. It really is the official government of the world that he knows. Mere 4 emperors? It's not enough to make those 5 old guys look down on them. Moby DK aboard. Whitebeard listened to the recent intel. Everyone is a little sorry. For the girl who can beat the redhead in sword play. It was as if they saw another big sister, Natalyia, 5.8. Now, the other party had only shined for 2 days before he was buried in this sea. This made the atmosphere of the Whitebeard pirates a little silent. The saddest thing is that there is no Foil Vesta, the captain of the 5th Division. The other 2 4 emperors. Kaido and Big Mom. Look at the public statement of the world government. The 2 also laughed. As expected, it is the style of the government of the world. Even if it was just a miss and was killed by the air shock. They both have a wave of red hair and don't give each other face. These 5 old guys. It's knocking mountains and shaking tigers. Kaido and Big Mom sighed, and couldn't help but think of the terrifying power of the world government. And at the same time, the first half of the Grand Line. A small coffin ship. Carrying a huge black knife like a cross, the man in the black cloak raised his eyes. Falcon-like eyes looked at the newspaper in his hand. There was regret in his eyes. It's a pity, I didn't expect you to be buried in this sea so soon. A swordsman who has never met before. How much I want to have a sword competition with you. thinking of the genius girl who could beat Shanks at swordsmanship. Hawkeye's eyes showed deep regret. Chapter 62. Naval Headquarters. Inside the Marshal's office in Marineford, Sengoku received an official statement from 5 elders. For a while, the Marshal's office fell into silence. Everyone's expressions became very interesting. Such as Kizaru. He stopped drinking tea calmly, and a strong smile appeared in his eyes. Marshal Kong has gone too far this time. I didn't expect to beat that girl to death directly. What the old man didn't expect was that little girl was able to cut off half the arm of Marshal Splitting Void. It's really scary. Kizaru sighed slowly. He was thankful that the 5 elders had kept Marine out of the way. Otherwise, it might be him, Kizaru Polisalino, who met that Giseline. There is no reason. Just because he is fast. It doesn't take much time to travel to and from the Holy Land and Naval Headquarters. And if he faces Giseline, maybe his arm had to be cut off too. This time, Kong was able to block him. Kizaru's emotion is also the mood of other people at this moment. Aokiji's tone was deep. It doesn't matter if Marshal Kong beat that kendo girl to death. What matters is the red hair pirates on the Sabayati archipelago. Marshal Sengoku, did Lord 5 Elders not respond? If the celestial dragons are in danger, I'm afraid. Thinking of the great battle 30 or 40 years ago, Aokiji's expression was full of solemnity. That battle started with the celestial dragons. Although he had not yet joined Marine at the time. But he had heard of the name of the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Everyone looked at Sengoku. Sengoku gave a wry smile. Your Excellency 5 Elders' response, I'm afraid you won't tell us. But they didn't let me Marine do anything, so everything is 14 normal. Several people nodded after listening. Suddenly, there was a cold hum from the side. Akainu breathed heavily through his nostrils, and said, Marshal Kong has done too much this time, and successfully wiped out a devil seed. Snort. It's just the 4 emperors, they don't dare to attack the celestial dragons. If anything is done to the celestial dragons, it's their time to die. For Akainu's words. Everyone didn't answer. But they all agree. After all, people are dead. The redhead is not a fool, so he probably wouldn't do anything to celestial dragons just because of a guy he just made friends with, Celine. He is not Kaido, nor Big Mom, nor Whitebeard. Redhead is the most consistent of the 4 emperors. Therefore, the probability of his shot is very small. When everyone thought of this, they no longer worried. And at this time on the Sabayati archipelago, the red hair pirates are still partying in Shuki's bar. At one point they were open from morning to noon, and then from noon to afternoon. The musician Monkey played music tirelessly, making the atmosphere of the banquet even more exciting. Just when the red hair pirates were buzzing, Shuki picked up a phone bug. Ben's face with a full smile changed slightly. Although I drank a lot of wine. But the redhead's senses were still sharp. After Shuki hung up the bug, he looked at him. How's it going? Judging by your expression, something big should have happened. What, did Giseline lose? Shuki looked at Shanks with complicated eyes. She kind of didn't want to tell Shanks that fact. Although everyone is a pirate. I have seen many life and death. But no one is immune to that pain. Only. Shuki knew it too. I don't tell Shanks about this. Someone else will tell him. The only difference is later and earlier. So, she picked up a cigarette, lit it first and took a deep breath. Look at Shuki like this. Shanks and Ben Beckman both looked over. They were keenly aware of Shuki's unusualness. Giseline went to the world's government to challenge Hawkeye, which was almost equivalent to provoking the face of the world's government. So it's normal for her to lose. It's not normal to win. But look at Shuki's expression now. Shanks' heart skipped a beat. Giseline, can't something happen? I was thinking about the battle with Giseline. Shanks' expression gradually became serious. At the beginning, he discovered that although Giseline was fast and fierce, but in terms of physical strength, Giseline seems to have a big shortcoming. Although her swordsmanship is swift and fierce. But once she meets someone who can stop her swift and fierce swordsmanship, Giseline is doomed. Such as myself. If only the redhead knew it was Giseline, not Natalyia. Then he is really sure to win Giseline. The key point is the opponent's physical strength. Compared with him, the 4 emperors, and many top powerhouses in the sea. Too bad. This point can be seen from the battle between the top powerhouses, which takes 10 days and a half months. Their physical strength is as strong as a monster. And Giseline, although her attack power is comparable to the top powerhouse in the sea, but in terms of physical strength, Giseline can also fight for 3 days and 3 nights, which is the limit. This is the case when she does not enter that state of ecstasy and keeps fighting the enemy cautiously. Can Giseline have a temper? Is this possible? Shanks, who has fought the opponent once, knows it well. Impossible. Giseline went to the Genfo of the world, after encountering the enemy. It is very likely that he will enter a state of ecstasy immediately and explode with all his strength. This is the temperament of Giseline. Fighting like a madman, no matter what. Thinking about these things in a mess. Shanks just thinks his brain is messed up. He doesn't want to think about the bad side. He looked at Shuki wide-eyed. Shuki, Giseline, don't you? Shanks asked this in a daze. Looking forward to a miracle in my heart. The rest of the red hair pirates also looked over after hearing the words. Lajilu nodded at the repulsion, and sat down in front of the bar. What? The big sister head won. FK. Yasop and others also surrounded them. Drunk, they looked more excited than the other. The big sister head won. Real or fake? That's the government of the world. The red hair pirates are noisy. Ben Beckman didn't fit in. He just watched Shuki and Shanks silently, as if he had a premonition. Really? Shuki finished smoking a cigarette before opening his mouth with a sigh. Shanks, this time Giseline went to the Holy Land of Marie-Joyce to challenge Hawkeye's itinerary. On the way, I was intercepted by Kong, the former Marshal of Marine and now the Commander-in-Chief of the whole army. This word falls. The foreboding in Shanks' heart grew stronger. Meet Kong, the Commander-in-Chief of the whole army. That one, but he is still a strong peak player. When Giseline meets the other party, she will definitely be overwhelmed by Kong's defense and physical strength. The red hair pirates were also silent for a while. But they don't want to think about that either. Everyone laughed again. The big sister head can't defeat Kong, can it? Oh my god, that's the former Marshal of the Marine, now the Chief Commander of the whole army. Yes, the big sister is mighty, and the big sister is bullish. Everyone in the red hair pirates has already celebrated in advance and immersed themselves in beautiful fantasies. But Shuki shook his head, breaking everyone's illusions. In this battle, Kong lost an arm. And Giseline, buried in the sea. She really didn't want to talk about it. But for this group of pirates, it's not good for them to hide it. Any emotions must be vented. New to Shuki's answer. There was a dead silence in the tavern for a moment. The light in Shanks' eyes gradually dimmed, and he lowered his head slowly. Ben Beckman sighed and sank back in his chair. He lit a cigar and sighed inwardly. Shanks agrees with Giseline, thinking that the young sword girl will definitely be able to resound through the sea in the future. Why isn't he? Everyone in the red hair pirates, why not? The red hair pirates at this time. Fighter Lakilo, Sniper Yasop, Musician Monkey, and everyone else. One counts as one. Everyone's eyes and pupils narrowed slightly, immersed in deep disbelief. In their hearts, there is only one thought at the moment. Big sister head, dead. Their big sister's head was blasted to death by Kong. At some point, a group of pirates came to the tavern. They seemed to be the famous pirate group in the first half of Grand Line. The leading pirate captain swaggered forward. Looking at the name of the bar in front of me, I laughed. Shuki's rip-off bar. How dare you open this kind of bar in an illegal place like Sabayati Archipelago? I'm really courting death. Brothers, follow me in and snatch the wine here, and kill everyone. The pirate captain gave an order. But he hadn't waited for his subordinates to make a move. Inside the open door of the tavern, a person showed his side face and looked at them coldly. 367 Get out! Shanks unleashes his Conqueror's haki. Conquerors condensed into substance swept out. Before the pirate captain could react, his subordinates fell to the ground. The pirate captain is stronger, but he has never seen such a battle. After only holding on for a second, he fell to the ground. After the episode, Shanks slapped the table and laughed loudly, resounding in the tavern. He blushed, but laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Giseline, I knew your trip would not go well. But I didn't expect that you could cut off half of Splitting Void's arm. Ha 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 ha. Shanks slams the table like crazy. Everyone in the Red Hair Pirates looked at their idiot captain like this. They soon joined in. Lakilu, Yasop, Monkey, and others all laughed. Even Vice Captain Ben Beckman got in on the action. Big Sister avoids the bull. That's Kong, the commander-in-chief of the whole army, she can actually cut off an arm. It's amazing to ride a horse. Yeah, if you want me to say, Big Sister's swordsmanship is definitely better than Hawkeye's. That's right, when I see Hawkeye next time, I have to tell him this. Hey, aren't you afraid that Hawkeye will cut you off? For the Big Sister head, don't be afraid. Everyone in Red Hair Pirates was laughing and laughing. As if he didn't care about Giseline's death at all. But Shucky clearly saw it. Why are the eyes crying when these people are laughing? Lagila cried the most, he didn't even care about the most beloved chicken leg. The same goes for the musician Monkey, covering his eyes and whining. And the redhead Shanks. In this warm atmosphere. He turned around and stood up slowly. Pressing Griffin on his waist, the aura on the red-haired body suddenly changed. Shucky looked at him like this, and opened his mouth in a panic. Shanks, don't be impulsive. People are dead, no matter what. Please mourn. Heed Shucky's advice. The redhead didn't look back. I want the government of the world to mourn. Chapter 63. Listen to Shanks. Feeling the angry determination of the Sea Emperor, Shucky paled. Shanks, don't be impulsive. The person is dead, hold a funeral for him, and pay homage to her. Clash with the world government at this time, and your Red Hair Pirates will be smashed to pieces. The battle for the top is imminent. Although the world government only wants to take action against the Whitebeard Pirates this time. But if the Red Hair Pirates have to join in, the world government will definitely not refuse anyone who comes. Just 2-4 Emperor's regiments. Although the fight is over, Marine's power will be greatly damaged. But the government of the world feels that it is willing to fight with capital. If you can wipe out 2-4 Emperor's regiments in one fell swoop, that is an extremely beneficial deterrent to the pirates on the sea. Marine is just a dog under the government of the world. While it can deter pirates, it can also weaken the increasingly powerful and somewhat uncontrolled Marine. Those 5 old guys couldn't wait more. Shanks is no fool. He can think of that. However, looking at the life of his Guo Kesi, picked up by Roger when he was young. Since then, he has been living on Roger's ship as a novice crew member. He grows up slowly. When he was 13 years old, Roger, who became One Piece, was executed by Marine. He was standing in the audience, crying badly with Buggy. After the Roger Pirates disbanded, he inherited Roger's wool, took that straw hat, and formed his own pirate group. And Roger thought so. He is the man Roger prophesied about. So Shanks was when Red Hair Pirates was just formed and had no reputation. He led people to attack CP9's transport ship. Looted the devil fruit. When the devil fruit was eaten by Luffy, Shanks seemed to see it. Saw the appearance of the person in Roger's prophecy. That person is not himself. So he bet his arm on that seed. So far, he has truly become a staunch defender of the captain's will. As the 4 emperors, he maintains the stability of the sea. Well before. There's Whitebeard with him. Although this old strong man has a different philosophy from his. But doing the same thing. Whitebeard pursues his family at the same time. Also stabilizing the sea. This has kept the sea undisturbed for so many years. Not so long ago. The seed Shanks planted has just begun to germinate. The leader of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, Fire Fist Ace, is about to be executed by Marine. He hurried to Whitebeard Field, to meet Whitebeard. After seeing that side, he saw what Whitebeard was thinking. The other party has maintained the stability of this sea for too long. This time, I met my son who was arrested and was going to be executed publicly. Whitebeard decided to drop everything. At the same time, the important task of witnessing and escorting the new era has been handed over to Shanks. Also known as. It was because of that meeting between Shanks and Whitebeard. Only then did Whitebeard have no worries and concentrate on preparing for the battle with Marine. So far, Shanks felt the loneliness of the helm of the era in advance. This loneliness once belonged to Whitebeard. Now it's his turn. Shanks didn't back down. But because of the captain's prophecy, for that seed, he stepped forward and scrambled for the top station. Consider everything, restrain the 4 emperors left and right, and restrain the world's government. But at the entrance and exit of New World, he met Giseline. Met someone Shanks never would have thought possible. At a young age, just over 10 years old, he can master that level of swordsmanship. Although the strength of a body is still somewhat insufficient in other aspects. But give Giseline a moment. Even if only for a year or 2. She can be normal to an extremely exaggerated level. Shanks saw potential in the other side. At the same time, because of Giseline's character, he and the other party have become friends. Shanks regarded Giseline as a friend, and came to Sabayati for him. Threat to the world government with the lives of the celestial dragons. But who knows? I thought that the government of the world would fear him. Giseline has no special identity known to the world government. The government of the world should not do things absolutely. But who would have thought? The government of the world will really do everything right. Although there is a big battle between the 2 powerhouses, anything can happen. Shanks also tried to warn himself in this way, to calm himself down. On my own body, there is also the heavy responsibility of being the helm of the times. The seed that subverted the world hadn't germinated yet, and he couldn't develop a bond of friendship. But just think of the talent of Giseline. And the kind of boldness that is very similar to myself. Shanks couldn't help it. He just wanted to say one thing. The heavy responsibility of going on a horse. He has red hair and is just a big pirate on the sea. Pirates act. When do you need to think about this, think about that? He Shanks. This time because of the death of my friend, I went crazy once. What's wrong? The world government doesn't take his face seriously. Don't treat him as a human being with red hair. Can't he still be angry? Then. Shanks said that sentence, let the world government also mourn. Feel the determination of the captain. Everyone in the red hair pirates was instantly ignited. Sad horses, kill a few celestial dragons, and pay homage to the big sister. The red hair pirates look normal on a daily basis. But the Whitebeard pirates can be angry that Ace was caught, and determined to fight against the behemoth of naval headquarters. He red hair pirates. How come there is no anger? We are all pirates on the sea. Who can't be crazy once when they encounter something that holds their heart back? Red hair pirates. One counts as one, exuding an extremely terrifying aura in an instant. This is a big group of 4 emperors. Crazy as it should be. Shuki's color changed as he watched the scene. But let the red hair pirates kill the celestial dragons? Shuki couldn't help but watch them go down a road of no return. Seeing the back of the red hair pirates leaving, Shuki said again. Shanks, when Roger was executed, why didn't most of Roger's pirates go there, don't you understand now? Shanks paused when he heard that. He didn't look back, and responded quietly. I get it now. However, Captain Roger was executed voluntarily, and that was his way. He risked his life to start this era of great pirates, all we can do is support. But. Shanks' voice trembled suddenly. Giseline, she was killed. She has no friends at sea. If she dies, my only friend will do nothing for her. Then she is really dead. Shanks' words made Shuki's pupils tremble. Involuntarily, she remembered that old saying. When do people die? It's time to be forgotten. Giseline's dead though, but she's lucky. Shanks, she hasn't been forgotten. Shuki was about to say something more after hearing that. But suddenly, a somewhat old voice sounded. Let them go. The words fell. A white-haired old man wearing a white cloak, holding a small wine jug, and wearing glasses appeared. Although the old man was old, the wind and frost did not destroy the fortitude and sharpness in his eyes. This person is the famous Pluton, Silver Rayleigh, the former vice-captain of the Roger Pirates. Also someone the redhead Shanks respects a lot. He turned his head and looked at Fulai. Shanks smiled. The deputy captain is here, he should be very similar to that stubborn boy back then, right? Rayleigh nodded. Yeah, very similar. Roger's prophecy before his death actually didn't want you to become that kind of person. It's about naturally giving birth to that seed in the sea where the strong are gushing. Shanks, go do it, it's nothing. It's a big deal, the old man takes over the responsibility from you. Listen to Rayleigh. Shanks nodded. With the red hair pirates, everyone turned their backs decisively and walked away firmly. But it hasn't waited to get out of the number 13 area. A figure stopped in front of everyone. The figure appeared silently. It was as if he was already there, and it was only at this moment that everyone noticed him. Shanks narrowed his eyes. The faces of the red hair pirates also sank. They saw the man's attire clearly. Wearing a faceless mask. Wearing a white trench coat. Then feel the indifference of this person. The hearts of everyone in red hair pirates sank. CPO. But they didn't back down. A mere CPO. Not enough to see in front of them red hair pirates. Shanks slowly pulled out the griffin. Looking at the CPO in front of him. Without saying a word, he was ready to strike. The purpose of CPO blocking the way is too clear, but it is to prevent the red-haired pirates, Qian Wangzhao, group from going to Celestial Dragons. Just a CPO dares to stop him, isn't it too contemptuous of him? Griffin suddenly got out of the sheath, and directly chopped at the CP0. Shanks wrapped conquerors around the body of the sword as soon as he made his move. He knows the power of CPO. Everyone there is a monster with minimal admiral hard work. And look at Shanks, this knife. Under the expressionless mask. A smile formed on the corner of Belle's mouth. I really didn't expect that my crazy sister could still make such a good friend. For Giseline. Shanks doesn't even care about anything, he's going to kill the Celestial Dragons. Once upon a time. Belle still can't understand this. He would not hesitate to smash his own body to pieces for his brothers and friends. In Belle's perception. Without family, it would be impossible to do this step. But now. Look at the redhead Shanks. Belle seemed to understand something. So, he pulled out Kyōka Suigetsu from his waist. The long knife slowly fell towards the ground. Before Shanks' knife came. The ground rippled, and Kyōka Suigetsu was completely submerged in the ground toilet. Shanks' pupils shrank slightly. The red hair pirates are also unknown to everyone. Rayleigh behind the crowd was also full of doubts. At the same time, Belle's faint magnetic voice sounded. Shatter it, Kyōka Suigetsu. Chapter 64. It is the long knife completely submerged in the ground. Belle's magnetic voice had also fallen. But everything around, as if there is no change at all. The folks at Shanks and the red hair pirates thought so. What powerful devil fruit ability does the CPO of the world government have? But the opponent just threw the long knife to the ground. Then he said something inexplicable. Just, gone? Everyone in the red hair pirates was at a loss. Rear. Rayleigh and Shuki watched the scene. The two looked at each other. Rayleigh's observation haki kicks into ultimate. But they couldn't find any difference in the scene after Belle said that sentence. But he keenly sensed the danger from Belle. Shanks, be careful. This CP0 is not simple. Hearing the words, the red-haired nodded earnestly. At this time, he had already arrived in front of Belle. The knife slashed straight at Belle. A knife wrapped in Conqueror's entanglement changes the color of the world. Black lightning surrounded it, making the red hair's knife extremely powerful. But the red hair fell with a knife, but her eyes widened again in surprise. Because I don't know when. Bell in front of his eyes dissipated like water waves. Reappearing, Bell has come behind the red hair. Then, just turn around. A knife fell when Shanks missed his guard. Everyone in Red Hair Pirates was amazed at the same time. Shanks sideways, narrowly dodging Bell's knife. After turning around, Griffin made an incredible angle to meet Bell's knife. As four emperors, the top powerhouse in the sea, Shanks showed exaggerated reflexes and speed in times of crisis. Boom! The two long knives did not really collide with each other. The red-haired Griffin is wrapped around Conqueror's haki, and casts his powerful blow. And Bell also wound Ryūjin 550 on Kyōka Suigetsu. The two forces are constantly wrestling, the Black Thunder and the Blue-White Thunder collide with each other, and it is hard to distinguish between the superior and the inferior. Watching this scene, the redhead also thinks Bell this is Conqueror's winding. The two of them retreated with one blow. Shanks' eyes widened. Everyone in the Red Hair Pirates also widened their eyes. Rayleigh and Shuki not far behind. They all looked at the masked CP0 in shock. CP0, when did such a strong player exist? Master Conqueror's coil? This is CP0? Is it possible for this group of celestial dragons exclusive obedient dogs to do it? Are you kidding me? Is he really CP0? Shanks and Bell hit it off. Already felt the great power of Bell. In terms of strength alone, he may be higher than the opponent. Also mastered more proficiently at Conquerors. But the opponent, that magical devil fruit ability is still useless. If it is used, in case it is an ability he does not know, he might capsize in the gutter. But the redhead didn't panic either. Not far away, his former deputy captain was still standing. Even if Rayleigh is old now, his strength may not decrease much. Maybe it will be stronger than before. The two of them were present, plus all the cotters of Red Hair Pirates. Any one of the top powerhouses in the sea will have to kneel. Redheads have this confidence. He looked at Bell and said indifferently. Today, I, Shanks, have made up my mind. If your excellency blocks the way, be prepared to die. The redhead looked at Bell with a faint threat. He's determined to take out his wrath on the celestial dragons. As for the storms after that, he doesn't want to worry about those now. He only had grievances about Giseline's death in his heart. And listen to what Red Hair said. Everyone in Red Hair Pirates felt that Beb was full of fighting spirit. Them today. Definitely kill a celestial dragons to pay homage to the big sister. Look at the determination of the Red Hair Pirates. Bell has completely confirmed the friendship between the redhead and Giseline. Although he still can't understand this kind of behavior. However, he appreciates it. That being the case. Under the expressionless mask, Bell smiled again, turned around, and continued to attack the redhead. Bell's knife was extremely sharp. Still entangled with Ryūjin, making his slashes terrifying, comparable to Conqueror's entanglements. The redhead raised Griffin to meet him. But just the moment before the two swords collided, suddenly, Bell's figure switched with the deputy captain of the Red Hair Pirates, Ben Beckman, in the distance. The redhead watched helplessly as he slashed towards Ben Beckman with a knife. Ben Beckman looked shocked. Hastily armed and hardened his body. And Bell. His knife slashed towards the Red Hair Pirate's sniper, Usopp. It is comparable to the domineering knife of the top powerhouse in the sea. Naturally, Usopp, a sniper, could not resist. The long knife fell without hindrance. Usopp's body was cut open obliquely by him, and he fell to the ground. And the redhead over there. He also sent Ben Beckman flying with a blow, and blood spurted out. Although the red hair has pulled back, Ben Beckman's strength is also good, at least it is not a problem to block the red-haired top strike. But Bell moved too quickly, giving the two too little time to react. In a hurry, Ben Beckman was badly wounded by a slash from the red hair. The redhead didn't care about him. Instead, he looked towards the Red Hair Pirates' camp. He seemed to have guessed Bell's ability. Teleport with another person? Thinking of this, the red hair looked at the Red Hair Pirates with a bad feeling. This glance, Hao Xian didn't make him collapse directly. Red Hair Pirates is a dignified 4 Emperors regiment. In addition to the Red Hair and Ben Beckman, the 2 captains and mates. The strength of the rest of the people is also very good. Such as Combatant Lakey Lu, Sniper Yasop. They are all strong crews. In the Beasts Pirates, it is at the same level as the 3 Disasters Jack. This moment, after Bell burst into the Red Hair Pirates. It is really like a wolf in a herd of sheep, killing indiscriminately. The first sniper, Yasop, was hacked to death by him. It's not over yet. The musician Monkey and others were also hacked by him. There is no need to cut them one by one. Under this knife, some crew members who were not strong enough fell to the ground. In a short period of time, Bell has turned the blade on Combatant Lakey Lu. Lackey Road is strong. Armament Hacky is covered with chicken legs in hand, fighting against Bell. But he is still far behind Bell. With just 2 cuts, a large gash appeared on his body, spurting blood violently. See this scene. Redhead Shanks is about to go berserk. Yasop. Monkey. His eyes widened, and he was about to be driven crazy. Not far away, Rayleigh watched this scene and shook his head remorsefully. He didn't react just now. It never occurred to Bell that he would go right into the Red Hair Pirates and start a killing spree. This is really the Redhead and Rayleigh's carelessness. Both of them felt it before. If Bell is not a top powerhouse, then there is no weak person in them, and there is no danger. Even if Bell is the top powerhouse, the red-haired Shanks are on top, and they can hold each other down no matter what. It never occurred to me that Bell didn't play his cards according to common sense at all. When he came up, he would kill the Red Hair Pirates and kill mosquitoes with cannons. This is simply too detrimental to the face of a top powerhouse. Only, as CP0, does Bell care about that face? The Redhead and Rayleigh gave a wry smile inwardly at the same time. The 2 of you are careless. 2 people draw their swords at the same time, you. Today's battle is inevitable. The war went on for a long time. Played from afternoon to night. In the middle of the fight, the Redhead and Rayleigh can indeed hold Bell down to a certain extent. But Bell's ability is too weird. Just found a few gaps. Red Hair Pirates downsizing again. Finally, just when the group of Red Hair Pirates suffered heavy casualties and there were not many left, Bell suddenly pulled away from the crowd. Looking at the red-haired Shanks covered in blood and with red eyes. There was a chuckle behind the expressionless mask. 4 Emperors Shanks, take your crew and return to the New World. If I think about celestial dragons again, then I won't show mercy. Bell's words fell. The red-haired stared wide-eyed, ready to continue fighting. My crew was almost killed by you. Why are you asking me to go back to New World at this time? When my red hair is a soft persimmon. Red Hair is full of sadness and guilt for the Red Hair Pirates crew. Is he going to fight the Celestial Dragons without the Red Hair Pirates? This CP0 hiding in the dark won't do anything? Only. Do Redheads regret it? For Giseline, he has no regrets. If you let him choose again, he still does it. Looking at the red-haired eyes that are so determined that they want to fight themselves desperately. Bell smiled, turned, and left. The redhead rolled his eyes. Want to go? God avoids. With a yell, he was about to leave Bell behind. Only. The red-haired voice fell. The world around him suddenly changed. Inside Shucky's Rip-Off Tavern. The redhead was sitting in front of the bar, slapping the table and drinking a lot of wine. He was talking nonsense about Giseline and other things, holding a wine bottle, and shouting God avoiding there. The laughter of the Red Hair Pirates came from all around. Captain Idiot! Captain Idiot, have you drunk too much? Captain Idiot, who are you hiding from here with? Depend on. Ben Beckman and others laughed. Look at the people laughing. The redhead looked at them with a sense of unreality. At this moment, Lagila came up, grabbed the red hair's shoulders, and put his weight on the red hair. Captain Idiot, Big Sister is a real cow. In a battle with the commander-in-chief of the whole army, even though he was defeated, even though he was buried in the sea, even though he was defeated, he was honored. After all, she cut off Sora's arm. Big Sister heads, cows avoid. Here's to the Big Sister head. Everyone in Red Hair Pirates was laughing and laughing. They hid their sorrow in their laughter. It's like a failure after eating the fruit of smile. When you are sad, you are also laughing. Behind the tavern bar, Rayleigh sat there, picked up his glass and touched the redhead. Shanks, the man is gone, sorry. We've seen this kind of thing a lot. Have a good funeral for Giseline. If you want to do something for her, then practice swordsmanship hard, defeat Hawkeye openly, and win the title of world's #1 swordsman. Rayleigh advised. Shanks' eyes slowly widened. Chapter 65. Looking at the scene in front of him, Shanks couldn't believe it. He pulled up Ben Beckman beside him. Just wanted to ask about Belle. But the next moment, the redhead swallowed the words again. Think back to the horrible scene just now. He didn't ask this question. But at the same time, I also felt a deep horror. Look at him like this. Lajilu and others around laughed and laughed. Several people then stopped bothering him. Thought he was still reeling from the news of Giseline's death. Everyone drank wine by themselves. Shanks, what happened? Rayleigh looked at the redhead and smiled gently. Ben Beckman also looked over, smoking a cigar, and asked solemnly. Shanks, what happened? Listen to these two people. The redhead didn't respond immediately. When he reacted, glancing at the two of them, he smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, nothing happened. The two didn't ask any more questions after hearing the words, but just looked at the red hair strangely several times. Rayleigh laughed even more. It seems that Giseline is really a back that you are very optimistic about. It's a pity that the old man has no chance to meet her. A great swordsman who is only in his teens is really rare. Rayleigh lamented. Ben Beckman was puffing out a cigarette, and his mood was very dull. Shanks walked out of the tavern silently, not letting anyone follow him. Coming outside the tavern, the mighty observation haki unfolds. But he found nothing. There is no one around here. That bell, as if it never existed. But I can think back to the truly tragic battle just now. Shanks frowned. What ability is this? A time-class devil fruit. At the same time, what puzzled the redhead was, why did the CP0 of the world's official government let the red hair pirates go? With the opponent's ability, why only warn him once? Finally, the redhead sighed deeply. After a tragic battle, most of his anger has dissipated. Also, as Rayleigh said, best memory of Giseline. Not to kill celestial dragons, that's just his powerless rage. And to kill empty. Neither can redheads. In this sea, there is no absolute right or wrong. Giseline lost to Kong, because of lack of strength. He went to trouble with Kong again. Instead, it is disrespectful to Giseline. That's all. He's just like Rayleigh said. Practice swordsmanship hard, challenge Hawkeye, and win the position of the world's #1 swordsman. This is the best memory of Giseline. Shanks shook his head, turned and went back into the tavern. The banquet of red hair pirates lasted until the second day. After a banquet, this group of guys with strong physique were fine. On the contrary, I can go out to sea with high spirits, go to the Fishman Island, and go back to the New World. Sabayati Archipelago, this place is too sensitive. Red hair pirates are not here for long. After paying homage to Giseline, Redhead leads the crowd away from the Sabayati Archipelago. Get this message. First, the Marines on the Sabayati Archipelago breathed a sigh of relief. Then came the world government and naval headquarters who got the news. Marineford, inside the Marshal's office. The battle for the top is imminent. Several Marine executives are here all day long to discuss tactics and deal with all the variables at sea. So they gather here every day. Received news that the red hair pirates are leaving the Sabayati Archipelago. Sengoku behind the desk took off his glasses and rubbed between his brows. The red-haired Shanks knows how to measure and doesn't go to extremes. Aokiji nodded. Yeah, this time I really thought the redhead was going to turn into a lunatic. Kizaru shook his head, eyes playful. It's really scary. Almost, an emperor on the sea will be included in the list of confiscators. Aquinas snorted coldly. Count him with red hair an acquaintance. Otherwise, we will be wiped out together with the red hair pirates in this battle for the top. It's nothing more than a pirate, it's just a mouse in the underground world. Akainu snorted coldly. Neither Garp nor Crane spoke a word. Both of them are in a bad mood now. One sees that the day when Ace will be executed is getting closer because the summit is imminent. Even in Garp's carefree temper, it's hard not to be sad. And the Crane is because of Momuzagi. It has been 5 days since the other party was taken away. But so far no news has come. She was worried about her sister. At this time, the phone bug on Sengoku's desk rang. After picking it up, the voice of the intelligence officer hurriedly came from the other end. Marshal Sengoku, this is the New World G1 branch. Just last night, 2 duo who called themselves Senju and Shura attacked 8 New World Marine branches including the G5 branch and the G14 branch. These 8 New World Marine branches were all destroyed. What? Sit in an office chair. Sengoku straightened suddenly. On the side sofa, 3 Admiral, Garp, Crane Vice Admiral all stared wide-eyed. What happened? Overnight. Marine's 8 large and small branches in New World were all destroyed? Since the era of great pirates, the birth of the 4 emperors turned Marine's control over the New World into a joke. But the huge Marine still has several branches in New World. Big and small, add up to a total of 9. Among them, the G1 branch is the largest and is the core branch of New World, guarded by the Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel. The rest, the G5 branch and the G14 branch are relatively large marine branches, and they are all guarded by a Vice Admiral. The remaining 6 branches are relatively small, but they are all located in key locations in New World. 9 branches, this is the limit of Marine's participation in New World. Because no matter how much, the 4 Sea Emperors of New World will make a move. You build one, they destroy one. 9 branches are also the limit for the 4 Emperors to tolerate Marine. Over the years of the Great Pirate Era, this has almost become a tacit understanding between Marine and 4 Emperors. But just last night, overnight, Marine's 8 New World branches destroyed? What happened? Sengoku was extremely surprised and asked for various details. From the mouth of the intelligence officer, everyone learned the general truth. A self-proclaimed Senju, a self-proclaimed Shura 2 people. Yesterday, the world government released the news that Giseline was buried in the sea. Not long after, a marine branch was quickly destroyed. And in a short period of time, the 2 moved to the remaining 7 marine branches one after another. Destroy all marine branches. They didn't take a shot at common marine. But the base chiefs of each base were all buried in this seat. Said by the marine soldier who saw Senju and Shura. Every time that Senju takes a shot, he can summon a tree attack with thick roots. And that Shura can transform into a blue titan. In front of these 2, the marine branch is like paper. The headquarters of Vice Admiral is in the hands of these 2. He couldn't hold on to a single blow, and was dying. Listen to the news. The marshal's office was dead silent. Aokiji looked shocked. Kizuru sat up slightly, and he was no longer as relaxed and freehand as he used to be. Even Garp and Crane who have been in a bad mood. Both of them raised their heads and looked at Sengoku in shock. The last Akainu. He's blown away. Hot lava fell from Akainu. The sofa under him was scorched. Akainu looked at the phone bug on the desk and asked angrily. Where are those 2 people now? The intelligence officer on the opposite side faltered. Hearing Akainu's angry words, he was terrified. Asking for flowers. Sakazuki Admiral, we don't know where those 2 are either. But, based on their style, they should be on their way to the G1 branch, right? Waste. Akainu stood up as he spoke, and was about to walk outside. Sakazuki. Sengoku slapped the table and stopped him. The race to the top is imminent, and as Admiral, you can't go to the New World. Sengoku was afraid that Whitebeard was responsible for this incident. The purpose is to lure an Admiral from Marine to go there, and then lay an ambush there. He didn't connect this matter with Giseline. After all, Giseline has no roots and no family. Besides the red hair, how could anyone take revenge on her? So this person can't be related to that Giseline. Sengoku and the others didn't think about it. Akainu stood where he was, his fists clenched and cracking. He is the most iron-blooded marine admiral. Therefore, Akainu will ask his subordinates to guard the most dangerous places. That is, the 2 naval headquarters vice-admirals who were killed in New World were all Akainu's subordinates. Plus those rear admiral base chiefs. Akainu's heart ached so badly that he couldn't breathe. This is still secondary. What he wants most now is to find those 2 people and heal them. Dare to do such a thing to the Marine branch. He will destroy the 4 emperors. But, thinking of the top standing competition in the near future, Akainu gradually calmed down. But the Marine G1 branch, could it be that they just watched as they continued to be destroyed by those 2? The flying squirrel is not in the G1 branch now, and with the strength of those 2, no one can stop them. Akainu asked the question angrily. There was a sudden silence in the office. In this silence, Garp stood up. Looking at Sengoku, Garp smiled. Sengoku, this time, let me go. Looking at Garp, Sengoku hesitated to speak. Vice Admiral was helpless in the hands of both men. Garp went, but there was no danger. But, something so big happened. If Marine doesn't send someone there, it won't work either. Look at Sengoku's hesitation. Garp smiled. Sengoku, you know that too. Even if we stand at the top, the old man may not be able to play much role. Garp's words made Akainu snort angrily again. He didn't rub salt in Garp's wounds, though. Sengoku nodded hesitantly. All right. Sending you there is indeed the best candidate. Be careful. Garp nodded, and quickly rushed to New World to guard the G1 branch. And this night, the 8 New World branches of Marine were destroyed. Naturally, Hashirama and Madara did it. Got the news that Giseline was killed by Kong Zhen. Madara nearly exploded. Fortunately, with Hashirama pulling, the 2 quickly determined that Giseline could not die. She is Shinigami, so easy to die. Not to mention if Giseline died. At this moment, the island of gods may be in chaos immediately. Chu Xia went directly to the world's government, thinking of going to war with the world's government. So the 2 knew the news was false. But there are definitely some real parts to it as well. For example, Giseline was defeated by Kong and drifted into the sea without knowing his life or death. Think about it. The 2 were angry. Even the good-natured Hashirama felt he had to do something. So the 2 took the lead in focusing on the many branches of Marine in New World. 8 of them were killed overnight. After destroying these 8 branches, they planned to keep the last G1 branch. Wait for the strong men sent by naval headquarters to arrive. The 2 went to eliminate again, giving Hainan a heavy blow. But at this moment, neither of them was idle. Looking at the World Official Government Alliance countries on the island in front of him, Hashirama and Madara looked at each other, and suddenly made a move. Chapter 66. Grand Line. Calm Belt. Hydra Island, Amazon Lily Shore. A large marine warship docked here. The Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel picked up the phone bug from the headquarters. Marshal Sengoku just said something. The Flying Squirrel was shocked by the news brought to him by Sengoku over there. What? Someone wiped out all 8 branches of my Marine New World, leaving only the G1 branch? The Flying Squirrel with the mohawk hairstyle looked shocked. As the head of the G1 branch base, when he heard the news, he was more anxious than anyone else. Fortunately, Sengoku told him. Garp has personally gone to the G1 branch to sit in charge. The Flying Squirrel breathed a sigh of relief. With the marine hero Garp waiting for him to guard the G1 branch, the G1 branch should be able to keep it. The Flying Squirrel felt relieved again. But I am still shocked by that Senju and Shura. Who is it? They actually picked the Marine New World branch to attack. The Flying Squirrel suspects that Whitebeard did it. Although there is no evidence, his hunch is that this is the case. The 2 chatted a few more words. Sengoku asked about recruiting Empress Boa Hancock to the headquarters to join the war. When the Flying Squirrel heard this, his face darkened. He gave the Empress 5 days. It has been 2 days now, and it is the third day. And for the past 2 days, he has been sending his subordinate marine to communicate with 9043 Snake Island. The situation that can be obtained is: the Empress was still resolute and did not agree to go to naval headquarters to join the war at all. Even if the Flying Squirrel took out the Shichibukai position threat, it was useless. Hearing his words, Sengoku over there sighed. If it really doesn't work, come back, Flying Squirrel. Recently, the sea is too uneven. The battle for the top station is imminent, and it doesn't matter if there is one Shichibukai who doesn't work hard. The implication. It was Sengoku who was a little worried about the safety of Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel. Actually, this morning, Sengoku had already ordered in the name of the Marshal. The Vice Admirals and Rear Admirals at Naval Headquarters are all shrunken. Guard around the perimeter of the headquarters, ready to stand on top. There are too many powerful people who have appeared inexplicably in the sea recently. God of Heat Natalyia, first generation Kenpeiga Giseline. Now there is another Senju and Shura. Sengoku doesn't dare to let the strength of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral go outside. The Flying Squirrel is also the top force in the Vice Admiral. He can't do anything. Feel the meaning of Sengoku. The Flying Squirrel nodded. There is no city wall. Understood, Marshal Sengoku, I'll go back to the headquarters right away. Empress Boa Hancock is determined not to accept the marine call. So it's useless for him to stay here any longer. Hang up Sengoku's phone bug. The Flying Squirrel ordered the warship to prepare to sail. At the same time, an ultimatum was issued to the 9 Snake Island officials. Go down Shichibukai, Empress Boa Hancock. As Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, I give you my last advice. If you don't go to Naval Headquarters with me now to participate in the top stand, you are tantamount to defying the compulsory recruitment of the world government. After the battle at the top, Chu Snake Island is waiting for Marines' encirclement and suppression. The words of the Flying Squirrel spread throughout 9 Snake Island through the radio and telephone. However, he still didn't get any response. Take a last look at 9 Snake Island. The Flying Squirrel ordered the warship to set sail. Who hasn't lost their temper yet? Marine is without you, and it's not like they can't win this battle for the top spot. The warship slowly sailed away from 9 Snake Island. And at this time on the 9 Snake Island Palace, Empress Boa Hancock sits on the throne. Threat to Flying Squirrels. She didn't care at all. The mother-in-law kept advising from the side, saying that you don't accept compulsory recruitment will bring danger to Chu Snake Island. But the Empress didn't listen at all, and even had someone throw her out of the window. How can Igia participate in the boring competition? If AI's family goes, I'm afraid it's hard to protect myself. I can't go, I can't go. The Empress reaffirmed what she had been holding on to all along. After a while, she turned to look at her 2 younger sisters. What happened to the woman who was stranded on my 9 Snake Island? Probably yesterday. There is a woman who floated here from the sea. The clothes on the opponent's body were a bit dilapidated, as if they had just experienced a big battle. He still held a long knife in his hand and looked tired. Because it was a woman, 9 Snake Island did not ignore it. Instead, he brought it back and treated it carefully. Santa Sonia and Marigold briefly recalled Kaido upon hearing this. Sister, that woman is much better now. The doctor said she was just too tired and would wake up after a certain amount of rest. Empress Hancock nodded. She woke up and reported to me, and I went to see her. Santa Sonia and Marigold nodded. New World. Whitebeard Pirates Domain. Sailing on the Moby Dick. Whitebeard leaned on the mast, and all his sons listened to Marco read the information. Father, brothers. Another major event happened at sea yesterday. Except for Kenpeiga Giseline's fight with Kong. Right here in New World, 2 names became famous overnight. One calls himself Senju, and the other calls himself Shura. For unknown reasons, the 2 destroyed 8 branches of Marine in New World one by one. In the end, only the G1 branch of Marine remained intact in New World. But according to the style of these 2, they should go to the G1 branch soon. Listen to what Marco reads. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates was taken aback. Then, Yuen laughed. At this juncture when the Whitebeard pirates are about to start a war with Marine. Whenever they heard that Marine was frustrated, they were very happy. This time, someone still made the feat of destroying 8 branches of Marine in one night. How can this not make everyone in the Whitebeard pirates happy? Marco also had a smile on his face. Although I don't know what the purpose of those 2 people destroying the Marine branch is. But, it's always in their Whitebeard pirates' favor. Lean on the mast. Whitebeard smiled at the playfulness of Marco and the others. Senju, with Shura. There was a gleam of wisdom in Whitebeard's aged eyes. Another 4 Emperor's pirates. Inside the 100 Beasts and Big Mom pirates. Both intelligence systems are good in New World. So early in the morning, Kaido and Shanlot Linlin also learned about this New World event. For a while, the 2 laughed. Watching Marine deflate makes them happy. After all, pirates and Marines are natural rivals. And look at the abilities used by Senju and Shura in the intelligence. Kaido and Big Mom are also very interested. One that can use similar tree abilities should be the plant department Devil Fruit. The other can summon the Blue Titan, which has amazing attack defense. What is this Devil Fruit, they don't know. However, it should be 2 very good guys. I don't know if it is possible to be encountered by them. He recruited his own 100 Beasts group, and he was also a disaster-level powerhouse. This is Kaido's idea. In contrast to Big Mom. On the other hand, he is full of thoughts about marrying the other party and strengthening all nations. The 2 people's thoughts, Yongjian and don't know. If you know. Hashirama might smile mildly. If you want to get married, just find his father. Not to mention, the Charlotte family now. In fact, the marriage with the Island of God is over. It's just that Big Mom doesn't know. And Madara? He will smile coldly. Just ask Kaido and Big Mom. Do you have that qualification? Rubbish. The 2 of them at this time. On top of a kingdom palace that had just been destroyed by the duo. This kingdom is called the Kingdom of Stanton. It is one of the franchise countries loyal to the world government. Hashirama and Madara learned. This Kingdom of Stanton is a loyal dogleg of the world government. Every year, a large amount of heavenly gold will be paid to the government of the world. In the palace of the kingdom at this moment, several towering trees meandered and circled, completely changing the terrain of the kingdom palace. And on the branches of the towering trees, there are many corpses of the kingdom's guards. After all, it is the kingdom of the New World. The pirates you usually defend against are all high-quality New World pirates. Therefore, the strength of this group of kingdom guards is very good. But in front of Hashirama and Madara, that's totally not enough to watch. The birth of a tree world in Hashirama is tantamount to firing a map gun. Almost all the people in the palace were killed by him. And now, there is only one person left in this kingdom. It is also the king of the Kingdom of Stanton. Stanton 9. This king is strong. Being in the New World, he has a sense of crisis. So I exercised my body since I was a child. Plus the resources of an entire kingdom. The strength of Stanton 9 is worthy of entering the quasi-admiral level. Because of Hashirama's birth of the tree boundary, it was not possible to kill him directly. But this is exactly what Madara wants. Step by step towards the majestic face, but the eyes are full of long Stanton 9. Madara's face was cold and arrogant, and she didn't say a word. Accompanied by his step forward. Stanton 9 finally panicked. Looking at Madara, he asked in a deep voice. Are you the Beasts Pirates, or the Big Mom Pirates? Why do you want to attack my kingdom of Stanton? Don't you know that we are a member country of the world government? My king tells you that the relationship between my kingdom of Stanton and the government of the world is very good, and they will send support soon. 5.8 Stanton 9 said this. Madara, who was still walking towards him steadily, stared blankly. The 3 hooked jades in the scarlet eyes spun rapidly, and soon turned into a pair of Mangekyo Sharinon. Madara looked slightly cold, and a skeleton titan burning with blue flames was instantly generated. The skeleton titan slashed at Stanton 9. Stanton 9 hardened his body with armed colors in advance. But he still couldn't bear Madara's knife, and his whole body was sent flying out on a huge tree trunk. Madara didn't give him time to breathe. Susanoo shot one after another. The outbreak of Madara, on weekdays, Hashirama can't resist without true several thousand hands. Therefore, although the strength of this Stanton 9 is not bad, but it has just entered the quasi-admiral level. In Madara's hands, it didn't last 5 minutes. He lay dying on the ground, desperately looking at Madara approaching. Madara walked to his side and looked at him without a trace of emotion in her eyes. When you arrive in that world, remember the two names Senju and Shura. After saying that, Madara beheaded Stanton 9 with a knife. Finally, before the two left the kingdom of Stanton, Madara hung the head of King Stanton 9 on the tower. After finishing all this, the two left the kingdom of Stanton swaggeringly. The move of the two, soon by the kingdom of Stanton, spread to the whole sea. Chapter 67. News of the destruction of the kingdom of Stanton. Soon it resounded through the sea. All of a sudden, many great forces, such as the 4 emperors and the big pirates all understand. Those two who wiped out the 8 New World branches of Marine in one night are absolutely ruthless people. It's so scary. Just wiped out 8 Marine branches last night. It's only been one morning. The two of them wiped out another alliance country of the world government? What are you kidding? This is exaggerated. But that's not all. Just when the sea was shocked and trembling, not long after, another message came. That Senju and Shura, after destroying the kingdom of Stanton, he went to another major franchise country of the world government. It is still the kingdom of Zarma, which is more powerful than the kingdom of Stanton. The king of the kingdom of Zarma has 2 powerful guards. That was sent by the government of the world. They are all guards whose strength has reached the quasi-admiral level. Although it can't be compared with the 3 disasters and the 4 generals. But it is more than enough to deal with ordinary New World big pirates. But it is also such 2 people. Such a powerful kingdom of Zarma. Also in just over an hour. Destroyed by Senju and Shura. The sea shakes again. Word quickly reached naval headquarters. When Sengoku received the call bug, he stood up directly from the office chair, his face full of shock. What did you say? Those 2 people who wiped out the 8 branches of Marine New World also wiped out the 2 countries that joined the world government. Sengoku looked surprised. On the sofa, the 3 admirals all looked over after hearing the words, their expressions were displeased. Before long, the surprised emotions of the few people turned to anger. Another phone bug rang on Sengoku's desk 14. It was a white phone bug, the exclusive phone bug for 5 elders. Seeing this, Sengoku hastily hung up the phone bug in his hand, and picked up the white phone bug. Lord 5 elders. Sengoku just finished speaking. There came the angry voice of the 5 elders. Sengoku, what do you Marines eat? In one night, someone destroyed 8 Marine branches. 2 official alliance countries of New World were also wiped out. Sengoku, do you want to do it, Marshal? 5 elders' angry voice came. Sengoku blushed when he heard that. That's too much. He thought. How is my Marine doing now? New World couldn't get in. 8 branches were wiped out again. Except for the G1 branch in New World, Marine was almost blind. In this case, you let me be responsible for the destruction of the 2 alliance countries? Who are you throwing the pot at? Sengoku wanted to say that, but he held back. Fortunately, 5 elders called the phone bug and it was just pure anger. After the kingdom of Stanton and the kingdom of Zarma were destroyed, quite a number of countries that joined the New World called to ask the world government to take charge of this matter. The 5 elders were nearly blown by air. After reassuring those people, they had no place to vent their anger, so they directed it to Sengoku. After venting their anger, several people also calmed down. None of them are fools. It is imperative. How to solve those 2 people in New World? Under the inquiry of 5 people, it is learned that Naval Headquarters has sent the hero Garp to guard the New World G1 branch. The 5 nodded. Sengoku, this is a good move by Marine. The purpose of Senju and Shura should be to go to Marine and the world's government. Letting Garp deal with it is really a good choice. But at the same time, a reward order for these two people must be issued. It's just too arrogant. Not to mention the destruction of the Marine branch, but you dare to take action against the allied countries. You simply don't care about the majesty of the government. Sengoku, the reward for the two should be 5 billion. It would be great if they could kill each other among the pirates. 5 elders hangs up the queen worm. Sengoku sat down on the chair slumped. He was a little tired. In recent days, there have been too many things happening on the sea. Why is it less than 10 days? So many strong men emerged? Even if there are many monsters hidden in this sea. However, it is not possible to have so many in such a short period of time, right? Sengoku couldn't understand. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about those bad things. Sengoku looked at the adjutant and ordered. Let's issue a reward to Senju and Shura. Together, the two will be 5 billion. If one of them is caught, it will be 2.5 billion. Sengoku's words shocked both the adjutant and the 3 admirals. A personal bounty of 2.5 billion is offered, which is already catching up with 4 emperors' red-haired Shanks. Although how to set the bounty? The basis is that this person is a threat to the sea and the government of the world. But offering a reward of 2.5 billion is surprising enough. It can be seen how angry the 5 elders are. The adjutant hurried to issue a reward order. The issuance of this reward order. It immediately shocked the turbulent new world even more. However, many kingdoms feel at ease because of these 2 reward orders. That Ganshao and Shura are very powerful though. But compared with those emperors on the sea, it is still far behind. Together, the two have a total reward of 5 billion. Even those emperors of the sea will inevitably not be tempted, right? A huge sum of 5 billion is surprising wherever it is placed. So as long as those sea emperors do it, the threat from these 2 people was naturally lifted. When the kings of the kingdom breathed a sigh of relief. Several sea emperors of New World. The red hair is still on the Fishman Island, and doesn't know about the recent sea incidents. And Whitebeard. Although I know. But all the energy is on the summit war. Totally indifferent to this matter. In the end, only Kaido and Big Mom are left. The 2 were indeed interested in the bounty offer. But neither of them are stupid. For the first time, the government of the world offered a reward to the 2 of them, which was as high as 5 billion. And their strength is not necessarily so strong. It's just because of the destruction of 8 marine branches, plus 2 allied states of the official government, because of being too vicious. That's why the bounty is so high. What if the 2 continue to perish? So Kaido and Big Mom are in no rush. The 2 are ready. Wait for the Senju and Shura to destroy a few more alliance countries, and the bounty will be raised again. They'll get to it again. Otherwise, if your world government issues a reward order, I will take action. Use me as a gun? Am I that stupid? Hehe. The abacus of the world's official government is ingenious. But pirates also have pirates' countermeasures. The 2 sides see each other's tricks. When the new world is turbulent, the news soon spread to Grand Line. The cabinet commander, who has always been sensitive to this kind of news, quickly received the news. On Baltigo, the Isle of White Clay. Long sat in the office of the chief of the cabinet army. Looking at the news, a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Koala at the side couldn't help being shocked when he saw the news. Mr. Long, the rewards offered by these 2 for the first time are actually half of yours. It's amazing. The reward offered by the leader of the pavilion commander, Long, is 10 billion. Known as the most vicious criminal in the world. And the first rewards offered by these 2 people together amounted to 5 billion. This is actually a bit surprising. Listen to Koala. Long smiled. Yes. They have the seeds of fate. Koala's eyes brightened. Mr. Long, should we contact these 2 people and ask them if they would like to join the cabinet army? If we can have these 2 people join us, the strength of our cabinet army will definitely rise to another level. Long heard this and thought about it. After a while, he nodded. This thing is indeed possible. But Utai can't do it, I'd better do it myself. After speaking, Long immediately got up and arranged some things about the headquarters of the pavilion army. He went to sea alone, heading to New World. New World. At this time, the time slowly points to noon. Go to the secret sea in Marie Joyce. Dover was still lying on the deck, still basking in the sun, uncomfortable. It seemed that he was not going to participate in the competition this time, but was going on vacation. At this time, the ghost spider picked up a phone bug. Hearing the news from the headquarters, his face changed drastically one after another. The ministry reminded him to be careful in New World. 2 more lunatics appeared on the sea. 8 New World Marine branches were wiped out last night, and it's not over yet. This morning, another 2 government alliance countries were destroyed one after another. Hearing this news, Ghost Spider almost died of surprise. He controlled his emotions well and didn't let himself show much. However, Dover still noticed. His keen ears allowed him to hear everything about the phone bug. Looking at the Ghost Spider, Duofren 973 Mingo had a smile on his face. Foo. It's really shocking. 8 marine branches were wiped out in one night, and 2 of the allied states of the government were wiped out today. World government and marine, it's really not working now. Dover looked at the Ghost Spider, and his eyes were full of the meaning that your marine has taken pills. The Ghost Spider's face was livid, but he couldn't refute it. Foo. On the deck, Doflamingo's arrogant laughter echoed. At the same time, Kingdom of Darice Rosa. At the port, several advanced cotters from the Don Quixote family came. Looking at the golden ship slowly coming in the distance. Several cotters of the Don Quixote family looked serious. This is what Doflamingo ordered them to do before he left. The famous Golden Emperor on the sea, who is going to take Gulan Tizalo, Rice Rosa, to trade some smile man-made devil fruit with their Don Quixote family. Watching the Golden City Gulan Tejuelo slowly approaching. Several advanced cotters got serious. In this transaction, there is no Dover. But they must run it well and do it beautifully. Not far away in the sky. Madara and Hashirama, who cast the light and heavy rock technique, floated slowly. The 2 looked at Darice Rosa. Hashirama said softly. This should be Darice Rosa. The kingdom of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo. At the same time, it is also one of the joining countries of the world government. Madara crossed her arms and nodded coldly. At this time, Hashirama looked at the big golden ship not far from Darice Rosa. That seems to be the famous Golden City, Gulan Tetzalo. Madara, still indifferent, headed back. The Golden Emperor has a very good relationship with the government of the world, and there are celestial dragons playing in the Golden City from time to time. We're very lucky. Madara had a disdainful smile at the corner of her mouth, and killing intent burst out in her eyes. Hashirama shook his head at that. His killing intent is not that heavy. But for his younger brother, he can't do anything. Being a big brother can only pamper you. Not to mention this time. Who let the world government provoke him to the Porgas family? This lesson should be. Chapter 68. Port of Darice Rosa. The huge Gulan Tizalo, the famous Golden City slowly approached the shore. Just this one ship almost occupies the entire port of Darice Rosa. It can be seen how big the ship is. Looking up, I looked at this big golden ship made of gold. Torrible, Diamanti, Pika, and others looked shocked. At this time, the Golden City puts down a golden ladder. Golden Emperor Gilder Tetzalo walked down from above with wild steps. Beside him is Bar Carla, the goddess of luck in a trench coat. Go to the last step of the golden staircase. Tetzalo is in no rush to set foot on Darice Rosa's soil. He first turned his head to look at Carla behind him, and asked. Bar Carla, how's our luck going to Darice Rosa? Every time I go to the Golden City and land on other islands. Tizalo almost always asks Carla for luck. Bar Carla, who has the lucky fruit, is also very accurate in her predictions. Because of this, Tizalo can be described as smooth sailing in New World. I've never met anyone I shouldn't have provoked. For example, 4 emperors. Barbara Carla used her ability upon hearing this, and looked at Tizoro with a big smile. Lord Tizalo, we are very lucky on this trip, and there may even be unexpected surprises. Gilder Tetzalo nodded. Relieved, he smiled and stepped into the port of Darice Rosa. looking at the advanced cotters of the Don Quixote family. Gilder Tetzalo was all smiles. Dover is not here, will our transaction go through smoothly? Torrible walked up to him, dragging his disgusting snot. Lord Tetzalo, don't worry. Dover gave these orders before he left. There will be no problem with the smile fruit you want. The smile on Tetzalo's face grew wider. Ha 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 ha. That's good. Let's go, take me to experience the customs of Darice Rosa. Tetzalo is going to Darice Rosa to experience the casino here. Going there to lose some money can be regarded as a gift for Dover. Anyway, money is just a number to him. Several people in Torrible smiled brightly. Master Tetzalo, this way please. Tetzalo nodded. With the bar Carla is just getting ready to move. Suddenly, Pika's shrill voice sounded. Enemy attack. Careful. Heard the words. The entire port of Darice Rosa was in chaos in an instant. Tetzalo and the others looked up and looked around. Finally, they saw someone coming in midair in the distance. It was a titan burning with blue flames. The titan was charging towards them with Blue's flaming long knife in his hand. Tetzalo looked at this scene a little confused. FKU. He turned to look at Carla with a questioning look. That means? What do you call this a surprise? I see no surprises. Only by accident. But Tetzalo was not too surprised. Waiting for the response of the Don Quixote family. Pika's fruit ability surges all over her body. Soon. The ground trembled, and a titan made of stone was formed. Observation Haki covers it, making this stone titan shine. Gives a sense of security. But soon. The translucent titan burning with blue flames fell down in midair. The knife cut straight towards the stone titan. Pika shouted loudly to respond to the enemy. At the moment of release, Pika's armament Haki was chopped open, and soon cut in half. The stone titan was also instantly knocked into the air by the blue titan. I don't know how far it flew, the two parts of the stone titan's body fell to the ground, making a loud roar. After doing all this, Madara didn't even look at the stone titan. Even if Pika was hidden inside the stone titan just now, ordinary people couldn't find it at all. But with Madara's perception, he still found the opponent's body. Missed, but was bumped by his Susanoo. Pika is at least half dead. Didn't pay attention there anymore. Madara in Blue Titan folded her arms, and the whole audience. And at this time, Hashirama also fell from the sky. His gentle face is in stark contrast to the cold and arrogant Madara. If you say before, everyone in the Don Quixote family and Tetzalo have not yet discovered the identity of Madara and Hashirama. That now, the two brothers came together, and if they couldn't recognize each other, they should stop messing around in this sea. All of a sudden, everyone in the Don Quixote family was shocked. Torrible and Diamanti were shocked. The news just came. Marine issued a bounty. For that Senju and Shura, reward 500 billion Bailey together. And now? How long has it been? They came to Darice Rosa, what are they going to do? Torrible forced himself to calm down and stepped forward 2 steps. When will your excellencies come to my Don Quixote family? I, the Don Quixote family, shouldn't have provoked the two of you. 7 warlords of the sea, Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo is the head of my Don Quixote family. The clown joker of the underground world is also him. Torrible spoke quickly. Not that he panicked. Rather, the two people in front of them are like 2 killing gods. In the absence of Doflamingo, no one in the Don Quixote family can handle these two. The Golden Emperor on the side didn't speak when he saw this. Not for the Don Quixote family either. He took Koala and leaned towards the direction of the Golden City silently. His ability can only play its greatest role in the Golden City. And at this moment, the tense Don Quixote family finally got a response from Madara and Hashirama. Hashirama said, Doflamingo, is the king of the kingdom of Darice Rosa, right? Torrible nodded quickly. That's right. Hashirama said again. The kingdom of Rice Rosa is a member country of the world government, right? Because it used to be celestial dragons. Doflamingo has a very good relationship with the world government. Therefore, the relationship between Dressrosa and the world government is naturally very close. Just as Toribal was about to say this, he choked hard. Because he thought of the purpose of these two people. Another news came this morning. That Senju and Shura destroyed the two countries that are joining the world. It was this incident that caused panic among many countries in New World who joined the world government. But the people in Toribal didn't think it was a big deal before. Although Dressrosa is also one of the world's official franchise countries. But they are pirates. Everything that is done in the dark is illegal. That Senju and Shura shouldn't focus on them. But everyone in Toribal was wrong. Madara and Hashirama don't care whether you are evil or good. They only look at your relationship with the world government. Thinking of this, Toribal was going to explain again. But Madara never gave him another chance. Glancing at Hashirama, Madara shook her head. Stop talking nonsense to them. The kingdom of Dressrosa is handed over to you. The Golden City, leave it to me. If only there were celestial dragons on it, lol. Madara smiled, with a strong killing intent in her eyes. Don't doubt it. With his temper. If only celestial dragons had been seen. Madara would kill without hesitation. Look at Madara like this. Hashirama was helpless. His younger brother is too arrogant. The behavior style is also very lawless. However, there is no way. Who told this to be his younger brother? Except for his father, Chu Xia, no one can control him. Even big sister Natalyia and second brother Bell are not good enough. Hashirama could only nod helplessly. Okay, I'll leave the Golden City to you, but be careful. The 20% rich in gold. If he can be included in the family, it should be useful to my father's plan. Listening to Hashirama's words, Madara nodded indifferently. He also understands this truth. Come out once. You can't just cause trouble for Chu Xia, can you? Except for celestial dragons on the Golden City, he won't do too much. The two had a clear division of labor and started at the same time. Hashirama clapped his hands together. Wooden golem jutsu, wooden golem jutsu. On the port of Dressrosa, one after another trees were pulled up out of thin air and merged into a huge wooden golem, punching towards the entire Dressrosa palace. The cotters at the port are no match for wooden golem. It was almost a face-to-face meeting, and he was beaten so hard that he couldn't get up. Watching this scene, the Golden Emperor Gilder Tetzalo felt a strong aura of danger. He hurried back to the Golden City with B.A. Carla. But soon, titans burning with blue flames descended on the Golden City. Madara found Tetzalo and asked indifferently, "Are there any celestial dragons on this ship?" Tetzalo naturally couldn't be subdued like this. While looking at B.A. Carla and yelling with eyes. While using his strength, he wants to resist. But where did Madara give him a chance? With a backhand slap from the blue titan, Tetzalo, who had condensed the power of the golden fruit, was slapped all over the place. Tetzalo stood there, aggrieved and shaking his head. After the Red Hair Pirates went to the Sabayati archipelago, the world government sent someone to pick up the celestial dragons. So there are no celestial dragons on this ship right now. Listening to Tetzalo's answer, Madara frowned. Ignore B.A. Carla who is on the sidelines. The full body Susanoo slashed again. Chapter 69. Tetzalo was taken aback. Looking at the mighty Madara, he was dumbfounded. Flying back, Madara slashed at the deck of the Golden City. The Golden City deck was completely cut in by Suzuki. Fortunately, Madara held back. It didn't cut through the Golden City. Tetzalo stepped back and looked at Madara, his pupils trembling. "Are you that Azura?" Madara nodded coldly after hearing this. Looking at Tetzalo, he didn't continue to shoot. Instead stood among Susanoo, giving Tetzalo the choice. "I'll give you two choices now. 1. Continue to be your Golden Emperor, and have a close relationship with the world government, even the celestial dragons are your friends. You roam the underground world, eat black and white, and control 20% of the wealth in this sea. But if you choose this, you will be hacked to death by me on the spot and thrown into the sea to feed the fish." Listen to the choices given by Madara. Tetzalo twitched. What about the other option? Facing this cold-faced Shura, although Tizalo has the heart to resist, but the opponent's momentum is very strong. In addition, 8 marine branches were wiped out overnight. In addition, the destruction of the 4 franchise countries this morning. Tetsalo had developed a certain fear of Madara. He is a businessman. If this Shura just wants some money, he can save money and avoid disaster. Seeing Tizalo so sensible, Madara nodded with satisfaction in her eyes. He likes to talk to this kind of people and doesn't waste time. The second option is to separate your golden city from the world government and cut off all ties with the world government. Become my subordinate, and I will help you become the king of the underground world. The king I'm talking about is you alone, the underground world where even the 4 emperors can't get involved. Madara spoke coldly and arrogantly, and Tizalo was shocked by every word he said. Carla next to 030 was shocked when she saw this. Tizalo's relationship with the world government and the celestial dragons. Let him walk on the sea and not be wanted by marine. Not 7 warlords of the sea though. But it has a more transcendent status than 7 warlords of the sea. And his strength and wealth. It also allowed him to run amok in the underground world. Just provoke monsters like the 4 emperors head on. The golden city of Tizalo can safely sail on the sea of this new world. He has been like this for so many years. But today, there is someone. He does not belong to the world's government, but is full of hostility towards the world's government. And he is not from the underground world, so he has no scruples about attacking Tizalo. Think about it. Bar Carla once again predicted the fate of the 2 today. This made Bar Carla wonder again. Because the luck of the 2 is still very good. There are really unexpected surprises. But looking at the blue titan in front of him, ready to continue to attack at any time, Bar Carla was a little skeptical. Has your lucky fruit gone wrong? Why is it not only her own luck that is overwhelming? How about a little peach blossom? What's going on? When Barbara Carla was puzzled, Tizalo also thought quickly in his heart. 2 options given by Madara. In fact, he couldn't accept it too much. He is actually quite satisfied with his status quo. Can maintain good relations with celestial dragons. This allowed him to run amok on the side of the world government. There is also the underground world to make money for him. Tizalo feels that his present status quo is very good and does not need to be changed. He is also unwilling to change. And the second option, as Madara said. Although it made him a little tempted. How much money does it take to become the absolute king of the underground world, an underground world that the 4 emperors can't get in? But let Tizalo cut off the relationship with the world government. It was hard for him to accept. Looking at Tizalo's hesitation, Madara in Blue Titan with folded arms understands. Did not continue to wait for Tizalo's answer. He smiled, mocking in his eyes. This Tezuelo looks down on himself. Or do you think you can't kill him? I have no choice but to support him to become the king of the underground world. To be honest, Tizalo's hesitation all stemmed from his doubts about Madara's strength. Figured this out. Madara hesitated no longer. Full body Susanoo steps forward. Madara didn't speak anymore, and started directly. Tizalo also communicated with the gold medal in the entire Golden City during this respite. A golden titan is generated, and Susan, who is burning with blue flames, fights. When the Golden City roared continuously. Darice Rosa, King's Heights. Hashirama has come to the palace on wooden golem. The main camp looked empty and there were not many people. Hashirama shook his head with a wry smile. It turns out that there is no one in the palace. A very short time. The wooden golem destroyed the entire palace of Darice Rosa. However, Hashirama did not destroy the sea of flowers under Wang's Hijao. Instead, use wood style to make the sea of flowers grow bigger. Look at the grand scene that you have created. Hashirama smiled, nodding in satisfaction. And at this time, many members of the Donquixote family also rushed to King's Heights. But look at the tall wooden golem, and the surging momentum on Hashirama. None of them dared to do it. Toripole, with a big snot, looked at Hashirama with a flattering face and no temper. Master Senju, your purpose of attacking Darice Rosa, can you tell me why? If there is something wrong with our Don Quixote family, we will correct it. Looking at Hashirama's proper quasi-admiral, and even the top power zone of Hawaii University, Toribal has completely changed his attitude. If it is a common people, their Don Quixote family will solve it. If it is a person with good strength, they can also rely on the power of the Don Quixote family. They are also black and white, and they can solve most of the problems. But, Bedk. Standing in front of him was the werewolves who wiped out 8 marine branches in one night and 2 werewolves from the allied countries in one morning. This kind of person, Wan Beizi, is a lunatic. For a madman, you only have to lower your posture. Whatever request the other party asks, just listen and agree. Only in this way can the entire Don Quixote family be preserved. Awareness of Toribal. Hashirama looked at him. He nodded with a gentle smile. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person. If it can be resolved peacefully, it is naturally to resolve Gize peacefully. Hashirama revealed his reason for coming. Our 2 brothers have enmity with the government of the world. Therefore, please also ask Darice Rosa to either withdraw from the status of the official alliance of the world, and ask Doflamingo to resign from the position of 7 warlords of the sea. Or, let me completely destroy you. That Doflamingo who is going to the world government to participate in the summit competition, I will also go to him personally. Hashirama had a gentle face. But what he said was terrifying. Toribal felt cold from head to toe. The faces of the rest of the Don Quixote family also changed. Hashirama's words, the truth is a bit unacceptable to them. In the absence of Doflamingo, if they dare to decide such a major matter, then when Dover comes back, he will have the heart to kill them. Toribal's face twisted into a smile. He lowered his posture, looked at Hashirama, and was about to politely say that they were a little bit unacceptable. Hashirama looked at him mildly. Oh, can't you accept it? If you can't accept it, then... Hashirama said, looking at the large toy soldiers of the Don Quixote family. Afterwards, he turned his gaze to Granu faintly. The little loli in a small hat pretended to be scared, and even wanted to sneak attack Hashirama. And at this time, be caught by Hashirama's gentle gaze. Granu's slow steps forward came to an abrupt end. Watching this scene, Toribal's heart sank completely. His eyes stopped Suzuki's behavior. Toribal just nodded. In any case, it is important to stabilize this killing god and the Don Quixote family first. What if the opponent is captured by Marine and the world government within this period of time? Master Senju, we, the Don Quixote family, agree to your request. For Toribal's answer. Surprise. Oh. Can you decide for Doflamingo? Toribal nodded. Master Senju doesn't know something. In my Don Quixote family, I, Pika, and Diamanti are all Dover-like relatives. With such a decision, Dover would agree. Hashirama nodded with a smile. That's good. Madara and I will not let you suffer. If there is no accident, the Don Quixote family will become the real king of the underground world in the near future. Haven't you always wanted to get rid of the beast's pirates? After all, the huge sleepy man wanted to turn around and leave. Master Senju, that Azura-sama is named Madara, what about you? Toribal's posture is very low. Hashirama glanced sideways at him, appreciative eyes. He likes this kind of people who can solve things peacefully. It's no fun fighting like Madara. My name is Hashirama. After replying, Wooden Golem walked away. Congratulations Senju-sama. Toribal took the Don Quixote family and saluted Wooden Golem. Do it all. Wait for the Wooden Golem to go away. Diamanti and Pika come to Toribal. Toribal, are we really going to agree to his terms? Toribal sighed. What if you don't agree? Dover is not here, his power, who can stop it? Is it true to watch Darice Rosa being wiped out? The rest of the people were silent and did not speak. Toribal shook his head. Announce to the public that the kingdom of Darice Rosa will be destroyed. Hashirama, Madara, murmured. Toribal felt the 2 names. It will bring great shock to the sea in the near future. Chapter 70. At the port of Darice Rosa. When Hashirama came here, the battle between Madara and Chizuru the Golden Emperor is also over. He stood on the port with his arms folded, still with a cold and arrogant expression on his face. Tetsuro lay on the side with injuries all over his body, like a dead dog. Glancing at Hashirama who was approaching, Madara asked with disgust in her eyes. Why so slow? Also, why are you still fighting so loudly? UBD, can't you let them go again? Hashirama still smiled gently at this. You can't come out once, only to cause trouble for your father, right? We have to do something for him too. The Don Quixote family, it can be regarded as my modest contribution to my father's plan. Listen to him. Madara snorted coldly. You'll make excuses for your kindness. To this, Hashirama smiled and did not respond. Madara glanced at Tezalo on the ground. I searched for the Golden City, but I didn't find any trace of the celestial dragons. Maybe it's really not on the Golden City. When Madara said this, Tezalo's eyes flickered with anger. He said that to Madara no less than 10 times. But Madara just didn't believe it at all, so she had to beat him hard. Can Tezalo take this? Tetsalo's mentality almost collapsed. Madara continued. He has already agreed to our conditions, cut off all ties with the world government, and became my man. As Madara spoke, Tezalo continued to question him. There's nothing he can do if he doesn't agree. Madara put the knife on his neck. If you don't agree, you're dead. Hashirama nodded. The duo then gave Tezalo a permanent pointer to where they could go to find the individual. This permanent pointer, of course, does not point to the Island of Gods. Madara and Hashirama are not that stupid. When the two came out this time, little Carla also came out. It's just that Carla is playful, and when passing by a bustling island in New World, she stays on it to enjoy the food. Madara and Hashirama's journey is not over yet. The two will also go to the Marine New World G1 branch. Therefore, it is impossible to bring the Golden Emperor Chizuru back to the Island of the Gods directly. This task can only be given to Carla. They're not worried about Carla's safety. That girl is not bad. And even if you can't beat it, the girl was also 100% sure to run away. The name Flash Goddess is nothing to brag about. The whole family, except for Chu Xia, no one can catch that girl with 100% certainty. Holding perpetual pointer in hand, watching Hashirama and Madara continue to float into the air and gradually go away, Tezzuolo stood up, looked at the backs of the two and cursed a lot in his heart. Carla, who was wearing a trench coat, came to him and asked, Master Tezzuolo, are we going to that place? Take the permanent pointer in your hand. Tezzuolo's face turned blue and purple. If he didn't go, he was afraid that these two people would trouble him again in the future. If found again, with that cold-faced Shura's personality, he would never be given a second chance. But if you go, let Tezzuolo very unwilling. After thinking for a long time, he gritted his teeth. Start Gurren Tezzuolo and sail towards this place at a slow speed. I want to see if these two people can survive 3 days in New World. In the New World, it is not that there have been strong men like Madara and Hashirama. But such high profile, most of them are short-lived. Soon, he will be caught by the terrifying 4 emperors, or the world government. In the end, he either surrendered or was thrown into Impel Down, and then died in battle. There are many people like New World. Tezzuolo doesn't think Madara and Hashirama are so arrogant that they can survive for 3 days. And sail in the direction of the permanent pointer. Also because he was really afraid of an accident. If these two people are really not dead, are they still on their heels? Then this is a fusion together, comparable to the terrifying existence of 4 emperors. Trembling, Tezzuolo set sail with the golden ship. In the distance, mid-air, Madara and Hashirama float here, flying slowly. Hashirama said at this time, just now I posted a very interesting person on Derice Rosa. Madara came interested. Turning his head, he looked at Hashirama silently. Hashirama continued. That man is a gambler in a casino. Although he loses 9 out of 10 bets, every time it comes to the biggest bet, he can actually win. Hear this. Madara raised an eyebrow. Meet the future observation Haki. Hashirama shook his head. Not quite. He only plays dice. Dice. Madara frowned, thinking of something quickly. Gravity. Hashirama nodded slightly. Roughly the same. There was intense interest in Madara's eyes. Interesting, when you found him, the other party also found you. Interesting for Hashirama. The opponent must be a powerful existence. That's right, that middle-aged man is blind, leaning on crutches, with a gentle and kind smile. He seemed to have the intention of shooting at me. But seeing that I just want to destroy the palace of Darice Rosa, there is no socket. In Madara's ears, Hashirama's response rang. He narrowed his eyes and said quietly. Knowing the names of you and me, I dare to attack you. It seems that the strength must be good. Hashirama took over the conversation and said solemnly. Sure enough, this sea is really deep as my father said. Madara didn't pay much attention to this. No matter how deep the water is, you will know how deep it is if you swim through it once. If you're lucky enough not to be crushed to pieces, then you'll make a profit. Madara smiled, fearlessness in her eyes. Darice Rosa. Outside a casino. A middle-aged man who just won some money from a bet walked out. He is on crutches. Although he was blind in both eyes, he looked up as if he could see. Feeling the departed Madara and Hashirama, he smiled. Unexpectedly, there are so many people like this old man in this sea. Senju and Shura. Sura hasn't seen it before. This Senju is quite an interesting kid. For Hashirama found himself. He is not surprised. What they did in the name of these two. If you can't find yourself. I have to doubt the authenticity of the news. And after seeing Hashirama, he found Hashirama interesting. How to say? Probably, there is a kind of temperament similar to him. The middle-aged man smiled. And it didn't take long. Darice Rosa was attacked by Senju and Shura, and the country was destroyed. Plus, it was reported that the Golden Emperor Gilder Tizalo was defeated by that Shura. The sea was churning again. New world to the secret sea of Marie Joyce, the Holy Land. After sailing for 3 days, Marine's warship finally arrived at the Holy Land of Marie Joyce. Watch the towering red line. On deck Doflamingo laughed and stood up. Wearing a flamboyant pink feather coat, Dover stepped out of the warship step by step with insolent steps. The ghost spider stood on the warship, watching Doflamingo's departure with a gloomy face. This afternoon, Doflamingo has been sneering at them Marine all the time. Because of the matter of Senju and Shura, Dover almost taunted Marine up and down. What Sengoku, Garp, and 3 admirals are useless at all. Vice Admiral can go home early to retire and farm. Hearing those words, Ghost Spider almost died of anger. But he was not good at refuting. What is true? Marine really can't get in the way of New World. He's also not as good as Doflamingo. Without Admiral's strength, he would not have the temper of a general. The Ghost Spider has a clear view of its position. If only Akainu Admiral had come. Do you dare to be arrogant when you look at Dover? Snort. The Ghost Spider snorted coldly in his heart, and also mocked Doflamingo. It seemed to feel the meaning of the Ghost Spider. Dover had just stepped down the last step with 1 foot, and then suddenly retracted it. He turned his head and looked at the Ghost Spider under the sunglasses. Foo 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 foo. Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, it seems that you are not happy with my words. Foo 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 foo. Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, if you have the ability, let Admiral Akainu behind you go to New World and capture that prince and Shura. 0. If Akainu Admiral doesn't have time, no matter what, you can go by yourself. Dover was relentless. Take every opportunity to taunt Marine. Talking. He spread his 5 fingers and controlled 2 Marines. A dignified figure pretending to be Akainu. The other is the Ghost Spider with a flattering face, nodding and bowing to Suigetsu. Watching this scene, the Ghost Spider exploded with anger. His hair was flying all over his body, and he instinctively wanted to do it. But another Vice Admiral, who came to pick up Dover, warned. Ghost Spider, don't be angered by his words. There's no need to argue with a pirate. The ghost spider forcibly suppressed his anger when he heard the words. Foo 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 foo. Doflamingo laughed as he stepped off the ship and headed for the high-speed elevator to Marie Joyce. And at this time, the ghost spider suddenly received a call bug from the headquarters. It was Admiral Akainu who called the bug. Ghost spider? I'm Sakazuki. Listen to Akainu. Admiral calling. Ghost spider, a loyal subordinate, was so stiff that he was short of a military salute. The departing Doflamingo also stopped. Yo yo yo, the master is calling. Dover looked playful. The ghost spider ignored him. Sakazuki Admiral, I have sent Doflamingo to Marie Joyce, handed over to Hwashaishin. Akainu on the other end nodded, but ignored the trivial matter. Ghost spider, let me tell you something. Just now, another joining country of New World, the kingdom of Darice Rosa, was destroyed. Tell Doflamingo that if he's dishonest, we'll hand him over to that Senju to write a test. For Doflamingo this Shishibukai. Akainu is so understanding. So I just learned that Darice Rosa was wiped out. He called the phone bug, and let the ghost spider use it to threaten Duiong. Akainu hangs up the bug here. The other side. Listen to news from Akainu. Everyone in the audience froze in place. The ghost spider held the phone bug and turned to look at Dover. Hwashaishin and the surrounding Marines all looked at it. Everyone's eyes are full of gloating. And Dover, watched by the gloating eyes of this group of people, he just felt that the whole person was not well. This moment, Dover just thought he was dead. Society declared him dead 1,000. Chapter 71. All afternoon. It is learned that the 8 marine branches of New World were destroyed overnight, plus 2 countries that joined the world government were destroyed. Dover can be described as extremely arrogant. The words taunted the ghost spider and marine for a good meal. Even the moment before, Dover continued to taunt the ghost spider with arrogant steps and an arrogant smile. Seeing the ghost spider deflated, he felt extremely happy. But right now, listen to the news from Admiral Akainu. Dover just wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. This slap in the face came too fast, right? I didn't have time to care about my skin. Dover cared more now. It was my own kingdom of Rice Rosa, why was it destroyed? Surprised by this, he fixed his eyes on the ghost spider. Not long after, Ghost Spider's lieutenant came over with a piece of information. That was the more detailed New World information from the headquarters. About the destruction of the kingdom of Darice Rosa. The ghost spider just took over the information. Doflamingo stretches out his hand. The invisible silk thread pulled the information, and it was in his own hands. Watching this scene, the ghost spider was a little sullen. But when I think of the destruction of the kingdom of Darice Rosa, Ghost Spider felt inexplicably happy. Aren't you heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo very arrogant? 327. Taunted me all afternoon. It is useless to say that we are marine. Now. Until your own kingdom is destroyed. Are you happy? After thinking about it, the ghost spider stopped being angry. Ask the Deputy General to print another copy of the information. The ghost spider looked at Dover with mocking sneers. He ignored the gazes of those around him. Dover, who was wearing a pink feather coat, looked at the information in his hand. 10 lines at a glance. He quickly saw the news he wanted to see. The famous Golden City on the sea, Gulen Tetsalo went to Darice Rosa, and just docked at the port of Darice Rosa, when the members of the Donquixote family were talking with the Golden Emperor Gilda Tetsalo. Senju and Shura arrived, and Shura turned into a huge blue flame titan, and chopped off the advanced cotter of the Donquixote family, Pika, and died. See this. Dover's pupils shrank, and the veins on his forehead popped. The Golden Emperor Tetsalo wants to make a deal with the Donquixote family. He himself ordered it. Dover naturally understood and was familiar with it. The two parties are trading smile man-made devil fruit. It stands to reason that although he is not in this transaction, but the Donquixote family is already familiar with this, there should be no problem with the 3 advanced cotters Torrible, Diamanti, and Pika. However, Senju and Shura came. And that Shura chopped Pika to death with one blow? Dover's forehead was bulging with veins, and he couldn't accept the news. Taking a deep breath, he continued to look down. From the beginning of the war between the two sides, there was a tendency of crushing. When Dover saw this, his heart skipped a beat, and he had a very bad premonition. The family cotters who are like relatives can't all die, can they? The more Dover thought about it, the more worried he became, and he hurriedly continued to look. Senju summoned a huge wooden golem, headed towards the palace of Darice Rosa, and finally left after destroying the palace of Darice Rosa and announcing the destruction of the country of Darice Rosa. Sura turned into a blue titan, rushed to the Golden City, and fought the Golden Emperor Gilder Tizalo. 10 minutes later, Tizalo was defeated and reached an unknown agreement with Shura. After reuniting with Senju, Shura and Senju left. Darice Rosa Kingdom declares the country to be destroyed. Look at this information. Dover stiffened on the spot. The veins on his forehead were frozen there. It was too late for the whole person to be angry. Instead, there was only horror. His Don Quixote family, except for him and Virgo, the rest are all there. There was even the Golden Emperor who was about as strong as him at the scene. But that's the lineup. After Senju and Shura came. The two even fought separately. Each crushed the Don Quixote family and the Golden Emperor respectively. This is horrible. Really, Quasi-Admiral's top combat power? Doflamingo's body trembled slightly. The intelligence didn't say what happened to the Don Quixote family. So he's worried now. Are you worried that your family will not be completely wiped out? Dover's heart trembled. The surrounding ghost spider and Hwashaishin also got the copied information. After the two finished watching, he only felt shocked. That Senju and Shura. They already guessed that their strength would not be bad. Anyway, there are two quasi-admirals. But did not expect. One of these two was able to win the Golden Emperor in 10 minutes. The Golden Emperor's strength is not bad either. That is. At least that Shura is the top among the quasi-admirals, the Emperor's deputy. After reading the information, the two turned their heads silently and looked at Doflamingo. Hwashaishin barely put on a sympathetic expression. But the smile hidden in those eyes couldn't be concealed no matter what. The ghost spider doesn't have as many scruples as he does. Looking at Doflamingo, the corners of his mouth opened, and he almost laughed out loud. Feel the eyes of these two people. Dover nearly breaks the defense. The veins on his forehead popped up. Looking at these two people, he was ready to strike immediately. But think of it as the Holy Land Marie Joyce. Dover repressed his urge to do it. If he dares to do it now. That's less than 2 minutes. There will be support from the world government's combat power here. If you do it, you will be inferior to the ghost spider. The relationship between 7 warlords of the sea and marine is like this. Because there is a world government in the middle. Neither side can do it easily. If one party finds an opportunity to mock you desperately, you can only be a ninja. If anyone strikes first, the world will turn to the other side. Before, it was Dover who taunted the ghost spider. The ghost spider has nothing to do with him. Now the situation is completely reversed. Doflamingo had no choice but to suffer. With a wave of the pink feather coat, Dover quickly walked away from the warship where the ghost spider was. He is in a hurry now. He's going to find an empty place and call the Don Quixote family. He was afraid that something big would happen there. Don't let him fight back after participating in the top stand. The Don Quixote family is gone. Then this 7 warlords of the sea is still a fart. Soon. Doflamingo was taken by Hwashaishin to the Shishibukai exclusive lounge. Dover came to the window and checked around that there were no monitoring devices. He was just about to call the phone bug to Torrepole. But it was the first to receive the phone bug from Torrepole. Dover. Hearing Torrepol's words, Dover heaved a sigh of relief. What he is most afraid of is that these few advanced cotters who are like his relatives will be killed. Now Torrepole is still there, which reassures him a little. What happened to the family, tell me in detail. Dover said in a deep voice, his words were extremely dignified. He is no longer the joker with a playful tone as before. Listen to Doflamingo. Torrepole hurriedly said. Dover, you don't have to worry. The Dong Quixote family is basically doing nothing big right now. Just under the pressure of that Senju, Darice Rosa can only declare the country to be extinct. Listen to this. Dover breathed a sigh of relief again. It's just that Darice Rosa has declared the country to be extinct. This is still unacceptable to him as a king. You can imagine. The king himself went out for a walk. Did you feel when you were told that your home was gone? Feeling Dover's bad mood, Torre Pole quickly reported the Darice Rosa incident to Doflamingo completely. Listen up and down. Doflamingo felt even more shocked. He is Pika, the advanced cotter of the Dong Quixote family. In the case of the incarnation of the Stone Titan, was killed by one hit? Even he can't do it. Also, the Hashirama who claims to hold hands is actually a pervert who is suspected to be a devil fruit of the plant department. Can manipulate trees? Is this riding horse too strong? And heard at the end. When hearing Hashirama's choice for the Dong Quixote family, Dover's heart clenched. Torre Pole, what are you talking about? As long as I agree to their conditions, can I help Doflamingo become the king of the underground world? Torrible nodded. That's right, Dover, but the king of the underground world, that Shura, probably gave Tezuolo a share. But they also said that with their support, we will never have to be afraid of the four emperors in the future. Sounds like getting out of Kaido's control. Dover's breathing became more and more rapid. So the condition is, Darice Rosa destroys the country, and I resign from the position of 7 warlords of the sea. Can our Dong Quixote family become the only king of the underground world? Dover was flustered, only to feel that he was dazed by the temptation of this condition. The only king of the underground world. Get rid of Kaido's control, and don't have to fear any 4 emperors from now on. Even with the fruit ability of the Golden Emperor, he is more on the bright side, doing business with many countries on the bright side. And all kinds of business in the underground world. Intelligence, ammunition, artificial devil fruit. All of this, is it his Dong Quixote family? Is it all his Doflamingo 5.4? Stand by the window. Doflamingo trembled all over. This is exciting. But he also didn't take Hashirama's word for it directly. He had the same idea as Tezzero the Golden Emperor. The sea. There used to be people like Madara and Hashirama. When it is short-lived, it is extremely dazzling. But when it fell, it was like a meteor, extremely fast. Whether the conditions given by these 2 people can be fulfilled. Still have to see what's next. How they deal with the crisis of 4 emperors and naval headquarters. But even so, Dover still ordered Torrible. Get on good terms with those 2. It is even possible to ask Virgo, who is the deputy base chief of the G1 branch, to give the 2 some information. Torrible responded. Dover hung up on Bug. Looking at the warship slowly going away in the distance. On the upper deck, there seemed to be a ghost spider standing there, mocking and laughing in his direction. But Dover didn't care at all now. As long as what those 2 said is true. The ridicule received by the ghost spider today will definitely turn into big slaps in the face of the ghost spider in the future. Foo 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 foo. As if he had seen such a scene, Dover laughed wildly. He has an extra Senju father. Chapter 72. Naval Headquarters. Inside the Marshal's office. Sengoku frowned. The 3 admirals and Crane Vice Admiral sat on the sofas on both sides, also frowning. Everyone is thinking about how to deal with the Senju and Hashirama that suddenly appeared in the sea. These 2 are simply too arrogant. Last night, 8 Marine New World branches were wiped out. It rang straight out to sea this morning. It hasn't been long. Noon. The news came that these 2 people had wiped out 2 countries that were allied to the world government. This made Sengoku immediately dumbfounded. 5 elders directly issued an order to issue a reward of up to 500,000 to the 2. And it's not over yet. Not only did these 2 people not just stay silent, they avoided the limelight. Instead, they continued to do things at sea. Not so long ago. Another piece of news came. The kingdom of Darice Rosa, after the arrival of these 2 people, declared the country to be extinct. And at that time, there was also a Gulen Tetsalo docked next to Darice Rosa. Even the Golden Emperor was unlucky this time. Was severely suppressed. After what agreement is reached between the two parties? The Senju and Shura are considered to have left. Listen to the news. Sengoku almost exploded with anger. At the same time, he also deeply realized. This Senju and Shura. The two are not only powerful. They also have strong malice against the world government. One day is not removed. They will engage in the joining countries of the world's government on the sea day by day. How can it be like this? Sengoku was angry. The three admirals on the sofa also fully felt the difficulty of this matter. The 5 elders 14 side are under pressure. Let Marine must solve this matter as soon as possible. But how to solve this matter now? Kizaru raised his eyebrows. Marshal Sengoku, didn't Vice Admiral Garp go to guard the G1 branch? If you take the red line, isn't Vice Admiral Garp approaching the G1 branch? If we announce this news, with the arrogance of that Senju and Shura, we will surely lead them to find Vice Admiral Garp. Listen to what Kizaru said. Sengoku's expression was deep. Aokiji said solemnly. Vice Admiral Garp is a marine hero, but he is strong. But that Senju and Shura. The strength of the two should not be underestimated, according to the information sent back by Darice Rosa. These Senju and Shura are the lowest in the top quasi-admiral powerhouses. If the two go to fight against Vice Admiral Garp, even if it is Vice Admiral Garp, the outcome is hard to predict. As a marine hero, Garp has the name of Iron Fist on the sea. Garp is strong as long as he is strong. This is the werewolf that ended the rocks with Roger. Back then, he chased Roger all over the world. But on this sea, the echelon of top powerhouses, no one can say that they can deal with two powerhouses of the same level at the same time. Now that's the point. How strong is this Senju and Shura? If there are 2 quasi-admiral tops, and 2 emperor's assistants, then Garp should be able to win if he explodes. After all, Garp's strength is not blown out. Among the current marines, only Sengoku can fight him one-on-one. However, if the strength of Senju and Shura exceeds the sub-level, then Garp is a bit dangerous. Imagine himself facing 2 4 emperors. Kizaru felt horrible. There was silence in the office for a while. Akainu got up silently, and said with a gloomy face, I'm going to support Garp and kill these 2 demon seeds. Under the seat. Sengoku roared. The competition for the top station is imminent. You go to New World with Admiral, do you want to give others a chance? In case you get injured, who do you expect to fight at the top? Garp? Or Aokiji, or that Kizaru who cut his nails? Or me, the Marshal? Sengoku didn't say the next few words. But Akainu already understood what he meant. Silently sat back on the sofa. Akainu said with an extremely gloomy face. Marshal Sengoku, what should we do now? You can't watch those 2 guys continue to be arrogant. Listen to this. Sengoku thought for a long time. If only Kaido and Charlotte Linlin could do it. Saying that, Sengoku himself shook his head first. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are not so easy to be used by Marine. Are they fools? Finally, Sengoku sighed deeply. If there's nothing to do, Garp will have to deal with them alone. Several people in the Marshal's office were silent. New World. Marine G1 branch. A dog-headed warship slowly approached. It gave the Marine soldiers of the G1 branch a strong sense of security. Look. That's the Vice Admiral Garp ship. Koba warship, it is indeed Vice Admiral Garp. I didn't expect that it was Vice Admiral Garp who came to support our branch this time. I have admired this Marine hero for a long time, and I have never met him. Yet, Hero Vice Admiral Garp, a role model for all of us. Many Marines in the G1 branch spoke excitedly. Today, they don't know how scared it is. Afraid of the arrival of the 2 killing gods. Not to mention the absence of their base commander, the Flying Squirrel. Even now, they don't feel any sense of security. And now, coming to support is Garp. That puts them at ease. Garp is a Marine hero, almost the sole pillar of the entire Marine. Inside the Marine. Except for Sengoku, no one can match the prestige of Garp. Standing on a doghead warship, wearing a doghead hat, looking at the G1 branch in the distance, Garp held the phone bug, laughed and said indifferently, "Sengoku, why are you still worried about the old man coming? Don't you know the strength of the old man? Just do as the old man said, and spread the news that the old man came to the G1 branch. The old man wants to see if that Kaishao and Shura can defeat the old man's iron fist." As he said that, he didn't wait for Sengoku on the other end to continue talking. Garp just hung up the phone bug. Seeing this, Kaba looked at Garp worriedly. "Vice Admiral Garp, that Senju and Shura just destroyed the kingdom of Darice Rosa. Can you really fight against the two of them alone?" Kirby looked worried. Garp laughed at that. "He is not in Pingdao while eating senbei. It's okay, the old man will give you a good demonstration this time. When the time comes, you will have to watch the big battle." "Say it." Kabi hesitated to speak, but the worry in his eyes remained undiminished. And Garp, looking at the sea, thinking about the waves of information that came today. The depths of his eyes were also full of dignity. But this battle, he has to fight. Standing at the top, because of Ace, he may not be able to face up to it. But this battle, Garp will definitely play seriously. Just two brats. His Garp's iron fist, but not everyone can catch it. Accompanied by Marine's announcement of Vice Admiral Garp's arrival at the G1 branch, the sea surged again for a while. Everyone understands. This is a fishing trip by Marine. The baits are Garp, Marine hero, Iron Fist. This is a veteran of the sea. And now, it depends on whether Senju and Shura dare to take the bait. Take the bait. Garp is not a good bait to swallow. Don't take the bait. The high-profile behavior of the two will be broken in one fell swoop. Fame, prestige, etc. all vanished. All of a sudden, the sea is almost entirely focused on Madara and Hashirama. The sea. Follow the permanent pointer. The huge golden city of Gulen Tetsalo sailed slowly. Learn about the news posted by Marine. Tetsalo had a smile on his face. Those two guys, do they dare to fight? Garp the Fist. Think of the name Garp. Tezalo couldn't help but shuddered. At the same time, so is Doflamingo, located within the holy land of Marie Joyce. Let me see if the two of you have the stamina, and let me, Doflamingo, surrender to it. Foo. And two people. It was almost the moment Marine announced that Garp arrived at the G1 branch. And they set off. Afraid? How can it be? They go to sea this time. According to the guidance of his father, he went to fight against the veteran powerhouses in this sea. The two just want to temper themselves. Destroy the Marine branch, the allied countries of the world government, etc. In fact, it's all just venting anger over Giseline's affairs. Now the anger of the two is similar. It's time for an upright battle. Can the two brothers become famous at once? It will depend on whether they can defeat the veteran powerhouse of the sea, Marine hero Garp the Fist this time. The sea is churning, and everyone is paying attention to this matter. Hydra Island, located on the calm belt, is relatively calm. 160. The 9 snake pirates don't care about a lot of news on the sea. Just stand on the top and let them pay more attention. As for the others, far away in the new world, there is nothing to do with them. What needs attention? So at the moment, 9 Snake Island is very peaceful. Not a little bit affected by the storms of New World. Inside the palace, Santa Sonia and Marigold find Empress Hancock. Looking at the Empress on the throne, the second daughter saluted first. "Sister, that woman is awake." Hearing this, the Empress on the throne nodded. "Bring her here, see you at home." The Empress was a little curious about this woman in the sea outside. One of the most important points. It was the Empress who wanted to find out about her. Who is the most handsome and brave man in the sea outside? Although the Empress doesn't have any intention of getting married. But she is the #1 beauty in the sea. But I am also a little interested in the #1 man in this sea, and want to find out. Giseline was quickly brought in by the second daughter. At this moment, Giseline's eyes were shining brightly. He recovered from all the injuries he suffered in the first battle with Kong. Even, she has also mastered Bankai and learned more advanced sword skills. This also made Giseline's temperament more introverted, not as crazy as before. And fell to this island. Giseline was more than grateful. If it weren't for this group of people who saved themselves, I may still be lying outside and don't know where I am. The queen of the crowd wanted to meet herself, nothing. Not to mention, if only the queen were prettier. Hey hey! The malicious Giseline came to the palace of Nine Snakes Island. As soon as she looked up, she saw the empress sitting on the throne. This glance made Guy Linman feel dazed. When I first inquired with Shanks, in order to prevent myself from identifying the wrong person, she had seen the picture of the empress. And now, isn't the woman on the throne the empress of the sea? The sudden surprise did not knock Giseline unconscious. Looking at the empress, she asked in a daze. Are you the empress of the sea, Boa Hancock? Chapter 73. Wearing a red cheongsam, the empress sat on the throne, with her supermodel-like long legs raised. She has a delicate face and long, straight black hair that is smooth and shiny. Especially those big eyes, watery and moving. The facial features are gorgeous and majestic, cold and sexy. Looking at such an empress, Giseline's eyes couldn't help but shine. Listen to Giseline. Feel the other person's gaze again. Empress Hancock is extremely useful. Another person who was conquered by Aigia's beauty. Hancock shook his head slightly in his heart, and looked at Giseline with a cold and arrogant face. It's Aigia. I didn't expect Aigia's reputation to reach your ears. Confirmed by the queen. Giseline's eyes brightened. She was faintly excited. Now, Giseline really didn't know whether to lament her luck or her dad's luck. Although this line, Giseline failed to get his wish and asked Hawkeye to challenge. The position of the world's #1 swordsman passed her by once again. But Giseline mastered Bankai because of the battle with Sora. In a coma, she drifted into the sea. Unknowingly, I drifted to this unknown island again, and met the Empress Boa Hancock. Although I don't know why the other party is not in the Holy Land Marie Joyce. But none of that matters. My luck is simply heaven-defying. Giseline lamented his luck in his heart. At the same time, she was lamenting Chu Xia's luck. I am cheap daddy, but this time I am going to enjoy myself. The Empress of the Sea on the throne in front of her. It really lives up to its reputation. Exquisite, arrogant, sexy, charming, seductive, and other temperaments converge on her. But this Empress still looks very noble. Even compared with his own mother Tiffany, each has its own merits. So many years. This is the first time Giseline has seen a woman who can compare with his mother. So she kept feeling in her heart about her father's heaven-defying luck. So much so that Giseline didn't hear the Empress' question to her. When Santa Sonia and Marigold reminded. Only then did Giseline react. Giseline, my sister asked you something. Giseline looked at Empress Hancock and regained her composure. Hancock looked at her, shaking his head without a clue. Forget it, Aigia will forgive you the crime of ignoring Aigia's words. By the way, Aigia is so beautiful. Hancock is narcissistic. Then ask your own questions. Aigia asks you, who is the most handsome and brave man in this sea? Aigia is the most beautiful woman in the sea, so I am really curious about this question. Hancock just didn't know Giseline's identity. Not to mention that she was one of the traffickers who kidnapped Kaido and Big Mom's daughter. And Giseline. She also didn't know that Natalyia was hung upside down by Chu Xia for 7 days because she brought Momozagi back. Otherwise, Giseline would definitely not be as happy as she is now. Looking at Hancock, Guy Linju thought the question was on point. To say that the most handsome and brave man in this sea. That must be my dad. Giseline looked at the Empress and said with a smile. You asked me this question, but you are asking the right person. I really do know. And absolutely go along with everything you said. The Queen's eyes lit up when she heard the words. She thought that there would be no such man in this sea. But I didn't expect it to exist. Who is it? As long as you tell Igia can promise you a request that is not too much. Giseline nodded and said. That man's name can't be spoken outright, but his handsomeness, and extraordinary bravery are deeply rooted in his bones. He is noble and holy, and to us, he is like a god. Listen to what Giseline said. Hancock was so excited that he sat on the throne and leaned forward. Real or fake? You guys are not lying to Igia, are you? Is there really such a man in the sea? According to Giseline's description, Hancock just felt that the person the other party was talking about didn't exist. It's like a god. Giseline kept nodding at this. Of course it exists. Although he shouldn't exist in this world. However, he is real. I've seen it with my own eyes, and more than once. Because of the Chu Xia ban. That's all Giseline can say. Aside. Sisters Santa Sonia and Marigold listened. I can't help being somewhat fascinated. But suddenly, the two sisters came to their senses again. The two looked at each other, feeling bad in their hearts. How do they feel? Does this Giseline seem to be fooling their sister? Elder sister. The two intentionally interrupt Giseline's flickering. But they just started talking. Hancock waved him off. Elder sister. The two were ready to continue talking. But Hancock looked at them, frowning slightly. Igia is listening to such an important matter, how can I be disturbed by you? Hancock stood up while speaking, and activated the sweet fruit ability at the two sisters. The two sisters were instantly petrified. There is no noise from others. Hancock hurriedly looked at Giseline, and continued to chat with her. More to say. Hancock just felt happier. When Giseline finished all her descriptions of Chu Xia, Hancock was totally convinced. Because if Giseline hadn't seen that man, it is impossible for her to go into such detail. Hancock felt an itch in his heart when he was keenly interested. Haven't waited for Giseline to bring it up. Hancock is the way. Giseline, can you take me to meet that man? If he really exists, you are not afraid to take me to see him. Listen to what Hancock said. Giseline was slightly taken aback. She was still thinking about how to fool the Empress and let her go with her. She who masters Bankai, her swordsmanship has improved. Now the state of mind has sublimated, not as crazy as before. If it can be taken away peacefully. She didn't want to do anything to the Empress. After all, this is the woman who will become her aunt later. And Giseline didn't expect that. The Empress actually asked to go with her to meet Chu Xia. That's easy. It's all effortless. I was pleasantly surprised. Giseline nodded. Of course. If I can't take you to meet, then am I fooling you? I, Giseline, wouldn't do this kind of thing. Listen to her answer. Hancock was completely relieved. That being the case, there is no need to delay, let's set off now. If you go late, you may not see me. Giseline said. Hancock nodded. Okay, Igia will mobilize the battleship now. Giseline shook her head. No, I'll just take you and fly, it's faster. Saying that, Giseline took Empress Hancock's arm and stepped on Ryūjin straight to the sky. Empress Hancock was led by her in a daze. Suddenly there was an inexplicable premonition. You can't be fooled, can you? But the Empress didn't have too much doubt. She's not bad either. If she is deceived, then all those who deceived her will be killed. And the second daughter left. But don't know. The entire Nine-Snake Island was in chaos. The mother-in-law came to the palace in the evening as usual, and told the Empress what happened on the sea today. Senju, Shura, and mother-in-law were all shocked by it. What two horrible guys! Killed 8 marine branches overnight. Nearly destroyed 4 kingdoms in one day. Horrible. It may be a good thing that K does not accept the compulsory recruitment of the world government. But when the mother-in-law came to the palace muttering. But she found the petrified Santa Sonia and the second daughter of Marigold. After searching again, the Empress Hancock disappeared. Neither did the palace guards outside. This made the mother-in-law anxious. After using seawater to quickly undo the petrification of the second daughter of Santa Sonia and Marigold, the mother-in-law asked what happened. The more she listened, the more she frowned. The wrinkled face was full of panic. What did you say? Hancock may have been taken. This. The mother-in-law's brain roared, she only felt dizzy in her eyes, and almost passed out. Snake Island was in chaos in an instant, and everyone was looking for their empress. And the empress at this time. After Giseline mastered Bankai, Ryūjin skyrocketed. So that her speed becomes faster. The two went straight to the Island of Gods. After half a night, people have already crossed the distance between two sea areas. Finally. Looking at the sea area below, Giseline smiled. Here we are. Hancock was wondering. Giseline led her down, and quickly passed through something similar to an enchantment. Hancock felt it. Make sure the other person is not lying to you. And indeed there might be the male god she spoke of. Fly for a while. The two stepped on the Island of Gods. Giseline also began to introduce to Hancock the precautions of the Island of the Gods and so on. This made Hancock believe her words even more. The second daughter didn't leave for long. Giseline's eyes lit up. Looking at the two people who are fighting on the battlefield in front of them. She was a little surprised. Because of these two people, she has never seen them before. She had never seen the girl watching the battle beside the two of them. This is her new sibling? Giseline walked forward a few steps quickly, looking into the battlefield. Now, on the battlefield, there is a stern boy, Nanyos, who is dressed like a nobleman in a white domineering outfit. His hairstyle is exquisite and elegant, meticulous. And he is opposite. It is a dark body. But even at a young age, he is already a wild boy with plump and exaggerated muscles, holding a jagged long knife and messy hair. The long knives in the hands of the two kept colliding. Hit and hit. The stern boy couldn't bear it anymore. He gritted his teeth. Damn it! Let's scatter, Japan Sakura! The grim boy uses Shikai directly. This made Giseline's eyes shine again. Such a young age, less than 2 years old, actually mastered Shikai? Senbonzakura? This younger brother of hers is very talented. And the dark wild boy who fought with him. Could it be? Giseline guessed. I saw the stern boy waving his hands, and the pink sakura flower blades all over the sky slashed towards the dark wild boy. But the dark wild boy didn't care at all. He doesn't know anything about Shikai. He only wields the simplest knife. Wild boy defeated Senbonzakura with one blow of his own. Byakuya Ryūjin is out of support and disperses Shikai. He stood on the ground leaning on his sword, panting heavily. Damn it, why did he lose to this guy again? This has changed over the course of a year. He kept practicing hard and kept challenging this guy. But even he has mastered Shikai. But they are not this guy's opponent at all. How could this guy be so strong? Byakuya gritted his teeth. At this time, Giseline's gentle voice sounded from the sidelines. Chapter 74. What's your name, you two little fellows? In the battlefield. Listening to the gentle voice from outside the field. Byakuya and the others all turned their heads. Looking at Celine, who was dressed in a domineering outfit and had a knife across her waist. Byakuya was stunned for a moment, and soon thought of something, and gradually widened his eyes. Dark wild boy Zaraki looked at Giseline. Scratching his head, he didn't recognize the other party's identity. I just feel kind in my heart, like my own relatives. After more than a year, Zaraki wasn't that crazy anymore. Although fighting is still a madman. But for his family, he will still take good care of them. Keep your hands between shots, so you won't hurt your family. There were also two girls sitting by the side of the battlefield. One of these two girls is naturally Byakuya's younger sister Rukia. Rukia has been extremely happy for more than a year. Because of the appearance of Zaraki, Rukia no longer has to be dragged by Byakuya to practice. Although there will still be exaggerated training tasks every day. But Byakuya basically won't practice with her anymore. Byakuya is to go to Zaraki challenge. Because he can't beat Zaraki. With repeated defeats, Byakuya fought again and again. Another person. It is the sister who is 1 year younger than Rukia. Her name is Tija. Same as her mother. She has beautiful 3 eyes. That eye on the forehead has the gift of Sharinon. 2 pairs of normal eyes are a piece of white. For my little sister. Rukia loves it and loves it. So we usually stay with each other. Today, let's watch the battle between Byakuya and Zaraki together. At this moment, Giseline's gentle voice was heard. The second daughter also turned her head and looked over. Rukia's brain is not working, and she can't remember who this person is. But this attire, dressed in a domineering attire, is definitely one of her older sisters. But she just couldn't remember. But Tig quickly thought about 800, and there was surprise in her eyes. Guy's sister Celine. She was a little timid and asked in a low voice uncertainly. Rukia heard her mosquito-like voice. Rukia's eyes lit up, and she was also pleasantly surprised. Is it Sister Giseline? Giseline nodded in confirmation with a smile. She also likes these 2 lovely sisters very much. Rukia pulled Tija and ran towards Catherine. Tija was a little embarrassed. But pulled by Giseline. She also threw herself into Giseline's arms. Holding his 2 younger sisters. Giseline looked at them with a gentle smile. What's your name? My sister hasn't seen you yet. Rukia returned first. Sister Giseline, my name is Rukia, is the 8th daughter of my father, line 19. She is Tija, the 9th daughter of my father, ranking 21. The ones over there are Byakuya big brother and Zaraki brother. Ranked 18 and 20 respectively. Listen to Rukia's introduction. Giseline got it. After looking at Tig twice more. Giseline looked at Byakuya and Zaraki with a big smile. 2 little guys, they are very talented. One is 2 years old and one is 1 year old, but one can use Shikai and the other can fight Shikai, both are good. Giseline really appreciated it. Byakuya felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He is very honored to be appreciated by the 3rd sister of the family. Byakuya stood straight and looked at Giseline respectfully. Don't look at this time Giseline went out to travel in the sea and lost to Kong. But Giseline is still respected in their hearts. But Zaraki was not delighted by Giseline's appreciation. He looked at Giseline, but his eyes brightened, and he did not hide his fighting spirit. 3rd sister, Lin, fight with me. Listen to mad boy Zaraki. Giseline was stunned. She seems like yesterday. Remember the old days. This is my mantra. Why does this kid look crazier than himself now? Giseline nodded and smiled at that. Of course it's okay to fight. But you have to wait until you grow up, brother. Also, you have to defeat your big sister before you are eligible to challenge me. After all, I am stronger than that guy now. Giseline said, not boasting. In fact, now that she has mastered Bankai, she really thinks she is stronger than Natalyia. Natalyia doesn't have Bankai, although Ryūjin Jakka's Shikai is already strong. But she's not bad either. Bankai Shizuka coughed, and Natalyia beat her anyway. By the way, think of Natalyia. Giseline thinks. When I come back this time, I must teach the other party a good lesson. Take revenge for so many years. Just haven't waited for Giseline's idea to be implemented. A sneer sounded out. Hee. Giseline, I think your head was hammered stupid by Kong. Dare to say anything. Not far from the battlefield, walking slowly. The man was wearing a fire-red trench coat. His long red hair and red eyes are very eye-catching. She walked proudly with her hands in her pockets. Coming to Giseline, Natalyia took a look at her. Let me see who this is. Isn't this the first-generation Kenpeki who was beaten to death in the news? Natalyia sneered. Giseline's breath stagnated upon hearing the sound. What, I was killed? Who said that? She looks around. Rukia quickly explained it to her. Sister Giseline, when you went to the world government to fight Kong, your whereabouts were unknown. The government of the world thought you were killed by Kong, so they released a message to frighten the sea. We were so nervous at the time, and after going to your father to confirm your safety, we were relieved. Natalyia took over the conversation from the sidelines at this moment. Yeah, Giseline, it's you. Go out for a trip, let father and adults worry about it. The whole family, and because you almost exploded, many brothers and sisters have the hearts of breaking the world's government. Are you guilty? Listen to Rukia's explanation. Giseline was a little dazed. His face was also a little cold. After a while, she shook her head, not caring about it. Watching Natalyia mocking herself, Giseline smiled and calmed down. She is back this time. Not only has he mastered Bankai, but his strength has greatly increased. He even brought back the Empress of the Sea and dedicated it to his father. This Natalyia definitely lost to her. He looked at Natalyia, and then turned around to look around at Lu Qi and the others. Giseline apologized and smiled gently. Sorry for making you worry. But my sister is fine and came back safely. This time, I got a blessing in disguise and mastered the solution. Giseline's voice was very weak. But it was this faint voice. But one stone stirs up 1,000 waves. First Byakuya's eyes widened. Looking at Giseline, his eyes are filled with disbelief. Bankai. Guy third sister Celine, actually mastered Bankai. This. Look at Giseline. Byakuya really didn't know what to say. There is only shock and envy in my heart. Rukia opened her mouth wide when she heard the words, she couldn't believe it. Even Zaraki. Looking at Giseline's fighting spirit is also stronger. Bankai. How strong is that? I'm really looking forward to fighting with Giseline's third sister. Zaraki thought in his mind. Only little Tija. The little girl stood there, muttering in her mouth. Bankai. Bankai. As she spoke, the three big eyes blinked and blinked, not quite understanding. And finally Natalyia. With her hands in her pockets, she felt that she was not well with Ben's arrogant face. What did she hear? Giseline out for a trip. Although defeated by Kong. But she, mastered Bankai? FK. Natalyia was full of bewilderment. Facing Giseline's half-smile look. Even Natalyia. This powerful, arrogant, and domineering big sister of the Porgas family. She didn't know what to say at the moment. Giseline gave her a provocative look with a smile in his eyes. And at this time, the Empress, who had been watching the play not far away, came up. Come to Giseline. Empress Hancock looked at Giseline and asked with a frown. Bankai. What is that? When will you take Igia to meet that man? Hearing what the Empress said impatiently, Giseline comforted her. Don't worry, I'll take you right away. The two were talking. Natalyia also turned to look at the Empress. This glance made her feel that this person was a little familiar. Take another look. FK. Natalyia was taken aback again. Isn't this the most beautiful woman in the sea, Empress Boa Hancock? She was also planning to look for this one and bring it back to her father. But Natalyia bumps into Momuzagi by chance. I feel good too. I didn't go looking for the Empress on purpose. Didn't expect to be brought back by Giseline this time? All of a sudden, when Natalyia lamented her father's good fortune, she also thought of another thing. Remembering the consequences of bringing Momuzagi back to myself. Natalya's eyes also seemed to be smiling. Looking at Giseline, her eyes are filled with amusement. The feeling of being hung upside down for 7 days is very bad. Not to mention, when she was hung upside down, Giseline didn't see it at all. And Giseline was hung upside down this time. I can see her for 7 days and 7 nights. Taunt her to death under the tree. Natalyia smiled inwardly. Feel like I've got Giseline all set. Look at her eyes. Giseline's heart skipped a beat. As my big sister, I often like to keep everything in my hands. That desire to control is not as strong as Belle's. But she is sure about things, but there will be no problems. So now, is she playing tricks on herself? And looking at the fair and beautiful Empress of the Sea, Rukia kindly reminded her that Natalyia was hung upside down for 7 days because she brought Momuzagi back. Listen to this. Giseline's heart skipped a beat. Turning his head, he happened to meet Nada Young's eyes playing with the ball. Giseline panicked and quickly thought about countermeasures. Soon, she thought of how she should fight back against Natalyia. Big sister, father actually told you not to master Bankai, so you can't leave the island of gods. Could it be that you are gloating at my misfortune? Are you jealous that I learned Bankai? Giseline's voice fell. Natalyia petrified on the spot, her complexion gradually turned livid and dark. Chapter 75. Look at the way Natalyia showed. Giseline made up her mind. Natalyia forced herself to calm down, looked at Giseline and sneered. Hehe, how can the Bankai of Shizuku compare with me, Ryūjin Jakka? I envy you. Hehe. Natalyia felt that she had steadied the stitches. But Giseline still didn't panic. I thought about it calmly. My meaty Shizuku's Bankai is not as good as yours Ryūjin Jakka's Bankai. However, my Bankai isn't bad either. So, you belittled my Bankai so much. Well, you are. What the hell am I? Giseline's words directly set Natalyia on fire. Giseline smiled lightly and took Empress Hancock away from here. After walking for a while, Empress Hancock asked belatedly. Giseline, why do I feel that Natalyia's name is so familiar to me just now? Involuntarily, the Empress thought of the famous human trafficker in the sea, the hot god Natalyia. There is a faint premonition in my heart. Empress thinks. Is it true that the sheep has fallen into the tiger's mouth? Or is it the kind that sends itself to the door? Thinking about myself asking Giseline to bring me back then. The Empress was full of regrets. She simply sent herself to the wolf's den. Hancock was nervous. Giseline didn't see her nervousness. Soon, bringing Hancock and Giseline to the main hall of the Void Knight Palace. Looking at Chu Xia on the throne, Giseline bowed with a respectful face. Father, I'm back. Looking at Giseline, Chu Xia smiled. Although you lost the sea this time, you gained a lot, right? Giseline nodded and smiled. Father, I have mastered Bankai. Listen to this. Even Chu Xia raised her eyebrows. Sister Hwa's Bankai, this is not easy to grasp. Definitely the hardest batch to master besides Ryūjin Jakka. It seems that Giseline has gained a lot this time. Her current strength. Maybe it has surpassed Natalyia. With this thought in her heart, Chu Xia looked beside Giseline. For the first time, he only pays attention to his children. Only after talking with your own children, he will see others. And this glance made Chu Xia feel confused. The most beautiful woman in the sea. Empress, Boa Hancock? FK. Looking at the Empress Hancock standing beside Giseline, Chu Xia was dumbfounded. And Hancock. Before coming to the main hall of Sui Palace, her whole body was uneasy. Because Giseline called Natalyia a big sister. Proof that the two are part of the same family. And with the family of human traffickers, what kind of good guy could this Giseline be? Following Giseline, the two continued to move forward. Not long after, they passed a little garden. The little garden that can be so close to the main hall of the Sui Palace. Naturally, it was the place where Chu Xia's many concubines went for leisure and play. Giseline and Hancock looked back. This glance made Hancock's eyes narrow. Isn't that Marine's beauty admiral candidate, Momuzagi? That and that. Isn't it the daughter of the Beast's Pirates Four Emperors Kaido, Yunhee? There are also Black Maria, Kojiki Hiri, Pudding and other women. Look at these women. Hancock froze. Knew it. She was right. I am really like a sheep that has entered the tiger's mouth and walked into the wolf's den. It just made Hancock a little curious. The women at this time were all smiles. They sat and chatted together, looking very harmonious. Momuzagi has a big belly and is clearly pregnant for a long time, even on the verge of giving birth. Yamato showed no signs of pregnancy. Watching this scene, Hancock's pretty face turned pale. This Giseline brought Igia here. Can't it be to let Igia give birth to a man? Thinking of that horrible scene, Hancock trembled all over. Now she just wants to leave this place of right and wrong, stay away from this island of gods. But where does Giseline give her a chance? Holding Hancock's hand, Giseline went straight to the main hall of the Void Knight Palace. Not long after, the two women came to the main hall of Sui Palace. At first, Hancock was full of panic and reluctance. But when I came to this hall, I saw Chu Xia on the throne. Hancock thought it was worth it. Even if this group of people is really a human trafficker, she deserves it too. Because Giseline really didn't lie to her. Chu Xia in front of her. He was really an extremely handsome and brave man. Just like a god. That kind of temperament made Hancock obsessed. Hancock was in a daze. Chu Xia also understood Giseline's intention of bringing back the Empress of the Sea. All of a sudden, Chu Xia was speechless. My own group of children is really filial piety. However, your filial piety cannot all be like this. Besides, this Giseline is still the same as Natalyia, with a criminal record. Looking at Giseline, Chu Xia waved her hands, speechless. Did you see Natalyia when you came back? Watching Giseline nod, he continued. Then you should know what punishment is. Giseline continued to nod. Father, for the glory of the Porgas family. Before she could finish speaking, he interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Don't say it. Besides, I'm going to die of embarrassment. This time, hang upside down for 7 days, if you do it again later, then you don't leave the island of gods until your big sister masters Bankai. Chu Xia's quiet voice fell. The trees stretched out of the window, and they were about to hang Giseline upside down. Seeing this, Giseline hurriedly said, Father, I have something to ask you. When Chu Xia heard this, the branches stopped moving. Explain. Giseline nodded and asked. Father, my sister named Tija, isn't it? When I saw Tija just now, Giseline had doubts about the opponent's character template. This can't be, that extremely terrifying guy. A terrifying existence on par with Yamato Genryusei Shijikuni and Aizen Sosuke. Atsutsuki Kagaya. Chu Xia was in a daze for a moment. In fact, Tig also surprised her. He never thought that Pudding could give birth to such a child for himself. And Giseline was right. Tija's character template is indeed a 5-star template. Atsutsuki Kagaya. That's why she has white eyes, and a Sharinon. Accompanied by her growth. The Sharinon on the forehead keeps evolving. Eventually it evolved into the 9-Go Jade reincarnation Sharinon. Even Raleigh, Tija might be able to evolve into Tensagan. What's more interesting is that, asking for flowers. Although Tija has the template of Atsutsuki Kagaya. But she is a very shy, very low self-esteem little girl. In short, this is a horror template with Atsutsuki Kagaya. But she is a cute little girl with Hinata personality. She herself didn't know what kind of terrifying power she possessed. Thinking of this, Shi Zhen smiled. If not necessary. He wanted Tig to live happily like this for the rest of his life. He nodded to Giseline. No more questions. If you don't, you will be punished. Giseline also nodded. Father, I have no problem. While being hung upside down, Giseline was surprised. Did not expect. That little sister Tija really has that horror template. This is exaggerated. Porgas family. The third evildoer with a 5-star template was born. Giseline sighed. Here. Chu Xia looked at the pirate empress in the audience. Empress Hancock looked at him too. Looking at Chu Xia on the throne. Feel his aura. 00. Empress Hancock only felt weak all over. Is this what my mother-in-law and Igia said, the feeling of being in love? Whispered. The Empress bravely raised her head to look at Chu Xia, and asked because of her voice. Do you want to marry my concubine? This sentence immediately confused Chu Xia. Looking at this Empress wearing a red cheongsam, stepping on high heels, with a sexy and refined temperament. He's lying if he says he's not interested. Even when I watched anime in my previous life. Chu Xia's favorite goddess is this pirate empress. Did not expect. This person now appeared in front of him alive. He also offered to marry himself? I haven't even said my own words yet. You agree? This made Chu Xia a little confused. Just then, I learned that Giseline brought back the pirate empress, the #1 beauty in the sea. Chu Xia's regular wife Tiffany came. She also has a refined temperament, and she walks gracefully. Looking at this person, the empress's eyes lit up. She became more certain in her heart. To have such a woman. Chu Xia is definitely an amazing man. Tiffany also came to the hall at this time. Look at Empress Hancock. She looked a little surprised. Tiffany smiled all over her face, pulled Hancock aside and whispered for a long time. When the two come back. Hancock was already blushing and didn't dare to look at Chu Xia. Can make this Empress of the Sea become like this? Chu Xia found it very interesting. Tiffany walked down with Empress Hancock to prepare some more detailed matters for the wedding. The island of the gods is flat, peaceful, and happy. On the Sabayati archipelago. End the mission to protect the celestial dragons. Bell left Sabayati by boat and returned to the world government. Going back this time, he is an official member of CP0. The feeling of stepping into the interior of the world's government step by step. It seems to be very interesting. It's just a headache for Bell. My big sister and third sister just finished messing around. His two younger brothers, however, started to make trouble in New World again. It really gave him a headache. This second brother is not easy to be. Bell sighed. With Kyōka Suigetsu on his waist, he looked at the turbulent sea with playful eyes. Chapter 76. New World. The sea at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, the sky has just dawned. On the horizon, two figures slowly flew in midair towards the marine branch not far away. Thinking of the strong man who came in the news. Madara and Hashirama exchanged glances. This time, it's the marine hero, Garp the Fist. Hashirama spoke softly, with a serious look on his face. Although he and Madara are strong, they have also mastered part of the peak power of their respective templates. This allowed the two of them to have an attack power comparable to the top powerhouses in the sea. But also, as Chu Xia said, in terms of physical strength and endurance, the two are quite different. Hashirama's cells have not yet transformed into a true sage body. Now it can only be regarded as the body of half a fairy. So for Garp, the veteran powerhouse, the marine hero, Hashirama is cautious in his heart, and the whole person is very serious. But Madara didn't care much about Garp. He smiled coldly and arrogantly. A look of disdain flashed across Madara's young and immature face. Haxi hot mom, are you scared? Humph, if you're afraid, I'll go alone and destroy the G1 branch to defeat that Garp the Fist. For Garp's fame. Madara had heard it, but he didn't care. Madara thinks her power is strong. He doesn't need any staying power at all. After a wave of powerful attacks, basically no one can resist. 303 is Madara's long-standing arrogance. And for so many years, he has indeed been living like this. In the family, among the brothers and sisters, only the big sister and the second brother, plus the third sister can fight him. Don't mention the big sister, the opponent's strength is too strong. It is absolutely number one in frontal combat. Not to mention the second brother. As soon as Kyōka Suigetsu opened, Himangekyo Sharinan was played around. As for the third sister, and the fourth brother beside her, Madara can hit a dozen now. And this trip to the sea after leaving the Island of Gods. Madara and Hashirama have no opponents at all. Basically, the two hit each other with a powerful attack. GG is on the opposite side. So, what stamina do you need? Will it kill the opponent a lot in one wave? For Garp, Madara thinks the same way. Feel the attitude of Madara. Hashirama has a heart to remind. But think about Madara's character. The more he reminds, the more rebellious Madara becomes. This guy is just that. No one is convinced except Chu Xia. So Hashirama shook his head and swallowed the words back. We'll know when we fight later. At the same time, just when the two had already seen the G1 branch. The huge G1 branch is also in a hurry. Everyone is busy. Because Garp gave his first order after arriving last night. That is to evacuate all marines in the G1 branch. Take everything you need and evacuate. The G1 branch is the core branch of Marine's New World. In the original book, it can even be swapped with Marineford after the top stand to become the new naval headquarters. One can imagine how huge the G1 branch is. Naturally, this evacuation was not easy. Lasted all night and still not finished. Watching the G1 branch evacuate in full swing. Deputy Base Chief Virgo stood beside Garp, frowning and asked. Vice Admiral Garp, with you here, we are only facing that Senju and Shura, do we need to evacuate the entire branch? Although Dover has informed Virgo of the Don Quixote family's choice. Now it is leaning towards Senju and Shura. But Virgo still thinks so. Here comes Garp. That Senju and Shura are about to end. After all, Garp has been famous for so many years. Even if it is a powerful Four Emperors group that is attacking the G1 branch at this moment. But as long as Garp is there, he will be able to hold the G1 branch. What's more, the two who came were not Four Emperors. Just two guys with a claim to fame. All their deeds, if you dare to come to the G1 branch, then it will definitely be terminated by Garp. Even Virgo is an undercover agent for the Don Quixote family. But I also have a lot of respect for this marine hero. He is well aware of the terrifying combat power of the opponent. On the side, Kabe and Belumbo also thought the same way. Looking at Garp, Kabe asked with a slight brow. Vice Admiral Garp, do we really need to evacuate the entire branch? Yeah, Vice Admiral Garp, is it necessary? Belumbo also asked. Listen to the words of the three. Garp stood in front of them, picking his nostrils and laughing. Who knows? But the top spot is coming up. The G1 branch is all the elite of Marine. If I fight those two, it will inevitably affect here. So, just in case. By the way, it's getting late, you guys should follow Virgo to evacuate too. The old man will be here alone, facing that Senju and Shura. Listen to Garp. Kabe and Barumebra hesitated to speak. Garp waved his hand without looking back. Virgo quickly left with the two of them. Since Garp has made up his mind, then the group of them who are subordinates can only obey orders. It's just that even Garp is so cautious about those two. But Virgo still doesn't have much hope for the two. It is too difficult to defeat Garp. At the same time, almost the entire sea is also paying attention to the battle of the G1 branch. They were thinking, since Marine announced the news that Garp was going to guard the G1 branch, that Senju and Shura dare to destroy the G1 branch? Will the two not lose because they are afraid of Garp? Yes. Whether this battle will be fought or not, as well as the consequences of the fight, the whole sea is very curious. Located on the Fishmen Island 10,000 meters below the Sabayati archipelago. After the Red Hair pirates came here. Under the Red Hair's order, he stayed here. Giseline's death had a big impact on redheads. So he is going to spend some time in the Fishmen Island, which is almost isolated from the outside world. The attitude of the Fishmen Island Palace is also very welcome. The Red Hair pirates are the famous chivalrous pirates. It's the same type as the Whitebeard pirates. There are two kinds of pirates with beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates. Therefore, King Neptune was naturally willing to let the Red Hair stay here. After all, Redhead Shanks, the Four Emperors, is there himself, which works better than Whitebeard's banner. The Redhead has been here for the past 2 days. None of the pirates passing by the Fishmen Island dared to make trouble. All of them were extremely honest, and after obediently staying for supplies, they hurried to New World. At this time, in the depths of the Murloc forest, wine bottles were scattered all over the place. The Red Hair pirates are having a banquet here. Their banquet has lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, but it is still not over. And these 3 days, Red Hair ordered the entire pirate group not to accept outside news. He just wants to be quiet. Just want to have a good drink over Giseline's death. 3 days and 3 nights finally passed. The Kingdom of the Fishmen Island sent a guard and sent a letter of information about the sea in recent days. Ben Beckman took a look, his eyes shrunk slightly. Shanks, during the 3 days we held the banquet, some incredible things happened on the sea. Oh! After 3 days of baptism at the banquet, the Redhead finally came out of the grief of Giseline's death. Ben Beckman's words managed to pique his interest a bit. What's the big deal? The rest of the people also looked over at this time, each with curious eyes. Ben Beckman condensed his voice. Shortly after Giseline's death, 2 strong men that have never been heard of appeared on the sea. One calls himself Senju, and his real name is Hashirama, and the other calls himself Shura, and his name is Madara. These two didn't know why. First they wiped out 8 marine branches in New World overnight. Afterwards, on the next morning, the 2 major World Government Alliance countries were destroyed. The World Government and Marine directly announced the rewards for these 2 people, each 2.5 billion, adding up to 5 billion. And it's not over yet. After destroying the 2 major alliance countries of the World Government, the 2 went to Darice Rosa. In the absence of Doflamingo, without accident, Darice Rosa was wiped out. At that time the famous Golden City Grand Tetzalo was docking at the port of Darice Rosa. Thus, the Golden Emperor was defeated by that Shura. The 2 of them did not know what conditions they had reached. Shura and Senju retreated. Listen to the intelligence delivered by Ben Beckman. Redhead Shanks' eyes widened. The rest. The chef Lajailu, the sniper Yasop, the musician Monkey, and the ship Dr. Hongo also stared wide-eyed. Everyone is full of inconceivable. There is only one idea in their minds. Special meow. So many years in the sea. How long will it take for a strong man to emerge? But now? Just before Ace was caught by Marine and was about to be publicly executed. In just under a month. How many strong men have emerged? Hot God Natalyia, Kenpei Giseline, plus now the 2 Senju and Shura. 4? Is this frequency too exaggerated? Everyone was shocked. As the 4 emperors, Shanks is keenly aware of the coming wind and rain. Marine originally had 9 branches in New World, and 8 of them were wiped out. Wouldn't Marine have no action? Ben Beckman nodded and continued. Now, Marine hero Garp the Fist personally goes to Jin and New World $1 branch. Marine will also announce this news, preparing to let Garp face Senju 5.2 and Shura there. Listen to this. Shanks' gaze changes. Marine's move is a conspiracy. That Senju and Shura appeared above the sea with a high profile. 8 Marine New World branches were wiped out. Now there is only 1 left. The 2 would not go if they heard Garp was there. Then this face can be lost. But going. Marine hero, Garp's iron fist is not easy to bear. Interesting. Shanks had an interested smile on his face. Everyone from Red Hair Pirates also showed interest. While having a banquet, everyone paid close attention to this matter. And at this time, New World Marine G1 branch. Sengoku called the bug and asked if the 2 of Garp had come. Garp responded calmly, not in a hurry. Sengoku, I'm not in a hurry, why are you in a hurry? Don't worry, the old man has already evacuated all the Marines in the G1 branch. This battle, no matter what, will not affect the top standings. Garp said with a sigh in his eyes. He couldn't help Marine to execute his own relatives. So he is very guilty. Just use this battle to make up for it. Suddenly, 2 figures descended from the sky. Garp's eyes lit up when he saw this. Sengoku, stop talking, I'm going to fight. Chapter 77. Marine Ford. Inside the Marshal's office. Listen to that Garp hang up bug. Sengoku's heart tightened. The 3 admirals on the sofa moved together. Kizaru raised his eyebrows and said with interest. Yo yo yo. I really didn't expect that those 2 would dare to attack the G1 branch when they learned that Vice Admiral Garp was going to guard. Really, don't be afraid of death. Kizaru said. Think of the horrors of that old fellow Garp. Even he is full of fear. Aokiji clasped his ears and said. The combat power of Vice Admiral Garp is definitely one of the best in my marine. Except for Marshal Sengoku, the 3 of us are no match for his old man. Aokiji's words fell. There was a cold snort from Akainu. But there was only a cold snort. Because in terms of strength, he is really not as good as Garp. The old man was too fierce. This is something Akainu agrees with. At this time, Sengoku behind the desk thought for a moment, then called Virgo again. After 2 rings, Virgo picked it up. Marshal Sengoku, this is the deputy base chief of the G1 branch Virgo. Sengoku nodded and said in a deep voice. Virgo, do you have video phone bugs in there? If you have, broadcast the battle between Garp and those 2 for me. Yes, Master Sengoku. Hang up bug. Soon, the picture of Virgo's side appeared in the office. Sengoku made the move. One is to watch the battle in real time. The second is that after Garp took down these two, he was able to release this video to frighten the sea. Thinking of Sengoku's thoughts, all three admirals laughed. Several people turned their heads to look at the broadcast screen of the phone bug. Although it is a little far away, it is not clear. But it's no problem to look at about 14. G1 branch. Madara and Hashirama fell. Watching the empty marine branch. Look again, standing not far from the two of them. That majestic and upright figure in the cloak of justice. The two looked at each other and understood what was going on. Hashirama's eyes grew serious. Dispel the common marine. That means Garp is going to take them seriously. In other words, Garp wants to take them. When Madara thought of this, disdain flashed across her stern face. Take them down? Joke. The two walked forward. And Garp looked at the two, and couldn't help but thump in his heart. The appearance of these two people is a bit too young. Although I have heard it in intelligence. The two looked very young. But seeing it with my own eyes. It was only then that Garp realized how young these two were. Although the height is already normal adult height. But that face, because immature. One of them had a gentle face. The other looked proud. It's just the standard faces of two geniuses. Think about it. Garp looked at Hashirama and Madara who were coming, and smiled. May I ask you two a question? Madara did not respond to this. Hashirama nodded mildly. For this Garp who adopted Uncle Ace and raised them since they were young. He was still very fond of it. Mr. Garp, please. Look at one of them talking so well. Garp smiled and asked. Are you two brothers? Why do you want to resound through the sea by destroying the Marine branch and the allied countries of the world government? Join Marine and capture powerful pirates, this will also make you resound through the sky and sea. Garp said puzzled. At this point, he has been puzzled for many years. For Ace, Luffy wants to be a pirate. He didn't understand. Especially Luffy. People Ace is also the son of Roger, the Pirate King, so it's normal to want to be a pirate. But you Luffy. You are the grandson of my marine hero. UFG want to be a pirate. Once upon a time. Garp is not less distressed by this matter. And this matter, he still can't figure it out. He has also been struggling with Ace's execution. Now I saw these two young boys. As if he saw his two grandsons, he couldn't help asking. Listen to Garp's question. Madara frowned impatiently. But he's not heartless either. With Ace's relationship, Madara did not directly commit the crime. Hashirama, on the other hand, responded mildly. My name is Hashirama, and Madara is my younger brother. Our two brothers went to sea, indeed to resound through the sea. But join Marine. Hashirama shook his head with a wry smile. Looking at Garp, he asked back. If Marine can implement real justice, justice for the weak, then I would like to join Marine. But the Marine under the control of the world government has already decayed. Vice Admiral Garp, the 8 branches of New World Marine that were destroyed by the two of us, have you Marine carefully investigated every base commander? Those people, as far as I know, have done more or less things to oppress civilians. Although the crime does not deserve death, the two of us have seen it, and we are very strong, and we are willing to preside over this justice. As for the two countries that are allied to the world government. Sorry, Vice Admiral Garp, the two of us have a grudge against the world government. Listen to Hashirama's words. Garp's eyes were shocked. Finally. This time he heard the reason. Finally, I no longer yearn for the freedom of the sea, so I want to be a pirate. But a real reason. Is the government of the world, the decay of Marine. Garp murmured and gave a wry smile. Forget it, since the old man has been a Marine for so many years, I still have to arrest you. Garp sighed. Madara then took a step forward. Without saying a word, he punched Garp with one fist. Madara is far from Garp. But with this punch, next to Madara's body, a skeleton burning with blue flames quickly formed. The skeleton punched Garp, and the aftermath of the force made the ground tremble. Watching Madara do it directly, Garp didn't panic. Just look at that skeleton burning with blue flames. His eyes lit up. Is that what the intel says, Blue Titan? Muttering, Garp condenses armament haki with one fist. The pitch-black fist met the giant fist of the skeleton. The fists of the two collided, and the ground exploded with one blow, and collapsed towards the surroundings. Madara never keeps hands, nor ink. So although he wanted to test Garp with this punch, he didn't use all his strength. But it also has 5 points of Madara's strength. It is the full force of Susanoo's first form now. But when the smoke clears, Madara looked at the scene in front of her, her eyes darkened slightly. Half of his Susanoo's arm was directly smashed by Garp. This Garp the fist, so scary? Madara was horrified. It was the first time for him to meet a strong physicist who could directly smash his Susan to pieces. Hashirama's expression changed slightly as he watched this scene. As soon as he clapped his hands, he was ready to make a move. What are you shouting? Technique has not been activated yet. Madara glanced at him with scarlet eyes. I'll fight him first. Listen to this. Hashirama shook his head helplessly and smiled. Garp's strength is truly astonishing. This is definitely not something that Madara can overcome alone. But Madara didn't let him help. What can Hashirama do? With the pride of Madara, if you forcibly intervene, the other party can be in a hurry with him directly. This little brother, I can't control myself. With emotion, Hashirama temporarily stopped moving and watched the battle. And Garp, seeing Madara's arrogance, he smiled directly. There is a bit of the arrogance of the old man back then. Come on, let me show you your Blue Titan. It's said in the information. The Blue Titan has legs and a body, is 60 to 70 meters high, has armor on its body, and holds a long knife. Listen to Garp. Madara didn't answer, but her eyes turned cold. Madara's body suddenly rose upwards. His figure came to Susanoo's head. And the whole Susanoo. The legs and lower body have also gradually grown. And it's not over yet. Grow out the legs and lower back. Susanoo began to put on the armor. To say that at the beginning, Susanoo of Madara was like a small soldier. That now, his Susanoo is like a majestic general. Garp was a little shocked watching this scene. But that's not all. Madara's eyes widened, and her pupil power exploded to ultimate. The Titan with blue flames has wings on its back. 2 long swords also appeared in each of the hands. The surging breath scattered. The Blue Titan swung his sword casually. Behind Garp, the huge office building of the Marine G1 branch was cut off intermittently. Looking at this terrifying complete body Susanoo, Garp was shocked. This breath. It really has completely stood at the top level of the sea. 177. Even if he is to deal with it, he must bring up 100% energy. Otherwise, if there is a flaw, he may lose. And at this time, not far from the sea, there are many warships. Watch the epic battle of Vice Admiral Garp. This moment. Behold the mighty Titan burning with blue flames. All Marine just felt incredible. I just feel like the end of the world is coming. On the largest warship, both Kabi and Belumbo stared wide-eyed, their hearts filled with shock. This kind of power, is this kind of power the top powerhouse in the sea? Kabi murmured, his eyes full of yearning for dating. In front of the two of them, Virgo stood there, his eyes were unprecedentedly dignified. No wonder the young master hesitates between these two and the world's government. Before, he also remains skeptical of Dover's decision. Think how Madara and Hashirama can compare with the benefits that the world government can bring to them. But now, look at the power of Madara alone. Virgo was shocked. Deep shock. No wonder this is the one who can win the Golden Emperor in 10 minutes. Even saying it won't be accurate. With the strength of the Golden Emperor, that shouldn't be a fight. Instead, being abused. On the sea of the New World, Gurren Tetzalo sailed slowly along the record pointer. Tetzalo sat in his palace, drinking leisurely. But suddenly, Tetzalo's expression changed. Cough, 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 cough. He stood up and coughed violently. Slow down for a while. Only then did Tetsuo recover from the feeling of suffocation. Looking at the wine glass in his hand, Tetsuo grumbled. What the hell? Who read me? I can get choked no matter how I drink, why am I so unlucky? Looks like I'll have to check with Bar Carlo later. I thought of that Shura who didn't talk to him at all, and just beat people up. Tetsuo shivered violently. And what he didn't know was, just at that moment, he has been inexplicably read by many people in their hearts. Chapter 78. Naval Headquarters. Inside the Marshal's office, Sengoku and 3 admirals were shocked when they watched the rebroadcast video. Look at that blue titan. Kizuru stared in horror under the sunglasses. Unique obscene slow voice. It's terrible, it's terrible. This is the guy who calls himself Shura. What is the ability to create a blue flame titan? Is there this devil fruit in the sea? Kizuru went back to his own mind. There is no way to combine any of the devil fruit abilities with Susanoo. The rest. Akainu and Aokiji are also thinking about it. As Marine Admiral, they have almost seen the most complete devil fruit illustrated book. But in the 3 categories of Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia, the 2 failed to find the devil fruit ability corresponding to Susanoo. Marshal Sengoku also reflected in his mind. But at this time, even with the insight of the resourceful general, I have never seen this ability before. I have never heard of it. At this time, the complete body in the picture Susanoo lightly waved the long sword in his hand, just swinging the sword casually. However, the huge office building of the G1 branch was directly slanted and cut off. Watching this scene, the 3 admirals gasped in unison. Kizuru didn't dare to pick lightly anymore, but said with a little panic. Swinging a sword at will can cut through such a huge office building. This level of power is too strong. Kizuru said in surprise. Aokiji's eyes were full of seriousness. Yet, what exactly is this blue titan? If it's a phantom beast, that Shura didn't turn himself into a blue titan, but stood inside the blue titan. If it's Logia, what kind of natural ability is this? It can even evolve into a blue titan. As Aokiji said, he couldn't help rehearsing in his mind. Can he combine this blue titan? Create an ice titan yourself? At the same time, this is also what Akainu and Kizuru thought. But the 3 of them quickly shook their heads and sighed slightly. Although their development of Logia devil fruit has reached its limit. But I want to condense such a huge titan that can move freely, with incomparably powerful attack and defense power. Too difficult. This difficulty is in all aspects. The 3 thought they really couldn't do it. Sengoku behind the desk also has dark eyes. This time it's just about that old guy Garp. If he can't win this battle, I'm afraid there will be 2 dangerous figures comparable to the 4 emperors on the sea in the near future. Sengoku sighed deeply. Think again about Madara and Hashirama's attitude towards the world government. He just felt extremely worried. The race to the top has not yet begun. This leaves 2 futures who can be compared to the 4 emperors. Even guys who are now on par with the 4 emperors' threat. There won't be any troubles in this battle for the top, right? For no reason. Sengoku thought about it. But he quickly shook his head, and he hurriedly babbled in his heart, abandoning his own thoughts. G1 branch. Garp looked at the titan in front of him, burning with blue flames. He was surprised in his heart, thinking about how to deal with it. Judging from the punch he collided with Madara just now, the opponent's blue titan is extremely defensive. Even if it bears his punch, it is only broken, but not completely damaged. Now, Madara even summoned a more complete and powerful blue titan. This. Rao and Garp both found it extremely difficult. The Titan family already has the most powerful force on this sea. And Madara has more exaggerated strength than the Titans. Not to mention, behind Madara, there is always a Hashirama who has never made a shot. Garp frowned, the cloak of justice fluttering behind his back. The marine hero decided to show his full strength. In any case, he also wants to win this battle for marine. Wrap your fists around armament haki. Garp looked at Madara's complete body, and laughed a few times. Boy Madara, come on, let me show you this trick. With her arms folded, Madara standing inside the head of the full-body Suzo lowered her eyes. Not much to say, the huge complete-body Susanoo went directly to the people. Two huge swords waved towards Garp, the momentum was fierce. Ordinary great swordsmen may not be able to withstand Madara's blow. Garp brandished a pair of iron fists, and rushed straight to Suzuka. The two erupted into battle in an instant. The edge of the battlefield. Hashirama stood there, his eyes gradually becoming serious. Madara's incarnation is completely bodiless, but it is actually a tie with this Garp. There was back and forth between the two, and they couldn't take advantage of the slightest advantage. The strength of this Garp is a bit exaggerated. Hashirama's heart froze slightly. I thought of the words of my father Chu Xia. Chu Xia said that they are very explosive. In a short period of time, the strength is comparable to the powerhouses in this sea. But in terms of physical strength and endurance, the two are far behind. Certainly. It's not just Madara and Hashirama's weakness either. And it is almost the weakness of everyone in the entire Portkas family except Chu Xia, Natalyia, and Belle. After all, they are too young. Even under the blessing of the time flow of the Island of Gods. Their strength grew rapidly. But the time is still too short. Compared with these top powerhouses who have honed their bodies to the limit step by step. In terms of physical strength and stamina, it really does not have an advantage. Think about it. Hashirama couldn't help thinking about how to deal with it. If his fairy art is developed to the limit, he can do this. As long as he has the body of a real celestial being, then he can do chakra almost endlessly. And what about Madara? Madara does not have the body of a fairy, and although he has also mastered the magic, it is far from his specialization. Madara has more power, on top of a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan and Susan. His Mangekyo Sharingan ability is also related to Susan's strength. And Madara's eyes now are not eternal Mangekyo. Hashirama frowned. For a while, I couldn't think of a solution. And that's it. The battle between Madara and Garp lasted a full 30 minutes. But the two are still comparable. Madara can't help but Garp. Garp also had no choice but to completely embody Suzune's Madara. The two fell into a stalemate for a while. 30 minutes passed. Madara's face gradually changed from the initial arrogance to the current deep and dignified. Because, no matter how he broke out, no matter how to use pupil power, neither can take down the Garp in front of him. This made Madara feel very tricky. The people he met in the past, as long as he exploded, he would definitely be able to win in a short time. The Golden Emperor Tizero is. So did the kings of the two alliance countries that perished before. Can now. Madara hit a tough nut to crack. Garp's hard power is too strong. The background is too deep. This made Madara wonder how he should take down the opponent. And 30 minutes passed. Madara's pair of Mangekyo pupils are also somewhat unsupportive. He even began to overdraw his pupil power. His eyes were bleeding. But Madara still did not admit defeat. In his dictionary, there is no second minister who admits defeat. Only victory. Madara's pupil power exploded again. Garp, who was fighting with him, was accidentally blasted into the ground. Amidst the smoke and dust, Garp walked out of the pit. Looking at Madara, Garp also said with a headache. Hey, boy! What is your blue titan called? A move? Or your natural ability? Why are you so strong? Garp puzzled. Because of the 30-minute fight with Madara. Almost spent 3 days and 3 nights of physical strength. This is exaggerated. Garp originally thought that a blue titan like Madara would be exhausted if he persisted for more than 10 minutes. But it's been 30 minutes. You, a kid who looks like a teenager, can't have such exaggerated physical strength. Garp was puzzled. Madara looked at him, still did not speak. He will not explain his abilities to the enemy in battle. That behavior is simply too stupid. Madara didn't say a word, but Garp couldn't help it either. But Garp was keenly aware. Madara's eyes were bleeding. Is it about those eyes? Garp noticed Madara's blood-red eyes. Frowning slightly, Garp charged again, fierce with a pair of iron fists. After fighting for 30 minutes, his combat power was still at its peak, without any decline. This is the stamina and exaggerated physical strength of top powerhouses. Madara frowned, her eyes thoroughly determined. However, he couldn't bring himself to let Hashirama do it. So Madara didn't turn her head to look at Hashirama at all. But he is still holding on. Eyes bleeding, Madara continued to fight Garp. But this time, Madara, whose pupil strength was overdrawn, just persisted for another 5 minutes. 5 minutes passed. Even if Madara is willing to pay the price of blindness, she wants to continue using Susan. However, the perfect body Susanoo dispersed by itself, and slowly returned to its original form. Madara's main Jikyo ability is related to Susan. So he was able to use Susan in the original form, Nyo Zhao Zhao, with almost no damage. But how could Susan in the original form be able